The next day, inside the Jade Pure sect, the paths that were once so wide were now jam-packed with cultivators. Even the birds were chirping and flying all over the place, like they were cheering along. The sect leader was grinning like he'd just struck gold, announcing, "Let's all welcome our new Elder of the Void Amalgamation Realm, joining the Jade Pure sect." When Xiao Zhao heard that intro, everyone was like, "Whoa! That's the level only our founder ever reached." The plaza was a total zoo, with people pushing and shoving, trying to get closer. Some disciples were already thinking about what gifts they could give to get in Elder Xiao Zhao's good graces. Li Qingzi couldn't stop smiling. After all, Elder Xiao Zhao only agreed to join the Jade Pure sect after hanging out with Hanju. That's our Hanju, the real backbone of the sect. Who would have thought that the Jade Pure sect, which was just a tiny little sect in a corner of Great Yan, would get this big? And to think Hanju used to be just a small-time medicine slave, a so-called outer sect disciple. You could say the day Hanju decided to join the Jade Pure sect was the luckiest day in the sect's history. He was getting all emotional. Without Hanju, there'd be no Jade Pure sect today. While things were all sunshine and rainbows at the Jade Pure sect, somewhere else it was a life-death battlefield, littered with corpses. A guy slowly walked through the carnage, sighing. 5 years. We've been fighting for 5 damn years. Senior brother, we lost again. Liu Biyumie was all worn out, totally numb. Qing Han stood beside him, not saying a word. His face was covered in scratches, and he stared helplessly at the sky. "This is too tough." Our Integration Realm guest elder got seriously injured. It probably ran off to heal somewhere. Liu Biyumie went on, sounding totally defeated. "The Vowless sect is expanding towards Great Way like crazy. Our Blood Flame Heaven sect is done for." Qing Han Zhenren suddenly remembered something and blurted out, "Maybe not, junior brother. How about we surrender?" Liu Biyumie was stunned. "Surrender? We have a blood feud with the Vowless sect. Even if we surrendered, they'd never let us off the hook," Qing Han Zhenren explained. "Not surrender to the Vowless sect, but surrender to the Jade Pure sect." He looked super relieved, like he'd just grabbed onto a lifeline. Liu Biyumie was completely taken by surprise. Qing Han Zhenren started thinking out loud. "We can rely on the Jade Pure sect as long as we guarantee our cultivation is righteous." In the cultivation world, relying on other forces isn't rare. He kept trying to convince him. Think about it. The sects around Great Way are even weaker than our Blood Flame Heaven sect. The big sects that could push back against the Vowless sect are all too far away. The only option is the Jade Pure sect, which is the closest. Liu Biyumie hesitated. Is the Jade Pure sect really stronger than the Vowless sect? Can they really withstand the Vowless sect's attack? In Qing Han Zhenren's mind, the image of Hanju flashed by, making him even more certain. If it's the Jade Pure sect, maybe they really can. Meanwhile, the person being thought of was just stepping out to relax after some closed cultivation. Hanju looked around, feeling relieved seeing the Fusang tree no longer looking overgrown, with Hei Yuji watching over it. The Fusang tree and the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine were both doing pretty well. Plus, Xun Changwan had worked hard to cultivate into an immortal, and the mountain was constantly being raised higher. Life was good. He was happily enjoying the peace. After this session of closed Gongdor cultivation, Hanju had reached the 3rd level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. Just as he was yawning, the system notification popped up. The board was full of familiar names: Hundun Tiangao, Zhao Fan, Mofuki, Xishuan, Zi were all about to become deities. So, everyone was doing okay. Seeing that Xiao Zhao was still cursed by a divine being, he was a little worried. Was the Jade Pure sect inviting trouble by taking in Xiao Zhao? But what really gave Hanju a headache was the notification. Su Qi is cultivating demonic powers, and his divine persona is starting to awaken. Still unlucky. He's scary enough already, How crazy will he be after awakening? But when you think about it, Suchi is really pitiful. Everyone around him dies because of him, but he doesn't even know it's his fault. The heavenly court dropped him down to the mortal realm and erased his past life's memories just to let him wreak havoc. And Zhu Dao caused so much trouble. But the higher Jeleps didn't do anything, like they were secretly allowing it. The heavenly court doesn't seem as righteous as everyone says. They're quick to do bad things, but nowhere to be seen. When good things happen, what are they up to? Finally, Hanju came to a conclusion. Could it be there are too many people in the mortal realm? Are they trying to control the population a little? While Hanju was off in La La Land, back at the Jade Pure Sect's main hall, the sect leader shouted in disbelief. What the heck? The atmosphere in the hall was super tense. Li Qingzi sized up the representative from the Blood Flame Heaven sect who had come to join them. Are you serious about this? The sect leader refused. Your sect and the Untainted sect are at war. The Jade Pure sect doesn't want to get dragged into this, the Supreme Elder whispered. They want to use our sect as a meat shield. That old geezer then started listing the benefits. If the Jade Pure sect agrees, the Blood Flame Heaven sect can merge completely, becoming the second strongest peak in your sect. This got the elders buzzing. They all felt like the Jade Pure sect would be hitting the jackpot if they swallowed them up. But if they swallowed the Blood Flame Heaven sect, who would stop the Untainted sect? The representative, real person Yan Lin, found the sect's decision really bizarre. The Jade Pure sect is so weak, what are they relying on? Just one low-level transformation realm guy. Everyone else is in the nascent soul realm. They're not even enough to be a threat, except for that blindfolded dude standing in the corner. Just then, the sect leader stood up and said, Elder Xiaojiao, please entertain our distinguished guest. Well, I need to discuss this with Elder Han. Yan Lin scoffed inwardly. If your sect doesn't have the strength, then so be it. As the sect leader, you don't have any spine. What were the sect master and Qing Han real person thinking, wanting to join a sect like this? Xiao Jiao suddenly approached, interrupting his thoughts. I remember attending the Blood Flame Heaven sect's opening ceremony 5,000 years ago. So you guys have fallen this far. Forget it. Let's not talk about that. You and I are both elders. How about we spar to test each other's current strength? Xiao Jiao revealed his Golden Core Realm cultivation. Yan Lin knew Xiao Jiao was hiding his cultivation, pretending to be in the Golden Core Realm to catch him off guard with a sneak attack. This kind of small trick won't fool me. I already saw that you're in the Fusion Realm. First level. Back at Hanju's cave abode, he was startled by the information he just heard. The sect leader asked anxiously, What do you think? What should we do? Hanju pondered slowly. This move will definitely offend the Untainted sect. Even if I'm not afraid of the enlightened old freak, I'm afraid there might be someone stronger than me. A little worried, he asked, Li Qingzi, what's the Jade Pure sect's current strength? Can we fight evenly with the Untainted sect? The sect leader replied glumly. It's tough. Actually, disciples of the Untainted sect have been infiltrating the Great Yan border for a long time. The Jade Pure sect disciples have fought them many times, losing more often than winning. They even sent many Fusion Realm powerhouses to occupy Great Yan. In the end, we had to rely on Elder Xiao Jiao to suppress those guys. Hanju frowned, full of suspicion. Is that enlightened old freak targeting me? It's obvious that he doesn't know I'm secretly cursing him, right? He thought for a moment and said, Then that means we don't have a choice. Once the Untainted sect swallows Great Wei, Great Yan will definitely be the next target. The sect leader thought the same. Suddenly, the sound of fighting reached them, drawing their attention. Two streaks of light flashed across the sky. Li Qingzi recognized them with a start. That's Xiao Jiao and Yan Lin. Why are those two fighting? Hanju calmed him down. It's Chapelet. Alright, from what I can see, they're just sparring. In the sky, Elder Xiao Jiao looked radiant, chanting an incantation, and flew extremely fast to chase after Yan Lin. That old geezer, who had been secretly cursing him, now had a bruised and battered face, but his mouth still wouldn't quit. Ninth level of the fusion realm. What are you pretending for? Who taught you this concealment technique? Seeing this scene, the sect leader felt that Hanju was wrong. He really couldn't tell that they were just sparring. It looked like a one-sided beating. In the sky, flashes of light erupted as magical powers collided. Hanju gave the sect leader another shock. Xiaojiao still hasn't used his full strength. Turning to Yanlin, who was so battered that even his parents wouldn't recognize him, he was forced to use his strongest move. He summoned a giant fire snake. Xiaojiao looked tiny in front of it, but he wasn't afraid at all. He calmly raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy into the two fingers pointing at the sky, and chanted an incantation. At this moment, Xiaojiao created countless clones that surrounded Yanlin in the middle. Li Qingzi was freaking out watching those big shots fight, but Hanju was way chill, saying, "If the Yuqing sect really wants to swallow up the Blood Flame Heaven Gate, we gotta put the squeeze on them. Otherwise, even if they merge now, who knows if they'll get rebellious ideas later." Hearing this, the headmaster hesitated a bit, but then agreed, his eyes glued to the intense battle in the sky. Hanju mused, "Looks like Xiaojiao's on the same wavelength as me." When the fight finally ended, Yanlin, missing a tooth, was still scratching his head, totally clueless as to what just happened. The poor guy was a mess, cupping his fist in farewell, each word punctuated by a mouthful of blood. Seriously painful. The headmaster couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for him, asking, "You alright, Yanlin? Basically stripped bare? Could only manage? I'm fine, no need to worry." Once he hobbled off into the distance, the headmaster nervously asked Hanju, "Look at him. What if the Blood Flame Heaven Gate doesn't even bother coming?" Without missing a beat, Hanju replied, "If they come begging the Yuqing sect for protection, then they better act like they're begging." Suddenly, the system chimed in with a notification. Detected a person with innate immortal luck. Want to check out their background? Hanju was taken aback, not expecting to run into another weirdo. The info popped up. Name's Murong Qi. Golden Core Realm, 4th level, goes by the handle Myriad Truth Divine Emperor. He got ganged up on, reincarnated as a mortal, but his talent is off the charts. He's headed to the Yuqing sect because he's drawn to some ancient spiritual ginseng. Now this is getting interesting, he thought. While all that was going on for Hanju, elsewhere things were much more lively. A group of people happily strolling along. Guanyang was enthusiastically introducing things. "Our Yuqing sect's been around for 1,000 years since its founding." He just kept spouting poetic lines. Within the Yuqing sect's mountain gate, the scenery is picturesque, with fragrant flowers and exotic plants. It's the top choice. First choice, the rogue cultivators begin to enter the organization after going ashore. Suddenly, someone curiously asked, "Elder Yu Gang, is that also one of the Yuqing sect's mountains?" Following the direction of the person's finger was a towering mountain, engraved with the words, "Bitter Cultivation to Immortality." Guan Yu Gang immediately replied, "That's the mountain of Yuqing sect's Godslayer Elder. You can't just barge in, or you'll be immediately kicked out." Hearing this, Murong Qi was even more convinced of his judgment. "It's definitely this place. What I'm looking for is definitely on this mountain. My intuition won't be wrong." He continued probing. "Does the Godslayer Elder take on disciples?" Guan Yu Gang's answer was, "Well, he does take them on, but there was a monk before." Yu Gang didn't finish the sentence, but stretched out 5 fingers, concluding, "He kneeled under the mountain for 5 years before successfully becoming a disciple. If you have that much perseverance, then you can give it a try." This answer left everyone speechless in disbelief. While the group continued to the next stop, Murong Qi was still lost in thought. Kneel for 5 years, huh? For that thing, what's 5 years of kneeling? After a while, he made a decision. "Elder Gunian, I'm not going back. I plan to stay here and become a disciple of the Godslayer." "Elder." These words surprised everyone. Elsewhere, as Xun Changyan was knitting, he suddenly sneezed. He had a bad feeling about this. 2 months later, life continued as usual, peaceful and serene. Suddenly, a blaze of purple light flashed from afar, startling everyone. Murmurs arose one after another. Purple clouds. This is. Someone else has comprehended the myriad ancient Sword Dao. But those in the Yuqing sect were no longer surprised by this. They could only stare blankly and wonder, not, it's him again. As expected, a powerful layer of golden light radiated from Hanju's surroundings. The core of power in front of his chest was gradually forming. Hanju slowly opened his eyes. Another new comprehension. The heaven and earth Xuanhuang piercing boundary finger is truly amazing. The space before him stretched out endlessly. Around him were faint shadows, startling him. This place is a stream of sword Dao. No way, it was just reviewing sword techniques. How did I end up here? Hanju looked around all confused. Was he gonna run into that same dude again or what? He noticed everyone was moving. Guess his sword comprehension was leveling up again. The higher the level, the further you can go. Wonder if he improved at all. Suddenly Hanju sensed something weird and quickly looked down. That's when he realized he was zooming like crazy, passing everyone in the blink of an eye. But seriously, what's going on? Why can't he stop? He was going so fast the people around him were just blurs. Hanju was all sorts of bewildered, wondering how he managed to overtake so many people so quickly. He came to a conclusion. Could it be that his sword comprehension was too OP to even describe? At this point, Hanju was officially panicking. He started yelling his head off, his limbs numb, unable to break. If that dude finds out, he's so screwed. He was flailing around, trying to stop, when suddenly, a light appeared in front of him. An illusion appeared and immediately started scolding him. It's you again. I gave you a chance last time. Don't get cocky. Hanju could only wipe away his tears and snot and explain, I didn't mean to offend you, Senior. I just can't stop myself. Before he could finish, his figure disappeared, leaving only his cries for help echoing behind. Seeing this, the Senior was speechless. He'd been guarding the sword stream for so many years, and this was the first time he'd seen someone comprehend it so fast. Before his very eyes, Hanju was in the 1000YEARS realm. He was despairing so hard his face was all contorted as he yelled, I'm gonna enter it! Suddenly, something pulled him to a stop, but his eyes and mouth, still freaked out, kept flying forward from the momentum. Turns out the illusionary Senior had held Hanju back. His face, still on the ground, hadn't returned to his body, but he didn't forget to thank him profusely. Thank you, Senior. Your great kindness can never be repaid. The illusion felt strange. You clearly don't have a past life, so how can you have such sword comprehension? Normal people struggle to take even one step, but you can't stop at all. It's like the sword stream is chasing after you, stuffing knowledge into you. Hearing about a past life, Hanju quickly said, Everything has a beginning. Maybe I'll become someone else's past life in the future. Confused, the Senior said, Well, nobody can control reincarnation, the illusion explained. With your current strength, the 1000YEARS realm isn't something you can control. Otherwise, you'll get a backlash. Go back with that. The Senior raised his hand to flick Hanju away, but Hanju just stared blankly, not understanding why the illusion guarding the sword stream was holding a hand in front of his forehead. A thwack sound rang out, and everything around him instantly went dark, like he'd gone blind. After a moment, Hanju suddenly woke up, his eyes wide with shock. Hanju felt an overwhelming power around him. The advancement in the sword stream led to a sharp increase in his sword comprehension. The power pierced the sky and slammed down, causing a huge vibration. Just as Murongqi was kneeling to take on a master, the power descended. This made him excited and cheered. As expected, Murongqi was ecstatic. There must be what I'm looking for on this mountain. Judging from this situation, I reckon that the Senior must have come out of closed cultivation. He kowtowed repeatedly. Murongqi hoped that he would see him. Suddenly a voice sounded. How can there be people below the mountain? This voice surprised him. Mu Rongqi looked up while expectant. Could it be that the Zhan Shen elder has arrived? But before him was Shun Changwan, a person who looks comical. From the first second he saw Mu Rongqi, Chang Jian was hopelessly infatuated. This youth is too handsome. But Mu Rongqi's mood was the complete opposite. He froze solid, thinking to himself, this is bad. In a scene of 100 flowers blooming, filling the air with fragrance, there was a hilariously awkward situation unfolding. On one side, Shun Changyan was beaming with joy, grinning from ear to ear, while on the other, Mu Rongqi was gloomy, questioning his existence. Why do I feel like this guy is strangely attractive, but I definitely don't like this type? Suddenly, he realized something. Wait a minute. Could he be that elder Zhaihan Shen, who can bring me great opportunities? Immediately, Mu Rongqi bowed low. This sudden action startled Shun Changjian, making him step back. You, what are you doing? He kowtowed, saying, please, senior, take me as your disciple. Changjian couldn't process it for a moment. What's going on? He stood there dumbfounded, but then he understood and seriously considered it. My cultivation is higher than his, so taking a disciple isn't difficult, but I still have to ask Shifu first. So Changyan asked, what's your name? But after Mu Rongqi said his name, he delivered a blunt sentence. Then you can keep kneeling here, Mu Rongqi firmly replied. Yes. Inside the sect, Hanju suspiciously asked, someone outside wants to become your disciple. Shun Changjian quickly reacted. Is that not allowed, Shifu? Hanju calmly replied. It's not that it's not allowed, it depends on what you think. Changjian explained. I think we're very compatible. If Shifu agrees, I'll take him as my disciple. Hanju was very skeptical of this statement. Compatible? Are you sure it's not just one-sided? Finally, he agreed. Then take him. Bring him to Cultivate under the Fusang Shu and keep a close eye on him. Don't let him wander off, understand? Shun Changnan excitedly replied, yes, Shifu. Outside, Mu Rongqi was still obediently kneeling as instructed, unaware that he had mistaken his master. Now he thought, how long do I have to kneel? The senior must be testing my patience, right? Sensing someone approaching, he looked up. Before Mu Rongqi was the solemn master he had longed for, but this master looked a bit blinding. Changjian spoke. Let's go, follow me up the mountain. Mu Rongqi rejoiced inwardly. Finally, I've succeeded. My great opportunity is here. The scene shifted to before the gate of the Jade Pure sect. There, Liu Bunyi and Qingxian were whispering. The fate of the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect depends on this trip. Qingxian resolutely stepped forward. Let's go. This time, the two of us must force the Jade Pure sect to agree. But Buyi was still a little worried. What if they still refuse? A dangerous glint flashed in Qingxian's eyes as he smiled slyly. Refuse? Then we'll have to kneel down and beg them. That was the reality. They acted all tough before, but in reality, they had no other choice. Qingxian's decisive act of kneeling left Hanju unsure of what to do. Even while begging, Buyi was still uneasy and whispered, the Jade Pure sect is so big. The sect master's words don't matter. Only his words count. Qingxian was very enlightened. Don't say that. We're lucky he's even willing to see us. Suddenly, Hanju spoke, startling them. I, Han, hate being disturbed during cultivation the most. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, things will be very unpleasant. As he said those threatening words, Hanju's face twisted into a terrifying Asura-like expression, frightening Liu Buyi and Qingxian out of their wits. This aura is the fusion realm. This oppression is even stronger than our hired elders. Sensing the pressure, the other also collapsed and knelt down. I am the sect master of the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect, Liu Buyi. Buyi suppressed his fear and raised his head, sincerely saying, this time, I've come to pay respects to the senior and wish for the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect to merge into the Jade Pure Cltivation. I hope Senior will grant our request." These two are sincere enough, so Hanju agreed. But after joining the Jade Pure Sect, no divided loyalties. Your sect is disbanded, then you join the Jade Pure Sect, got it? Arius. Hearing this, Liu Budi and Xingxian were overjoyed. Hanju reached out and released a mark, saying seriously, "I've left a mark in your bodies. It won't affect your cultivation normally." The mark released a surge of power that entered Budi and Xingxian's bodies. Hanju warned, "But if you have any intention of betraying me, you know the consequences." The two replied in unison, "We pledge our loyalty to the Jade Pure Sect." Then Hanju turned abruptly and went back into the cave, leaving behind only a word of praise. Not bad. As for the specific details later, just go find Li Qingzi. This decisive action left Qingxian and Liu Budi bewildered. That's it? Why let the opportunity slip away? But he quickly stated his main purpose. "Senior, please wait. The Blood Flame Heaven Sect is being harassed by the Faceless Sect. The treasures and disciples are still in great way and can't come to the Jade Pure Sect. We beg Senior to lend a hand." The name Faceless Sect immediately caught Hanju's attention, and he stopped. He paused and said, "It's okay. You guys just disperse. I'll take care of it." With that, Hanju walked straight inside, leaving the two outside bowing and expressing their gratitude. As he walked, he remembered that, according to intelligence, the strongest person in the Faceless Sect seemed to be the Enlightenment Old Monster. If that's the case, as long as the Enlightenment Old Monster remains injured, the Faceless Sect won't dare to act recklessly. The Jade Pure Sect also won't have any direct conflicts with the Faceless Sect. Hanju went to the ancient book he had seen earlier. "My affair with Niangzi has been completely erased. In this life, I'll rely on my own strength to face my enemies." Book of Misfortune. "Curse him with all your might." After that, on the other side, waves of violent coughing and vomiting of blood echoed continuously. Seeing his master struggling all over the room due to the coughing, Dongfeng Xian panicked. "Master, are you all right?" The Enlightenment Old Monster rolled his eyes back, furious but could only croak, Who is harming me?" Suddenly, a subordinate reported from outside the door. "News from the front. The Blood Flame Heaven Sect has defected to the Jade Pure Sect of our Great Yan. Should we continue the attack?" Hearing the name Jade Pure Sect, the Enlightenment Old Monster immediately felt threatened, so he decided to halt the peace talks. Dongfeng Xian retorted, "Master, is that it? If word gets out, others will think our Faceless Sect is afraid of the Jade Pure Sect." But the Enlightenment Old Monster said, "Dealing with two sects at the same time will be very difficult, even for our Faceless Sect." As if remembering something, the Enlightenment Old Monster roared, his eyes bloodshot with anger. "Wait! This Jade Pure Sect." Image. Xing Hongzhuan. The Enlightenment Old Monster realized that he had been cursed since inviting that woman. And this time he was cursed so severely that he was heavily injured. It happened right when the Blood Flame Heaven Sect and the Jade Pure Sect were negotiating. Dongfeng Xian confidently said, "I've heard that the highest cultivation in the Jade Pure Sect is only at the transformation stage. Master, rest assured, I'll definitely capture Liu Budi when I go on this campaign." He turned to leave immediately, but was stopped by the Enlightenment Old Monster's words. "You can't go," he continued. "There's something strange about this. Your trial at the Celestial Abode is coming up, so don't cause any more trouble. The war with the Blood Flame Heaven Sect has lasted for so many years, so it should end. The reputation of the Faceless Sect has been established there. There is no need to pursue and kill to the end." His master's words made him unwilling, but he had to obey. The Enlightenment Old Monster continued, "My mind is made up. We will not advance to attack the Blood Flame Heaven sect again. Now Dongfang Xian could only clench his fists in agreement. On Murongqi's side, after cultivating for a week, he realized that his master was not the god-slaying elder. When Xun Changchan was introducing the senior martial sister, grandmaster, and other figures in the transformation stage, Murongqi finally realized in shock, "You're not the god-slaying elder?" Hearing this question, Xun Chang'an replied nonchalantly, "When did I say I was the god-slaying elder?" This confusing mistake was indeed a mental shock to Murongqi. After the Blood Flame Heaven sect relied on the Jade Pure sect, the Faceless sect temporarily suspended its attack plan. Now, the Jade Pure sect is also developing rapidly because of this, leading to more and more rogue cultivators and mortals coming to seek refuge. Li Qingzi is like Hanju's representative. From then on, Great Yan experienced calm seas and tranquil waves every day. Over the next 10 years, cultivation precepts were always engraved on the cliffs. Endure for a moment, and the sky will be vast, and the sea wide. Suddenly, the system displayed, "You have lived for 400 years in this life. You have two choices. One is to descend into the world and prove your strength, which can obtain a chi-luck divine beast, or a natural treasure. 2 is to continue closed-door cultivation, which can obtain a spiritual treasure." Standing in front of a cake with 400 burning candles, Hanju made his wish. "Happy 400th birthday. Choose the second one." System notification. You chose to continue secluded cultivation. Congratulations on obtaining the spiritual treasure, the Heaven Concealing Spiritual Bracelet, with defensive properties. It can isolate divine senses and defend against soul attacks. Hanju was very pleased with this birthday gift and put it on his wrist. Immediately, the spiritual treasure emitted golden spiritual energy, Hanju said with amusement. Another defensive spiritual treasure, huh? Feeling extremely pleased, the noise from Gilanshan made him put away his playful expression and return to his serious demeanor. Within the area of the Jade Pure sect, a determined voice rang out, "I have come this time to challenge the Jade Pure sect to a battle of skills, regardless of life or death." Lan Shen flew in the air. He arrogantly provoked, "Is there anyone in the Jade Pure sect who dares to fight me?" Hanju checked the information panel and hesitated a bit, challenging the sect. And another Huang Jihao, huh? The system displayed Gilanshan's information. Second layer of the fusion realm. His personality is arrogant. He wants to become the #1 cultivator under the heavens, challenging everywhere and never failing. Thinking about how he was a Dao disciple of the Heavenly Immortal Manor, Hanju became wary. Heard a lot about the Heavenly Immortal Manor, but this is the first time I've met someone from there. Should be an interesting opponent. The Jade Pure sect's defensive grand formation was immediately activated, followed by a loud shout. Simulated combat activated. A strong barrier appeared around the Jade Pure sect. Seeing this, Lan Shen provoked, "What's this? The Jade Pure sect conquered the Blood Flame sect, but no one dares to fight me? How disappointing." Still no movement. So he raised the stakes. "I'll offer 100 million high Kina-grade spirit stones." He continued to yell, 100 million spirit stones isn't enough. I'll add a spiritual treasure." The sects within the Jade Pure sect must be surprised by this guy's wealth, seeing that it still didn't work. Gilanshan angrily shouted, "No way! Is everyone in the Jade Pure sect a coward? Why won't anyone even peep?" While Li Qingzi was busy studying precious books, he was disturbed by Lan Shen's yelling, "People of the Jade Pure sect, come out here! You have the ability to open a sect. Why don't you have the ability to fight back?" Unable to bear it anymore, Li Qingzi had to put down his books and complain, "Elder Han and Elder Xiao, why aren't you taking action yet? I'm trying to cultivate in seclusion. Do you have to make it so difficult for me?" Meanwhile, someone was plucking petals to decide whether to go or wait for Elder Han to handle it. Unexpectedly, The last petal fell on the "I have to go" option. So Xiao Zhao pretended to be dumb and nonchalantly said, "Looks like I miscounted. Let's count again." While Li Qingzi was studying at a crucial point, Xiao Zhao sniffed the flowers. But Han Zhu was already furious. "It's been so long, why haven't the sect master and Xiao Zhao taken action yet? Even if we lose, we should still fight him off." Outside, Guy Lanshan had been yelling alone like a loner all day long. He finally ran out of patience and became furious. "I'll give you the time it takes to breathe once. If you don't come out, I'll flatten the Jade Pure sect." Lan Shen started gathering spiritual power in his palm. He roared. "I'm serious." Finally, Lan Shen was answered. "Taoist friend, wait." Hanju had to appear. "Taoist friend is powerful. The Jade Pure sect is ashamed to be inferior." Hearing a voice, Lan Shen stopped. "Is only one person from the Jade Pure sect coming out?" Even though he said that, he didn't know when Hanju had arrived. Hanju humbly replied, "Only me. I hope Taoist friend will stop." After so much monologue, finally someone appeared, so Gilanshan pounced. "You're here, but you think you can just say you admit defeat and it'll be over." To appease him, Hanju began to flatter. "Taoist friend is as handsome as jade, with a heroic appearance. One look and I can tell you, have the temperament of a chosen one. Why be so angry? Please, let's become friends." "What do you think?" Gilanshan calmed down after hearing that. "I guess you know how to talk. Since I'm already here, I'll give you some pointers. Just do your best." Seeing that this guy was too arrogant, Hanju was displeased and asked back, "Are you sure? You won't shed tears until you see the coffin?" Lan Shen put on airs and said, "I am one of the chosen ones of the heavenly immortal manor. Except for that pervert, I've never been afraid of anyone. Hurry up, don't waste my time." Without saying much, Hanju raised one hand to prepare. "Then please enlighten me," someone shouted loudly. Lan Shen. While he was sleeping soundly, he slowly opened his eyes in a daze, clearly not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, his master appeared before Gilanchan, catching him off guard. "Master, why are you here?" The master angrily retorted. "You idiot! If I hadn't placed a protective clone seal on your primordial spirit, you'd have lost your body and soul long ago." Only then did he realize something was wrong. "Why am I only in my primordial spirit form?" Finally, Langchan remembered. He didn't expect that Hanju would blow him away with just one move. Previously known as the Heaven and Earth Xuanhuan, a dimension, piercing sword, but now just one finger was enough to erase all traces of Gilangchan. Hanju's face darkened. "Heavenly Immortal Mansion's genius? You couldn't even last 3 seconds in my simulated training room. Who gave you the courage to challenge me?" Suddenly a steady voice echoed. "Fellow Taoist, please show mercy." Seeing Li Kong arrive, Hanju immediately said, "The little one got beat, so the old one shows up? You saw it, right? He was the one bullying me. He kept provoking me. I don't want trouble, but I'm definitely not afraid of it." Li Kong held the weak, foaming at the mouth primordial spirit of Langchan in his hands, and bowed his head in acknowledgement. "I am Guilangchan's master now. Fellow Taoist is right. This was indeed his fault. I apologize on behalf of my wayward disciple." Li Kong negotiated. "If fellow Taoist is willing to spare him, we'll leave immediately." "Okay," Hanju agreed. "Fellow Taoists, a promise is a promise," Yang Kong replied. "Of course." System notification. Li Kong Daoran has generated 3-star goodwill towards you, reason. You didn't kill Gilangchan, honestly. Even if he didn't want to, he had to let them go. Because Li Kong's 7th level of Tribulation Realm gave Hanju the chills. He thought this guy wasn't bad, strong, and good looking, so Li Kong asked for his name. Hanju solemnly replied, "Just some random nobody. My name is Guan Yu, courtesy name Yuncheng." Later, Gilangchan's small, aggrieved form questioned, "Why couldn't I even withstand one move from Guan Yu?" Li Kong told the truth. "If he hadn't intended to spare your primordial spirit, even I couldn't have stopped him." Even the dragon protective armor was torn to shreds. patched up everywhere. Guilang Chun didn't expect a Tribulation Realm expert like his master to be so damaged. Lu Kong explained. It was just a clone, but his swordplay was so domineering that I almost lost control of my true body. Consider this a lesson for you. What have you learned? Hearing his master's scolding tone, Lang Chan hesitated, stammering, unsure how to answer. Finally, he had to admit, I didn't expect there to be so many strong cultivators outside the heavenly immortal mansion. Even small sects have hidden powerhouses. Seeing that he had matured a little, his master was pleased. Lang Chan quickly perked up, excitedly saying, in the future, I want to challenge more sects to understand that there are people beyond people, heavens beyond heavens. Just when he thought he had learned something, this leopard hasn't changed its spots, infuriating Lian Kong. No means no. Lian Kong locked him up to be done with it. Go back to the heavenly immortal mansion for me. You're not allowed to come out for 500 years. Yuli Langchen wailed in protest. He was truly helpless. Idiot! Who always saves you every time, huh? The outside of the Jade Pure Sect's secret hall was covered with a complicated layer of spells. Ever since she was captured by Hanju, Munju had been locked in this secret hall. Every day she focused on cultivating, and now her cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. However, Moju always had the obsession to escape, to leave this place, and avenge the Moja family. Day after day, Moju deluded herself. What are you waiting for? Your clan brother, Mufuki, is still waiting for your help. In a moment, she regained control of her mind, struggling to resist the demon within her. Who are you? Get out. I don't want you. You don't represent me. The two sides fought fiercely, causing Moju's body to almost explode. She screamed and strained, pushing away the resentful spirits within her. Overexertion caused Moju to suffer internal injuries, leading to her vomiting blood. After a moment of torment, she collapsed, exhausted and wretched. Clearly I'm cultivating the Mana family's ancestral technique, but why does this technique cultivate demonic energy? Moju couldn't figure out if that earlier situation was a demon. It didn't really seem like one, and she even called herself the family head. Could it be that the Moju family was actually once a demonic sect? The more Moju thought about it, the more she realized it seemed like she was supposed to inherit something. But should she really re-cultivate that technique? She looked up at the sky and pondered. If she recultivated, who knows how much time it would take? Chasing after Hanju was already hard enough, if she had to start all over. They started cultivating together with Hanju back then, and she clearly broke through to Foundation establishment earlier than him. Images of Hanju constantly moving forward flashed in Moju's mind. It made her feel a pang of sadness. But right now, Moju couldn't keep up with him anymore. Finally, tears of shame streamed down her face. Do I even have another chance? In another scene, beneath a narrow mountain crevice, only a sliver of the sun could be seen. Suchi was also diligently cultivating. The burst of power felt like it wanted to incinerate the boy. Suchi always thought, I'm sorry, master, but to survive, I have to abandon my original cultivation method. Suchi was forced to start recultivating the demonic technique that the demon lord taught him, so the power fluctuating around the boy exuded a sinister aura. But surprisingly, this kid's cultivation increased dramatically as soon as he switched techniques. The demon lord, who was sitting beside him, also had to marvel at how well Suchi meshed with demonic techniques. A human being able to do this? I just can't wrap my head around it. But he was also a bit jealous. What's been happening lately? Has my cultivation hit a bottleneck or something? When I cultivate, all I get is interference from inner demons. I can't even cultivate properly. Annoying as hell. After muttering to himself, the demon lord stood up. You just stay here and cultivate. There's a formation of mine here. No one would dare disturb you. Suki asked. Where are you going? The demon lord hesitated in midair, almost stepping out of the place, but still lingered, and said irritably, Going for a walk, killing some sect members to relieve some stress. This answer left the boy speechless. truly worthy of being the Demon Lord. This seems like an opportunity. Sun Qi really hesitated. Should I run away? But considering the situation, it wouldn't work. The Demon Lord's strength is right there. Running would be useless. If Maester were here, things would be better. Sun Qi suddenly thought, wait, Master isn't taking action? Does that mean he's allowing the Demon Lord to give me this opportunity? I also mesh well with demonic techniques. Does he think that it's fine to let me grow faster this way? After realizing his master's intention, the boy puffed up his chest with determination. Such good intentions. I understand, Master. But at home, Master Hanju was very ignorant, still unaware that he was such a far-sighted person. Suddenly, the system announced, detected the strongest person in the Jade Pure sect is Wu Dao, the old freak in the 7th level of the fusion realm, is the sect master of the non-phase sect. This information made him wonder. Wu Dao, the old freak, has arrived? Right in front of the Jade Pure sect's entrance, Wu Dao had arrived with his disciple. Just wait for me nearby. I'll go in alone, Wu Dao, the old freak, instructed. In case anything happened, it would be easier to respond. Hearing this, Dongfang Xian obeyed. Yes, Master, please be safe. Wu Dao glided lightly up the steps, slowly entering the Jade Pure sect. Inside, Lina Qingzi rushed out. What's going on? Wu Dao Si of the non-phase sect has arrived? The person beside him said. He came alone. Doesn't seem like he's here to nitpick or anything. The gate of the Jade Pure sect was packed with people. Everyone was discussing whether Wu Dao had come to settle accounts, so Qingzi had to say loudly, we were not quick enough to welcome the sect master from afar. I wonder what the predecessor is here for. Wu Dao said respectfully, I've come to resolve the misunderstandings from the past. Hearing this, Qingxian and Bu Mie snorted loudly. But Qingzi still had to invite Wu Dao inside. Beneath the wide hood, a dangerous look flashed across his face. I wonder where Elder Zihan Shen is. We had some misunderstandings before, so I wanted to meet him in person. Hearing this, all three of them, Qingxian, Bu Mie, and Qingzi, were surprised. You had grievances with Elder Han? Li Xingzi was about to refuse this request, I'm afraid, but Wu Dao jumped right down his throat. You're supposed to be the leader of the Yu King sect. Can't even handle a measly elder? While Qingzi was flapping his gums, Xiao Yao chimed in. He said, Elder Han just told me to bring Wu Daozi to him. Hearing that, Li Qingzi agreed to take him to see Han Ju. Having achieved his goal, Wu Dao revealed a sinister grin. As they walked, Wu Dao was given a tour. This is our Yu King sect's pilot experimental cave dwelling. The spiritual qi is abundant and full of vitality. Li Qingzi said excitedly, if the experiment succeeds, it will be open to the entire sect. In a little while, the Yu King sect's disciples will definitely be super talented. Wu Dao responded, indeed, a very good place. While they were walking, Hanju appeared and spoke up. I wonder what brings Senior here. He greeted Wu Dao with a very friendly attitude, leaving no room for criticism. Seeing that calm face only fueled his hatred. Wu Dao gritted his teeth and said, I've heard of the elder for a long time, so I came to visit. Also, I want to resolve the grudges between us. Inside the cave dwelling, Hanju's gentle voice echoed, Senior, please have a seat. He wondered what grudges they had. Heaven has a path, but you refuse to take it. Hell has no gate, yet you barge right in. Wu Dao apologized. For offending Xing Hongshuan before, I didn't know Miss Xing was your Dao partner. Therefore, the Yu Qing sect conquering the Blood Flame Heaven Gate, I won't target it anymore. Hearing that, Hanju picked up the teacup on the tray and said gratefully. He brought the tea to his lips. Acting like he didn't care about the past, Wu Dao also cooperated extremely well, praising Hanju for his generosity. He took a sip of tea, hiding his cold eyes and cursing inwardly. At least it's toned down. Hanju looked at Wu Dao's saintly smile and then at the 5-star hatred level the system had just announced. Feeling annoyed, 4 stars became 5 stars. You must be itching to chop me into a million pieces, right? Suddenly he spoke in a deep voice. Also, I was cursed by someone. Was that done by Dao friend? These words immediately made Hanju pause slightly, clearly a bit surprised to be asked. The expression on Wu Dao's face became distorted. This trip, I came to make something clear. Dao friend, don't provoke me. I won't bother Miss Xing. Our two sects can even establish a friendly relationship. What greeted him was Hanju's innocent face. I am an upright person. How could I do such a low thing? Moreover, we have never met. How could I curse you? He continued to play dumb, but inside he was tense, because he had been guessed. This person can't be kept. Wu Dao obviously didn't believe it. With so many coincidences right in front of me, if it's not you, then who could it be? He observed Hanju pretending to be clueless. This guy doesn't dare to admit it, proving he's wary of me. Although he has a body of spiritual treasures, he's not a big threat. Even a death battle wouldn't kill me. Thinking of this, Wu Dao suddenly smirked triumphantly. Curse tribulation divine power. As long as the primordial spirit is here, the physical body is forever immortal. If I get rid of him, then this Yu King sect and Blood Flame Heaven sect will belong to my Wuxiang sect. Then he smiled with eyes full of ambition. Davio friend, no need to pretend. I'm not here to start a war. Hanju looked at the 55-star hatred notification and was speechless. Saying this, Wu Dao couldn't keep up the pretense anymore, gnashing his teeth. I just hope you stop. Finishing his words, he waved his hand, releasing countless spiritual power thorn vines to bind Hanju. The thorn vines shot out from all directions, aiming at Hanju. Facing the thorn vines about to touch his body, Hanju calmly enjoyed his tea as if nothing was happening. At this time, outside, a freshly grilled fish emitted a delicious aroma. Shun Changchan's sniffling voice rang out. Sect leader, isn't this kind of person breaking Master's rules? Master doesn't like being disturbed, he asked worriedly. Hearing this, Li Qingzi looked helpless. It's already lucky that the Wuxiang sect master didn't force his way into bitter cultivation Immortal Mountain. The other two were completely engrossed in the delicious grilled fish. Suddenly, a loud noise startled everyone, making them whip their heads towards their master. What happened? They rushed frantically to the cave entrance, worried about Hanju. What greeted them was Wu Dao silently walking out of the cave. Seeing this, Li Qingzi immediately panicked, his face turning pale as he shouted, "What did you do to Elder Han?" As soon as he finished speaking, he curled his lips into a sinister grin and chuckled a few times. Sect leader, don't attack, it's me. This voice clearly came from Wu Dao, but sounded exactly like Hanju, leaving them dumbfounded. At this moment, he strolled over. His primordial spirit has been destroyed by me. Now this part of my soul controls his actions, Li Qingzi exclaimed in disbelief. He's dead. Hanju placed his hand on Wu Dao's shoulder and nodded. Yeah, keep this quiet. I'll take his body away and make sure the Wuxiang sect doesn't find out we did it. Li Qingzi, terrified and sweating profusely, stammered that he would control the rumors, secretly marveling in his heart, Wu Dao, that old monster, was killed in less than 2 breaths. The difference is too vast. He secretly sneered. To deal with him, all you need is the 6 Paths Divine Seal to destroy his primordial spirit. This is the experience I gained from 8 simulated battles. Then, Hanju urged Li Qingzi, hurry up and go. After that, he began to ponder where to send Wu Dao's soul, finally deciding to blame it on a random demon clan. Outside, Dongfang Xian began to lose patience. Why hasn't Master come out after so long? A disciple immediately reassured him. Don't worry, Commander. Nothing will happen to the sect leader. Suddenly, something zipped across the sky, startling them into looking up. He immediately recognized that it was his master. Dongfang Xian hurriedly led the others to follow, shouting, Wait! Disciple is here! Wu Dao, currently being controlled by Hanju, paused for a moment in contemplation. Immediately after, he zoomed off like a jet plane, leaving the group behind in the dust. Is the sect leader in a hurry or something? Dongfang Xian, angrily urged the disciples to chase after him. They helplessly yelled, "Sect leader, wait! We're not in the integration realm, we can't keep up with you." Hanju manipulated Wu Dao, that old monster, to go full speed ahead. After half a month, when spiritual energy was almost completely depleted, he could only let him randomly stop in a deep mountain area. Hanju used the last strand of spiritual power to leave a clue that would point suspicion for the murder towards the Wuxiang sect's disciples. Afterward, he withdrew his soul, leaving behind a meticulously crafted fake scene. By this time, the exhausted disciples were still chasing after him, wondering why Wu Dao went to the territory of the Qingman Dasheng, Qingman Great Sage, a place only fools would go. Just as Dongfeng Xian finished speaking, Zhao Fan and Mofuki came out from that direction. The two of them immediately turned their heads and glanced at the group with confused expressions. He and the Wuxiang sect's disciples also looked back with equally bewildered faces. In the end, they just flew past each other. Zhou Fan hesitated. "Should we just get rid of them?" Mofuki immediately flew off the handle. "Can't you consider the consequences first? I've suffered so much following you. Are you brain dead? Remember what we agreed on before. This time we're back just to visit old friends. Don't cause any trouble." Hearing his reminder, he immediately assured, "I just want to see Hanju's expression, like a frog at the bottom of a well." Seeing his fearful eyes, unsure of our strength, only by shocking and reshaping his worldview can he conquer the world with us. Zhou Fan grinned slyly. Turning back to Hanju, he was inspecting the storage ring that Wu Dao, that old monster, gifted in his hand. Then Hanju looked up again, his face dumbfounded with shock. No wonder he's the sect leader of the Wuxiang sect. The details are beyond expectations. Before his eyes were countless jewels, gems, and gold coins, shining so brightly they blinded anyone who looked. Then Hanju glanced at the mountain of rare and peerless cultivation treasures. He was so excited that he started jumping around in the pile of treasures that now belonged to him. So many treasures and resources are enough to start a sect. This delivery guy is the real deal. While Hanju was hugging his model kit and laughing like a maniac, a shout rang out. "Elder Han, a disaster has struck. Something happened to the secret cave. Moju has gone berserk after being possessed. All living things in the secret cave have been wiped out," Li Qingzi shouted anxiously. Hearing the words possessed, he was immediately stunned in disbelief. Is she following in Mofuki's footsteps? Just as Hanju was wondering what Moju had done, a system notification popped up. His eyes immediately locked onto the information about Moju, awakened demon soul, fallen into the demonic path, killing intent soaring. Hanju didn't understand at all what awakened demon soul was. A moment later, at the Yiqing sect, Jingxi Zhenren was overjoyed when she saw him arrive. Hanju asked about the situation. She recounted that, thanks to the barrier, no one was killed. However, the formation had been shattered by demonic energy. The strange thing is, she sealed herself off shortly after going berserk, and hasn't moved since. It seems she doesn't want to implicate the sect. Hanju immediately retorted, "That's not a seal, it's more like a pupation." Hearing this, Jingxi Zhenren immediately became worried. Does that mean the chances of an outbreak are higher? He nodded in confirmation and told her to issue an order forbidding anyone from approaching within 10 miles of the secret cave. Jingxi Zhenren immediately accepted the task, not forgetting to remind Hanju to be careful before turning to leave. He reassured her, but he was actually very nervous and worried about Moju. The demonic energy is too heavy. Hanju reached out and gently touched the cocoon. He didn't detect any aura of her inside rejecting him. It's strange that Moju's physical body hasn't even reached the nascent soul realm, yet the demonic energy she cultivates can resist the penetrating power of a void amalgamation realm cultivator. It's him. Hanju frowned and made a guess. Could there be someone else inside? If that's the case, then let's go all out. Thinking this, he immediately raised his hand and unleashed his magical power. striking directly at the cocoon to shatter it. As the cocoon shattered, Mo Zhu, who had been unconscious inside, was revealed in the light. Unexpectedly, she was stark naked, shocking Hanju so much that his eyes widened. After regaining his composure, he immediately rushed forward, shouting Mo Zhu's name and hurriedly taking off his coat. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, Hanju arrived just in time, draping his coat over her to cover her body. She fell into his arms, breathing evenly as if asleep, completely unaware of anything. Hanju placed his hand on Mo Zhu's head to sense her, and was surprised to discover that there was no other soul inside her body, meaning Mo Zhu hadn't been possessed. He observed her chaotic primordial spirit. Then his expression turned grim. Her soul is molting. It's already lost its human form. What is the history of the Moi family? Both Fukio and her have fallen into the demonic path. Suddenly, Mo Zhu abruptly raised her head and reached out to stroke Hanju's face. She moved her face closer, but there was something strange in her eyes. He immediately noticed that there was something wrong with Mo Zhu's pupils, so he quickly stopped her. Hanju shouted in confusion at the scantily clad Mo Zhu. "Did you advance to the nascent soul realm? You haven't undergone tribulation yet. Hey, Miss Mo, restrain yourself." She didn't respond to him. Instead, she continued to move closer. Seeing that Mo Zhu wasn't reacting, Hanju couldn't help but wonder if she was still the same Mo Zhu as before. Her eyes were completely blank, like a doll someone made for fun. A second later, he straight up slapped Mo Zhu across the face, sending her flying. Mo Zhu got smacked so hard she tumbled dozens of times, smashing into a pillar. After a while, she struggled to crawl out of the rubble, groaning in pain. Mo Zhu was finally awake, rubbing her face and wondering, "Who hit me?" Then she was surprised to see Hanju sitting there. A second later, Mo Zhu suddenly realized something and looked down at her naked body. She immediately burst into tears, cursing, "Hanju, what are you doing, you perverted bastard?" Mo Zhu's scream echoed through the secret chamber. "You gotta take responsibility for me. I'm relying on you from now on." Then he put on a "I can't even face," his voice trembling. "If I told you I hatched from that black egg, would you believe me? What's up with you Mo family people anyway? Why'd you turn into a demon too?" Hearing this question, she didn't know what to answer. "Ever since I entered the Jindan realm, when I was cultivating, I kept hearing a voice." Mo Zhu pouted, feeling wronged. She recounted with tears in her eyes. "At first, I thought it was a demon in my heart, but then I realized it wasn't. I checked the ancient texts that my brother left for the family, and found out it was the will passed down by the Mo family ancestors. Actually, the Mo family isn't demonic cultivators. We're true demon race. Later, the race died out, and the demon race cultivation methods were passed to humans, which is where demonic cultivators came from. My Mo family can be considered descendants of the demon race, combined with humans." Mo Zhu lowered her eyes sadly. Hanju frowned, confused. "Then do you lose control like the demonic cultivators of the cultivation world?" She puffed out her cheeks angrily and said, "I'm not a demonic cultivator. Their bodies can't handle the power of the demon arts, so they reject it." Mo Zhu suddenly blushed, shyly glancing in another direction. "One of the cultivation methods passed down by my ancestors is..." She hesitated. Then, Mo Zhu looked at him inquisitively. "Cultivating together. Are you willing to cultivate with me?" Right at that moment, the system popped up again. Hanju saw the notification that Mo Yu had a 3-star hatred for him, and was stunned. He didn't understand what was happening. The system provided basic information about Mo Yuling and the reason for her hatred towards Hanju. After reading it, he could only conclude, "She wants to kill me again." So, in the Book of Misfortune, besides the 3 names that had been dealt with, a new name was added at the top of the list. But at this moment, his attention was completely focused on the information that Mo Zhu liked him. Hanju remembered when she blushed and invited him to cultivate together. Then Hanju had bluntly refused. You just broke through. It's best to consolidate your cultivation first. Also, don't forget to return my clothes. That's the only set I have. After the flashback, he was even more dumbfounded. I was just being nice. Why did she call me a big idiot? Women's hearts are so hard to understand. Hanju sighed sadly, not understanding Mo Yuling's motives. Moju has bonded with the demon arts, so she'll definitely be influenced by the family head. To let her cultivate in peace, I have another daily habit now. Thinking of this, Xing Hongshuan suddenly appeared, shouting loudly. Hubby! Hanju helplessly closed the Book of Misfortune. Then he adjusted his expression and asked, Where have you been lately? Hongshuan happily presented a shiny object. Some time ago, I left the Great Yan to train in Western Yuan continent. She said that someone named Wei Yuan gave her many things, saying they were to ask after Hanju's health. Sheng Hongshuan asked curiously, Do you know him? In Hanju's head, he immediately replayed what Huang Zuntian had said that day. The kindness of the senior is unforgettable for a lifetime. These small gifts are not respectful. He helplessly smiled. Old Huang is really thoughtful. Suddenly, Xing Hongshuan turned around to rummage for something. Here! And this! I got these from the demon race territory. When I found them, I saw 2 demon kings fighting over them. It must be a heavenly treasure. Taking advantage of the 2 of them being equally matched and injured, I took it. I don't know if it'll be useful to you. She handed out the plant. The instant Hanju saw it, he was instantly startled, turning pale with fright. Just then, the system prompted, Heavenly treasure. With the potential of a Xiantian Shi luck holder, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, This grass has become a spirit. When the system provided a series of information about the heavenly earth grass, Hanju's eyes widened even more. Holy crap, God, Kantier talent. Afterward, he quickly accepted the heavenly earth grass and asked about Xing Hongshuan. She immediately chirped. I can't help but say, after going out, I realized how vast the Great Yan is. Taking Ren Province as an example, putting the Jade Pure sect in, that Ren Province wouldn't even count as a second-rate sect. Hearing this, Hanju was astonished. Is that Ren Province that strong? Sheng Hongshuan smiled proudly. The Jade Pure sect has its reputation today entirely because of hubby. In the future, we must surpass the other provinces. He closed his eyes helplessly, groaning with forced reluctance. I'm just being forced. She immediately rubbed her cheek against his, encouraging Hanju. The 100 Great Cultivators ranking that shakes the world has been updated. I feel like hubby is definitely at the top. He totally didn't understand what the 100 Greats was. Xing Hongshuan was excited. Among the 100 Greats, there's this guy from the Xing department who uses a giant sword as a skateboard. So cool. There's also one who uses a sword to bathe. Before she finished, Hanju suddenly remembered something. He took out a shimmering bottle. This is a high, Nietzsche-grade elixir that increases lifespan. Consider it compensation from old freak enlightenment. Your aptitude is ordinary. I'm afraid you'll leave too soon. She crossed her arms and coldly snorted, blaming Hanju for being a mood killer. Hubby only knows how to make fun of me. But he said in a deep voice, I'm serious. At this moment, Xing Hongshuan was no longer joking. Don't worry, I've already used it. I also have heavenly treasures in my hand. My lifespan is very long. She pondered. It's just that it's really rare for a golden core cultivator to live for more than 4,000 years. Speaking of lifespan, Jade Uprising Peak's eldest disciple, Liu Sangxin, he passed away 10 years ago. These words immediately reminded Hanju. No wonder I felt like someone was missing from my friend list these past few years. In the beginning, during those few decades at Jade Uprising Peak, the eldest senior brother often cared for him in terms of cultivation. Now, he wanted to repay him, but there was no opportunity. Sheng Hongshuan spoke again. He's about to reach the nascent soul realm, but there are too few lifespan-increasing medicines. If he left the Great Yan earlier, he might still have a glimmer of hope to live. This place has too little spiritual chi compared to other cultivation worlds. Saying this, she gently leaned her head into Hanju's arms. I really can't bear to leave this world. I still want to be by hubby's side. After listening, he just grimly gritted his teeth, saying nothing, seeming to have heavy thoughts. At this moment, inside a cave dwelling, filled with demonic energy not far away, inside, a large pot of oil was bubbling, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Zhu Farron and Mofuki were tightly bound together, hanging upside down, exhausted, lamenting their hunger and thirst. Suddenly, Yang Tiandong walked over from somewhere and asked, "Is he doing okay?" As soon as Zhao Fan saw him, he angrily roared and cursed. "Minion of demons! If your master knew, he would definitely be disappointed." Yang Tiandong silently listened to him curse. Mofuku next to him gently advised, "We can only blame ourselves for being unlucky to enter their territory and recklessly kill their little demon patrol father." Zhu Fan flared up. "But they were too arrogant, constantly calling us mortals, and even wanted us to kneel down and beg for mercy. How could we tolerate that?" Suddenly someone called out, "Dong Yer," asking Yang Tiandong how to deal with these two. It was none other than Green Python Great Sage. Should we boil them or refine them into pills? He grinned, revealing his sharp fangs and long, wriggling tongue. He anxiously inquired, "Does Godfather really have to kill him?" Green Python was immediately provoked. "Those who kill my king's demon soldiers must pay with their lives. That's a matter of course. Yeah. If you want to inherit my king's power, then cut ties with the human race. Humans and demons are irreconcilable. That's an iron rule that cannot be wavered." Yang Tiandong didn't retort, but in his heart he was secretly cursing. "Do you really think I want to be a demon?" Green Python returned to the previous topic. "I suggest deep frying." He helplessly raised his head. "Sorry, Zhao Fan. We once swore to die on the same day, in the same month, in the same year. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have blindly rushed in." Back to the time before, Yang Tiandong suddenly wanted to go out and explore the world. After 2.5 years of building his foundation under him, he had more than 800 strong warriors. But when he met the Azure Python Great Sage, he immediately came back. The night before he could make a move, the Great Sage became interested in Yang Tiandong's bloodline and kept him. So Yang Tiandong was taken in as a foster son again. He regretted it so much he gnashed his teeth. What was I even thinking? Going out, Master was probably right. Venturing into the world comes at a really high price. Just then, a demon minion rushed in, all flustered, reporting, "We're under attack." It's a cultivator calling himself Dongfang Xian from the non-phase sect. He says he's avenging his master. He's too strong, we can't handle him. The Azure Python muttered, "Non-phase sect?" Immediately after, he roared, "Perfect timing! I already have a grudge against that old enlightened monster." With that, the Azure Python teleported away. "Dongsher, you stay here and watch over them." Yang Tiandong silently pondered, looking at the oil pot. "Should I take this chance to rescue them?" Outside the Azure Python's territory, Dongfang Xian sneered at the swarm of demons surrounding him. "Is this all you've got?" he arrogantly shouted. "Get your king out here." From the depths of the shadowy forest, a dense wave of demonic energy emerged. Dongfang Xian immediately sensed it and was shocked and terrified. "This demonic energy is too strong, even stronger than my master's. Could it be?" He turned to face the Azure Python, who was radiating killing intent, and said disdainfully, "Dare to act wildly in my territory? Do you have a death wish?" Dongfang Xian angrily roared, cursing the Azure Python. "You beast! Did you harm my master?" He was stunned to hear that Wu Dao was dead, but the Azure Python burst out laughing hysterically the next second. "Good riddance! That's wonderful news." Seeing this, Dongfang Xian immediately associated the symbols on the ground with the Azure Python Great Sage, and roared madly, "So it was you! I'll fight you to the death." With that, he immediately leaped into the air. Dongfang Xian, eyes bloodshot, raised his umbrella. The azure python didn't deny it, but opened his mouth and laughed. "Today I will kill you, bring you back, and boil you into a soup to drink." At the same time, in his cave abode, Hanju was taking out the heaven and earth herbs he had just received to sunbathe. Not bad. He crossed his arms and pondered. If they weren't trampled on, they might soon give birth to spiritual wisdom. "Hey you, stop pretending you didn't hear me." Hanju irritably raised his head and yelled at Heiyuji. A moment later, he was leisurely resting when he saw a familiar figure approaching. Seeing Li Qingzi looking depressed, Hanju immediately guessed, "The non-phase sect is here." The old man denied that nothing was happening, but after hearing it, he was immediately stunned. Elder Shishong is approaching his death date. A moment later, the two sat silently on the porch, neither of them speaking. Suddenly Hanju turned around. "Do you need me to meet him?" Li Qingzi pursed his lips and lowered his head. "Master left the Jade Purity sect alone last year and failed to attack the Transformation God realm, and using elixirs didn't have much effect. In the end, he decided to go out and find a way to break through. He said if he doesn't come back in 20 years, which basically means the dude's pushing up daisies. When he left, he told me to thank you for him, saying that without Elder Hanju, the Jade Pure sect wouldn't be as prosperous as it is today." Hearing that, Hanju was silent for a moment before comforting him. "The path to immortality is always bumpy." Li Qingzi looked into the distance and said, "Thinking about it, maybe we chose the wrong direction. I may have had some early progress and experience, but after so many years, it seems like I haven't gained much from secluded cultivation. Elder Hanju, you know my cultivation is improving, but breaking through this transformation realm obstacle is getting harder and harder." Hanju worriedly looked at him. Li Qingzi took out the Jade Pure sect's sect master token. "If I were to face a great tribulation one day, who among the disciples do you think would be suitable for the next sect master?" He lowered his head gloomily. "I'm always in secluded cultivation. How would I know?" He slowly analyzed. "The most talented disciples of the Jade Pure sect are all under Elder Hanju's tutelage." Li Qingzi said he just discovered that Xun Changhuan and Murong Qi have both reached the nascent soul realm. Such speed! Other than Elder Hanju, who else could do it if they were to take over? Hanju interjected. "I understand what you're saying, Sectmaster. They are indeed talented, but one thing needs to be made clear. If our sect faces an insurmountable enemy, so serious that we absolutely must flee, even if they are the sect master, they can't stop me from leaving." He gave him a dark look. "I was born into this world with only one goal, to achieve immortality." Finishing his sentence, he lowered his head gloomily. "To reach that state, one must be without any attachments, unaffected by karma, to succeed perfectly." Reaching this point, Hanju's eyes sharpened. "I can help the Jade Pure sect in the process of pursuing this goal, but I will absolutely not abandon it for the Jade Pure sect." Hearing this, Li Qingzi broke into a cold sweat. "Elder Hanju, you're thinking too much. I just felt that Xun Changhuan and Murong Qi are more likely to be accepted by the others than the other disciples. I wouldn't want them to die here. I didn't find Yang Tiandong too trustworthy before, and Su Qi isn't good at managing, so I didn't mention it to you." Hanju finally understood. "The Jade Pure sect will thank you, Sect Master. I thought you were trying to use those brats to keep me here." He quickly denied. "We've been mentally prepared for this for a long time. After all, a small temple can't accommodate a big Buddha. Not only our sect, but the spiritual chi of the Great Yan is also limiting you too much. It's no surprise you want to spread your wings and fly away." Considering the conditions of the Great Yan, we're already very satisfied with the Jade Pure sect's current scale. If Elder Hanju wants to sever karmic ties, that's fine too. Yourself. After all, you've helped us too much. You should live for yourself. Hanju earnestly thanked him. "I think Murong Qi has outstanding talent. You can take him to train." Hearing this, Li Qingzi immediately bowed respectfully. "Elder Hanju Nei, You are truly magnanimous. At this moment, he suddenly remembered to ask, "How's Xishuan's lifespan?" Immediately being comforted. My junior sister's talent was higher than mine back then, and she even obtained a special opportunity. She can live for a few more centuries. Afterwards, Li Qingzi said goodbye, also telling Hanju to drop by his place when he has the time. He waved goodbye, watching him leave. The path to immortality. There are things beyond my capabilities, but if we meet again in the next life, I will definitely do my best to help. After 7 years of secluded cultivation, the heavenly treasure that Hanju had painstakingly nurtured finally developed sentience. He opened the Book of Misfortune, smiling wickedly. The weather's not bad. It's perfect for sending Zhu Kui and Mo Yuling a warm and fuzzy curse. Just then, the system popped up, reminding Hanju that it had been a long time since he checked his friends list. Looking at the notifications, Yang Tiandong, Zhao Fan, and Mo Fuqi were attacked by demon kings at the same time. He was stunned as he was brought back to the battle beneath the borders of the Azure Python. He gnashed his teeth and roared, "Who is it?" The Azure Python's eyes flashed with an angry and dangerous green light. The broken spear fell along with the shattered pieces of rock. The demons immediately panicked and screamed, "Stop her!" Xuan Shishi turned around and slashed with a breathtakingly beautiful sword strike. The red rope connecting Zhu Fan and Mo Fuqi was immediately severed. They cried out in alarm, "Lord Xuan, why are you here?" Without a word, she silently crouched down to gain momentum. Then, Xuan Shishi shot straight into the air, bursting through the hole in the cave ceiling, dragging the two bound people along with their terrified screams. Qing Meng and his subordinates looked up, gnashing their teeth. "Damn it, they got away again." He whirled around, questioning, "Dongwei, explain to this king what's going on here." Young Tiandong was already knocked out cold on the ground, a demon minion reported. She knocked him out. Hearing this, Qing Meng's face darkened immediately, scolding Yang Tiandong as trash. This king will wake him up. Many years after that battle, Hanju sat contemplating past events. Judging from their profile pics, Zhu Fan and the gang are probably still alive. Master believes you can turn bad luck into good. At this time, he was already at the 6th level of the fusion realm. In recent years, more and more old acquaintances have entered reincarnation. Hanju paused slightly and said in a low voice, "The Supreme Elder is gone after all. I wonder if the Master is doing well." He looked up at the surrounding Rocky Mountain scenery, pondering for a moment. At Jade Yu Peak, gentle breezes blew. Hanju stood in front of the door, hesitating to knock. "It seems like I haven't visited her in hundreds of years. I wonder if she's blaming me." Finally, he mustered his courage and knocked once. Immediately, a voice came from inside. "Come in!" A moment later, the door opened. Hanju stared blankly at the person in front of him. He hesitated and called out, "Xishuan, Master." A moment later, Hanju's voice echoed within Jade Yu Peak. "Regarding the matter of the Supreme Elder, I'm very sorry," she immediately reassured. "Don't worry about it." He drooped his head in dejection. "The spiritual energy at Jade Yu Peak is scarce. Why not move to my place? I'll specially open a luxurious cave dwelling for you." Hanju looked up and suggested with a smile, but Xishuan frowned slightly and refused. "That's your mountain. It's not convenient for me to go there." His next words stunned her. "My life has been dedicated to bitter cultivation. The people I care about were already few, and they are becoming fewer, but Master is one of them. This disciple doesn't want to walk the long path of immortality alone in the end." "If possible," Hanju mumbled bashfully, "I still hope to hold hands with Master and walk this path together." Xishuan fell silent in contemplation. Hanju persuaded again. "I usually won't bother Master." Finally, she agreed. After a while, He Yuji and Shun Chenghan carried a pile of luggage. He even thought that the cave dwelling was specially opened for him by Master. What a happy fool! He Yuji scolded irritably. "Kei doesn't even have a cave dwelling yet, and you want one, you little monkey?" Xun Chang'an said with some difficulty. With your appearance, you should just honestly live on the hibiscus tree. On the other side, Hanju winked mischievously. My cave dwelling is right next door, you can always find me. If anything happens, Xi Xuan only gave a soft, Suddenly, Hei Yuji stepped forward and called out twice, Master, making him stunned. It pressed its chubby face close to Xi Xuan. Immortal wants to eat the whole guy, huh? Thus, Hei Yuji became a beaten bird and was abandoned by its master. During that time, on the vast, snowy mountains of the northern border, Yang Tiandong was alone, facing a bunch of menacing, fanged demons who were threatening him. He lowered his head, hiding his expression under his straw hat. I definitely don't mean any offense. I just need to talk to your demon king. Hearing this, the demons immediately scattered, revealing a pair of sharp eyes from behind. Yang Tiandong cut straight to the chase. I want to team up with him to deal with Qingmeng Dasheng. We can split the territory evenly afterwards. What do you say? The fiery red eyes spoke in a deep voice. I advise you to drop this idea. Qingmeng Dasheng is extremely difficult to deal with. Among the 10 continents and 9 dynasties, not many demons can defeat him. He immediately assured, I can return to Great Yan to invite Tian Su, the Demon King, a 10,000-year-old demon. My Shifu guarantees he's no weaker than Qingmeng Dasheng. The guy was stunned when he heard Great Yan and Shifu. Yang Tiandong resolutely roared. Surely you understand the principle of, if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Qingmeng Dasheng has been expanding like crazy lately. He'll be here sooner or later. Wuxiang sect is currently hunting him down, depleting his strength. If you don't seize this opportunity, are we just gonna wait to become his dogs? These words immediately shocked the Demon King. Hearing the other party roar, if you have the guts, say that again. His momentum immediately fizzled out. Don't get me wrong, that's not what I meant. Hundun Tiangao stepped out with a frown, looking down on dogs, Yang Tiandong was speechless with surprise, and took off his straw hat. As soon as it saw his face, it widened its eyes in shock. 2 shouts echoed simultaneously in the mountainous forest. Yang Tiandong, why is it you, Hundun Tiangao? Why are you here? A moment later, the two sat down facing each other, glowering. Hundun Tiangu said, It's Hundun Dasheng now. Yang Tiandong wouldn't be outdone. What do you want Shifu to think? You believe I'd go back and report to Shifu? He threatened through gritted teeth. Tiangu immediately bristled. You're not even ashamed, you. You wouldn't even go back to see the old man yourself, yet you have the nerve to talk about me. After saying that, Yang Tiandong felt a little guilty and scratched his face. Well, we're kind of family, so we should help each other out. I heard you're often chased by other demon kings, and your life's miserable. How about this? Follow your Shixiang, team up to kill that Qingmeng Dasheng, split the territory, and I'll take 30%. He suggested with a surge of enthusiasm. Hundun Tiangu immediately refused. I can't beat him. Yang Tiandong tried to persuade him. I know it's not enough with just the 2 of us. Later, I want to rope in even more demon kings from around here. There's strength in numbers. Think about it. You and I have risked our lives for so many years, just to become stronger and not be outdone, and to make the old man proud. This is an opportunity to face the elders of Jiangdong with our heads held high. Finally, it relented and agreed. Yang Tiandong cheered with joy. I knew you're the best dog, Tiangu immediately retorted. Call me Hundun Dasheng. 8 years later, at Yuqing sect, Murongqi stood silently with his arms crossed on the roof of the tallest building, surveying the surroundings with majesty. He had now reached the peak of the Golden Core realm. Below the nascent Soul realm there was no rival, and he held the position of the new first senior brother of the inner sect. Suddenly, someone came rushing over, flying on a sword to deliver the news. First senior brother Murong, it's bad. 2 disciples of our sect who fell into the demonic path have returned. Murongqi immediately raised his head and asked, Where are they? Hearing the disciple say, They have broken into bitter cultivation to Immortality Mountain. He immediately tensed up, rushing towards the old ancestor. Then it's all right. Murongchi replied indifferently. At this time, at the foot of bitter cultivation to Immortality Mountain, Zhao Fan and Mofuki Wei sighed with emotion. We're finally back. Yu King's sect has changed a lot. He smirked. I feel the spiritual qi is much denser than before. I wonder how Mo Zhu is doing. Zhu Fan suggested gloomily. Let's go find Shimei later. I want to see Han Zhu, the famous devil right now. Just how powerful he could possibly be. Seeing this, Mofuki hesitantly advised. Recently, Yu King's sect has even swallowed the Blood Flame Heaven Gate whole. Han Zhu is very likely even stronger than him, Zhao Fan immediately analyzed. It's also because the Blood Flame Heaven sect was forced to the end by the Wuxiang sect. The Wuxiang sect didn't come here to cause trouble. Most likely, the sect leader encountered something that delayed the process. Hearing this, he felt that it made quite a bit of sense. He then pointed to the group of disciples on the other side. Yu King's sect is definitely not as strong as the Blood Flame Heaven sect. After seeing this, Mofuku had nothing left to refute. What year is it already? And they're still putting guardrails on flying swords. While the two were excitedly discussing that Yu King's sect's strength was indeed far inferior to the great sects, Xuan Shishi walked over. She was stunned and incredulous. How could these two not see that the spiritual qi of that mountain is extremely abundant? It's about to catch up with the secret Holy Lands and the 10,000-year-old families. Meanwhile, Zhu Fan, ignoring Mofuki's attempts to stop him, was loudly shouting with great fanfare, Han Zhu, Zhu Fan is here! I'm gonna beat you till your teeth fill the dirt! At the same time, Han Zhu was teaching his disciples in front of his cave dwelling, Today I'll teach you the absolute chicken-flicking divine sword. Whether you can learn it or not depends on your own fortune. After speaking, he raised 2 fingers and unleashed his magic power. Watch the path of my spiritual energy. It cycles around like this, condensing spiritual energy from my fingertips and firing it out. Hearing this, Hei Yuji awkwardly stammered, saying that it didn't have fingers. He made a difficult expression. A feather tip will do. A moment later, it raised its wing and tried to unleash the technique. Behold, my absolute chicken-flicking divine sword. Hei Yuji shouted and swung its wing in a straight line forward. The large rock in front of it immediately shattered. It cheered excitedly. Han Zhu also complimented it with satisfaction. From now on, let's just call it the absolute chicken wing flick. Shun Changchan hesitantly wondered, just what kind of breed is Chicken Bro? This talent is completely unlike a chicken. Before he could answer, Hei Yuji impatiently nudged its face forward, wanting Shun Chang'an to call it Chicken Lord. I already told you, Chicken Lord is a phoenix. Do you really think Chicken Lord is a chicken? It smugly looked towards the horizon. The two of them were sweating buckets. His self-importance really did an injustice to the phoenix. Suddenly, the system notified him of the arrival of the strongest person in the Jade Pure sect, Xuan Xingjun, your junior sister, the Demon Lord's Harmonious Integration Realm, 9th Stratum. Han Zhu widened his eyes in surprise. Isn't the Demon Lord's junior sister his sister, Gillen Law? At this moment, Zhao Fan and Mofuki cheerfully walked over to greet her, and behind them was the person who was just mentioned, Xuan Qingjun. He smirked wickedly. Do you still remember me? She winked playfully. Long time no see, Han bro. You're still as impressive as ever. Han Zhu glanced at them as if seeing through everything, and replied, Of course I remember. Zhao bro, Mo bro, it must not have been easy all these years. He was speechless as he looked at them. Zhao Fan's momentum was immediately extinguished, and he went to a corner to cry. Sadly, after a while, Zhao Fan turned around. Show off, I've been living it up these past few years, traveling the world with my sword, settling debts and grievances, and even obtaining quite a few opportunities. What answered him was Han Zhu's crude and meaningful smile. Suddenly, Zhu Fan stood up abruptly and demanded a spar, startling him. "Even though I lost to you before, I've now cultivated the hegemon body, just like you, who used a core formation to kill a transformation god back then. I'm now a half-step transformation god. I'm qualified to fight you now, right? After so many years, you're probably still stuck in the transformation god realm, right?" he confidently declared. Zhu Fan wore a triumphant smile. He did not know that after reaching the core formation realm, without an opportunity, and only relying on painstaking cultivation, it was very difficult to have a chance to progress in leaps and bounds. Han Zhu showed that crude smile again. "You just got back, no need to rush. You should go report to the headmaster and explain the matter of falling into the demonic path first." He provocatively goaded him. "You're not scared, are you? If you're afraid of losing face, we can spar quietly here. If you want to go out and experience the world, Mo's senior brother and I can take you along." Zhu Fan babbled on as if he had a sure victory in his grasp. Suddenly, He Yuji lumbered out. "Who are you? A mere core formation realm ant dares to provoke my master. Do you believe Chicken Lord can slap you to death with one swat?" He was not at all frightened, and instead coldly sneered, "Han Zhu, the chicken you raise is quite arrogant, huh?" These words immediately caused it to narrow its eyes dangerously. Zhao Fan ignored it. Turning to demand that he disciplined his demonic pet for him, Han Zhu casually said he had no objections. Then he smirked and instructed, "Remember, don't hurt him." He immediately flinched and stared in disbelief at Han Zhu's words. Mo Fukyu on the other side was also stunned, because he clearly wasn't talking to Zhao Fan. Only Xuan Qingjun realized that he was definitely not as simple as he appeared, because she could see the cultivation of this demonic pet. Xuan Qingjun looked at Heiyuji confidently leaving, understood, master, and thought to herself, "It's actually a fusion realm." Zhao Fan immediately flared up, questioning loudly, "What does Han Zhu mean by this? You think I can't beat it?" Mo Fuki stepped forward, patting his shoulder to advise, "This chicken isn't quite right. How about we let it go? We just got back. Let's rest for a few days, investigate Han Zhu's background, and then it won't be too late to compete." But Zhao Fan clearly wasn't listening. He yelled, "It's just a chicken, all right. No need to baby it." With that, Zhu Fan ripped off his top, right before everyone's stunned eyes. Then, he crossed his arms, raised them in front of him, and began to cast his spell. Zhao Fan expanded his chest, roared, and his magical power erupted in all directions. Mofuki looked worriedly at Han Zhu, who smirked to reassure him, "I won't let them hurt each other." On the other side, Zhu Fan, after transforming, started to look down on his opponent. "This form of mine has killed even a transformation realm cultivator. You should feel honored." Seeing that He Yuji didn't react, he assumed it was injured. "Apologize to your Zhu clan master, and I might not hold it against you." He Yuji, upon hearing this, glared and crowed with utter contempt. Zhu Fan immediately got pissed and lunged forward, wanting to give it a fist that didn't know what's good for it. Zhao Fan's fist left a trail of burning fire, aimed straight at He Yuji. He gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into a shocking blow. A huge explosion shattered a large boulder, shaking the entire mountain. Mo Fukyu instantly became anxious. That punch once caused serious damage to a transformation realm cultivator. How am I going to explain this to Han? Zhexiang? Xuan Qingjun, on the other hand, calmly assessed. Going all out right from the start, not following the usual routine, not bad, but at this moment, He Yuji reappeared with an innocent look on its face. Not understanding what had just happened, it glanced down at the guy who had punched its stomach. Other than a slight dent in its belly, He Yuji was perfectly fine. It calmly asked, "Zhao Fan, is that all you've got?" He instantly froze in place, petrified with an unbelievable expression. The next second, Zhu Fan gritted his teeth and pulled his hand back. "How is this possible? You, a sick chicken, dare to mock me? If I wasn't afraid of offending Han Xiang, and I wasn't holding back, You'd be sorry right now. This is my true, complete state, he roared, and frantically cast his spells. The next second, Zhu Fan unleashed the exploding, shattering claw, with destructive power even more terrifying than the previous strike. Watching He Yuji fly into the sky with a pile of rubble, Chun Changwan exclaimed in shock. That heavy weight can actually be blown away. Just then, Zhu Fan reappeared from mid-air, stomping down on where it was suspended. So He Yuji took a direct hit to the center of its chubby face. Then, he raised his fist, roaring madly, "Is that all you've got? Yeah, that's all you've got." Then it took a series of punches directly to its face and body. A moment later, Zhu Fan bent his leg back, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. He kicked straight out with full force, sending He Yuji flying like a jet plane. It was kicked through several layers of clouds, flying straight out into the vast universe. A moment later, He Yuji, leisurely, was just lying in the sky sunbathing. It yawned, all bored. "Is that all you got?" He Yuji remembered what Hanju taught it years ago. When fighting, first find out the other guy's real level. Some people are all bark and no bite. Some are hiding their true power. And some love to play the pig to eat the tiger. When you're testing someone, the worst thing you can do is show all your cards. If the enemy sees an opening, you're toast. Better safe than sorry. He Yuji closed its eyes. Just a little more. What if he's got a super move? Better play it safe. And that mysterious girl, being in her group means they're no ordinary folk. Thinking this, it opened its eyes, only to see Zhu Fan holding a giant fireball, ready to smash it down. He unleashed his solar flare meteor, going all out to finish off He Yuji. Mofuki saw this and immediately freaked out. "Dude, a realm cultivator killing a nascent soul, that's too much, Zhao Fan." But before he could finish, a huge explosion lit up the sky. Mofuki went pale, trying to explain, but Hanju was chill. "It's cool, no biggie." He froze, realizing something, and turning even paler. Meanwhile, Zhao Fan was trembling. "What kind of freak is this? I went all out and couldn't even budge He Yuji. Or should I say He Yu Phoenix?" He Yuji scoffed. "Is that all you got? Man, you're even weaker than I thought." Zhao Fan finally realized that He Yuji was just toying with him. He Yuji's eyes flashed. All right. No more playing around." Sword energy erupted from it. It yelled, "Time to flip the table. Get ready for my void amalgamation fury. Kid, get ready to feel the wrath of a void amalgamation cultivator." Those 3 words, void amalgamation, shocked Zhu Fan to his core. Under its intense pressure, he couldn't move, his mind going blank. Zhao Fan felt a sense of déjà vu, the same deathly aura as before. And then, he suddenly thought of a girl. Zhu Fan remembered Lu Jiao's gentle voice. "Big brother Zhu Fan, let's go together." He remembered their childhood. "I was born into a carpenter's family. Lu Jiao, the girl next door, was my only friend growing up. We quickly became childhood sweethearts. When we were little, I loved carving wood. She'd watch, all curious, asking what I was making. I'd happily say, 'A super awesome Lu Jiao statue.' Looking at the statue, she'd complain, 'That's ugly. Why does it have 2 mouths?' And he'd blush, 'Don't sweat the small stuff.' Later, Zhao Fan and Lu Jiao were scouted by the Jade Pure sect for their talents. The whole village cheered. Our village gonna be famous." During their time as outer disciples, Zhu Fan's talent was unmatched. He quickly rose to inner disciple. He vowed to protect Lu Jiao forever, but good times don't last. Just as Zhao Fan reached the Foundation Establishment realm, he couldn't gather spirit energy in his dantian no matter how hard he tried. The inner elders couldn't find a reason, which meant he couldn't improve. All his ambition and promises shattered, just like his Dao heart. If Lu Jiao hadn't pleaded for him, Zhao Fan would have been kicked out. Everyone in the sect except her believed he'd rise again. The higher you rise, the harder you fall. When everyone bullied him, called him trash, she stood up for him with her sword. Ignoring everyone else's advice, Lu Jiao believed Zhao Fan would become the strongest cultivator one day. She begged him not to give up on himself, but he didn't believe in himself, and in his anger, he yelled at her. Then Zhao Fan left, his insecurity driving him to push Lu Jiao away. He'd imagined countless times that if he regained his power, he could protect her again. Too bad there are no ifs. Not long after that, Lu Jiao ran over to tell Zhao Fan some earth-shattering news. Senior Brother Yi from Sword Peak confessed to me yesterday, and I agreed. These words were like a bolt from the blue. At that moment, he truly felt like he'd lost her for good. There are 3 ways to grow up: to be defeated by yourself, to understand yourself, and to become yourself. After losing Lu Jiao, Zhao Fan moved from extreme grief to the second step, cultivating day and night. One beautiful day, his natal spirit treasure appeared and said, "In my past life, you protected me from reincarnation, so I can only borrow your spiritual power to repair myself. To thank you, I'm willing to give you a burning cultivation technique, along with heavenly fire, that keeps you warm in the winter and cool in the summer." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan flew into a rage, punching it and yelling, "Heavenly fire, my ass, I don't want it." After that, he was revived by his natal spirit treasure, and his cultivation speed surpassed his previous peak. He swore that he would take back what he had lost tenfold, defeat all the disciples, become the strongest in the Yuqing sect, marry Lu Jiao, and reach the pinnacle of life. But Zhao Fan unfortunately ran into Hanju and was defeated in less than 3 seconds. All expectations turned to ashes. Lu Jiao was unwilling to believe any of his words or even meet him. Only Mo Fuqi came to comfort Zhao Fan. On the day Lu Jiao got married, the 2 of them stood on the roof watching, then decisively chose to leave. Afterwards, they encountered a monster. Zhu Fan hugged the monster and jumped into the deep abyss to give Mo Fuqi a chance to escape. He couldn't bear to watch him fall into the abyss, but there was no other way. In his dying breath, Zhu Fan could only whisper, "I'm sorry." He felt sorry to Lu Jiao for not being able to fulfill his promise. Hopefully, they could meet again in the next life. Zhao Fan's body lay motionless at the bottom of the abyss for a long time, and he thought he would die. But then he woke up, and his hands could move. At this time, Zhu Fan discovered that he had fallen into a strange place, with countless eyes staring at him from above. Since then, the hegemon body inheritance began. He survived like a miracle, discovering that he ultimately couldn't give up on Lu Jiao, so he decided to return home to resolve his inner demons. When he saw her again, she was already a mother, and her child was as cute as she was when she was young. Seeing this scene, he felt a strangely relaxed feeling in his heart for some reason. While Lu Jiao went to buy things, Zhao Fan went to talk to the child. "Hey kiddo, it's not safe to be alone on the road. Where are your parents?" The child happily replied, "Mom went to buy some Tang Tang candy." The 2 of them talked happily. "Tang Tang candy is pretty good, huh? You must like it a lot." "I love it! I even wanted to change my name to Tang Tang, but Mom wouldn't let me, because my name was given to me by her." Hearing this, Zhao Fan asked, "What's your name?" The 2 innocent characters, Zhao Fan, stunned him. By the time Lu Jiao returned, he had already left. She called out, "Let's go home, Zhao Fan, what are you looking at?" The boy waved his arms and said, "A flying uncle gave me a gift." Seeing this, she didn't understand what it was. Then Zhao Fan suddenly took out a statue and showed it off. The uncle said, "This is Bird Man Superman." Time passed quickly. Lu Jiao was now old, and held the bird statue as she visited a grave. She gently stroked it and said to herself, "It seems like all I have left is him." My husband died in the demonic sex invasion, and Fancer, who had no talent for cultivation, also passed away before me. Now Lu Jiao didn't have much time left, And besides Zhu Fan, she had nothing. The senior brothers in the sect all said that he had fallen into the demonic path and was slaughtering everywhere. But she didn't believe he was that kind of person. It was also her fault. She didn't expect her goading back then to lead him down the wrong path. Lu Jiao wondered, I've made him suffer for so many years, he must hate me, right? At that moment, Zhu Fan was also present, hiding in a tree nearby. Time passed. Lu Jiao has grown old too. Suddenly she heard a noise and immediately thought of Zhu Fan, so she quickly called out. Seeing this, he immediately turned and flew away, ignoring Lu Jiao's desperate cries. Zhao Fan thought to himself, thanks for your good intentions. If there's a next life, I'll definitely be your ox or horse. But in this life, I want to try becoming that elusive immortal god. Under the golden sunlight, he and Mofuki flew away, their voices echoing along the way. His trow bro, where to next? Let's find Hanju and fight him one more time to resolve my final inner demon. Yu King sect is quite far. Taking the shortcut means going through the demon palace. Just then, a voice cut through Zhu Fan's recollection. Stop right there. That's when he snapped back to reality, realizing that Hanju had broken his illusion. Hei Yuji obediently nodded, following his instructions. Zhao Fan was once again completely stunned, discovering that Hanju had dissolved the attack from a void amalgamation realm expert with just one hand. Zhao Fan was utterly dumbfounded by Hanju's actions, completely frozen in place. Ignoring him as he sat there depressed, Mofuki chatted with Hanju. Han bro, what realm are you at now? Void amalgamation realm, he nonchalantly replied. Around that level. Xuan Shishi went silent after hearing this answer, unsure what to say. Mofuki said dejectedly, as expected of Han bro, we risked life and limb just to reach the nascent soul realm, and you casually achieved the void amalgamation realm. Looks like I really underestimated your talent. Xuan Shishi felt a bit helpless, thinking that some truths are better left unsaid. Then she spoke up. Zhu bro doesn't seem to have snapped out of it yet. Why don't we rest first, and then report to the sect master? Mofuki immediately agreed. Seeing that Zhao Fan was still lost in thought, he dragged him away. Hei Yuji scoffed. Want to beat this rooster? You're still too green. It excitedly asked. Master, how was my performance? I didn't embarrass you, did I? Hanju coldly replied. So the void amalgamation realm is strong, huh? Don't say I didn't warn you. That girl just now was a 9th layer body integration realm great cultivator. Hei Yunji was immediately scared shitless by this statement. It immediately imagined the scene of it being butchered by Xuan Shishi. He pinched its cheek to snap it out of it, then reminded. Her relationship with Zhu Fan isn't simple. If you hurt her, think about the consequences. Even I might not be able to protect you. Hanju pondered. Let's discuss the things to pay attention to when fighting. Remember to analyze the enemy, whether there are stronger beings present, to avoid attracting the old geezer when you're fighting the junior. Hei Yunji immediately understood. Zhao Fan and Mofuki returned, kneeling down to receive punishment and confess their crimes before Li Qingzi. Everyone quickly received the news, and couldn't help but gossip. Have you guys heard the news? It's those two senior brothers who betrayed our sect back then and joined the demonic path. They've returned. You're talking about Zhao Fan and Mofuki, who were defeated in the Grand Assembly back then? Why is Zhao Fan still sad, sitting and brooding on the ground? Mofuki stood watching, not knowing what to say. Xuan Shishi curiously asked, a little surprised. You can still be so calm. Could it be you already predicted this outcome? He analyzed. I knew, based on Hanju's aptitude, reaching the void amalgamation realm was within expectations. Moreover, aptitudes can't be the same. Everyone can't be like him, relying on bitter cultivation to grow quickly, so Hanju is an exception. We don't need to worry. Hearing this, she thought, should I tell them that I'm already in the body integration realm? Just then, Moju excitedly ran over to find her brother. Mofuki was also extremely happy to see his younger sister. However, upon observing that she had reached the nascent soul realm, He was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Mofuki shouted, "You've broken through to the nascent soul realm? How'd you do that?" Moju replied nonchalantly, "I saw senior brother Han cultivating so fast, so I just copied him." She asked, puzzled, "What's so surprising about that? Isn't it normal?" These words completely infuriated Morifuki, and he exploded in anger. In his eyes, it was like a fire was raging. He roared, "I'm out there risking my life, a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival, going through countless hardships to reach the nascent soul realm." The more Mofuki spoke, the angrier he got, his voice trembling. "Why are you, who just secluded yourself and cultivated diligently every day, keeping up with me? Where's the justice? Am I not cut out for cultivation? Do I even need to go out and train anymore? Or should I just stay in the sect?" Immediately after, he also fell into silence. Going to sit next to Zhu Fan, the two girls stood there helplessly, watching. Currently in the West Yuan continent, the 11th sect's assembly of the Pinming sect is taking place inside a tea house, divided into two factions. One side was drinking tea and chatting, while the other was focused on playing mahjong. One person calmly placed a tile and then made a bet. 80,000. Shangguan Chihuajian persuaded. "I'm telling you, you should normally go out and interact with other fellow cultivators. This way it will benefit the improvement of your cultivation level and also benefit the development of the 9 Dragons sect. You can't close yourself off." His sharp eyes glanced at Wei Yuan, asking, "Wei Yuan, am I right?" Sect leader Wei was focused on the mahjong game and only replied indifferently, "Definitely next time." Although he was calm on the outside, Wei Yuan was flustered inside. "Why do I keep feeling my heart beating fast? I can't escape. Is it because I haven't been out for a long time and I'm starting to fear society?" Just then, suddenly loud noises came, attracting everyone's attention. Something came running fast and suddenly slammed on the brakes. Smoke and dust filled the sky. Yang Tiandong gasped painfully, gradually regaining his composure. After the dust cleared, the image of Yang Tiandong riding on the back of a Hundun heavenly hound appeared. Wei Yuan observed and wondered, "Isn't that the disciple of Reincarnation Senior, Yang Tiandong?" He immediately turned around and said loudly, "Fellow cultivators, that cultivator riding a dog is an acquaintance of mine. Are you willing to follow me and help him?" Everyone readily agreed. They were even annoyed that they didn't have a chance to exchange cultivation techniques. While Yang Tiandong was still dazed and didn't understand anything, Wei Yuan said, "Yang Tiandong, come behind me." Immediately after, he and the heavenly hound were protected behind everyone. Chihuajian said contemptuously, "I really want to see who is the blind guy who dares to be so arrogant here." A giant figure quickly appeared. In his hand he was holding an eye. Qing Mang growled, "A bunch of ants dare to stop this king, truly seeking death." This terrifying aura was something Wei Yuan had never seen before. Someone stood up and said loudly, "Fellow cultivators, in the past several hundred years, this old man has comprehended the one-hand combined strike technique, whose power can reach the integration realm. Are you willing to help this old man experiment with it?" Immediately, everyone simultaneously took action to assist. The person's whole body lit up with golden lightning covering him. After receiving enough power, he released powerful lightning bolts while shouting, "Evil spawn, die!" Qing Mang also launched an attack straight into that spell. Following that, a huge explosion immediately occurred. Everyone behind them was stunned to realize that Da Yao had reached the peak of the fusion realm. Qing Mang snorted in disdain, "Overestimating yourself," and swung his giant axe, intending to finish them all off. Wei Yuan quickly ran away and returned home. Gasping for breath, he muttered to himself, "Lucky I ran fast. I'm never going outside again. And I definitely shouldn't casually save people." He felt that hiding wasn't a long-term solution. This Qing Mang great sage was expanding his power extremely quickly, and Xiwan continent would be devoured. Occupying the Great Yan cultivation world was only a matter of time. Wei Yuan immediately thought of Han Zhu. I wonder if Senior Samsara can defeat that Qingmang great sage. Senior Samsara must hold on. At this moment, a voice rang out from Han Zhu's cave abode behind the mountain. Senior brother Han, Mo Zhu, and Xuan Qingjun arrived, cheerfully asking, "How have you all been lately?" Han Zhu felt helpless at the scene before him. He observed Zhu Fan and Mo Fuki being dragged on the ground. "Looks like they're not doing so well. They're totally faded," Mo Zhu replied calmly. "It's all right. They'll recover quickly." Afterwards, they moved to the resting area. Mo Fuki gratefully said, "Thank you, Brother Han. If it weren't for Brother Han's protection, this little sister would probably be a pile of bones in the wilderness by now." Then he sighed sadly. "After all, the Mo family has too many enemies. I heard my sister broke through thanks to your help. Is there any method they can help me break through?" Han Zhu immediately refused. "That would be quite a waste of clothes." Hearing this, Fuki looked at Mo Zhu in surprise, wanting to know what was going on. She shyly said, "Brother, don't mention it," Han Zhu explained. "This is related to your family's ancestral demonic art. But cultivating it now is useless. The predecessor only had one inheritance." He then asked Zhao Fan if he was all right. "His silhouette isn't just faded. The lines are gone too," Mo Fuki nonchalantly replied. "His mindset has always been good. He'll recover quickly. As long as there's hope, he won't give up. The last time we were captured by Qingmang Great Sage, it was he who prompted Gran Xuan to appear and let us escape. He was immediately drawn by the 4 words, Qingmang Great Sage." She recounted the situation at the time. When they were captured in the den, they met a person. Zhao Fan recognized him as a disciple of Brother Yang Tiandong, but now he was completely demonized. This information surprised Han Zhu greatly. Fuki frowned and continued, "If he hadn't acknowledged Qingmang Great Sage as his adoptive father and secretly helped us escape, we probably would have been roasted and eaten long ago." Hearing this, he was so angry that he slammed the teacup on the table. She hurriedly dissuaded him. "Brother Han, calm down." He dared to risk his life to let us escape, proving that his conscience hasn't disappeared yet. He can still be saved. Han Zhu angrily enunciated each word. Adoptive father again? Was this kid surnamed Lu in his previous life or something? He thought of Yang Tiandong posing heroically in front of Qingmang Great Sage. Seeing the situation turn bad, Fuqiu interjected, "Brother Han, don't worry. Tiandong is probably just using a temporary tactic." On the way back, we heard that he joined forces with Hundun Dasheng and demon kings from various places to encircle and suppress him. She hesitated and continued, "Except they seem to have been completely wiped out by Qingmang Great Sage." Seeing Han Zhu fall into melancholy, Mon Zhu consoled, "Brother Han, don't be angry. They brought it upon themselves." But hidden behind her hand was a face that hadn't changed color in the slightest. Han Zhu looked at the battle information on the system and sighed to himself. Seems like that Hundun Dasheng was seriously hurt. Turns out that Cao Dan ran away. Who knew he and that evil disciple got beat up together? Xuan Shi also chimed in that Qingmang Dasheng could enter the Duji realm any time now. His cultivation is crazy deep. I almost got smacked trying to save those two. Han Zhu perked up at the mention of Duji realm. Mo Fuki sighed. That kind of big demon is a straight disaster for us humans. I wonder if Yang Tiandong managed to escape. After reading the sitrep on Yang Tiandong and the Hundun Tiangao, Han Zhu thought, a 9th level He Dao cultivator couldn't beat Qingmang Dasheng. That dog bro has a thick hide. Getting banged up and running away ain't a problem for him. But how did that evil disciple escape Qingmang Dasheng's clutches? The system notification said Huang Tianzun and Shangguan Chuojian were both seriously injured. He figured, maybe those two stalled Qingmang Dasheng? One's a 1st level Rongshu, the other's 9th level. They shouldn't be a match for him. Mo Fuki whined. Every time I remember how scary Qingmeng Dasheng was that night, I can't sleep, Moju said helplessly. Bro, not again. Suddenly, Hanju suggested, Mo bro, why don't you just stay at Yuqing's sect to cultivate? He mulled it over. If someone else said that, I'd laugh him off, but Hanju is different. This guy has real battle cred. It's not like diligent cultivation is a bad thing. But on the surface, Mufuki replied, I'll think about it, he explained. Even though the remaining baddies from the Manhwa family wouldn't dare cause trouble, I'm a demonic cultivator. Staying at Yuking's sect isn't right. Sooner or later, someone's gonna make a fuss. Hanju agreed. How about you guys cultivate and recover first? I'll be the one calling the shots around here. Hearing that, Mofuki said politely, Han bro, you're too kind. Zhu Fan really needs to chill out. We'll have a good time drinking next time. He immediately agreed. Just then, Xuan Shishi suddenly drew her sword behind him. Hanju's sharp eyes caught it right away. The moment she lunged, he nimbly dodged. Xuan Shishi missed her strike, her eyes now bloodshot. She used the momentum to spin around, slashing decisively and powerfully. But at that instant, Xuan Shishi's eyes suddenly went blank. Before she could figure it out, a golden light flashed past her neck. Hanju took down Xuan Shishi with a single palm strike. Afterward, he said dismissively, For a 9th level Hei Dao cultivator, your strength is kinda weak. Xuan Shishi's head was separated from her neck, spinning in the air, blood gushing out. It landed on the ground with a thud. Hanju thought to himself, if my 6th level He Dao can kill a 9th level He Dao, then that Qingmeng Dasheng might not be too tough. Still, I should cast some curses first. If he dies during his tribulation, that's a big win. Suddenly, the system chimed in. Simulated trial ended. 3 seconds overtime. Hanju, who was thinking back to the fight with his eyes closed, saw Xuan Shishi waving her hand in front of him, as if someone was standing in front of him. Hanju opened his eyes to look. Xuan Shishi spoke. Fellow Taoist Han, she looked straight at Hanju. May I ask, do you have a Dao companion? He was a little surprised, confused. Why do you ask, fellow Taoist? Xuan Shishi stared at him, just asking casually. Nothing serious. Hanju was on high alert, thinking about Xuan Qingjun. She's Xuan Qingjun's junior sister. Did she send her? This sounds like a death flag question. Did the Devil Lord find out I have a new flame? Xuan Shishi wondered in her heart. Could it be that he isn't the Dao companion that Shiji mentioned? But he is already in the Hega Dao realm. Perhaps the Dao companion is in the Hua Shen realm. Mofuki called out from behind. Xuan Diren, the Jade Pure sect happens to have a food festival. Come and eat together. Moju is happy. The 4 eyes are forever divine. Hearing this, Xuan Shishi turned around to reply. She turned back and smiled at Hanju. I'm so sorry, I must take my leave. You, standing on the side, still perked up your ears to listen to Xuan Shishi speaking in the distance. Could it be a case of mistaken identity? But senior sister still asked me to deliver a message. That Taoist partner wouldn't dare to find a new lover, would they? You cursed inwardly. Damn it! It really was Xuan Qingjun who sent her. Good thing I didn't let her run into Hong Xuan. This Xuan Qingjun. Why did she choose me as her Taoist partner? I'll hide it for as long as I can. Over there. The 3 of them were gradually disappearing from sight, while Mo Zhu was lifting Zhu Fan high above his head. Hanju felt uneasy inside. What if I get found out one day? At a restaurant, Mo Zhu and Mofuki were eating heartily, having already finished several bowls, while Xuan Shishi's face was full of disgust, pinching her nose. So smelly. Can you even eat this? Zhu Fan or Hu Fan sat beside them, still soulless. At the same time, on a mountain peak, a spirit goat's head was hung at the gate as a symbol. Qingmeng sat high above, complaining. Why have there been so many curse power disturbances to my cultivation lately? He was extremely angry. If it weren't for the spirit treasure of absolute isolation, this curse power might have succeeded. It seems it's time to break through to the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Any further delay might lead to problems. Suddenly, a demonic eagle flew over to report Yang Tiandong has fled into the ancient Yuan continent. Then it flew down and perched on Qingmang's hand. Should we continue the pursuit? He clenched his fist tightly, replying, "Of course, no Funjand. No matter where he runs, I will chase him to the ends of the earth." Qingmang gnashed his teeth in anger. "If I don't tear him to pieces, this king will never be able to vent my hatred," he said with a look of rage. "Yang Tiandong, I treated you like my own son, yet you betrayed me. I never expected this, and it just so happened when I wanted to expand." Qingmang ordered his subordinates below. "Pass down the order. If any human great sects inquire, tell them that the demon Yang Tiandong betrayed me, so I'm pursuing him." Hearing the order, the subordinates shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, the staff in his hand emitted a burst of light, and the curse power came again, making the subordinates exclaim in disbelief, "Damn it, it's coming again." He calmed down. These petty tricks are not worth fearing. On this side, Hanju was holding a magic book, his eyes full of bloodshot streaks, thinking, "I wonder if the curse power has reached Qingmang's body. It feels like I've cursed emptiness." So you put down the magic book, scrolling through your friend's circle on the screen, feeling annoyed. There's no reaction in my friend's circle yet. Yang Tiandong was attacked by demon beasts, and Qingmang is in closed-door cultivation, preparing for a breakthrough. Hanju's face darkened, full of worry. That evil disciple of mine, driven to a dead end, will definitely come back to find me. If he comes, I've never fought a Tribulation Transcendence Realm cultivator before. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. If I can't win, not cultivating and leveling up is the best option. On the other side, Qingmang was also restless. I must hurry. I must find a place to transcend the tribulation first. He stood up abruptly, waving the staff in his hand, shouting, "Once this king steps into the Tribulation Transcendence Realm, forget about the lives of the filthy mortals. Even the human world will become this king's zombies." At this moment, in the northern continent, smoke and fire were covering the hazy sky. The demon-taming sect was shrouded in a deathly atmosphere, with defeated soldiers lying scattered on the ground, blood everywhere. Suqi looked around in surprise. What happened? Everyone's dead? After the demon lord left, Suqi found an opportunity to escape from the crevice, to return to the demon-taming sect. But the sect's elite troops were all dead, leaving only Suqi, who had been fortunate enough to escape being imprisoned in the dungeon, where he suffered torture every day. Suqi's face turned pale as he realized. No wonder they haven't come for months, and the dungeon's restrictions have also lost their effect, so they're all dead. The boy looked up at the sky. Could it be that Master saw me being tormented in the dungeon, and took action? Suqi was full of sorrow. But why didn't Master just take me back directly? Vultures were eating the flesh of the corpses with great relish. The boy suddenly realized, shouting, "Wait, Maester destroyed the demon-taming sect, doesn't that mean I can go back now?" Suqi was filled with excitement. He must want me to gain more experience on the way back. Master is so thoughtful. Then the boy happily dragged the cloak on the ground. The journey back is long. I can't rush. I need to see if there's anything valuable to bring for self-defense. Throwing on a cloak, Suqi's eyes were full of malice. If there are any survivors, don't blame me for adding another stab. The boy went up a bit and found something behind the ruined wall. Suqi was completely caught off guard and couldn't help but curse. Suqi was totally surprised to see someone behind the wall. Someone was still alive. Dooku held a human head in his hand, turned to look at Suqi. Slightly suspicious. "You are a disciple of the royal demon sect?" the boy asked back, puzzled. "Who are you, sir?" Hearing this, he replied nonchalantly, "I used to be a disciple of the royal demon sect too," Dooku recounted painfully, "but because I made a mistake, I was expelled from the sect by my master." So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. I came back to see. But the entire sect has been destroyed. Sun Chi was very alert, his face full of discomfort. This old guy wants to rebuild the royal demon sect? No way, I have to strike first. The boy just started to concentrate the magic in his hand, and lightning radiated around him. I don't want to stay here. I'm at the Yuan Ying stage now. Taking care of him shouldn't be a problem. Dooku continued his story. I used all my divine powers before, and I still couldn't find my master. After searching for days, I'm ashamed that I couldn't repay my master. Sun Chi was fidgeting, ready to attack, but he didn't seem to notice. I finally achieved Tribulation Transcendence. I want to end my mental knot. What should I do now? The boy was so dumbfounded that all the color drained from his face, thinking, Tribulation Transcendence Realm. After talking non-fist-op for a while, Dooku finally looked back and asked, Then do you know where my master's body is? Unexpectedly, Su Chi didn't attack him, but attacked in another direction. Seeing this, he was surprised. But thank you for your good intentions. But searching with such a widespread method isn't how it's done. At this time, Dooku introduced his name. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Dooku, what about you? Su Chi replied and thought to himself, I almost blew my cover. 7 years later, Hanju emerged powerfully with the strength of the 7th level of the fusion realm. Hey Yu Ji, round and chubby, slept soundly on the bird's nest. Hanju looked at it and sighed. Little Hei is getting fat again. Looking over at Shun Changwan sitting huddled in a corner, Shun Changwan's cultivation had produced more spiritual power. He thought of his master. His master's aura clearly had several incarnations already. It seems that bringing my master here in the first place was the right decision. While standing and thinking, Hanju noticed that the system screen suddenly appeared. He read the information on it and sighed. Everyone is so miserable. Chang Yuer and Zhu Dingzhenren were also attacked. It seems that the outside world is not peaceful. Luckily, I haven't gone out. Zhu Farron, can't you stay put for once? Mofuki's group cultivated diligently for a year and finally left the Yuqing sect. Mofuki choked and waved his hand, saying loudly, Headmaster, junior sister, my mind is made up. Go back. Zhao Fan's face was full of discomfort. Mo Zhu, go back and tell Hanju, Zhao Fan, I will definitely defeat him next time, at least defeat the black chicken he raises. Mo Zhu agreed with tears, not forgetting to remind them to ensure their safety. Li Kingni, Li Xingzi standing next to her also warned, You two stinky brats, don't embarrass the Yuqing sect outside. Hanju also thought, a life of bitter cultivation and longevity is only for a few people. Striding into the world of prosperity and strife is their final destination. But then he saw something else. A notification appeared on the system screen. Su Chi has been severely injured, and the entire royal demon sect has been destroyed. Hanju couldn't believe his eyes. The royal demon sect just disappeared like that. Su Chi is forever a god. Hanju sighed inwardly. Great! This is a force that I was wary of, and it fell before I even saw its face. To be fair, the royal demon sect lasted this long. No regrets. Little brat Su Chi, don't randomly recognize foster fathers, okay? How would the Devil Lord help him? He's dead. Maybe the Devil Lord had that intention and borrowed Su Chi. That must be it. He hung a painting of Su Chi on the altar. Su Chi, your teacher, has decided to write your name in the family tree. Hanju was holding 3 incense sticks when he heard a voice. Husband, I'm back. Xing Hongzhuan looked gloomy and entered with a depressed aura. He turned around and saw her walking towards him dejectedly. What's with the long face? Did someone bully you out there? Hearing this, she just gave a small, Xing Hongzhuan's face was full of remorse. Her eyes were already watery, and her voice trembled. Sorry, husband. It's too chaotic out there. I couldn't find any treasures to bring back for you." Hanju took her bruised hands and comforted her. "It's okay, gifts don't matter." He pulled Xing Hongxuan closer, gently saying, "As long as you come back safe, nothing else matters. Is this wound okay?" She pursed her lips and softly replied, "It's fine." Xing Hongxuan turned her face away shyly and said, "Husband, you should be careful. There's a demon named Qing Meng who recently appeared, using the excuse of hunting down traitors to massacre the human race. The cultivators who go out to train are all terrified." She looked at her husband worriedly. "Do you think he'll come to our Great Yan? I heard he killed the Enlightenment old freak." And the no-form sect besieged him but came back empty-handed and heavily injured. Hanju lowered his head slightly, his expression gloomy and silent. Then he stepped forward and hugged Xing Hongxuan tightly. "Look, if he attacks the Jade Pure sect," a look of tender affection and secret love filled Hanju's eyes, "if I can't beat him, I'll take you and run." Hearing this, her eyes lit up with love and surprise. "Only me." As she said this, her voice rang out loud enough to be heard outside the mountain. "Does this mean I'm finally in your heart, husband?" he affirmed. "You've always been there." Xing Hongxuan, surrounded by love, was overjoyed. "Then I'm relieved." Hanju stood beside her, puzzled. "Relieved about what?" she asked blissfully. "Am I the only one in your life?" He also said happily, "Of course." Xing Hongxuan moved closer to him and asked again. "Really?" Hanju helplessly replied. "If not, then what?" she continued. "When I came back, I noticed recently." Hearing this, he was confused, but Xing Hongxuan said something. "There's another cave dwelling even more lavish than my humble abode. Who does it belong to?" Hearing this, Hanju's face was filled with fear, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't dare turn around. "It's Shihi Xianzi's. I invited her here to make it easier for her to cultivate." Hearing this, her face was full of displeasure. Suppressing her anger, husband cares a lot about her. Hanju was scared. After all, she was once my master. Xing Hongxuan asked again, enunciating each word. "Just the bond between master and disciple." He didn't answer, and she became even more determined to ask, "You do?" At this moment, his face was so black that it was unrecognizable. At the Jade Pure sect's main hall, the arrogant and conceited sect leader Lai of the no-form sect was defeated by Qing Meng without the need for a demon lord to appear. It's unbelievable. "Your Jade Pure sect is our last hope." Everyone in the hall was extremely anxious, agreeing, "That's right, sect leader Lai, if you can win, merging our sects isn't a problem either." Everyone was buzzing and discussing non-stop. "Our sects combined probably can't beat Qing Meng, but with the Jade Pure sect we at least have a chance." Seeing the crowd discussing noisily, Lian Qingzi stood up to reassure them. "Everyone, don't be impatient, guys. I've sent core disciples to explore the various provinces. The provinces are vast, so it takes a lot of time." He continued. "Moreover, according to intelligence, they're heading to the ancient Yuan province's kingdom. They're just being delayed, because the Zihi Ren province is stronger than the Great Yan." Hearing this, everyone felt relieved. "That's great. Zihi Ren province is no pushover," Lao Lukao suddenly said. "They have the most integration realm powerhouses in the entire province. As long as they don't encounter combat power like the Tribulation Transcendence realm, Qing Meng will definitely have to swallow his anger." Those few elders of the Nine Serenities sect glared at Lao Luo angrily and scolded him. "Shut your mouth! Did you open it so wide you lost your brain?" Seeing everyone staring at him, Lao Luo was a little scared. At this moment, Li Qingzi, his face slightly pale, spoke. The Nine Dragons sect of the Western Abyss province sent a message, saying that Qing Meng's cultivation is already at the 9th level peak of the integration realm, and he even intends to use the ancient Yuan province as a place to undergo his tribulation. He could advance at any moment. Hearing that, the elders roared at old Lao with fury. Meanwhile, Xing Hongxuan kept badgering Hanju. The bond between master and disciple, right. Her face was still full of suspicion. He didn't know what to say. Suddenly, Hanju put his hand on her shoulder. Men in this world. Then, he pretended to spout some profound philosophy. Having 3 wives and 4 concubines is perfectly normal. Look at those elders. Who doesn't have a few dajo partners? Hanju continued. So, you gotta know, I'll have other Dao partners in the future. Hearing that, Xing Hongshuan's face was completely shocked. But he didn't forget to sweet-talk her. But if I get to decide who to marry first, I'd still choose you. Seeing Hanju's expression, Xing Hongshuan covered her mouth and sighed in relief. Look at you, so scared. I don't mind having 3 wives and 4 concubines. When you're in closed-door cultivation, I'll have my own friends. Hearing that, his face did a complete 180 in horror. She couldn't help but rush over excitedly. So when are the other little sisters coming? I can't wait anymore. I want to get close to them. Xing Hongshuan also hugged him threateningly. But I want to remind you, no one life. No, only you, got it? Promise the other little sisters. Hopeless. He scratched his head and agreed. Outside, He Yuji and Shun Chenghan were pressing their ears against the stone wall, eavesdropping. It showed disdain. It's still better to be a cultivator, he echoed. If this was an ordinary man, this would be a tragic battlefield. Immediately afterwards, those two were bombarded by the NSFW words of Hanju and Xing Hongshuan inside. She said expectantly, Come on, this time you have to be a little rough, okay, He Yunji? And Sun Chengchan smirked wickedly upon hearing this outside. Suddenly he shouted, Supreme Finger Divine Sword. The 2 of them were startled. After that, a surge of power blasted the stone wall apart. It and he frantically fled from the gap. Hanju angrily scolded, Dream on. Xing Hongshuan blushed crimson, while putting on a seductive look. While looking at him, Husband, I'm going out for a walk. You cultivate diligently, okay? Then she approached and kissed him. While his face was gaunt, like a spirit had sucked all of his essence away. Hanju sat down to cultivate, but he looked like a skeleton, without any energy. This fierce momentum, I must break through to the 8th level of the fusion realm as soon as possible. While he was cultivating, he suddenly heard someone's intermittent voice. Master, don't go! He jerked back in surprise. What's that sound? Who else is here besides me? The voice continued to call out. Master. Hanju grabbed his sword and went outside to check. The sound seemed to be coming from inside the pond. Outside was the Tiandi herb, who was a little more grown up. Her eyes lit up when she saw him come out and called out, Master. Then Hanju pointed his sword at the flower pot and shouted, What kind of evil spirit are you? Seeing the sword about to touch her, Tiandi herb shouted in horror. He stood above, face full of intimidating air, and shouted, Why can you speak? She stuttered in fear. I don't know, Tiandi herb said fearfully. I seem to have been like this for a long time. Many memories are recovering. Hanju was quite surprised. Memories. Is this thing some disguised immortal? She pondered a little. That's not right. I used to have a master. I remember she sat next to me for quite a long time. He looked puzzled. Is it an immortal who sat next to it to cultivate for hundreds of years and was affected by the immortal energy, causing it to transcend? Seeing Hanju sit down, Tiandi herb flustered. Since I became conscious, I felt that she was very talkative. Fortunately, she left, he thought to himself. That's not talkative. That's giving you guidance. You're blessed but don't know it. She hurriedly said. Wait, the memory behind that is, I died many times, was eaten, burned, and drowned, but I all revived. Hanju stared at her. The flames of the copper furnace cannot burn away. The spring breeze blows and brings green back. The system mentioned before that the Tiandi herb can live for 10,000 years. He carried the potted plant into the cave, and the little girl, still worried he wouldn't believe her, kept saying, There are so many memories, Like I've persisted for tens of thousands of years. You do believe me, right? He replied. I believe you. A soul over 10,000 years old, huh? It's not easy for you being a wild grass that didn't get eaten by wild animals. You've really worked hard. The heavenly earthgrass was a little scared. But I think I'm almost 100,000 years old now. I remember hearing people say that living so long means a great calamity is coming, and it's supposed to be a 1 in 10 deaths kind of thing. Hearing that, Hanju couldn't help but be surprised. 100,000 years tribulation. This is the kind of story where you're supposed to transform into human form. He thought of the curse and started sweating. The little girl looked at him worriedly. You're my second master. Are you going to abandon me? Before he could answer, the heavenly earthgrass had already lowered her head sadly. But the tribulation is coming. I'm afraid I'll bring bad luck to my master. Hanju interrupted. That won't happen, he said to the little girl with tenderness. Rest assured, there will definitely be a way. I will give you a complete life. Hearing this, the little girl's face was full of joy. Master is so good, the system prompted. Heavenly earthgrass has increased its affection for you. Current affection level is 5 stars. Hanju was a little uneasy. Why do I feel like something isn't quite right? At this time, Xuan Shishi, Mofuki, and Zhao Fan had arrived at the no-form sect. Looking at the scene before them, the three couldn't help but be surprised. And Mofuki spoke. Even the powerful no-form sect couldn't escape the fate of being destroyed by the demon soldiers of Qingmeng. How could they grow so strong? Mofuki was full of surprise. There are so many birds flying all over the sky behind the mountain. Seeing this scene, Xuan Shishi was also full of thought. The demon race has been suppressed by the human race for too long. Now that the Qingmeng Dasheng has appeared, some demon races will naturally admire him and come to him. Zhu Fan stood beside him, also looking unhappy. Mofuki folded his arms. From Daiyan to this place, it's all Qingmeng's demon soldiers. I'm afraid all the demons in the world have come to rely on him. Looking at the demons encircling in a circle, seemingly protecting Qingmeng, Lord Xuan, look at this posture. It seems like they are protecting him. She pondered slightly. Qingmeng is about to undergo tribulation. If he succeeds, he will be the only tribulation realm powerhouse of the demon race. It is normal for people to come and rely on him. Xuan Shishi raised her face and continued. Cultivating to the tribulation realm allows one to ascend. The supreme tribulation realm powerhouse of the human race must have left, not to mention suppressing them. Zhao Fan asked, if tribulation is to ascend, why is there still Mahayana? She replied, it is not easy for ordinary demon cultivators to cultivate to the fusion void realm. Thinking of the past, Xuan Shishi continued, reaching the body integration realm is even a 1/10 chance of survival. To increase another level, one must risk their life to win good fortune to pass the thunder tribulation and almost no longer be promoted. There is not much benefit to this realm, so most powerhouses choose to ascend directly. There are also some talented people who continue to cultivate in the mortal world even if they succeed in tribulation, Zhu Fan and Mofuki Fanqi said in unison. Is that okay? She fell into contemplation. It's like my senior sister increased to Mahayana and is still making progress. Unlike me, although the distance to the tribulation realm is only 1 step away, I hesitate and delay, like a chasm. Zhao Fan was full of determination. I, Zhao Fan, also want to be a Mahayana person who doesn't ascend. He stood next to him and looked. First, we have to defeat that chicken before we talk. Xuan Shishi cast magic and said to the two people, let's go. I'll take you to the sea, where it's relatively safe. Qingmeng is ambitious, and the human race of the mainland is afraid of a disaster of genocide. Seeing Xuan Shishi flying high, he asked, what about the Yuqing sect? Didn't something happen? She just turned her head and looked. but remained silent. Zhao Fan came to Mo Fuqi. Hanju will take good care of Mo's sister. The matter of Qingmeng was reported to the headmaster before it was spread. Under the general trend of heaven, we can't even protect ourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, "Let's go," the three of them disappeared. 7 years later, Hanju was cultivating, gradually opening his eyes, suddenly startled. Why is there fog in the cave? No, this is spiritual energy. He went out of the cave and looked out, asking Heavenly Earthgrass, "Why is it so misty? Is there a spiritual energy riot?" Heavenly Earthgrass was happy. "Master, you're awake," he asked doubtfully. "Did you do all this?" The little girl replied happily. "Yes, Master. Do you like it?" He was thoughtful. "This concentration is too thick. No wonder you have the talent of a god. You can promote spiritual energy just by being born with spiritual intelligence. If you can open up the world's spiritual energy, or teach her some cultivation techniques." But in his mind, an angel and a devil popped up. The angel said, "If you train her, she might become a powerhouse later." The devil retorted, "What if she betrays you? Who knows what tricks that angel has?" Hanju pondered and praised, "Just to be safe, I'll leave a mark on her first." He was delighted, and she happily agreed, hoping for more. He continued, "I'm thinking about what to reward you with." Tiandikao looked at him expectantly, wondering what it could be. He turned back to the chest behind him, rummaging through it while musing to himself, "The Quilin sword is too big. The heartless flying sword, the heaven and earth, Xuan Huang. These are my trump cards. The Tao self-sword technique? Or should I use the heaven puppets to open her potential? Or maybe this one, which I've never practiced." The little girl looked at him, completely confused. Then he held up the Jade Purity Manual, brand new and unopened. After Zhu Dingzhenren supplemented it, she can cultivate to the Void Realm by learning it for a while. He handed it to her, saying seriously, "From today on, you will stay here and study this book. No laziness allowed." Tian Dikao opened the book, looked at it without understanding, and became worried. Hanju slammed the book on the table. "In order to cultivate a positive attitude, I must set an example." He sat right next to her, seriously studying the book, diligently learning, and striving upwards. The little girl held the book, feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. The power from his book created strength that was released from the cave. Outside, the sky was filled with lightning and thunder. It turned out it was lightning tribulation striking a green python. He was full of pride. "What can a little white lightning do to me? Today, this king must successfully transcend the tribulation." He took the lightning tribulation without fear. Suddenly he sensed something. Wait, there is a force from the outside intruding. That power. Hanju's power goes straight to his lightning tribulation, making him scream in pain. No, heavenly tribulation promotion is actually that damned curse power. He was struck through his whole body by that terrible power of thunder. The power was so great that it sent him flying, slamming into the ground, creating a large explosion. The green python was wounded all over and falling freely. He angrily cursed, "Damn villain! Just who is it?" In his mouth there was also the faint image of his scepter. He was dropped quickly into the ocean, causing a large force that made the water churn. He raised the scepter in his hand, causing a great power to emanate. The green python stood up on the water, lifting the scepter with terrifying power into the sky. At this moment his face was no longer calm. "I still have to use the treasure that the master left behind." At this time Green Python Great Sage held his magic weapon tightly in his hand. The Green Python Great Sage used all the power of the magic weapon to resist the lightning tribulation in the sky. While speaking, he reached out and summoned a magic circle. "Today I intend to borrow the treasure and the power of the heavenly tribulation to deduce once. What kind of bastard is playing tricks?" The Green Python Great Sage raised his hand to the sky. He controlled the magic circle to the target. The magic circle that he summoned was rushing forward, creating thousands of red lightning bolts around it. But unfortunately, the magic circle retaliated against him, making him angry. Damn rat, Green Python went crazy. Why can't I figure it out? When this king is promoted to tribulation, I will definitely find you. He was so enraged that he summoned a lightning tribulation. Lightning tribulation, break it for this king. Myriad bolts of lightning descended from the sky. Beneath the water, a whirlpool formed. Thousands of lightning bolts and tribulation lightning struck Qingmang Dasheng. After struggling with the lightning tribulation, Qingmang Dasheng seemed to have become several times stronger. Finally, Qingmang successfully transcended the tribulation, and from now on, he was a true demon saint. Qingmang, with fierce words, "You one-eyed bastard, this saint will let you taste the most agonizing torture in the world. I'll make sure you never get to reincarnate." Qingmang raised his hand and said clearly, "Transmit the order to the demon kings of all directions, tell them not to worry about losses, and launch a full-scale attack." 6 years later, the demon race quickly defeated the human race cultivators. Resistance was shattered into dust, devouring the common people. At this moment, a strange light emanated from inside Hanju's cave. Outside, Yuji was absorbed in cultivation sleep. "Please, no disturbances." Shun Changshan looked towards the cave entrance. "Master has advanced again." Then, he sighed. "Mu Rongqi hasn't returned in a while. I wonder if Master will allow me to go down the mountain to visit him." As soon as he finished speaking, Hanju appeared right behind him. "Don't go. He's not in the sect. Given your current situation, be careful of being eaten by demons if you go out." But Shun Changshan still wanted to go. At this moment, Hanju's cultivation was already at the 8th level of the fusion realm. "I've calculated it, he's fine now. Moreover, even if something happens later, Mu Rongqi's luck is extraordinary. He'll turn danger into safety." Suddenly, a notification from the friend circle popped up. Hanju wondered secretly, just how chaotic is it outside these days? Recently, Shun Changjian heard disciples who came to pay their respects discussing that Qingmang Dasheng would most likely become a scourge of the world. He was worried something would happen to his disciple. Hanju also felt that these two disciples had a truly close relationship. Hanju sighed. "Your disciple's flesh with the demon saint is a treasure. Don't get caught before you even find him. I won't save you then." While Hanju was still rambling on, Yuji was still sleeping peacefully. It even talked in its sleep. "This ginseng is so fragrant." At that moment, Yuji, who was in a daze, gradually woke up. Suddenly it yelled, "Wait, Master Gaodan has been out for so long and hasn't returned. Could it have died outside?" Hanju replied calmly, "Not dead, but getting beaten up every day." Hearing this, Yuji panicked. "Master can calculate that." Yuji felt lucky that it hadn't gone out. Suddenly it lowered its voice and whispered, "If Qingmang Dasheng attacks, why don't we just take our belongings and run away first?" Suddenly, Lian Qingzi ran over from somewhere, hastily reporting, "Elder Han." At this moment all three of them had the same thought. No good can come from the sect leader coming. Hanju looked bewildered. "Has Qingmang killed his way over here?" Li Qingzi hurriedly explained, "Not yet. But state of Ji Yuan is about to fall. Qingmang Dasheng's army of tens of millions are fiercely battling from Yuanzhou and the surrounding Ji Renzhou." Li Qingzi, "It won't be long before it reaches Dayan." That's what he heard from the disciple Bu Zhaoyang's report. He also heard that Qingmang Dasheng has broken through to the tribulation realm. Li Qingzi continued, "The demon kings of the fusion realm and void transformation realm under him have exceeded hundreds." Before he could finish, Hanju interrupted, "Just say you want to exhaust me to death." Hanju looked at Li Qingzi with bloodshot eyes. "So why haven't the human race's cultivation world sent news of joining forces? I thought human destiny was all one body." Li Qingzi stammered, unable to speak. Li Qingzi was bummed. Because the 9 states of the sea have no high-level cultivators in the Tribulation Transcendence realm now, so no one is in charge. Hanju listened. His face also fell. "No way. Not even one person. 2 years ago, there were rumors that a Tribulation Transcendence Realm cultivator appeared in Gaiwan State. But as soon as he showed his face, he was half killed by the Azure Python Great Sage. Now the states are scared, and many sects are being forced to move, Li Qingzi explained. Because the Azure Python Great Sage is the #1 demon city in the history of the demon race. No matter the strength or physical body, the demon race is stronger than the human race. But the human race relies on the advantage of the number of cultivators to suppress the demon race. If the demon race has a Tribulation Transcendence Realm, it means that human attacks will be useless. And considering the current situation, only a Great Ascension Realm powerhouse can suppress the Azure Python Great Sage. Hearing this, both He Yuji and Shun Chenghan broke out in cold sweats. Li Qingzi asked Hanju, "Are you confident this time? If not, the Yuqing sect should prepare to run overseas ASAP." The other two were surprised. Overseas, relying on the old ancestor. After thinking for a long time, Hanju finally spoke up. "No need," Hanju said clearly. "Let all the disciples outside come back. This time we're not running." Hearing Hanju's words, the three of them were shocked. "What? You want to deal with it?" Shun Chengshan suddenly shouted. "Master, are you serious? We're all staying." Li Qingzi seemed a little scared. "Resisting the Azure Python's army? Are you kidding me? It's better to go overseas and rely on the founding master," Hanju said disdainfully. "He's getting beaten up himself lately. You still want to rely on him?" Li Qingzi was confused. How does Hanju know? He frowned. "I can deduce it. Not to mention, can we escape the demon army of the Azure Python Great Sage on the way back overseas?" The system popped up a notification for Hanju with two options. It had been a long time since he had seen such news from the system. He felt that the Heavenly Dao Spirit Stone was a little interesting. Li Qingzi's voice trembled. "No. All the surrounding forces of Great Yan are still fighting fiercely with the demon army. No matter where they go, they will encounter the demon army. Even the demon races that don't belong to the Azure Python are rebelling, attacking their own races. There's basically nowhere safe." He Yuji was a little angry at this time. "Are you kidding us? This is a situation where we should escape?" Shun Cheng'an also advised Li Qingzi to stay, and Li Qingzi agreed. In short, summon the disciples back, stay in the sect, and don't go out. And the disciples who are training outside must return quickly. Hanju didn't want to go out and rescue people everywhere when the Azure Python's army approached. Li Qingzi also followed the order, but he still didn't believe that Hanju could be so sure. Hanju instructed Li Qingzi not to reveal the decision. He wanted to stay, and the other sects of the cultivation world could only pray for themselves. As long as the Yuqing sect is fine, even if the world is destroyed, Hanju doesn't care about being a savior. Once he gets involved, there will definitely be endless troubles later. Hanju thought to himself, the cultivators in this world are not just these superficial things. The Azure Python Great Sage is just a Tribulation Transcendence Realm, and it's impossible to slaughter all the human race. Suddenly the system reminded, "You rejected the sect master's decision and chose to stay, obtaining a Heavenly Dao Spirit Stone." Hanju sighed inwardly. Being so close to the name of the Heavenly Dao must mean it's no ordinary thing. In Hanju's hand was a spirit stone shaped like a brick, sparkling with mystery. He Yuji and Shun Chengwan watched from a distance, praying that Hanju wouldn't use that brick to deal with the Azure Python Great Sage. The system introduced the Heavenly Treasure Spirit Stone. Hanju was secretly delighted after listening. It can increase the grade of a magic weapon. This toy is not bad. Hanju looked at the spirit stone thoughtfully. What should I fuse it into? In the past, he tried so hard to curse, but the Azure Python Great Sage still broke through smoothly. The effect of the Book of Misfortune is probably useless against the Azure Python Great Sage. If he advances one realm, he might be able to curse the Azure Python Great Sage to death, But it's too much of a hassle. First of all, he hasn't even mentioned how powerful it is, and he hasn't ruled out whether Azure Python has an effect on magic weapons or not. Moreover, he can kill the Yu King sect at any time. Hanju raised the spirit stone to the sky and shouted, "Hongmeng Judgment Sword, fuse!" Hanju felt that he should increase his attack power first, and then kill the Azure Python by surprise. The system popped up a warning. The Hongmeng Judgment Sword cannot be upgraded by the Heavenly Dao Spirit Stone. Please change to another magic weapon. Hanju was freaking out. Seriously, it can't even withstand the power of the Heavenly Dao. He couldn't even check it with his divine sense just now, so maybe anything affected by the Heavenly Dao is extraordinary. Guess I still don't know the upper limit of the Hongmeng Judgment Sword, being a half-born magic treasure and all. Xun Changwan, watching Hanju's antics, thought, "Finally, Master realizes that brick can't solve every problem." Hanju mused. "The big battle is almost here, but I still need to further comprehend the Sword Dao way. I wonder if that guy is still waiting inside the Sword Dao River." Outside Great Yan, the army of the Azure Python Great Sage and the human race cultivators were still locked in battle. Both sides were fighting fiercely. Suddenly, they noticed something. A purple light suddenly appeared in the sky. It was the 10,000 ancient Sword Dao again. Hanju, inside the Sword Dao, had no idea how far he'd get today. Hanju decided to quickly take a step forward, but before he could, that senior blocked him. "It's you again," Hanju begged the senior to let him take just one more step. The senior got pissed. "You've already comprehended the Tai Divine Dao and Sword Intent. Who in this world can you not beat?" the senior continued. "Unless you and your opponent are too far apart in Cultivation realm." Hanju scratched his head and forced a smile. "Well, this junior has indeed encountered enemies far beyond my realm." Hanju originally planned to visit the senior and express his gratitude after his ascension, but now he might just die on his cultivation journey. Hearing those words, the senior felt a bit sorry for him. The senior finally agreed to let him proceed. "This is your choice, don't blame me for not warning you about the consequences." Hanju looked ahead. "I'll just have to have a showdown and see if I can comprehend a stronger Three Pure One's potential." Hanju figured that going further would only make him stronger. He boldly lifted his foot and took a powerful step forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, Hanju felt like his entire body had gained 1,000 times more weight. Hanju struggled to walk. This was the power beyond even Tai. It felt like 100 Heiyujis were pressing down on him. He couldn't move, and he couldn't stop because there was no turning back. The senior was standing afar, observing Hanju's every step. Even though he had taken 3 steps, if he kept going, he was afraid he would die here. Just 3 steps. And the difference in realm was that huge. No wonder the senior didn't let Hanju proceed last time. But Hanju was determined. "I'm not giving up. One more step, just one more step." Seeing that he still wanted to continue, the senior flew over to stop him. The senior flung Hanju forward. "All right, kid. If there's a next time, I won't save you again," the senior continued. "Kid, you haven't even reached the Tribulation Transcendence realm, and you've already comprehended so much. It's rare, and I'm really looking forward to your future achievements." At that moment, Hanju's consciousness gradually returned to reality. Xun Changwan and Heiyuji were still glued to Hanju. Master's been sitting there for so long without moving a muscle. Could it be he's not so sure about this after all? Just then, boom, a massive explosion suddenly went off, sending Heiyuji and Xun Changwan scrambling. A beam of crazy, bright light shot out from the cloud of white smoke, freaking them both out. Even the immortal herbs inside sensed something was up. In the blink of an eye, they were giving off this super intimidating aura. Hanju strolled out of the smoke. "My Sword Dao divine power, the 3 pure world cleansing. It leveled up," the immortal herbs exclaimed in shock, just like its previous owner. In the trial arena, the simulated Hanju and Xuanqingjun were all set for their battle. He calmly gathered spiritual energy at his fingertip and started his move. First up, the 3 pure world cleansing. Hanju flicked his finger. and thousands of whirlwinds of spiritual energy popped up around him. The spiritual energy whirled around like crazy, shooting toward Xuanqingjun non, safe stop. Hanju's attack speed was apparently too fast, and Xuanqingjun couldn't even react, just standing there taking the hit. When they hit, the whirlwinds of spiritual energy exploded, creating a mind-blowing blast. When the battle ended, the simulated scenery around them faded away. The system announced the battle time. 2 seconds. Hanju was pretty happy with the result. Same insta-kill, but this time it was clearly faster. He glanced over at the book and thought, not bad, just one step left. If Hundun Dasheng could be added as a friend, I'd definitely be able to curse him to death. If not, then I'll just wait for him to come to the Yuqing sect. Someone was heading towards the Yuqing sect, only 2 miles away. In the quiet forest, a voice echoed. Good thing I had that teleportation formation, otherwise I wouldn't have made it. This battle's tiring me out. Panting and complaining, Yang Tiandong took a step. But Guzi couldn't come with me. I'm super worried. How am I supposed to explain this to Master? Qing Meng's demonic soul has caught up. You wicked spawn, keep running. No matter where you run, this saint will catch you. Tiandong was super annoyed by the wisp of demonic energy that was clinging onto him like glue. The demonic soul of the ancient Qing Meng Dasheng kept whining behind him, saying he was going to rip out your tendons and skin you alive. I'll let you experience what true despair is. After saying one last threat, the wisp of black energy dissipated. Can't keep getting chased like this, Tiandong pondered. Should I go back? Remembering the past, when he gathered his brothers to defeat Qing Meng. The mountains of Zhunan can't record all their crimes. The waters of the East Sea can't wash away the stench. 300 demon kings were gathered to fight Qing Meng. We feasted together, hoping for a bright future. Zhong Fugui divided up the territory after our success, but the reality was way too brutal. All of the demon kings were wiped out. Even though it broke his heart to see them fall one by one, Yang Tiandong could only grit his teeth and run to save his own skin. We were way too naive. The past still filled him with resentment. I worked so hard for so many years, and it was all a joke. When he thought about how all the demon kings were dead, fear crept in and he stammered. Now that I'm back, Master, they wouldn't have. Finally, he decided to turn and leave. I can't bring disaster to Master. I don't have the face to face the elders of Jiangdong. Suddenly, Hanju's familiar voice rang out. You're already at the doorstep, so why don't you come in? He better come back soon. Hearing his master's voice, Yang Tiandong instantly felt a pang of fear. After hearing Hanju's words, you still want to fool around? Are you trying to kick the bucket? Could this unfilial disciple be dreaming of becoming Qing Meng Dasheng's son? Around. Tiandong frantically searched for the source of the voice. At this point, all he could do was kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Yang Tiandong knelt on the ground, sincerely admitting his mistake. Disciple knows he was wrong. Recalling before he left the sect, Tiandong had said, hard cultivation just doesn't suit me. My hemorrhoids are popping out already. I want to go out and temper myself. I definitely won't get a slip disc. Hanju seriously asked back. Have you thought it through clearly? Compared to deceiving and plotting against each other outside, hemorrhoids are a small problem. Remembering that advice from the past, Yang Tiandong now regretted it. I should have listened to you. The outside world is too scary. Seeing him sobbing, Hanju comforted him. Don't cry. Kneel at the foot of the mountain for 5 years and shout, I was wrong, 1,000 times every day. Is this consolation meant to comfort him into his grave? Everything in Tiandong's location was captured in his sight. The hawk demons discussed among themselves. Write in the report to Dasheng that the Jade Pure sect of Great Yan is like this. Right then, a flash of light suddenly appeared in the distance, catching the hawk demons' attention. But before they could look up, their bodies were torn into hundreds of pieces. The system displayed a notification that 2 demon spies had entered the Jade Pure sect's range. This proved that Qing Meng's demon spies had reached the Jade Pure sect. so Hanju sent them off. He pondered. So the army under Qing Meng's command has reached Great Yan. I have to prepare a bit for the great battle. Meanwhile, He Yuji and Xun Changchan were still leisurely singing songs and fishing, hoping not to come back empty-handed today. From afar, Murongqi flew over on his sword. Master, the sect urgently summoned me back. What happened? The fat chicken and Changshan didn't see Rongqi, but seemed to have noticed something. He's back. The legendary eldest brother, for real, He Yunji complained. Why'd he run off as soon as he arrived? Rongqi, also curious, poked his head in to take a look. At this moment, Changjan noticed him. Cheer, you're here? It turned out that in front of the steel of hard cultivation to immortality, Tiandong was constantly kowtowing and crying, and repeatedly saying, Master, this disciple knows he was wrong. He was so obedient, repeatedly bowing and prostrating. Murongqi wondered, what did that junior brother do to be punished to kneel here? Before he could finish, Xun Changhan covered his mouth. Be careful what you say. He's your granduncle. Rongqi couldn't believe it, exclaiming, but he's only at the nascent soul realm. Changjan hurriedly stopped him again, saying, Be careful. Heiyuji also started to gossip. I want to know too. So it went directly in front of Yang Tiandong. Heiyuji greeted, long time no see. How's the outside world? Did you meet any dog packs? Tiandong suddenly sensed the serious atmosphere, but he could recognize little He. Tiandong blurted out, Why are you so fat? This sentence was like a bolt from the blue for Heiyuji. As a result, it used Yang Tiandong as fishing bait. No matter how much he screamed, it was useless. Yang Tiandong gaped, unable to believe that his true nephew was about to reach the nascent soul realm. He was very surprised. He didn't temper himself outside, but only cultivated hard with master to reach this level. Chandalan said that this was because of a little bit of my hard cultivation god talent, that he reached the nascent soul realm. Hearing this, Yang Tiandong was internally screaming, so what was the point of all those years cultivating outside? My strength hasn't improved. I barely remember what Shifu taught me, and I'm just hindering everyone. I'm a disgrace to the sect. Yang Tiandong tried to save face by boasting, My time training outside wasn't a complete waste. Hey Yuji is already at the transformation divinity realm. I'll be back to challenge you guys soon. Hey Yuji just grunted, his expression screaming, Do I look like I believe you? But the idiot Tiandong actually believed it, and happily said, Little He, don't panic. The dog will go easy on you. Rongqi and Chang'an just sighed, not wanting to break the news to Tiandong. As long as he's happy, whatever. Hanju, watching the whole scene from afar, couldn't wrap his head around it. How dare a nascent soul and a transformation divinity cultivator plot to kill the great success divine general Qing Mang? Now Hanju finally understood why Qing Mang chased them all the way here. He sympathized with Qing Mang. To be betrayed by demons with the strength of these two, I wouldn't be able to stand it either. Suddenly, Lin Qingzi rushed over in a panic. Elder Han, something terrible has happened, Hanju immediately guessed. Qing Mang's demon army is here. Qingzi confirmed. That's right, his demon army has already invaded Great Yan. The disciples who returned said his target is Yang Tiandong. He was worried because Tiandong was a senior disciple he'd recommended to Elder Han. He could establish a good relationship with the All Extremes Devil King thanks to Tiandong. If he banished him now, it would chill the hearts of everyone. Hanju calmly replied, Let them come. Have you moved the sect disciples to the 10,000 demons realm? Qingzi answered. All disciples below the nascent soul realm have been evacuated. The secret chambers and teleportation gates are unusable. We can only enter the Jade Purity sect through the main gate. There's no turning back now! To escape overseas, we need to use the 10,000 demons realm's spatial teleportation. But it's unstable. If we're not careful, we'll be torn apart by space, time. That's why we have to sacrifice others to be slaughtered by the demons. I want everyone to willingly take the risk, Hanju still calmly said. What a coincidence, head teacher. I'm also taking a gamble. Qingxi was startled by this statement. Hanju solemnly said, I've already prepared for the worst. Luckily, you guys left a way out. As long as there's a green mountain, we won't have to worry about firewood. Li Qingxi's face also darkened. If we can't win, can we guarantee a full retreat? Hanju gave a number, a 70 chance. Qingxi handed over a jade token. Only with this jade token can we teleport to the gathering place of the disciples the fastest. So before the demon army arrives, I still have time to escape. Hanju took it. Qingxi added, the primordial spirits of 300 elders are inside. Our lives depend on you now. He affirmed confidently, if we really can't win, I'll take you all with me to escape. But if we let Qingmeng get away, I fear the consequences will be unimaginable. At this point, Li Qingxi could only rely on him completely. I'm counting on you, Elder Han. The northern mountains are the territory of the All Extremes Devil King. With whistling winds all year round, Qingmeng has attacked this place. Even the All Extremes has fallen before him. Qingmeng gritted his teeth and slowly asked if he was convinced or not. But even though All Extremes was a mess, he still refused to admit defeat. What is the Green Supreme? He's nothing. Seeing that All Extremes was still stubborn, Qingmeng prepared to continue his attack. All Extremes collapsed at his feet, like a prisoner waiting for execution. Before delivering the final blow, Qingmeng said, do you have any last words? Beside All Extremes was the sobbing of his wife. All Extremes' last words were, Ahua, little Kui is so beautiful. Qingmeng started to build up his power, raising his hand high to deliver the final blow. This strike unleashed an explosion that shook the entire region. But All Extremes was unharmed. On the contrary, Qingmeng started to tremble. He screamed, damn it, it's sparkling again. That damn rascal, he cursed this Holy One again. Everyone around was totally stunned. Tiansu chuckled to himself. A curse, huh? Looks like this dude's on the mountain god's naughty list too. Then he suddenly changed his tune. Forget it, bowing his head low. He ain't gonna be around much longer anyway. I'm willing to submit to you, O Great One. Qingmeng, though a bit confused, released Tiansu's subordinates. He pulled something out and held it up to Tiansu's face, asking, Tiansu, have you ever seen this half-human, half-demon guy? This is Yang Tiandong. Just one look is enough. Tiansu immediately recognized him. Isn't that my adopted son, Yang Tiandong? Could it be that he offended you, O Great One? Qingmeng asked slowly, his voice dripping with menace. Adopted son, someone muttered under their breath. No wonder. Hearing the words adopted son, he got so pissed that his power burst out. Without a word, Tiansu was blasted into next week, his primordial spirit sent flying. Qingmeng Dasheng. What do you think you're doing? I already said I'd submit. Yang Tiandong offending you wasn't my doing, Qingmeng roared. He even recognized this saint as his adoptive father, and organized a Demon King rebellion. Hearing the word rebellion, Tiansu went silent. Qingmeng threatened, this saint won't wipe out your primordial spirit, but you and Yang Tiandong are no longer related. When I catch that little monster, if you say another word, I'll make sure you can never be reincarnated. He was screaming mad, making thunder rumble. All you demon kings, listen up. Slaughter your way over there. Leave no one alive. Qingmeng Dasheng cursed to himself. What a load of bull, daring to recognize other demon kings as adoptive relatives in the Yu King sect. How dare you? Yang Tiandong was still diligently kowtowing. Master, your disciple knows he was wrong. Suddenly, lightning started flashing above, and a voice boomed. You evil spawn! Tiandong felt like he recognized the voice. In the sky, thousands of demon kings riding dragons were approaching. I was wondering where you'd run off to. The owner of the voice was none other than Qing Mang Dasheng. He howled. "Never thought you'd hide in a small sect like this." His eyes flashed dangerously. "Today, this saint will devour everyone in this little sect. See where else you can run." Seeing the war formation in the sky, Yang Tiandong was scared witless. "Qingmeng Dasheng is here. Those powerful auras, those lightning bolts tearing through the sky are headed straight for the green sect." A loud shout rang out, "Elders, quickly escort the disciples to the peaks for protection." The disciples' screams were deafening. "The demon army is here. The demonic energy comes first." Chingozi stood with his hands behind his back, observing everything with unease. This demonic energy? That's Qingmeng Dasheng's tribulation realm. Unbelievable. How can we last? Seize every opportunity to let the disciples escape. Qingzi turned to Xiao Zhao and asked, "Elder Xiao, Elder Liu, can you two stand against Qingmeng Dasheng?" Xiao Zhao didn't answer but stared at the demonic energy in front of him. He gritted his teeth. Undying tribulation realm. Seeing the tense situation, he couldn't help but get nervous. "I can't take it anymore," he asked. "Where's Elder Chan Shen? What did he say?" Hearing this, Qingzi couldn't help but sigh. He said vaguely, "As for him," said to wait some more. Tiandong ran frantically on the small road leading into the sect, shouting frantically, "Master!" He stood panting in front of Hanju. Tiandong panted, then reported the situation to him. "Qingmeng Dasheng is here. What should we?" Hanju crossed his arms and glanced at him, and said to Tiandong without any worry, "It's all right. Let Wufa and the Xiaohe group wait here. Later, teleport to the 10,000 demon realm. The jade pendant is in charge of Murongqi." Hearing what he said, Dikao, tears streamed down her face, and she shouted, "Master, don't leave us behind." Hanju glanced at Dikao and smiled, reassuring her, "Relax. Nothing's gonna happen." Rongqi looked at his master and said, "Xing Hongshuan's information for Hanju. Heard from master that martial art has already arrived at the 10,000 demons realm." Hanju crossed his arms, standing on the mountain peak, observing everything. Hearing Rongqi's words, he felt a bit more at ease. "Good. Now I can finally let loose." Yang Tiandong stared at him, lost in thought, eyes brimming with emotion. Hanju stood silently, watching the crisscrossing rays of light in the distant sky. Green pythons flew in large flocks. Tiandong wondered, could Master be so strong that he's not afraid of the green python great sage? Hanju glanced forward, his eyes filled with unfathomable depths. He thought to himself, "Not within 100 miles, huh?" A thunderous roar echoed. "Activate the sect protection formation with all our might." Unleash the formation. The great formation protecting the Qing sect covered the sky. The light emanating from it was blinding. The demons and monsters quickly surrounded the Qing sect, their eyes filled with lust as they gazed upon the disciples. One of the demons immediately thought, "The delicious aura of cultivators." Others clamored and fought, "Don't steal today, I'm starving." Another, unsatisfied, grumbled, "Too few people, too few, not enough to share." They brandished their weapons, eager to break the sect protection formation and conquer the Qing sect. The formation's immense power made it difficult for them to break through. The aura radiating from it kept them at bay. Li Qingzi raised his hand, signaling the disciples to counterattack. He shouted, "Left and right wings, attack! Don't let a single one escape." Sweat poured down his face. Li Qingzi's face darkened, his teeth gritted, he hissed through clenched teeth, "Mayflies trying to shake a tree." Xiao Jia suddenly noticed something unusual. Wu Gang and the monk also noticed something suspicious. A blue sphere carrying the divine sense of the green python flew with extreme speed, soon reaching the peak of the Qing sect. Everyone was horrified by this scene. A voice filled with doubt echoed in the air, "This is..." As the sphere of divine sense fell, The Qing sect's sect protection formation shattered. A wave of shock reverberated. All the elders and disciples of the Qing sect were backlashed by the power of the green python's true form, causing them to cough up large mouthfuls of blood. The Yuqing sect disciples were nearly all blown away by the aura. Some were sent flying far away, while others were unlucky enough to be painfully slammed into the roofs. Shi Xuan Xianzi was also severely injured. She struggled to stand, her heart filled with fear for the disciples. Just relying on divine sense had caused such heavy losses on the front lines. Shi Xuan's eyes narrowed. She began to think deeply. We can't escape, although our primordial spirits are all with Hanju, and we have a chance to be resurrected. The premise is that Hanju can escape from the hands of a tribulation transcendence cultivator. The green python's divine sense floated in the air, surrounded by demonic energy. He scornfully shouted, "The strongest is only at the 9th level of void amalgamation. How ridiculous!" The green python's primordial spirit cursed. He snorted coldly, "You little bastard didn't hide on the front lines. Let's see where he's hiding." Observing from afar, he quickly saw the stone statue carved with "Cultivate in solitude and become an immortal." He grinned. Found him. Within his sights, he saw Yang Tiandong standing on the cliff. He roared like thunder. "You little bastard. Can't run this time, huh? Still hoping the Yuqing sect can protect you?" Tiandong was terrified. He felt dizzy, his face filled with extreme fear, thoughts exploding in his head. Crap! Even the team leader and the teacher working together couldn't stop a single blow from the green python great sage. How can Master possibly stop him? The voice, along with the hand holding him, stunned Tiandong. A firm voice rang out. "All of you, step back." Hanju held the Heavenly Dao Spirit Stone. The power of the Heavenly Dao flashed with golden light. He firmly grasped the Heavenly Dao Spirit Stone and pointed the tip of the sword towards the green python's divine sense. He thought to himself, "The system didn't detect him, but his divine sense found us, huh?" Tribulation Transcendence cultivators are indeed powerful beyond expectation. His eyes not only carried determination, but also hints of killing intent, his heart burning. He had already locked onto the direction the divine sense was coming from. "Come a little closer." The green python's divine sense locked him in its sights. The divine sense also secretly assessed Hanju and those around him, a body full of spirit treasures, and a foundation establishment cultivator at the 9th level beside that little bastard. The divine sense noticed a body trembling behind Hanju. The divine sense exclaimed, "A black hell chicken trembling in fear." The divine sense secretly sighed. "Oh, this chicken is quite plump, not bad cultivation. Might consider taking it as a home guard." Wait. A divine tree soared into the sky, its entire body emitting mysterious golden light. The green python's divine sense shook. He exclaimed in astonishment, "The Fusang divine tree." The green python saw everything through his divine sense. His divine sense was confused. Why is such a divine tree here? I remember the master mentioned this thing. Even on his side it only exists in legends. A chance for a great contribution? The green python's divine sense's eyes lit up. He wore a strange and evil smile. He immediately thought, "If I can offer this divine tree to the master, once the master is happy, maybe I can stay there." Qing Mang didn't even hesitate. He went straight for his azure python true form. Lightning was tearing up the sky all around him, and his eyes were burning bright. His voice boomed like thunder. "This light god tree is mine." His massive true form made the entire azure sect look like ants. Mi Qingzi just stared up, jaw dropped, looking at Qing Mang's ginormous true form. All he could do was pray, "Gotta hope Hanju gets here quick." Suddenly, a terrifyingly powerful aura descended from the heavens. The power of the Heavenly Dao itself was swirling around Hanju. He activated the 3 pure world incantation, ready to throw down with Qingmang's true form. Heiyuji was shaking like a leaf, but he still clung tight to Chang'an and Rongqi. Rongqi was clutching Dinkao too. Chang'an just sighed to Heiyuji, "Dude, using us as shields isn't gonna do squat." Hanju was actually sweating a bit. The system chimed in. Qingmeng Dasheng not detected. A flurry of notifications popped up, and Hanju freaked out a little, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. He was pacing in his mind. What do you mean, not detected? Is the system capped at the Tribulation Realm or something? Suddenly, Qingzi got blasted by an aura that sent him reeling, mouth agape. Qingmeng Dasheng showed up out of nowhere, catching everyone completely off guard. He slammed down his power, his eyes glowing green, looking totally menacing. The system finally caught up. System prompt. Qingmeng Dasheng, 9th layer of the Tribulation Realm, newly appointed demon saint of the demon race. Hanju closed his eyes, sensing Qingmeng's power closing in. He braced himself. Alright, let's fire up the simulation trial. A torrent of sword energy, infused with the destructive power of the heavenly Dao, erupted from Hanju, blasting forward with all his might. The power sent everything flying, except for He Yuji's tank-like body. Chang'an, Rongqi, and Yang Tiandong nearly got swept away, but luckily they held onto He Yuji for dear life. Screams of terror echoed through the air. Hanju's eyes were locked and loaded, determination burning bright, he thought. Time to go all in. The system dinged. Simulation battle complete. Hanju's sword energy went wild, ripping through space. The one sword to end all technique was unleashed, brimming with deadly sword intent. Hanju was nailing this classic move like a total pro. Qingmeng Dasheng saw a red flash up ahead. He was shocked. That punk is trying to sneak attack me. Qingmeng instantly unleashed his special move. Flinging his hand out with terrifying power, he yelled, "Twilight Barrier." He was confused. And looking ahead, the red light that Hanju had unleashed was still coming. The aura that came with the red light dragged along. It flickered now and then, and cut through the rocks, charging in a straight line toward Qingmeng. The sky was clear again, and the sword aura went to and fro, leaving a straight, endless trace behind it. The bones of Qingmeng were broken, but his lower half was still intact. In the end, Qingmeng Dasheng bit the dust again. Shi Xuan Xianzi was stunned into silence. Everyone in the Jade Pure sect was in the same boat. Qingzi, Biu Mie, Xiao Jiao, and even Wu Gang were gaping like goldfish, witnessing this legendary battle. He Yuji, Rongqi, Chang'an, and Yang Tiandong couldn't believe Hanju had actually beaten Qingmeng Dasheng, and 9th, Mislayer Tribulation Realm expert. Hanju gripped the heavenly Dao Spirit Stone tight, the aura of the 3 pure world incantations still blazing. He was cold, his face etched with killing intent. Hanju scoffed. Playing with fire, huh? Qingmeng's taken down. The bones shattered. The demonic energy dissipated, returning the sky to a peaceful blue with gently drifting white clouds. The demons were terrified, unable to sense Qingmeng's demonic energy. They scurried around, searching frantically. One of them noticed that Qingmeng's demonic energy had completely vanished. He yelled, "Where is Lord Qingmeng's demonic energy?" One nearby looked at the clear blue sky and was even more certain of Qingmeng's demise. He panicked, shouting, "Lord Qingmeng is dead." A barrage of questions and exclamations erupted at once. How could the great sage die so quickly? Just who is this divine being? Huatong received the bad news. All the demons of the demon race frantically fled. Having lost Qingmeng as their backer, their only option now was to escape with their lives. A piercing scream rang out. "Run!" The cry acted like a command, sending them into a frenzied, mad dash to escape. Hanju spoke coldly, his words laced with killing intent. "You bullied my sect, harmed my race, and now you think you can leave." He raised the heavenly Dao Spirit Stone, and instantly, Sword Qi carrying the power of the heavenly Dao streaked across the sky, shining brightly like the Asura hell. Hanju growled, "Demon race! You!" The sword Q swirled around him, encircling his body. The power of the heavenly Daoyo spiraled, locking onto the enemies. A beast screamed in terror. "What's happening?" Louder and louder, the agonizing screams grew more and more horrific. Chingezi watched everything unfold. Each demon beast had a swirling aura locked onto its body. They cried out, "It burns! Help!" The long-haired dude was stunned and exclaimed, "What's going on?" Chingzi, who had witnessed everything, finally spoke. "It's like they're being locked down." Hanju raised the heavenly Dao Spirit Stone, its power and might clearly visible. A surge of energy carrying immense power plunged into the ground, sending rocks and debris flying in all directions. The beams of light crisscrossed, creating utter chaos. Hanju pulled the sword back, cursing inwardly. Damn it! The swirling sword Kui continued to lock onto its targets, no matter if they were underground or in the air. They were all being attacked by the vortex. A demon beast was engulfed in flames. It craned its neck back and screamed in agony. The flames and heat incinerated the monster. Its entire body was submerged in brilliant light. Then, a section of the sky began to stir, with colorful firework-like displays. They flew into the sky and exploded beautifully. Xishuan, standing in the distance, could also admire them blooming in the sky. Her face was smudged from the battle with Qingmang. Xishuan looked up at the fireworks and couldn't help but exclaim with admiration, "These fireworks are so pretty." But these weren't ordinary fireworks. Flesh and blood from the explosions rained down on the ground. Incessantly, fireworks carrying the bodies of the monsters exploded into pieces in the sky. Tiansu's divine sense was stunned by the sight of the shattered remains of the demon race before him. Looking at Qingmang's corpse, he knew that an immortal saint in the Tribulation Transcendence realm had been killed with a single strike. Yi Jian Misha, Tiansu mused. So that immortal was actually living in seclusion in the Jade Purity sect. He looked at the overlapping mountains, sweating profusely. No wonder after arriving at the Jade Purity sect, the curse disappeared. It seems the curse that Qingmang Great Sage sensed was a warning from that immortal. Because this guy stubbornly slaughtered indiscriminately, leading to his body and Dao being destroyed. Tiansu had a wish. "If there's a chance, I hope I can visit that old man. Even to be his mount would be great." Hanju stood there, holding the heavenly Dao Spirit Stone, looking in the direction where Yijian Misha had struck. The mountains in front were carved out into a large chasm. "The mortal calamity ends here," the system prompted. "You have killed an existence in the Tribulation Transcendence realm for the first time, and obtained a heavenly Davio Spirit Stone." Hanju held the Spirit Stone in his hand, feeling puzzled in his head. Hei Yuji cheered. "Master is so strong, invincible under heaven." Chang'an also raised his hands and cheered. Whoa there, Rongqi was totally lost, stuttering. What just happened? Hei Yuji was going nuts, chanting, "Great Master, Great Master, Great Master." Rongqi, clueless, chased after him. Chang'an walked up to Hanju and said, "Master was right. Focusing on cultivation is the true path." He turned to Rongqi. "Cheer, use all your time to cultivate them. Only then can you defeat your enemies." Rongqi, hyped up, replied, "Yes, Master." Yang Tiandong, who had been watching everything, was internally freaking out. How strong was that Azure Python Grand Sage? I know very well, he was practically invincible. He thought about the Python's mangled corpse, something so despairingly powerful. Master just killed it! He was shook. Yang Tiandong's eyes widened in disbelief, and he sighed internally. So the strongest guy was right beside me the whole time, and I was chasing after empty power all over the place? I'm too embarrassed to face Master now. Hanju brushed past Yang Tiandong. Hanju's words caught him off guard. "Still here? Have you finished kowtowing yet?" Yang Tiandong broke out in a cold sweat. He blinked at him, stammering, "No, not yet." Hanju kept walking, leaving behind a single sentence, "Then hurry up and go." He walked faster but didn't forget to warn Yang Tiandong. "From now on, if you dare to run off without my permission, our master-disciple relationship is over. I won't lift a finger if you live or die, Yang Tiandong sighed in relief, agreeing immediately. Yes, master. While cleaning up the battlefield, everyone was pitching in to fix what had been destroyed. Someone shouted, Elder Zihan Shen is here. Everyone started buzzing. Huh, where? Hanju walked over, and all eyes were fixed on him in admiration. Everyone cheered him on. Elder Zihan Shen is forever a god. Elder Han, light of the human race, may you have boundless blessings and longevity. I want to have your babies, Hanju reminded. Qingzi, don't let your guard down. I feel like something's not right. Li Qingzi knew what he meant. Lei Qingzi pointed to something in front of them, then turned around and said, Is Elder Han talking about this? They both stared at the massive bone in front of them. Hanju confirmed. That's right. My move couldn't destroy this weapon. It's not simple. Li Qingzi, looking at the bone, was also taken aback. What is this? What in the world is it? He pondered, then fell into thought. It's definitely not something from the mortal realm. No wonder curses didn't work on the Azure Python Grand Sage. This magic treasure was the culprit. I'm afraid the big one will be here soon. Hanju walked up to the bone, placed his hand on its surface, and said, Let's see if this thing has an owner. When his hand touched it, a surge of energy ran through the bone. He muttered, Spiritual sense enter. The energy delved deep inside and went straight into his spiritual sense. Hanju was surprised. There's a space inside. He found it strange, but then his eyes immediately looked up in shock. Hanju discovered an image of a power of Jue Yuan appearing before his eyes. He was stunned. The Azure Python Grand Sage is his clone. There are two bright blue balls in front of Jue Yuan, inside which you can see through to the outside. His eyes are closed tightly, but now they are shaking. He frowned unexpectedly. Jue Yuan opened his eyes. His eyes flashed two red lights. His deep and unpredictable eyes are like a detector that sweeps forward, and the aura from his eyes is released at an accelerated rate. Outside, Hanju was sent flying back a few steps by Jue Yuan's aura, causing a backlash. Hanju cried out. Li Qingzi saw this and worriedly asked, Elder Han, are you okay? His hand hurt. He pulled it away from the bone, retracted his spiritual sense, and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. He thought, I knew it. There's someone behind this. Hanju quickly cast the six-path soul-devouring skill. Golden light and energy shot up into the sky. Instantly, the massive bone on the ground shrunk. He sighed in relief. Luckily I acted fast, or that guy would have used the clone to come for revenge. I've only felt this oppressive aura in the Sword Dao river. Suddenly, a system screen popped up with a warning. The system reminded him. Hanju was caught off guard and turned his head to look at the system screen. He blurted out, Huh? The screen showed an image of Jue Yuan, an 8th level loose immortal. 6-star hatred. Because you killed his favorite pet in the mortal realm, the clone is full of hatred towards you, waiting for you to ascend to cause you trouble. Hanju was shocked. The 8th level loose immortal. Hanju held the bone in his hand, and he thought to himself, waiting for me to ascend. Is there no way for him to come down here to find me? Hanju's eyes stared at the bone carefully, in which a serious light shined. Consider myself lucky that the upper realm is so powerful and unable to descend to the mortal realm. Is it an agreement, or is it restricted? He was a little worried, saying, So after ascending, I can't go back either. Hanju, holding the bone, looked up at the sky. He was stuck on something, like, would ascending just be the same old grind? Or would he actually get some chill time to cultivate? Seriously, all the good stuff's up there, so ascending too early is kinda dumb. Might as well drag this out and see what they can even do about it. Over in the West Abyss continent, at the True Martial Sect Man, the place was all mountains and echoing with these crazy screams. Turns out, Qingmeng Dasheng bit the dust. Jade Pure Sect's elder Zhan Shen one-shot him. Dude couldn't believe it. He was totally stunned. What? The main hall just exploded with chatter. People were losing it. Qingmeng Dasheng is dead? Seriously? He was a freaking Tribulation Realm cultivator. And Jade Pure Sect did it? Someone was like, wait, I've heard that name before. Another guy was all starry-eyed. Who is that Godslayer elder anyway? Legend. Qi Kuai Jian, sword seeker, sighed. But his Jade Pure Sect disciple, Ji Hao, was just bouncing with pride, yelling, "That's our Godslayer elder for Ya!" An old dude stepped forward and asked Chihuahua Jian, "Sect leader, you've been to the Great Yan before, right? Jade Pure Sect's that strong?" The sword guy next to him chimed in, all curious. "Yeah, Ji Hao said you sparred, but you never mentioned a word." Chihuahua Jian hung his head, voice all quiet. He was kind of ashamed, like, well, the truth is, Chihuahua Jian looked everyone in the eye and just laid it out there. I got my butt handed to me by the Godslayer elder in one move. That's why I never brought it up. Everyone went silent. Then boom! Shock! The green-haired Taoist blurted out, "What?" The old guy was just as surprised. "You're the strongest fighter in the whole sect. How insane is this guy?" Someone else was itching to know about the Jade Pure Sect. Jade Pure Sect wasn't exactly famous before, was it? Chuai Jian stood tall, admitting, looking back, getting beat by the Godslayer elder isn't something to be ashamed of. It's an honor, actually. His eyes gleamed with a little slyness. He had a plan brewing after this. Jade Pure Sect's gonna be the holy land of cultivation in Great Yan. Heck, maybe even the 10 states and 9 dynasties. We gotta cozy up to them ASAP. Ji Hao bowed respectfully, stepping up. "Master, I volunteer to head to Great Yan right away. I'll represent the true martial sect." "Represent West Abyss continent too, to thank Jade Pure Sect." Chuai Jian thought for a sec, then added, "Not just that, we need to get a super nice gift ready." The old dude straight up objected, voice booming, "Sect leader, our sect's taken a serious hit. If we go kissing up to Jade Pure Sect now, what'll the disciples think?" Chihuahua Jian got right up in the old guy's face, dropping some truth bombs that shut him right up. "Wake up! What about Jade Pure Sect saving everyone in the world? If we don't go pay our respects, what'll the world think of US?" The old guy just stammered. "Well," Chihuahua Jian kept laying down the logic, giving him a look. "Down the line, Jade Pure Sect's definitely going to be the place every cultivator looks up to. No arguments. If we're late to the party, we'll fall way behind. The sooner the better," he ordered. "Get it organized!" The others, hearing Chuai Jian's reasoning, secretly admitted he had a point. Everyone agreed to start making arrangements. The green-robed Taoist crossed his arms, nodding. Chuai Jian's right. The other sects are probably heading over there already. Once Jade Pure Sect gets big, some jerk sect's gonna throw their weight around and bully everyone else. A masked figure next to him chimed in. "Exactly! Cozying up is a win-win. Can't miss this chance." Outside the true martial sect, Xiao Jian's voice echoed through the halls. "Anyone else got anything to say? If not, it's settled." The entire true martial sect answered as one. Understood. Over at the 9 Dragons sect, Wei Yuan stared at the ruins. It was a far cry from its glory days. He stood alone, sadly looking back at his sect. Ever since that run-in with Qingmeng Dasheng, the sect had split apart, and tons of people had bailed. Wei Yuan, watching the remnants of what was, started talking to himself. The elders are really something else. Even Qingmeng Dasheng wasn't a match, he thought. Otherwise, we'd have to keep hiding. He looked out at the distance. The sect now completely destroyed. The buildings and rooms were also slanted and had broken roofs, and the loss could hardly be recovered. The stones and bricks were also lying on the ground. Even the flag, with the symbol of the sect, was already torn. The stone tablet in the shape of a dragon's head lying on the ground was like the fate of the 9 Dragons sect. Wei Yuan looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes flashing with helplessness and despair, and he couldn't help thinking in his heart. Cultivators practice for immortality. The so-called sect is only for inheritance, and doing sect is for power. What is the difference from the mortal gangs? While Wei Yuan was immersed in his thoughts, a disciple stepped forward to report. Reporting sect master. After the inventory, our 9-Dragon sect's chief disciple reached 70,000 at the peak, but now there are only 3,000 left. The building damage exceeds 9 points, and the books and treasures were looted. Fortunately, the 9-Dragon true art in the organization has not been discovered yet. Wei Yuan looked up at the front. His words with sorrow and grief, he slowly said, "Almost the sect is destroyed. People die, and the old business is lost like this. If it is said that there is no 9-Dragon sect in this world, it is not an exaggeration." The disciple bowed his head and continued to report. "Sect master does not need to worry. As long as the secret tradition is still there, the 9-Dragon sect can be glorious again," he responded. "Our disciples have capital, but only this capital." Wei Yuan spoke of the concern that has been on his mind for a long time. "How many sects are looking at our secret method? You are not unaware." The disciple was very surprised to hear the sect master say so. Verbatim. Wei Yuan asked the disciple a question about having a crime. In the current situation, what will the original say to protect the inheritance? He stepped lightly on the ground and then used his breath to fly into the air. Wei Yuan stood in the middle of the sky, his robe coat fluttering in the wind, and the breath still surrounded under his feet. Wei Yuan shouted, calling everyone. "All disciples and elders listen to the order." The disciples looked up at the sect master. They wondered if he had anything to announce or advise. Wei Yuan's voice echoed throughout the sect. "Everyone must be very clear about the current situation. We all need to protect this place." The disciples and elders were gaping in surprise. And one person spoke with his own doubts. "Sect master? What does this mean?" He looked down at the disciples. His gaunt face and his dejected and sad expression made the story he was about to tell serious. Wei Yuan said, "The surrounding forces are staring, and rebuilding the sect will definitely not be easy, and forcing the rebuilding will only increase unnecessary sacrifice. Rather than being swallowed by them, it is better to find a place to develop yourself." He frowned tightly, and it was very difficult to say this decision, and Wei Yuan's eyes flashed with determination. He ordered everyone, including the disciples and elders, "Everyone, come to Jade Pure Sect today," Wei Yuan shouted. Taking the 9-Dragon's true scripture as a tribute to submit to the Jade Purity Sect, the statement was like a bolt from the blue. This decision of his shocked and horrified all the disciples. The disciples looked up at their sect leader, who stood against the light, making his body appear like a black silhouette. A series of questions arose after Wei Yuan decided to submit to the Jade Purity Sect. One disciple exclaimed angrily, "Has the sect leader gone mad?" Another, unable to bear the thought of the sect's treasure falling into the hands of others, retorted, "That's a secret not to be divulged. How can it be given away as a gift so easily?" Yet another disciple felt that submitting to the Jade Purity Sect would make the 9-Dragon sect a laughingstock for other sects. Joining the Jade Purity Sect is to become a joke to the world? Wei Yuan had been driven into a corner. He didn't want the 9-Dragon sect to be coveted by others and become a tempting treat for other sects to fight over during its decline. Though reluctant, he still made the decision, as it was better than being exterminated. The 9-Dragon sect was just changing its form of existence. Moreover, the Jade Purity sect had a unique trait. It strived to find compatibility while preserving differences. I've been to the Jade Purity sect and understand this point. Even if we join the Jade Purity sect, we'll still have control. The secret Blood Flame Heavenly Gate technique is an example. Without the Blood Gate's consent, their cultivation methods cannot be learned. Two disciples whispered to each other. Rumor has it that no one has learned this technique. Wei Yuan looked at his hand, then down at the disciples of the Nine Dragons sect. He resolutely said to everyone, "Borrowing the strength of others to protect our inheritance and the reputation of the Jade Purity sect, you don't need to worry. Once you're independent and strong, you can break away from the Jade Purity sect." An elder disciple looked up at him, his eyes wide, and said doubtfully, "Sect leader, from what you're saying, you don't plan to go with us." Gazing at the majestic, overlapping mountains before him, Wei made a decision. Yeah, this time I must seek higher mountains. In his mind, he had long aimed for a goal. Only by following the example of the predecessors and focusing on hard cultivation is the true path of cultivation. Wei Yuan reminded the disciples, "If the Jade Purity sect doesn't accept you, go find Elder Zhan Shen, report the name Huang Zuntian Zhan Shen, and the elder will understand." With that, Wei Yuan disappeared, leaving behind only a faint trace of aura and a voice, "Everyone, farewell for now." The disciples below kept reaching their hands towards the sky, calling out to him, Sect leader, don't go." Everyone was extremely puzzled. Who is Huang Zuntian? At the Jade Purity sect at this moment, the sword battle of sword-slaying the demon saint had fermented for 8 years, and the Jade Purity sect's reputation in the cultivation world was as bright as the midday sun. The emperor of the Great Yan dynasty walked amidst a cluster of soldiers, eunuchs, and maids, each carrying tributes and treasures. The emperor of the Great Yan dynasty had come to pay respects to the Jade Purity sect, willing to honor the Jade Purity sect as the national religion. A resounding shout echoed, "His Majesty has arrived!" The emperor walked with dignity, in the style of an emperor, through the crowd. A maid excitedly scattered flower petals from a basket, adding to the solemnity of the emperor's arrival. The emperor knelt before the stone statue, Hanju's divine sense. On the table was a pig's head, and many other offerings. Li Qingzi spread his arms and shouted solemnly. The nameplate of the Jade Purity sect had been changed. The emperor bowed his head, and the Jade Purity sect officially changed its name to the Jade Purity Holy Sect. Hanju and Li Qingzi sat drinking tea. Hanju revealed a great discovery. Turns out the Great Yan also has an emperor. Live you. Li Qingzi replied helplessly. Don't just stay in seclusion all the time. Go out more and take a look. Hanju lowered his head. He never expected the Jade Purity sect to be so prosperous one day. He said, "I didn't expect the Jade Purity sect to become the national religion." Li Qingzi laughed and looked ahead, his words carrying praise. "Hanju, in the end, you saved all living beings. You deserve the reputation." Li Qingzi continued, "Even the Nine Dragons sect wants to join us now." His words made Hanju turn to look at him in surprise, and asked, "The Nine Dragons sect?" Li Qingzi said to him, "Rumor has it that Wei Yuan told them to come." In Hanju's mind, he couldn't help but worry. Is old Huang trying to break the game? Looking at the fragrant smoke rising from the teapot, Li Qingzi gave some instructions. Hanju, also. "I have sent a message to the ancestor, asking him to return to take over the sect. The ancestor has also agreed. In a few years, he will return to shoulder the position of sect leader." Hanju felt a pang of concern. He asked Li Qingzi, "Sect leader?" "That's me." Li Qingzi's expression turned solemn. He sensed that his lifespan might be limited. He lowered his voice. "I feel that my time is running out. I plan to focus on cultivation, to fight for my own destiny." Hanju was stunned, his eyes widening as he looked at Li Qingzi. Hanju advised him, "After handing over the position of sect leader, go to the bitter cultivation to become Immortal Mountain to cultivate. As for the cave abode, open one yourself." Li Qingzi's voice rang out. "Thank you, Elder Han. Without your arrangements over the years, how could the spiritual qi of this bitter cultivation to become Immortal Mountain be so abundant? I hope you can go further on the path of cultivation." In his mind, he thought, in a few years, the ancestor will return. I wonder if the ancestral master will follow. In the crisis of these years, I have never seen anyone use the puppet. Hanju raised his hand to shield the moonlight, and the light shone through the gaps in his fingers. At this moment, Hanju also raised his hand to shield his eyes. Through the gaps in his fingers, his eyes showed a hint of determination. Chang Yuer was lying on the bed, wearing a revealing suspender dress that showed off her long, flawless legs. She felt a little worried. It's late at night. Vistresh. Is junior brother okay? Chang Yuer's eyes were dull, unfocused, and she lay with her arms outstretched. Beside her hand was a sharp knife. A few small sparks flickered prominently. Hanju's puppet was neatly placed on the bed. It suddenly spoke, startling him. Shiji, Yuker, was completely shocked. She recognized that familiar voice, her Shiji's voice. Yunir grabbed the puppet and held it up high, stunned. Turns out you could talk to me through this puppet. Why didn't you say so sooner? It has this function. Yuer's face darkened. The first few years I called you. Why didn't you answer? Did you forget about Shiji because you have other sweethearts? Hanju was sweating bullets hearing her scolding, so he quickly explained, it's not like that. The Tianzihe puppet has a limited spirit energy storage. Once it's used up, it won't be able to protect you anymore, so I have to use it sparingly. Yunker was flustered when she heard his explanation. The embarrassment was clear in her eyes. Yunker realized something, so that's how it was. Her Shiji was really so gentle. I'm gonna cry. Over the years, with Zhu Dinglaozu protecting her, she had never encountered a life-threatening danger, but she suddenly realized an even more serious problem. Yunker panicked. Wait, this puppet can sense me. Doesn't that mean Hanju? The more she spoke, the more humorous she found it. Yer let out a piercing scream. This old lady has been seen naked by Shidati every day without knowing it. I just hope he didn't see my fat rolls. Then, she continued to scream. So embarrassing that it could reach the Yuking sect. He hurriedly clarified his unwarranted injustice, his tone filled with helplessness. The spirit energy isn't used like that. It can only check if you're in danger. The more Yusir spoke, the more chaotic it became. Doesn't that mean that Shibati can sense even those things that I do every day? A big question mark appeared in his mind. Hanju blurted out in confusion. Huh? She screamed uncontrollably. I want to die right here! On the other side, Hanju was sitting and reading a book. Dikatyo was sleeping soundly beside him. He couldn't understand it. His mind was a mess of inexplicable things. Hanju's words made Yuer dizzy. Shiji, in a few years, Shizu will return to the sect and take over as headmaster. When that time comes, please follow Shizu back, he said to her. The puppet has 9/10 of its spirit energy left, so I'll go ahead. As soon as Hanju finished speaking, Yuer rushed to the puppet, crying, No, Shidi, I was wrong. I won't do those things anymore. She squatted on the bed, then pointed at the puppet's head, and hurriedly asked, Shidi, you haven't told me what the situation is like at the Yuqing sect, and you haven't told me what your cultivation situation is like? Answer this, old lady. Hanju's puppet stared at her blankly. Yuer sat in front of the puppet, her arms crossed in front of her chest, and she sulked as she scolded him. Stinky Shidi, you care about me, but you won't say it. Then, she thought, it's good that he's so aloof. Yuer thought of the scene of Hongchuan and Mozu, with tattered clothes, begging on the streets, the two of them crying incessantly. Maybe Hongchuan and Mozu often encounter it too. She flashed a cunning smile, then raised her hand to cover her mouth. Wait until I get back, Shidi. Don't even think about escaping from the palm of my hand. A shout rang out, cutting off Yuer's fantasies. Yuer Mai, there's a huge good thing. Her eyes hardened. The previously excited and happy expression disappeared. Yuker put on a coat and walked out towards the entrance of the cave preaching, raised her hand to her mouth, and shouted towards the little sister, Are you here? Recently, The Qilong Immortal Island has a great power preaching the Dao. I have an invitation from the island. Yunye stepped forward, her beautiful appearance like a flower. She lowered her head to look at him and asked, a great power preaching the Dakio. Preaching, looking up at the hand waving the dried fruit, the appearance of a scholar learning etiquette. His eyes lit up when he saw her. Preaching, that's right. Do you want to go? I can take you. He raised his hand to cover his mouth, then broke into a bright smile. Preaching, it's a rare opportunity. Maybe there will be a big surprise. Yunye looked towards him, her eyes indifferent, glancing without the slightest bit of concern. She coldly replied to his good intentions. Thank you for your kindness. I won't go. Recently, I have some insights into cultivation. I need to slowly comprehend them. Zhang Dao still smiled, not noticing Yunye's discomfort at all. He reached out and said to her, Okay, then I'll come bother newanime next time. And if I find any good treasures on Qilong Immortal Island, I'll bring some back for you. Yunye's eyes carried extreme disgust. She slowly said to him, There's no need to be so troublesome. She impatiently turned to leave, muttering in her mouth, I just want to focus on cultivation. I don't need any treasures. Seeing Yunye stepping inside, he reached out and called after her. Newanime, what did you say? He laughed loudly and bid her farewell. I'll go first, you cultivate slowly. Stepping inside, she couldn't help but feel annoyed and frustrated. Yunye muttered, Zhang Dao doesn't want to cultivate diligently every day. He just comes to pester me. It's so annoying. She snorted coldly. By the time you come back, I'll have long returned to find my little deity. Yunye looked towards Hanju's puppet and asked, You said so, right? She quickly threw her shoes aside, then threw herself at the puppet that was placed on the bed, her eyes filled with affection. Calling out her deity's name, Yunye hugged the puppet tightly, then rubbed her cheek against the puppet's cheek, her voice excited. Deity, come closer! She patted the puppet's cheeks, excitedly chattering on, while also thinking about seeing her little brother soon. I wonder if the spiritual qi in your abode has been enough for you these past few years, little brother. Chang Yue gracefully placed her hands on the puppet, then gently closed her eyes. She softly said, When I return, I'll definitely make proper arrangements for you, little brother. The full moon cast a gentle light over every corner of the space, with cloud, like rocks, and starlight glittering like a Milky Way scattered throughout the room. A meeting was underway, with serious business at hand. One person, seemingly the most authoritative, spoke up, breaking the silence of the meeting. The green python great sage is dead. What do you all think about this? Blood demon old ancestor passed on the news he had heard. Rumor has it he died at a sect called the Yuking sect, within the Great Yant. Strictly speaking, the Yuking sect is now basking in the limelight, like the sun at noon. The person sitting opposite him listened in silence, seemingly lost in thought. Chiwai Mo, sitting beside him, joined in. The green python great sage was my master's favorite pet. Ordering him to slaughter the humans of the 10 continents and 9 dynasties was also our plan. This vengeance must be taken. He obviously couldn't accept the fact that the humans of the 10 continents and 9 dynasties still existed. Although the humans of the 10 continents and 9 dynasties have suffered countless casualties, they haven't been completely wiped out. We need to find another way. But Luhan didn't think so. He spoke his mind. The green python great sage was too arrogant, relying on the magic treasures of the Zhueyan Dao Ren. He actually thought he was invincible under the heavens. It's good that he's dead. If we want to wipe out the humans, relying on the demon race alone won't work. We need to make the humans slaughter each other. He spread his arms and loudly proclaimed, I suggest supporting the human demonic cultivators, creating internal strife among the humans. Mon Ji Yu also thought this was a good idea, and having nothing to object to, she said, This servant has no objections. Mo Ji Yu, with her enchanting figure, leaned on the arm of the chair and said in her flirtatious tone, That way, the blood offered will double. killing two birds with one stone. Her eyes lit up, and she turned to the person beside her. "You're right, aren't you?" "What do you think?" Xuan Qingjun coldly asked. "I have no objections." Then she added, "I once went to the underworld." Mo Ji was surprised by what she said and reminded them, "Let me give you guys a little heads up. The demon clan is getting a little impatient." Lu Han was stunned when he heard this, and Chimo was no exception. Xuan Qingjun's reminder left him dumbfounded. Blood Demon Old Ancestor was also lost in thought by her words. His eyes flashed with red light carrying sinister and vicious intentions. Xuan Qingjun crossed her legs, revealing her long, fair legs. She slowly spoke. "What happens when we fail to complete the mission of reviving the demon clan on time? I'm sure you all know very well, right?" She really looked like a master. Her aura was definitely not ordinary. Xuan Qingjun raised her voice and made a decision with Blood Demon Old Ancestor. "All right, I'll handle the Yuking sect matter, and you guys handle the other matters." Blood Demon Old Ancestor sat opposite her, but he seemed to be overshadowed by Xuan Qingjun. He agreed to this proposal. "Make sure you clearly investigate the situation of that mysterious cultivator in the Yuqing sect. If he's detrimental to our plans, Mo Jun will do his best to kill him." Xuan Qingjun's purple eyes glowed brightly. She was ready for this operation. Xuan Qingjun replied, "All right, I'll set off immediately." In the mortal world, 10 years makes an era. But cultivation knows no years. 5 years flashed by in the blink of an eye. The dazzling light of the 9th level of the combination realm enveloped the space. Han Ju happily shouted, "9th level of the combination realm." He looked up at the sky and stretched out his arms. Enjoying the fruits of his hard cultivation, he exclaimed excitedly, "The tribulation transcendence realm is right before my eyes. Keep up the effort." Hanju's eyes flashed with determination and resolve, he slowly said. "Then there is a need for a grand celebration." Hanju opened the misfortune book, looking at the rows of characters. The names of the seniors and the people he knew immediately appeared in his mind. Vermilion Bird, Mo Yoling, Hui Yandao Ren here. He thought to himself, "Let me say hello to these people first." The Heavenly Dao Spiritual Stone and the Misfortune Book touched each other, causing a dazzling golden light to appear. That year, after the Great War, Hanju finally decided to merge the Heavenly Dao Spiritual Stone into the Misfortune Book. At that moment, Hanju raised his hand upwards. A powerful aura shot straight into the sky. Attack power 3000. And the defense is still a question mark. No one knows for sure. Only that it is the Unparalleled Spiritual Treasure Misfortune Book. He thought to himself, Heavenly Dao, Heavenly Dao. With this edition, the Misfortune Book will definitely be different from usual. The response speed of the curse will be faster than before. Your pet, Hundun Tiangu, encountered a demon beast attack. Triggered 28,211 times. Your good friend, Xiu Fan, encountered a demonic cultivator attack. Triggered 3,779 times. Your good friend, Mo Fuki, encountered a demonic cultivator attack. Triggered 3,644 times. Your good friend, Zhao Farren, suffered severe injuries, life in danger. Your enemy, Mo Yuling, due to your curse, suffered damage to his Dao heart, encountered inner demons, and his cultivation has greatly decreased. Your disciple, Su Qi, encountered a demon king attack and suffered severe injuries. Your disciple, Su Qi, activated a stroke of bad luck. The demon king encountered a passing-by great cultivator who pursued and killed him. Your Dao companion, Heng Xuan, obtained an opportunity and entered a blessed paradise cave. Han Ju stroked his chin smugly. Mo Yuling's cultivation is greatly decreased. Awesome, awesome. Too bad nothing's happened to Zhu Kui and Zhu Yandao Ren yet. Seeing Heng Xuan's information, your Dao companion, Heng Xuan, obtained an opportunity and entered a blessed paradise cave. He pondered. Heng Xuan's body has the luck I left behind. Her fortune has been increasing recently. Wonder what kind of treasure she'll bring back for me next time. Hanju immediately thought of the scene of Hongshuan excitedly reveling in treasures. He couldn't help but sigh. Forget it, Hanju thought to himself. I'm not the type to enjoy being a kept man. Therefore, the earth herb climbed onto his shoulder and excitedly spoke in a cute voice. Master! Master! You're out of seclusion! Hanju glanced at the earth herb on his shoulder and said to her, Did anything happen while I was in seclusion? Earth herb quickly replied, Yes. This morning, the Grand Elder came looking for you, saying today is the Grand Elder's 900th birthday, and he wants to invite you to the Intersex City's birthday banquet to preach to the disciples. Earth herb winked at him. I guessed you definitely wouldn't want to go, so I directly refused for you. Am I awesome? Her eyes lit up with pride. Hanju held the earth herb in his palm. He smiled and praised her. Awesome, awesome. I really don't want to go out and show my face. Hanju looked into the distance, feeling that refusing wasn't a good way. Directly refusing was a bit inappropriate. It'd be better to send well wishes. I'll take you guys to stroll around the intersect. Earth herb heard she was going out to play and was extremely excited. Thank you, Master. You're the best. On a branch, there was a note with a picture of Hei Yu Ji. The content was from Tiandong, sent to Hanju during his seclusion. Master, the sect has a grand banquet recently. Seeing that you're still in seclusion, we won't wait for you anymore. Tiandong. Hanju saw the content on the note and felt unhappy. There was a hint of blame and resentment in the tone. These good-for-nothing descendants, they left me behind to secretly attend the banquet. I just hope they don't run into that shop. As he expected, Tiandong's group, Chang'an, and even Hei Yu Ji were sweating bullets in front of a shop. It said, 1000-year-old shop. The street was filled with bustling crowds. Hanju held earth herb in his arms. He blended into the crowd. The people on the street were looking around. It was truly lively. Hanju thought in his heart, I wonder if I'll meet any new people with extraordinary talent. Earth herb was being pampered in his hands, and she was extremely excited and thrilled. Suddenly, the system sounded an alert. The system reminded him. Hanju's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, talk of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao arrives. Hanju paid attention to the content on the system screen. It displayed Xuan Qingjun's information. 8th layer of the Grand Ascension Realm, ranked as a demon lord. Earth herb was eager, her eyes shining brightly. She exclaimed, Wow, that looks delicious, Master. Look, it's a super bird person. Not seeing him reply, she called out a few more times, Master, Master. At this time, Hanju was in deep thought, not paying any attention to Earth Herb's words. His gaze fell on the second floor of the building in front. A woman was also looking at him. Qingjun was cold, holding a teacup, her gestures elegant. She was glancing at him. Hanju inadvertently revealed his old and weary face, looking in her direction. Earth Herb noticed his strange behavior and asked, Master, what's wrong? Hanju was wary, sweat forming. He replied to her in a trembling voice, Your master might be a goner soon. Qingjun leisurely poured tea into her cup. An idea flashed in his head. Why is she here? Moreover, she shouldn't have discovered Mai and Hongzhuan's relationship, since she appeared in a mortal body. Is she here to deal with me? Qingjun gently brought the teacup to her lips. Her eyes radiated a strong killing intent. Hanju was completely bewildered. I've always done a good job keeping secrets. I shouldn't have exposed anything, right? Hanju quickly arrived in front of her. He raised his voice. Miss Xuan, long time no see. Facing Qingjun, he was acting enthusiastically about meeting her again, his tone filled with hospitality. You've come from afar, please forgive me for not welcoming you. His eyes sparkled like stars. Although he was smiling and talking to her, Hanju was screaming inside. Her mood doesn't seem good. Crap. Qingjun stared at him with a dark face. She raised her hand to her chin, looking outside and sighing. Outside, Yuji was surrounded by a group of chefs because of its chubby figure. Tiandong not only didn't dissuade them, but also held a flag and cheered them on. Go! Go! Rongqi just stood there with wide eyes. Only Chang'an was anxious, shouting, Stop! Yes. This is the pet of Elder Zanshen. A kettle was placed on the stove, the steam from the kettle rising and spreading in the air. There were also exquisite teacups on the table. Qingjun really knew how to enjoy tea. Hanju and she gazed out the window together, admiring the scenery. Dikao was left neglected in a corner, tearfully whimpering, inwardly screaming, posing as a green plant outside. Hanju didn't dare to meet her gaze, thinking to himself, "It's been half a day, and she hasn't said a word. My heart is like ants crawling all over a hot pot. Is she waiting for me to confess? She keeps watching me." Qingjun quietly scrutinized Hanju, her fingers fiddling with the teacup, propping up her chin as she pondered. His hair's a bit greasy. Guess he didn't wash it during seclusion? Or maybe the residual energy wasn't cleansed after the deed? No way. Hushuan is such a neat freak. After what felt like an eternity, Qingjun finally opened her mouth. The other day, did you? Without letting her finish, Hanju slammed both hands on the table. Xuan, Gunyang, let me twist my words a bit. No, let me explain. He yelled in sheer terror. It's not what you think. Qingjun's eyes lit up. She flashed a mischievous grin. No need to explain. What's done is done. Qingjun's eyes sparkled as she spoke. Truly worthy of the man I, this lady, have set my sights on. Hanju was practically crying as he spoke. I was wrong, you can chop me up or dice me as you please. Qingjun picked up the teacup, her cheerful expression returning. Relax, you off that snake, so what? With me around, no one can touch you. Hanju's jaw dropped. Huh? Peng. What, Qingmeng? So that's what this is about. Inwardly, he cursed himself. Damn it, I almost blew my cover. She sipped her tea, glancing at him, her mind filled with confusion. Qingjun pressed. What's wrong? Is there something else? Hanju scratched his head, forcing a laugh. No. Xuan Gunyang, what brings you back this time? Is there something you need to do? Hearing this, Qingjun leaned forward, standing up and getting close to him. With a serious face, she told him, I'm here to avenge the Qingmang Dasheng, but if you're the one who killed him, then let's drop it. Later, if anyone asks, you can't admit you did it. Qingjun looked down at Hanju. Her words became firm. As for the real culprit, let's just say I killed him. Got it. Qingjun cupped his face in her hands. Hanju stared straight at her and asked, So, behind the Qingmang Dasheng, there are accomplices. She sat on his lap, cupping Hanju's face and answering his question. This demon has a big backer, but don't worry, I'll take care of that guy. Just focus on cultivating. Hanju was terrified. Holy crap, Juyan Daoran in the mortal realm has such deep connections? This is a major problem. Qingjun waved her hand. The table was suddenly covered in medicine bottles. Hanju was stunned. She said, You could kill the Qingmeng Dasheng, so you must have reached the Crossing Tribulation Realm. These medicines are all for the Crossing Tribulation Realm. Take them! Hanju looked at the medicines on the table, trembling as he said, that. She realized something was off and asked, Not enough? Hanju looked down at the ground, fiddling with his fingers. He whispered, Actually, I just reached the 9th level of the fusion realm. Qingjun was shocked, her eyes widening in disbelief at what she had just heard. Elsewhere, because he was too heavy, the 1000-year-old shop collapsed. Yunji was confused. Rongqi, Chang'an, and Tiandong were helpless. Unable to do anything about Yunji's destruction, Tiandong sighed. Tofu Dreg's construction. Qingjun was still sitting on Hanju's lap. Seeing her expression, he felt awkward, his voice slightly trembling. Hanju repeated, I really just reached the 9th level of the fusion realm. Qingjun lowered her head, then spoke. You killed a crossing tribulation Qingmang with just the strength of the 8th level of the fusion realm. Hanju frantically explained to her. I know it's hard to believe, but it's definitely the truth. Suddenly, the system's alarm blared. The system notified him, and Hanju's eyes widened in surprise. The information displayed. Your Dao companion Xuan Qingjun increased her affection for you. The current affection level is 5 stars. Qingjun cupped her face. Her eyes filled with affection, her mood gentler, her voice soft. I didn't expect you to be such a once-in-10,000-year prodigy. Qingjun clapped him on the shoulder, her words full of pride. Not bad, even more suitable to be my Dao companion. Qingjun moved closer. Catching Hanju off guard, he stared at her with wide eyes, face to face. The light from outside the window shining on the pair, making the atmosphere even more ambiguous. Qingjun lightly licked the corner of her lips, a gesture that only amplified her alluring charm. Hanju was sweating, his expression a mix of surprise and fear. A thought exploded in his mind. Dodged one calamity, but looks like I haven't completely escaped. She sat up straight, brought her hand to her lips, and said something that made Hanju panic. Aya, it seems a little early. I might break you. Qingjun glanced at him flirtatiously. Her eyes sparkled, and she used her seductive voice to advise him. You must cultivate diligently. I will slowly wait for you to mature. Hanju stared blankly, thinking to himself, mature my ass? Does she think I'm a little apple in an orchard? Seeing his dumbfounded expression, Qingjun stood up, stepped away from Hanju, and waved her hand. Only looking and not eating, how boring. I'll be going now. He suddenly remembered something. All right. Hanju reached out and took out the treasure he carried with him, saying to her, This is a magical treasure left by the Azure Python Great Sage. I feel like it's not simple. It's for you. He took out the shrunken bone, handing it to Qingjun. This bone was the Absolute Zenith Golden Staff. She took the Absolute Zenith Golden Staff and said to him, This treasure is truly extraordinary. It just so happens I can take it back to make those guys believe the real culprit is truly dead. Hearing this, Hanju scratched his head awkwardly. Qingjun continued, Even if heaven and earth change, you just cultivate well. He didn't understand the deeper meaning of this sentence. Hanju was a bit curious about what she just said. What Qingjun, holding the Absolute Zenith Golden Staff. She walked towards the window. She looked outside and said, My Dao companion, even if heaven and earth are destroyed, I can still protect you completely. Seeing Qingjun preparing to leave, Hanju called out, Ms. Xuan, I'm very curious about what you said about heaven and earth changing. Can you tell me what this change is all about? Also, who wants to avenge the Azure Python? She turned her head back and replied, The karma involved is too great, it's impossible to know clearly. As for the name of the Avenger, Qingjun disappeared quickly, but didn't forget to leave a name for him. Luoqi Mo. Only a trace of her aura remained in the space. Hanju stood silently, his whole body as if frozen. Knowing the name of the one who stood up to avenge the Azure Python, he thought to himself, Luoqi Mo, you just wait. I'm coming for you. Hanju opened the misfortune book, checking the names inside, with many names noted down, some of which he had already crossed out. Mo Yuling, Zhuke, Juan Daoran, Luoqi Mo. 3 years later, Qingzi was carrying a stack of books. His jaw dropped when he heard a shocking piece of news, and he shouted, What? Tribulation Transcendence, Elder Han? This is a major breakthrough. At the entrance of the cave dwelling where Hanju cultivated, a sign read, New Home, Great Fortune. Qingzi was busying himself with some things when Hanju suddenly asked him, Right, Sectmaster, do you know of any places nearby that are suitable for Tribulation Transcendence? Preferably somewhere no one goes within 100 miles. He troubled him to think, rummaging through his head, muttering, "Within 100 miles. According to the records in the 6 Paths Reincarnation Technique, the duration of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm's Heavenly Tribulation is a multiple of the Fusion Realm, and the power is also a multiple. Hanju fell into contemplation. Fusion Realm 9th layer Great Perfection. If I still go to the Myriad Demons Realm this time, I might destroy it. Finding a safe place to transcend the tribulation is a matter that brooks no delay." After a moment of thought, Qingzi finally remembered. Actually, there is one place. Because there are countless poisonous insects and demonic beasts growing there year after year, cultivators rarely go there. He pointed into the distance, and then said to him, "It's the eastern plains of the Jade Pure Sect. Or should I take you there?" Hanju followed the direction Qingzi pointed, and also looked into the distance, and he agreed to let him take him there. Okay, 2 streams of golden light streaked across the sky. Below, the group of Yang Tiandong were also looking up. Rongqi wondered, why did Master and the Sect Master leave? He Yuji was indifferent, and responded to Rongqi's question with a powerful blow. They're probably about to break through. The speed of Master's breakthrough in the higher realms is even faster than you guys in the lower realms. You guys can't, huh? Her words were like a knife, stabbing into the self-esteem of Rongqi, Yang Tiandong, and Chang'an. Yang Tiandong was furious. His face flushed red, and he shouted, "You still have the nerve to talk about us? I feel like you haven't broken through either." He Yunji lowered her head to face Yang Tiandong, and looked at him with bullet-like eyes. She said arrogantly to him, "So what, even if I lay it out, I'm still at a higher realm than you." He retorted, "So what, you break through slowly." He Yunji replied, "Even if my breakthrough is slower, I'm still at a higher realm than you." Now, Yang Tiandong was angry, speechless. "You have no place to vent." He started punching and kicking He Yuji's stomach. Not only did she not blame him, but she also said something that made him even more insane. "You're scratching the right spot." Chang'an and Rongqi didn't care much about the two of them, leisurely carrying fishing rods and walking quickly towards the distance. Chang'an spoke up. "Let's go fishing." He silently sighed in his head. "A chicken, a dog. Master's subordinates are all extremely irritating." At the eastern plains of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, this place was vast and misty. Hanju and Qingzi stood on clouds talking to each other. He said to him, "Sect Master, you should go back first. The commotion when I transcend the tribulation will be a bit big." He clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the endless plains in front of him. Qingzi asked him, "Don't you need me to protect you?" Hanju didn't want him to be implicated, so he said, "Enemies might come to disturb my tribulation. You can't stop them." Qingzi really wanted to help him protect him. But hearing these words, he also had to feel helpless. Because his enemies were not only strong but also very numerous, Qingzi frowned. This makes sense. After saying goodbye, Qingzi quickly left. He looked up at the sky, and his mind was filled with thoughts, relying on the spiritual treasures on his body and his own strength. Dying in the heavenly tribulation was almost impossible, unless someone took the opportunity to sneak attack him. Streaks of thunder flashed across the night sky. Hanju realized the heavenly tribulation was coming. The space suddenly emitted a burst of light, and the thundering tribulations gradually spread throughout the area. Looking at everything that was happening, Hanju felt uneasy, like he had forgotten something, even though everything was clearly prepared. He stood in mid-air, facing the heavenly thunders. Hanju suddenly remembered something super important, his heart pounding like crazy. He grabbed his arm and yelled, "Crap! It's the Jade Pure Sect's Taoist robe! I totally forgot!" The heavenly tribulation for the Tribulation Transcendence Realm is all about penetration attacks, and even centuries-old clothes can't handle it. A bolt of heavenly lightning crashed down, tearing his robe to shreds and exposing his upper body. He grumbled inwardly, "Why does the golden cicada mystic divine robe have to be see-through?" Another flash of lightning struck the ground, instantly shattering the earth and rocks. Time flew by, and a month later, the system chimed in. A notification popped up. You have successfully broken through to the Tribulation Transcendence realm. You can choose. 1. Prepare for ascension. You can go to the 3 realms and obtain a spirit treasure and a heavenly Spirit stone. 2. Continue cultivating to reach the Grand Ascension realm. You can obtain a spirit treasure and a divine power inheritance once. Hanju pondered, can I choose some clothes? Everything except my spirit treasures got blown up. This is tough, what am I going to do later? After a moment of hesitation, he clicked the button on the system, choosing option 2. Hanju thought to himself, even though I can ascend now that I'm in the Tribulation Transcendence realm, it's not the right time yet. Those two, Zhu Kui and Jue Yandao Ren, are still up there in the sky. Ascending now would be like asking for a death wish. The system's voice rang out. You have chosen to continue cultivating to reach the Grand Ascension realm. You can obtain a spirit treasure and a divine power inheritance once. The screen displayed, congratulations, you have obtained the Tai Yi spirit treasure, purple gold soft inner armor. The system introduced it. Purple gold soft inner armor. A defensive spirit treasure of the 8th rank Tai Yi level. It's flexible and has extremely strong defensive power. The system's voice rang out again. Congratulations! You have obtained the divine power, Universe in the Sleeves. Zhu Zhong Qian Kun, Universe in the Sleeves. Sleeves become the heavens and earth, absorbing the yin and yang of heaven and earth and all things. Hanju grinned. This is like getting charcoal in the snow. Now I don't have to show my butt when I go back to the sect. Plus, it's a Tai Yi level defensive spirit treasure. The system really knows me. The screen displayed. Method of ascension. Rely on your own luck to stir the heavenly Dao, and the heavenly Dao can help you escape the mortal realm and ascend to the upper realm. Method of reincarnation. Rely on the power of reincarnation to stir the heavenly Dao. Hanju wondered. The 6 Paths reincarnation technique has been refreshed? That's kind of interesting. I can not only go to the upper realm but also to the underworld and other dimensions. It must be related to the 6 Paths reincarnation sword immortal path that I chose. For now, I don't need to go to any world. Better to be a head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. I wonder how much my lifespan has increased. As soon as he thought this, the system screen displayed his information. Realm. Tribulation Transcendence Realm. First layer. Attribute. Gongjia. Relationship. Hanju. Fate. 478,109,200. Human race. Transcending mortality stage. Aptitude. 6 Paths spirit body, including top-tier wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and lightning spirit roots. Increasing luck to a certain extent. Innate luck. Unparalleled. Sword maniac of destiny. Peerless footwork. Descendant of the Immortal Emperor. Hanju exclaimed in shock. 10,000. Almost 100 million years of lifespan. His techniques were also displayed. Techniques. 6 Paths Reincarnation Technique can transfer spells. 7 Tribulation Sword Finger. 3 Stars Illusionary Steps. Shadowless Sword. 9 Dragons Exorcising Seal of the World. Greater Heavenly Thunderstorm Divine Art. Restoration Technique. Divine Powers. 6 Paths Soul Absorption. Heavenly Fiend God Sword Technique. Somersault Cloud. 10,000 Swords Divine Sex Tathagata Mantra. 6 Paths Absolute Imprint. Swanhuang Sword Chi. Heaven and Earth Swanhuang Breaking Realm Swordfinger. Universe Magic Treasures. Golden Cicada Mystic Divine Robe. Eternity. This information exploded in Hanju's mind. I'm already this ridiculous in the Tribulation Transcendence realm. If I break through to the Grand Ascension realm, won't I have a lifespan equal to heaven and earth? I have to strive to reach the Grand Ascension realm as soon as possible. His goal became even more firm, and a smug smile crept onto his face. Hanju was now wearing the purple gold soft inner armor, and he stood in mid-air, looking at the surrounding scenery. Under the heavenly tribulation, everything was destroyed, and even the mountains were flattened. I didn't expect the destructive range of the Tribulation Transcendence realm to be so large. No wonder the Green Python Great Sage wanted to seize more than half of the ancient Jungian continent. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he glanced to the other side, a warning flashing in his mind. Wait, there's a living being. Since no living being below the Tribulation Transcendence realm could withstand the lightning tribulation for a month, Hanju opened his divine sense to search the surrounding area. The target was located soon after. Approaching, he saw a young boy trembling with fear, surrounded by a patch of green. He sighed inwardly. Not only people, even the surrounding plants and trees weren't damaged. This guy's not simple. Could it be he wanted to use the heavenly tribulation to ambush me? Hanju flew in front of that orange-clad kid, hands clasped behind his back, radiating an extraordinary aura. He spoke up. This is where I stopped to undergo my tribulation. What do you want, dude? The kid was startled to see him, then replied in a weak, stuttering voice, The heavenly tribulation is over? That kid hugged his face, eyes swimming with tears, feeling all kinds of relieved. I'm alive, thank God. Hanju was stunned, an idea exploding in his head. This Lianqi realm cultivation actually didn't affect heavenly tribulation, but how could he do it without suffering any damage? The system spoke up. Detected a Xiantian Qi luck holder. Do you want to check his background? Very quickly, the screen displayed this kid's info. Fang Liang, Lianqi realm, 3rd level. Favored by the heavens, born from heavenly Qi luck, receiving the protection of heavenly Qi luck. Because his luck is too great, his physical body and soul can't handle it. Once he breaks through to the Jindan realm, his heavenly luck will obviously soar from there in one step. Unstoppable. Hanju looked over at Fang Liang beside him, observing him carefully. Then he turned to look at the system screen again. Then he looked at Fang Liang one more time, making the kid super confused. Just then, he was shocked. His expression was unbelievable. Hanju didn't expect that the person in front of him would be a kid, he exclaimed in fright. Fang Liang looked up at Hanju with his big, innocent eyes, his face pale, looking all apologetic. The kid spoke. This junior unintentionally disturbed senior's tribulation. I apologize. Hanju was screaming in his head. Child of the heavens? What the heck? Is this the main character of this world? Hanju revealed an old face, a long nose, and asked the kid with a dark face, Your cultivation is so weak, why did you come here? Fang Liang knelt on the ground, in a respectful tone. This junior is a level 1 loose cultivator. I originally wanted to apply to the Yu King sacred sect, but I got lost, and happened to come here. Hanju was surprised by this kid's actions. He looked at Fang Liang, and fell into a contemplative state. Being trapped in the heavenly tribulation for so long without anything happening, his luck is truly heaven-defying. Returning to Hanju's elegant temperament, looking at Fang Liang, who was constantly trembling, he couldn't help but feel helpless. This kind of personality? What a disgrace to be the child of the heavens, too weak. Whatever, let's form a good relationship. A command token fell in front of Fang Liang. The kid looked at the object on the ground, utterly stunned. The words, Slaying God, were on the token. A shocked voice echoed in the space. Isn't this the legendary Slaying God Elder of the Yu King sacred sect? Hanju disappeared into the sky, leaving only a wisp of spiritual energy lingering. Fang Liang called out, Senior! Hanju's voice echoed. Meeting each other is fate. When you enter the Yu King sacred sect, you can take this order. In his heart, he evaluated the kid. Although the potential of the child of the heavens is great, I'm not bad either. Who knows who will become an immortal by then? The system prompted. Fang Liang has generated goodwill towards you. The current goodwill level is 4 stars. Hanju looked up at the system screen. When people are young, Receiving guidance from a powerful figure for no reason easily generates worship. Hanju walked out of the cave. Diakao was waiting outside. Seeing him, she cheered, "Master, you're back. I haven't heard from you in so long. I was so worried." He came to the girl's side. Diakao hugged his hand tightly. Seeing this, he comforted, "It's okay. It just took a little longer to pass the tribulation. How's your cultivation lately?" She was absorbed in holding his hand, but still didn't forget to answer her master's question. Lianqi Realm, 8th level. Hanju gave Diakao some praise. "Not bad. Anything else?" She looked up at him, her big, round eyes super cute. Diakao told him about her experiences in cultivation. "Well, when I was cultivating, memories of some cultivation spots kept appearing in my mind." The girl seemed unsure. It seems like a set of mantra." He sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. Hanju closed his eyes slightly and said to Diakao, "After all, you have followed the immortal gods, and once understood the truth. Secret exercises are very normal." The girl heard what her master said, and thought it made sense. She nodded in agreement. "That's right. I lost too many memories. I only remember a little. It seems to be something." He was drinking tea while listening to Diakao tell the story. 1. A speck of dust can fill the sea. A blade of grass can slash the sun, moon, and stars. "Master, you don't think that means I'm going to walk the path of sword cultivation, do you?" Hanju was a little helpless, but remained silent. On the cave wall of Hanju, the words were engraved very clearly. The voice sounded in the space. "There is an 8 out of 10 chance. If there is anything wrong, tell me immediately. Endure for a while. The sea is wide and the sky is high." In the Yuqing sacred sect, since the death of the Qingman Grand Sage, the Yuqing cultivators admired the reputation and came to the world. The Yuqing sacred sect has always had inexhaustible incense, and the people coming in and out are lined up in a long line. From outside, a loud shout announced to everyone, "If you want to join our sect, please go to the right. Bring your sect joining procedures and a copy of your identity. Remember." The shout continued to remind everyone to be careful. "Please protect your valuable items such as weapons, exercises, and elixirs. We will not be responsible for any losses." Fang Liang sweated anxiously as he looked at the dense crowd ahead. The kid sighed. "There are too many people. How long will I have to wait in line?" Standing among so many people, the kid began to panic, feeling a little scared. Fang Liang blamed himself for being too nervous that day and forgetting to give his name. "But how can I find that senior? I wonder if they remember me," the kid then thought. "Surely they'll know where the senior is." At the Yuqing sacred sect queue, so this monk with the loudspeaker is straight up yelling at everyone, "Yo, front row, back it up!" This cultivation path is a B. It's gonna be tough AF, so if you can't even handle lining up, GTFO. Yu Gang was just chillin', arms crossed, when he spots Fang Liang rolling up with his backpack. And the kid's like, "Hey, excuse me, big guy. I was sent here by a senior from your sect." Yu Gang's all annoyed, thinking to himself, "Oh great, another backdoor kid." Then he gives Fang Liang the cold shoulder. "Look kid, rules are rules. Nobody can change them. Not even if the sect leader himself vouches for you. Get in line." The kid pulls out this token from the cutting god elder, looking kinda bummed like, "What do I do now?" Fang Liang asks Yu Gang, "This doesn't work either?" Hey Yuji, Rongqi, Chang'an, and Tiandong were all bugging out at the sight of that token. Quick as lightning, Yu Gang yeets the kid right in front of Hanju. Yu Gang does a total 180, throws his hands up, all lovey-dovey, and goes, "Ju, I brought him. I'll just be on my way now." Then Fang Liang's looking at the vast sea, open sky sign on the cave entrance, totally confused, and Yu Gang just teleports away. Tiandong, all hyped up, sidles up to the kid, eyes all twinkly, and starts laying on the sweet talk. "Hey there, lil sis, what's your name?" Fang Liang winks at Tiandong and then introduces himself to her. "I'm Fang Liang, Fang as in upright, Liang as in good, Rongqi and Chang'an," and Tiandong facepalm so hard they almost break their noses. Hey Yuji chimes in, all impressed. A refined young lady, a gentleman's ideal match. Tiandong clutches his chest, eyes sparkling, and showers Feng Liang with compliments that are smoother than a fresh spring breeze. Hanju walks past the crew and drops a bomb that turns everyone to stone. That's a dude. Meeting starts. Feng Liang is just standing there confused, looking at the meeting. Hey Yuji's giant ass is blocking the view for everyone. It goes, WTF, Master didn't bring someone with him? Tiandong, all salty, asks, so we're just gonna hand him over like that? Chang'an points at himself like, Hanju, adopted disciple? Hanju spills the tea, I still gotta cultivate. But Tun Chang'an is different. He gives Chang'an the serious look. Chang'an, your physique is basically passive cultivation. You can level up any time without even trying. You're the best choice to guide him, and it won't even mess with your cultivation. Chang'an's still all hesitant about it. Tiandong just straight up yells at Chang'an, you worried your new disciple's gonna catch up to you like Mo Rongqi being too ashamed to admit a disciple. Then he throws himself at Hanju. Hey master, if Chang'an's not feeling it, can I take him? Chang'an, in the background, is quick to extinguish his hopes. Quit your daydreaming, would ya? Hanju glares bullets at Tiandong. No chill at all, Tiandong, if you adopt him. He'll probably end up being adopted by some demon king as a grandson. Tiandong's face just turns gray. All the swagger just drains away. Feng Liang's eyes go wide. Wait, he's gonna take me as a disciple. Tiandong throws an arm around Chang'an. He's a bit of a worrywart, but he's got a good heart. A rare find. No need to worry about his educating quality. Chang'an's face darkens, and he growls out, word by word. Tiandong, you can scram. Feng Liang's kinda nervous, but he covers his mouth and points at Hanju. I thought Elder Cutting God giving me the token meant he wanted to take me as a disciple. Hanju admits, I did have that intention. He looks at Feng Liang, dead serious. With your current level, if you have questions, anyone here can answer them. Later on, when your level gets higher, and they can't answer your questions, I'll personally guide you. We are in the same sect after all. There is no difference who adopts you. Feng Liang gets the picture and quickly agrees. Feng Liang decides, okay, and kneels before Chang'an. Chang'an cups his fist and says, Feng Liang, from now on you're my second disciple. Feng Liang responds respectfully, yes, master. They start getting to know each other and loosening up. Chang'an reminds Feng Liang, from now on, if you don't understand something, ask your senior brother. He knows more than me. Tiandong chimes in, or you can ask your granduncle. The kid agrees. Hey Yuji snarks at Tiandong, you gonna teach him to worship a foster father? Hanju watches them chatting away and thinks, damn, I've got this many disciples already. Let me see. My first disciple Tiandong has the bloodline of a demon saint. Second disciple Su Qi is the reincarnation of a heavenly palace janitor. Third disciple Shun Chang'an is the reincarnation of an ancient spiritual ginseng from the upper realm. And my grand disciple Murongqi is the reincarnation of a god palace war god. Second grand disciple Feng Liang is the child of heaven and earth. And He Yuji is the reincarnation of an upper realm demon saint, whose true form is a black feather phoenix, a chaotic heavenly beast. The only female figure there is that of a heaven and earthgrass capable of becoming a fairy goddess. Hanju grinned. These guys are brimming with good luck. Their future is promising. He was thinking, should he wait for them to grow up before ascending, or let them ascend to the Immortal Realm first, and then back them up? Hanju's figure stood beneath the setting sun. He scoffed. What am I even thinking? Waiting for them to cultivate to the point of ascension? Who knows how long that'll take? Yes, He called out, Chang'an, Chang'an, teach him the Jade Clarity Technique, ASAP. Don't let him leave the mountain before reaching the Golden Core Realm. The guy bowed respectfully. Yes, master. Feng Liang shouted excitedly. Is it too late to leave the sect now? Rongqi chimed in. Nah, it'll be Golden Core Realm soon enough. A few years later, The ceremony welcoming back Zhu Dingzhenren commenced. It was also the handing over of the Jade Clarity sect's leadership. He stroked his beard, looking all majestic and imposing. Everyone started buzzing with admiration. Whoa! In the middle, Yungnir gracefully walked forward, calling out, "Master, junior brother, I'm back." Qingzi was chatting with Zhu Dingzhenren. "Ancestor, you're finally back. Was life in the overseas sect good?" he scoffed. "Overseas isn't easy either." Yuer looked around and blurted, "Where is he?" she asked Qingzi. "Head teacher Lai. Is it my master here?" The old man was surprised. "Shi Xuan Xianzi is definitely in secluded cultivation at Elder Han's cave abode lately." Yuer panicked. "Shi Xuan Xianzi is at Elder Han's cave abode." In her heart she was screaming, "Crap, crap, crap, thought of everything but forgot about master." Streams of thoughts appeared, flashbacks of the flirtatious moments between Hanju and his master. Yuer was flustered. Junior brother is so cold to everyone else. The only time he ever smiles is when he's with master. He even rejected Hongxuan, Moju, and me. Turns out it's because he likes master. She called out loudly, "Head teacher Qingzi." The old man looked at her, surprised. Yungnir continued, "How long has my master been with junior brother?" Qingzi looked a bit bewildered and said, "Since this morning." "Why? Is something urgent?" the old man said. "If it's urgent, I happen to have some luggage and express delivery that needs to go over there anyway. I can give you a ride." Yungnir was taken aback and asked, "Head teacher's luggage? Are you planning to stay with junior brother?" Qingzi affirmed her words. "Yeah, the package has a note saying the seller promised a secret delivery," he revealed. "Not long ago, I even stayed in the cave abode opened up at Elder Han's place for a short time." Year's eyes lit up when she heard that, thinking, "If both men and women were there, then it's not a big deal." She asked curiously, "Opened a cave abode?" "My master too," Qingzi replied coolly. "Yeah, so what?" Yuthir stammered, confused. No, just asking." Yu Gang beside them immediately questioned, "Senior brother, why did you buy a doll?" Qingzi was completely caught off guard, stuttering, How did you know?" "You." Yer giggled to herself, thinking, "What is this? Looks like I was overthinking it. Junior brother isn't that easily moved. How embarrassing, making me worry for nothing." She thought to herself. Junior brother and the head teacher have a really good relationship. Their answers to each other are very logical. Together. Suddenly she imagined the scene of Hanju and Qingzi bathing together, and she immediately told herself, "That's not right." Based on junior brother's personality, he definitely wouldn't let others rub his spiritual energy. Unless, thinking of this, Yungnir frowned uneasily. This is an even bigger problem. In front of the White Mountain, a voice rang out, "Long time no see, junior brother." Hanju was sweating bullets, saying, "I can tell that life overseas wasn't easy for you either. Your cultivation's been stuck at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm for a long time, hasn't it?" Yunqir immediately choked. "Don't remind me. Speaking of the speed of advancement, how can I compare with junior brother?" Hanju avoided the topic. "You flatter me. Let's sit down, ha-Reich." Yor didn't let him off the hook, and said, "Answer my question first." She said with a cold face, "A rare master like our master has seldom appeared together with other people, and has also sworn never to leave Jade U Peak forever. Junior brother, how could you have persuaded master to come here? Is it that master volunteered, or do you really not respect master?" Hearing these words, Hanju was speechless, and only managed to say, "H." After Hanju's explanation, Zhang Yuer finally dispelled her doubts. She realized everything and said happily, "So that's how it is. Are those other cave abodes the same as this one?" Hanju responded, "Almost." Zhang Yuer burst out laughing. "The spiritual chi here is not what it used to be. Master was only able to ascend thanks to you, junior brother," Hanju casually replied. The sect master is also nearing his limit. Arranging a cave abode for him is just a way to buy him some time, he thought to himself. I should probably talk to Hong Xuan about things related to her later. At this point, Chang Yuer lowered her head and sadly said, It seems like your choice, junior brother, might be the right one. Sticking to diligent cultivation is still the most stable path. Han Ju immediately asked her, Why do you say that? Is it because you trained overseas? Chang Yuer revealed some information. That's right. The price for this overseas training was too high. When we set out, there were more than 500 people. But now only a little more than 60 have returned to the sect. Overseas isn't as peaceful as imagined. Moreover, the sect's enemies are far more bizarre in their methods than the cultivators of the Great Yan, and the so-called opportunities are even less worth mentioning. Hanju couldn't help but wonder, Then what about you, senior sister? Chung Yu Carrier reassured him, It's all right. I'm fortunate to be in closed-door cultivation at the sect all day. It's just that the senior brothers and sisters who go out for training inevitably suffer casualties. Hearing this, he could only frown with worry, thinking to himself, Thank goodness I didn't leave with the Grand Ancestor. If I really went overseas, I'd definitely encounter endless troubles, and my cultivation would definitely not be as high as it is now. The conversation between the two continued. Chang Yue's chair was filled with confusion. What's the meaning of training and sacrificing so much? What's the point of cultivation after all? I'm suddenly quite lost. Hanju replied. Ultimately, it's for survival. It's not wrong to survive for the sake of surviving. There are originally two paths to choose from. Once you embark on the path of cultivation, your fate is in the hands of the heavens. Chang Yuer continued. Even so, I've been cultivating overseas for so long, and I just feel like I haven't made any progress. So many years have been wasted. Hanju immediately praised and reassured her. Fairy, your talent is actually quite good. It's not to the point of being stuck in the Golden Core realm for so long. Could it be that your cultivation isn't pure enough? Chang Yuer asked. What do you mean? Hanju asked back. Are you the type of person who wants to cultivate, but is constantly bothered by something? Or whose enlightenment is affected by human relationships? Chang Yuer agreed. Yes, that's it. It's true. I suddenly feel that diligent cultivation isn't difficult because of perseverance. This kind of thing can only be endured with a cruel heart. You don't have worldly desires, junior brother. Isn't that where it comes from? Hanju replied. Pretty much. Chang Yuer then said, Ugh, talking to you about this. Those families with descendants and influential clans keep bothering people who just want to be left in peace. After the two chatted for a long time, Lin Qingzi appeared and interrupted. Elder Han, the Grand Ancestor has returned today and has prepared a banquet at Longevity Iron Tower. I don't know if it's convenient for you to show your face? Hanju rested his hand on the table and replied. Just this once then. I was wanting to catch up with the old ancestor anyway, Chang Yuer said with dissatisfaction. Sect leader, really? We haven't even finished talking yet. Li Qingzi just stood there and chuckled to let it pass. He suddenly spoke up, remembering. Master isn't at Jade Peak anymore. Senior sister doesn't need to go there. Now that I'm already here. Then Hanju turned his head with a puzzled expression and said, Why not just move your cultivation place here as well? It just so happens that you can cooperate with Master. Chang Yuer was stunned upon hearing this, unable to speak, and stammered, Hanju didn't wait for her to continue. Then senior sister should go back with the sect leader and pack your belongings first, so I can help you open your cave abode. Chang Yuer immediately agreed. Okay, he then asked. You don't have any other bad habits, do you? Aren't you going to pay your respects to Master? She said with confusion. I forgot. Chang Yuer laughed happily. It's good that Master is all right. Chi arrived at a place, panting with exhaustion. The boy turned his face and said, "Senior Deku, although I'm very grateful for your help along the way, why haven't you ascended even though you're already in the Tribulation Transcendence realm?" A voice spoke from the high steps. The devil-subduing sect was destroyed. This old man feels a bit of regret in his heart. If I ascend, I'll definitely encounter a mental demon during the tribulation. Chi only asked in confusion, "Ascend? Isn't it that serious?" Dooku, looking tattered, only said, "Boy, why don't you become this old man's disciple and end this old man's obsession?" As if leaving a spark for the devil-subduing sect. Chi's face turned green, thinking, this guy is still dead set on it. Without much thought, the boy immediately suggested, "Senior, I already have a master. If you're in a hurry to accept a disciple, how about I find you one along the way?" Dooku was dejected. "Forget it. If you don't agree, then so be it. This old man won't force you." Chi immediately interjected, "But this is already the 27th time this month you've proposed wanting to accept me as a disciple." The man suddenly said, "Chi, hide behind this old man." The boy startled and said, "What's wrong?" Without time to reply, Dooku dealt with the man. "Lechuemo, you're always targeting this old man's disciple. What exactly are you plotting?" Lechuemo only said coldly, "Your disciple? I remember this little brat is a disciple of the Demon Lord." The man was stunned. Demon Lord? No wonder he always disagrees with me. So the master this little brat keeps talking about has such a background. Chi was also stunned, thinking, Since when did I become a disciple of the Demon Lord? He then threatened Dooku, "If you want to ascend, then obediently let go. I have to take this kid away." Chi asked Lechuemo directly, "Why are you looking for me? Did the Demon Lord tell you to come pick me up?" He said indifferently, revealing, "Yes and no. But this seat can guarantee you a chance. A great opportunity." Dooku's face darkened, pondering. Agreeing is not an option, nor is refusing. Lechuemo has been famous for many years, and his cultivation is, at least in the Great Ascension realm, there's basically no concept of an opponent. Chi spoke up at this moment. "Senior, please go." The man was surprised. Chi, this old man there. The boy didn't listen to his explanation. "Thank you for taking care of me during this time. I don't want to make things difficult for you." Chi glanced over and said, "Senior Dooku, if you really want to resolve the mind knot I have with the Yu Yao demon sect, then you gotta go to Great Yan and put in some elbow grease for the Jade Pure sect. I only joined the Yu Yao demon sect after I left the Jade Pure sect. Jade Pure sect's like my hometown, you know?" Looking at the tag in his hand, Dooku was like, "Dude," the little dude just said coldly, "What more do you want?" He was raging inside, thinking, what kind of logic is this? I was resolving a mind knot related to working your butt off for someone else. Chi retorted, annoyed. "Isn't the whole Jade Pure sect not enough for you to take a disciple?" Chi Moi Ma listened to their convo and was totally surprised. Jade Pure sect? He thought to himself, the one who killed Shifu, Yao Qiang, seemed to come from the Jade Pure sect. What now? What a coincidence! Chi shouted. How many unlucky things have I encountered on the way? Do you even count? Dooku wasn't having it either, retorting, "Nah, this old man only wants you. These are all small matters. You wouldn't think this old man is being a nuisance, right?" The kid said, annoyed, "I don't even know where to go anymore. We're kinda equal. Maybe saying goodbye here might be better, who knows?" Chi continued, "Senior Dooku, don't forget you're about to ascend. I don't want to cause you any trouble." He suddenly changed his tone. "This old man doesn't mind that." The kid said seriously, "Even though the time with you wasn't long, this junior will never forget it." Here, Chi lowered his eyes, his gaze tinged with sadness. "Because, other than his Shifu, you are the one who accompanied him for the longest time. even if he encountered many unlucky things. But your mentality has always been very good. If we return to the Jade Pure sect together, my Shifu will definitely see the kindness and help you ascend. But now I am afraid that you have to visit the Jade Pure sect alone." Dooku interrupted, confused. "Wait, isn't your Shifu a demon lord?" Su Chi waved his hand and said, "Only in name. My real Shifu is the slashing god elder of the Jade Pure sect, Destined. He has extremely strong cultivation. Even after traveling for many years, I've never encountered anyone with a similar aura to my Shifu." He was surprised. "Really? Destined? Then it's worth visiting," the kid confirmed and then instructed. "Right. Before you get to the door, remember to greet him from afar, or he might think it's a sneak attack and take care of you." "Senior, don't worry. Just say your name, and Shifu won't make things difficult for you," Dooku softly replied. "All right." He walked away, still turning back to say to the kid, "Then this old man will say hello to the slashing god elder for you?" Su Chi waved back. "Please do." The kid then turned to Chihuahua and asked, "Senior Luo, right? Take me away." Su Chi's determined eyes looked straight at him, confirming confidently, "This is Chihuahua." He was sweating buckets, thinking, why does it suddenly feel so strangely cold? The sea waves crashed violently against the rocks. A towering mountain with treacherous terrain appeared. Zhao Fan said, "I heard this place is the ancestral land of the three great sects around here." The image of Zhao Fan, Mofuki, and Xuan Shishi walking in a dark mountain crevice, with the giant boat behind them, Zhao Fan spoke. "But now, it doesn't seem like anything special." Mofuki next to him couldn't help but wonder, isn't sneaking in like this not a good idea? Zhu Fan just casually said, "What's not good about it? Pursuing chance encounters is the most basic occupational cultivation of us cultivators." An image of a blood-stained skull appeared. Nearby were two skulls that looked extremely scary. Xuan Shishi, seeing this scene, couldn't help but shudder. "This place is full of weird stuff, we should still be careful." Zhao Fan was also a little scared and uneasy. Okay. But, Mo bro, don't you feel the patterns here are very similar to the patterns on your body when you circulate your power?" Fukit saw this and tried putting his hand on the pattern and circulating his power. "Yeah, it's really a bit similar." Suddenly, a purple light appeared in several places on the pattern, suddenly appearing before the three people's eyes, catching them by surprise. Immediately after, a strong surge of energy erupted from the patterns. Xuan Shishi, seeing this, screamed in fear. Careful, Mofuki didn't have time to do anything. Shocked, he watched as his arm was pierced by several purple rays. He immediately exclaimed in astonishment, "What is that?" Zhu Fan quickly noticed. Worried, he ran over and shouted. Mobro, Xuan Shishi, seeing this, also quickly ran over. Mofuki was then entangled by the purple power. Unexpectedly, rocks exploded due to the strange purple power. Zhu Fan immediately realized the situation was bad and was frightened. Mofuki was even more unstable at this point, his eyes bloodshot. Xuan Shishi was the most composed, yanking Fuki's sleeve and saying, "This relic is messed up. Let's go." The three of them quickly left the strange relic. Things didn't seem to get better when Fuki was grabbed by a strand of purple energy on his arm. This caused him to scream in pain. Zhao Fan, seeing this, loudly tried to calm him down. "Brother Mo, hang in there." Xuan Shishi gritted her teeth in fear. Suddenly, the purple energy seemed to be stimulated by something, frantically rushing towards Zhu Fan and the others like bolts of lightning. Everything became more chaotic than ever, as the sleeve Xuan Shishi was holding onto to pull Mofukiwa. Shishi, terrified and worried, looked back. Zhao Fan, being pulled behind, watched Mofukiwa being dragged away by the purple energy, helpless, and shouted, "Brother Mo! Brother Mo!" His eyes went crazy. Mofuki tried to reach out, but he was swallowed by the energy, only his hands reaching out, groaning in pain. Outside the rocky mountain, only dust and smoke remained. Zhao Fan was going insane with worry. shouting repeatedly, "Brother Mo! Brother Mo!" Xuan Shishi, still composed, held him back. Zhao Fan didn't care, screaming like a madman, "Let me go! He's still over there!" Xuan Shishi held him tightly and comforted him. "We should worry about ourselves first. The owner of this relic is coming." Hearing this, Zhu Fan's eyes widened in horror. Just then, two huge ships appeared above them, and a threatening voice rang out. "3 Integration Realm cultivators, huh? You guys have walked right into the lion's den." Strange beasts were flying beside the giant ships. The ship had huge sails. A scary monster with an octopus head, eyes full of anger, spat out nasty words. Zhou Fan, terrified, a look of horror on his face, turned to Xuan Shishi and asked, "Lord Xuan, what are they saying?" Xuan Shishi also replied in confusion, "I don't know, but it definitely isn't anything good." Immediately afterward, a monster with a terrifying body emerged from a giant clamshell, raised its arm, and pointed forward. Instantly, beams of light shot forward. Xuan Shishi keenly realized the situation was bad and said, "Judging by the aura, besides the integration realm, there are also some spirit transformation realm cultivators, more than 2 nascent soul realm cultivators. Forget the golden core realm. Thankfully there are no void refinement realm cultivators." She quickly rushed towards the large monster with a huge mouth full of thousands of teeth. She said to Zhu Fan, "I'll deal with these 3. You try to distract the rest." Zhao. Zhu Fan agreed. "Got it." He was immediately praised by Shishi. "Very good." She didn't hesitate and fought the monster's head, Loktan, severing the tail of one monster, causing blood to splatter all over the area. She used the momentum to jump. Xuan Shishi jumped up powerfully and charged into the monsters waiting below, attacking. On the other side, Zhu Fan was also fighting with all his might, punching the monsters, making blood splatters everywhere, shouting, "Get out of here! Aren't you done yet? Why are you chasing me?" But he didn't fight for long, before a sharp whirlpool pierced his body, causing him to cough up blood. Above, riding a large fish, was a monster, its attacks powerful like a storm, attacking Zhao Fan. Although he was injured from the previous attack, he still cursed loudly. "I didn't make that hole." The monsters of all shapes and sizes still didn't let the two go. They cursed with strange languages and swarmed towards them. Zhao Fan finally completely lost it, his face ashen, his eyes bloodshot. "You guys forced me to do this." Then he shouted, "Hegemon body, activate!" Immediately, there was a big explosion in the sky. In the monster's eyes was the figure of someone, a powerful attack of flames erupting from Zhu Fan. It's the soul-severing, demon-slaying fist, making those monsters die before they could even gasp, leaving behind only a few wisps of bone dust. The monsters below, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but freeze in place, uttering words of disbelief. Zhao Fan had no intention of stopping. He continued to charge forward, unleashing the shattering demon roar palm towards the ship in front of him. Instantly, the ship was shattered by the attack, and the monsters on board couldn't escape their fate either. A massive explosion erupted in the sky. One monster, seeing the scene before him, was so terrified that he lost his footing. Zhao Fan, on the other side, fought even more fiercely, clinging to a piece of debris for support. As if sensing something, his eyes turned blank white, and he thought in horror, "Divine transformation aura." Looking at the monsters rushing to attack him, he wasn't afraid at all, thinking to himself, 5 divine transformation realm experts. Then he shouted at the monsters, "You guys really think so highly of a mere nascent soul like me?" The fierce monsters charged towards him, roaring angrily. The other monsters were no exception. Suddenly, he was tightly bound by red threads flying towards him, immobilizing him. Unexpectedly, a monster grabbed the thread and pulled hard. The thread wrapped around his arm was yanked, twisting his arm. The other limbs suffered the same fate. Suddenly, Zhu Fan's eyes widened, surrounded by droplets of blood. His limbs were gone. He murmured, Gone. Not over yet. In another development, Hanju had completely mastered the 6th Dao reincarnation technique's 8th layer. This 8th layer technique was extremely profound, involving many true meanings of yin and yang. He happily said, "I've learned a new divine ability." This kind of divine ability can be used for escaping, much more practical than fighting. He cheerfully conjured a door, pointing at it. Through this door you can enter reincarnation, travel through the 6 paths. If we can't win in the future, we can take everyone to the underworld to escape. Those below broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. Tiandong spoke up. "The underworld? You're not kidding us, are you?" Fei Yuji asked. "Master, do you mean the most dangerous place is the safest place?" The crowd below clamored. "That's not the point. Can we living beings even go to the underworld?" "Little Grand Master, keep it down. Don't let Ancestor hear you. I'm so looking forward to it." At this moment, Hanju noticed a system notification. Your pet, the Chaos Heavenly Dog, encountered a demon cultivator's attack, multiplied by 1086 times. Your friend, Multifuki, accidentally entered an ancient forbidden palace and was disturbed by the inauspicious force. Your friend, Zhu Fan, is being hunted down by 3 sects, his essence blood depleted, giving rise to evil thoughts. Your friend, Hong Juan, comprehended the fortune land righteousness. He read it and thought, what is this inauspicious force of Mo's? Evil spirits? Zhao Fan seems to be having a hard time out there. Amidst the swirling black smoke, Zhu Fan's fists dripped with blood. His arms were already glowing with red light, and the black smoke quickly dissipated. Zhao Fan achieved divine transformation, his eyes bloodshot, his gaze deep and swirling, his current form terrifying. He stood amidst the rising flames. Zhu Fan was determined. Brother Mo, I will definitely save you. No destruction, no construction. Zhu Fan advanced to divine transformation. On the screen, it displayed, your pet's information. The Chaos Heavenly Dog encountered a demon cultivator's attack, multiplied by 1023 times. Your friend, Mofuki, accidentally entered an ancient forbidden palace. Hanju acknowledged the increase in his comprehension. It seems the blessed land Hongshuan found this time is extraordinary. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Wait. Su Qi bestowed bad luck on Luo Qimo. The system screen displayed, your enemy, Absolute Yan Taoist. Due to your curse, his luck has decreased, and the probability of encountering heart demons has increased. He laughed aloud, marveling. As expected of the most bizarre and mystical cause and effect power of heaven and earth. Meeting Su Qi, Luo Chumo can now declare he's getting an early lunchbox. Tiandong and Chang'an spoke up. Some people say the underworld really exists. I don't believe it. Unless he can travel to the underworld like Master's divine ability, I think it's true. Tiandong shouted. You're so naive. Chang'an looked annoyed and told him to stop shouting. Master's about to speak. Hanju stood retracting the reincarnation door. Hei Yuji looked at this scene, wondering, Master didn't call us here just to see this door, did he? He smiled at it. Today I called everyone here because I want to lecture on the Dakyo for you. If you have any doubts about cultivation, you can ask. Everyone was shocked and exclaimed, lecture on the Dao. Hei Yuji's eyes widened. Tiandong couldn't believe his ears. Chang'an pondered his master's words. Rongqi looked at his master suspiciously. Even Feng Liang was confused by his actions and words. The 5 of them huddled together, starting to discuss. Hei Yuji began to suspect. Did Master Hanju take the wrong medicine? He actually wants to lecture on the Dao. Chang'an felt. He's suddenly acting strange. Did the sun rise from the west today? Rongqi still couldn't believe it, muttering to himself, this is really weird. Tiandong also had a crazy thought. Did the tribulation break his brain? Feng Liang was still the slowest to catch on, asking everyone, what's going on? Seeing that his disciples, whom he had painstakingly guided, didn't seem to believe he could lecture on the Dao, Hanju explained, Recently, my insights into cultivation have increased by a level, so I decided to take some time to answer your questions. Well, without anyone telling them, they all knelt on the ground. Hey, Yuji spoke first. Thank you, Master. The other three said in unison, Thank you, Master. Thank you, Grandmaster. Looking at their actions, Hanju fell into deep thought. In fact, after the Tribulation Transcendence realm, the speed of cultivation growth slowed down significantly, so he happened to have some free time. He closed his eyes slightly, and spiritual energy flashed on his fingertips. Hanju raised his hand and recited an incantation. Feng Liang was shocked, his mouth wide open. He could actually fly. Tiandong, who was playing around, suddenly saw Feng Liang floating in the air and exclaimed, Lecturing on the Dao has such good service? Hey, Yuji's eyes were half closed, and it yawned. Why am I suddenly so sleepy? Listening to his lecture is unexpectedly so good, his voice was like a soaring piece of music. Hanju thought to himself, I'll lecture on the Sword Dao first. The sword is the king of all weapons, the weapon that best suits the temperament of a cultivator. The melody soared over mountains and ridges, and he thought, what is a sword? What is the Sword Dao? The melody actually passed through Chongyang and reached the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. His lecture still echoed. The lower form seems to be called Qi. The higher form seems to be called Dao. Form has a sword. Formlessness has a Dao. A man in golden clothes looked up in alarm and shouted, What's going on? The monk, the long-haired man, and the elder of the Jade Pure sect all looked at the trembling sword. Zhu Ding saw the swords moving on their own and turned to ask a guest wearing a bamboo hat. The treasured swords are moving. Is everyone like this? Zhu Ding raised his hand and shouted, A Sword Dao expert is lecturing on the Dao. He quickly sent someone to report. Quickly pass down the order and tell all disciples to come and cultivate. The disciples shouted in unison, Yes, sir. From swordsmen to scholars, from mouse families to those who were shamelessly going to the toilet, they all sat down to listen to Hanju's lecture. He whispered, Cultivate in silence for 7 days. Looking at the bursts of aura, Zhao Ding spread his arms proudly. I've never seen nearly half of the disciples advance at the same time. The future of our great Jade Pure sect is promising. At this moment, the bitter cultivation Immortal Mountain echoed with training sounds. Hanju's eyes looked over, opening the demon realm of the absolute love flying sword. He stood amidst the swirling lights, like Yi shooting down the 9 suns. Hanju pointed his sword forward, the tip flashing with light. This is the assassination sword, mainly for swiftly killing enemies when striking. He rushed forward with his sword, his aura and sword energy tearing through space. Like a swarm of dragons, a wall of sharp sword energy flashed. This is the gliding, shattering sword, mainly for unpredictable changes in battle. Hanju jumped into the air, his inner strength and sword energy working together. The sword energy was thin but incredibly powerful. His eyes were like a demon's. Hanju used the move Thunderous Arrival, and with his autumn wrath he swung his sword. The sword energy, with a powerful force, was released by Hanju. This is the banquet sword, mainly for seizing the right opportunity. One strike, absolute kill, ending the battle swiftly. His feet lightly touched the ground. Finally, this was the swift sword technique. The sword was sheathed. Withdrawing the sword, his mind and body were untouched by the fight, his spirit unburdened by the killing. Pure reason. Hanju coldly sheathed his sword. Neat and beautiful. A ruthless person goes all in without retreat, and their withdrawal should be just as calm, like the river and sea reflecting a clear light. Got it? They all understood. Marvelous. Chang'an clasped his hands. Little brother understands now. Rongqi hugged his chest and sighed. The master ancestor's cultivation is truly profound. Feng Liang praised endlessly. Wonderful! Wonderful! Only Yang Tiandong had a different expression. He was thinking, I can't run around anymore. Listening to Shifu's lectures for 7 days is better than wandering outside for 100 years. Hanju's voice rang out. Good if you understand. Go cultivate on your own. Their voices echoed. Yes, Shifu ancestor, we won't let you down. Afterwards, they kept their word and threw themselves into cultivation. On the training ground, Chang'an was practicing swordsmanship, while Feng Yang was overdoing it, causing his sword kui to spin like a small tornado. Yang Tiandong and Rongqi were wrestling with each other. Watching from the sidelines, Hanju thought, a heavy burden and a long road ahead. Forget it. With the spiritual energy of the bitter cultivation ascetic mountain, everyone can cultivate in peace and level up. This is the immortal cultivation life I'm aiming for. No fighting and killing, no deceiving each other. Peaceful and beautiful years. Lost in thought, the system notification pulled him back to reality. The screen popped up beside him. Hanju was shocked when he saw the information. Chang'an was making Yang Tiandong and Rongqi stand as punishment, with huge bumps on their heads. A sound startled the three of them. They all looked in one direction. A terrifying force shook the entire bitter cultivation ascetic mountain of Hanju. Leaves flew through the air under the pressure, scattering all over the ground. This force enveloped the entire Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Jiuding and the elders were terrified by this force and shouted, What's going on? The oppressive force is too terrifying. One person spoke, his voice still trembling, looking outside in suspicion. It stopped. In the hall of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, everyone was discussing non-stop. What happened? One person loudly questioned, Is there an enemy attack? But someone else objected. That's not right. The aura seems to be coming from the bitter cultivation ascetic mountain. Could it be Elder Zanshin? It must be. You can't find a more terrifying aura than his in the entire sect. I heard that no one has ever seen Elder Zihan Shen release his oppressive force. Right, I even thought Elder Zihan Shen was quite refined. Me too, I felt he was very easy to talk to. Ji Wuding stood still, watching the oppressive force gradually dissipate. He was a little worried, sweat pouring down. An idea flashed in his mind. Luckily, it ended quickly just now. Jiuding slowly pondered. That wave just now contained a destructive aura. Elder Han. He was angry. Unbelievable. Elder Han has always been normal, having severed worldly desires through bitter cultivation, so normal things are very difficult to affect him, unless something happened to someone he cares about. In a crowded place, Heavenly Dog was tightly bound with thorny vines, covered in wounds big and small. Those people probably wanted to use it as a sacrificial offering. Loud shouts echoed. The auspicious hour is approaching. Take the blood of the divine beast. Summon the heart of the demon god. A demon tribe mage was dancing around Heavenly Dog. He stretched his arms to both sides, shouting to the people below, Are you ready to welcome the descent of the demon emperor? Hail the descent of the demon emperor. Heavenly Dog regained a bit of consciousness. It whimpered. Am I going to die here? In its subconscious, it recalled the image of playing with Hanju, Heavenly Dog clinging to his leg and begging for food. It thought to itself, Master, please forgive me. Thinking of the times when the chickens and dogs fought with Hey Yuji, Heavenly Dog felt regret. If only I had listened to Chicken Bro and not left the bitter cultivation ascetic mountain, I wouldn't have suffered so much. On its face, a sharp blade could kill Heavenly Dog at any moment. The mage gave the order. It felt regret, regretting that it no longer had a chance to do things over. The content on the system screen. Your divine beast Hundun Heavenly Dog has been sacrificed. Instantly, Hanju's face turned ashen like a Shura hell. A massive, terrifying force erupted, his eyes burning red with vortexes of death. Tiangu's bright red blood flowed along a ready-made stone crevice. The blood flowed down endlessly, then dripped drop by drop. The demon folk shouted, "Sacrifice him! We can definitely awaken the demon emperor." Torches blazed, and a bunch of people with only leaves wrapped around their bodies were frantically beating drums to make the sacrifice more grand. Wu Dao lay there, his face already speckled with black spots. The demon folk's cries grew louder and louder. "Resurrect the demon emperor!" Tiangao's body blazed with a ghastly green demonic aura. Naihei's figure appeared faintly in the air. All the demon folks raised their hands and shouted, "The demon emperor returns!" He glanced at Tiangao and said with a hint of regret, "A divine beast, huh? Pretty rare. And his stuff is extraordinary. What a waste of a death." Nai. He lowered his head, sucking up the remaining essence of Tiangao. As he did, he said, "Gotta save it for later." On the other side, a system notification popped up. "Your spirit pet, Hundun, Tiangao, has been sacrificed and turned into Demon Emperor Jinai. He's Mount." Hanju stood before this information, his spiritual energy suppressed to the max, a storm of energy brewing around him. In his head, Hanju cursed himself. Gao Dan's been sacrificed. Demon Emperor Ji, is it? What is this? He was kinda letting loose, with his eyes bloodshot. The inner demon in his heart couldn't help but complain. "Sacrificing my dog? Did you even ask me, Jinai? Did you?" Seeing Hanju lose his cool for the first time, Yuji was trembling in fear. "Master, calm down. We'll train harder with our swords." Hanju stepped forward, his mind racing. "Playing hide-and-seek, huh? Can't even find them if I wanted to. Jinai. He can just pop up in the mortal world." Looking at the words carved on the cave entrance, it read, "Endure for a while." Hanju stepped into the cave, where more words were carved. "Vast sky, wide sea." As he walked, he was lost in his tangled thoughts. Breaking through the heavens is the great ascension realm. His hand, clenched with anger and bulging with veins, slammed down on the calamity book. The strokes Hanju wrote flashed with red light. He wrote with the force of his rage, "I don't believe you can withstand the curse." Hanju's eyes widened, like blood vessels filling his white pupils. He had his own plan. "Thanks a lot, I'll just see where my limits are." Time flew by. 3 months later, Qingxi was carefully reading a book beside closed door, enjoying himself like an immortal. Hanju's voice echoed in the space. "Elder, sorry to bother you." Hanju stepped into Qingxi's cave. He was surprised to see him there. Qingxi said hospitably, "Oh, Swordmaster." Not beating around the bush, Hanju said, "I need to ask you something." He said, "Han Elder." Qingxi's words made Hanju couldn't help but dislike. His face was like gold paper. "He's reading erotic book too?" He immediately denied. "No, I'm just a little weak from staying up all night." In his heart, an idea sparked. Jinai. He doesn't have any goodwill or hatred towards me, so the curse is not working. Kills the enemy 100%. But hurts myself 10,000%, so it's obviously useless. The sound of their conversation echoed in Qingxi's cave. Hanju asked him, "Do you know Jinai He?" The two sat drinking tea. Qingxi looked at the tea in front of him and pondered. He seemed to have heard that name somewhere before. Qingxi searched through his memory. Jinai? He? That name sounds familiar. Wait, I remember. Anyone who studies the demonic path has heard of his famous name. Hanju was surprised and asked him, "The demonic path? Really the demon emperor?" Qingxi confirmed, "That's right. The demon emperor who once unified the world, a legend in the demonic path." Hanju looked at him suspiciously, his eyes trying to pry more information from Qingxi. He asked, "Why is he a legend?" He explained to Hanju, "Because he died a long time ago. It's just that the legend of his deeds is still circulating in the demonic path. He was curious. What deeds? Qingzi bowed his head, his expression serious. He began to tell a very legendary story, the most widely circulated version among the demonic path, Nai. He wore court attire similar to a dragon robe with a dragon crown on his head. According to Qingzi, he used to be the emperor of the largest dynasty in history at that time. After Ji Nai came to power, the country was peaceful, and the people were prosperous, and all the national forces became prosperous and strong. As such, the thing everyone knows is that he loves to collect human models. It is said that there are hundreds of thousands of human models, but only 2,000 are left to this day, and it is forbidden to buy and sell them outside Nai. He listened to treacherous officials and killed loyal officials. He listened to treacherous officials for the sake of immortality and to protect the prosperous dynasty, and fell into the path of magic. As a result, he did not cultivate magic skills carefully and became obsessed with magic, becoming a madman. Very quickly, he disappeared. The dragons had no leader in the court system under a large-scale war with the enemy country. Back then, it rained arrows and fire. The people suffered terribly. Eventually, it led to his own imperial court being besieged and destroyed by enemy states. He went nuts. A total mess. After suffering a Q deviation, his bloodshot eyes shot out red demonic energy. But this dude, in his crazy state, relied on some unknown demonic art to survive for over 1,000 years. By the time he mastered the demonic art and regained his sanity, he was all skin and bones. His clothes were tattered rags. Nai stared at the legacy he had once poured so much effort and heart into, but now, where was the once majestic and brilliant Nai? He found that the imperial court had long been replaced. Not even a shadow of the past remained. The land was broken and scattered, like his own drifting life, battered by the rain. Inside a chamber of the human race's imperial court, there was joyful singing and dancing, a puppet emperor indulging in pleasure, surrounded by countless beauties. For no reason, his expression suddenly turned stunned, terrified, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, a scene of utter horror. Nai's body was pierced by countless swords and arrows, but he was completely unharmed. He walked into the room where the current emperor was listening to music. Seeing Nai Wei, the puppet emperor freaked out, stuttering without making a sound. You, who are you? In the dim chamber, Nai let out an eerie laugh. He stood against the light, his face obscured in darkness, his features unclear. Nai. He spoke to the emperor with a voice like a ghostly messenger. Come to take souls, ask your imperial ancestors, they'll know. Without letting the emperor say another word, Nai sent him back to Mother Earth, entrusting him to those Nai called his imperial ancestors. He died with resentment, the clothes on his body also being stripped clean to replace the tattered rags like a beggar. In a fit of rage and madness, he vented his resentment on the immortal cultivation sects and the human dynasty at the time, and those women who sang just now were also cruelly killed by him. He changed his clothes for those roads, and then let them stand in front of him like his own models back then, and then sat silently in the body wearing the red clothes of the emperor. His face was filled with resentment. The suffering he had endured for thousands of years couldn't be relieved by just killing a few people. His eyes gleamed with sinister and venomous light, becoming a great demon that the major forces at the time couldn't oppose. He couldn't even be mentioned by name. There were definitely great Ascension Realm experts, but most of them had already ascended. The few remaining could be counted on one hand, and in the end, the difference in power was too great, all of them dying tragically at the hands of Jin Nai. He went on a rampage to conquer all immortal cultivation sects. He was not satisfied to be the best in the world, and recruited demon cultivators everywhere to fight for him in all directions. Afterwards, he established a demonic dynasty, unifying the world, causing more than half of the mortal world to fall into the paradise of demon cultivators. Age-old rules and traditions and etiquette collapsed, and internal and external wars continued. Young men, all the way to middle age, had to work hard. Afterwards, the practice of worshipping gods, ghosts, and evil spirits by offering sacrifices to living people increased, and more people joined the demon clan. The demon sect was rampant, and social productivity plummeted. That time was so dark that I dare not recall. After hearing the legend of Nai He, not satisfied, Hanju wanted to know more, so he asked Qingzi. Then what happened? Tai Lao brought the cup of tea to his mouth and said to him, "Fortunately, he finally died in the heavenly tribulation of ascension." At that time, Nai He opened his arms confidently and welcomed the thundering tribulation. If he didn't die, this world would probably be controlled by demon cultivators. Powerful thunderbolts struck the ground, causing the cliffs to shatter and rocks to fly everywhere. He flew into the air to meet the Zen thunder. Hanju propped his chin and thought, transcending tribulation can lead to ascension, but the great ascension realm failed. How strange. Judging from the system's information, he must have relied on the bloodline of Chinan Zixian to be resurrected. With that, he hurriedly prepared to leave, but he didn't forget to thank him. "Thank you, sect leader, for the explanation." Qingzi was full of confusion. He asked him, "Why is Elder Han inquiring about Jinai He? Could it be that the demon followers of Jinai He are about to raise their heads again?" Hanju didn't say anything about the heavenly dog. His eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth drew a clever curve. He said to him, "I was just asking casually. I'm going back to cultivate." He turned around and said to Qingzi, "Just see me off with your eyes." He watched his figure leave. With his understanding of Hanju, something very likely happened. Qingzi had long thought that Elder Han's casual question was not quite right. Qingzi also suspected, to a certain extent, could it be that the Demon Emperor really came back to life? Looking at the sky full of white clouds, standing in front of the Immortal Mountain Cave Mansion, Hanju couldn't help but sigh. Our Jade Purity sacred sect hasn't been peaceful for long. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking towards the Jade Purity sacred sect, lost in thought. 3 months of continuous cursing is really unbearable. Hanju's eyes gradually sharpened, and his face began to become serious. How can I let Jinai He know about me without discovering me? The sky is clear and blue. Under a cliff, a modern house appeared between a series of rocky mountains. He was surprised to see Shi Xuan standing outside. She turned her head and looked at him. Hanju scratched his head, then raised his hand to greet her, his words stammering, "You, Master, hello, good afternoon." Shi Xuan quickly stepped forward and placed her hand on his forehead. "See if Hanju has a fever or is sick anywhere." Her hand was placed on his forehead. Shi Xuan's other hand was placed on her own forehead, she concluded. Indeed, the qi and blood are insufficient. The meridians are chaotic, suspected to have lost too much blood. Shi Xuan frowned and looked at Hanju with eyes full of worry and reproach. "You, did something go wrong with your cultivation?" Honestly answering, his eyes widened as he looked at her. His heart couldn't help but panic. Using the Book of Misfortune has been discovered. Shi Xuan frowned with a serious expression and said to Hanju, "Based on your cultivation level, plus never leaving the sect, getting injured is almost impossible. Except for an accident during cultivation, I can't think of any other possibility." Hanju broke out in a cold sweat when he heard her reasoning so closely, thinking, "Damn it. The side effects of using the Book of Misfortune are too obvious. I've been found out." Shi Xuan continued, "The wound healed on its own, but you still feel listless, right? Like you've overexerted yourself." Hanju hesitated, wanting to make excuses. "Well, actually," Shi Xuan sighed, cutting him off, "I knew this would happen someday. I've said it before, cultivation needs rest too. Preaching is already taxing on the mind. Preaching full stop for 7 days is one thing, but you kept cultivating after the lecture." Hearing this, Hanju asked in surprise, "Oh master, you heard my preaching, how was it?" "Never heard it," she replied, not giving a good evaluation. Xishuan sighed, looking away boredly, and answered him, "I was traveling that day. I only knew about the 7 days of preaching after I came back." Hanju scratched his head, understanding. "Ah, I see. So you just returned." Then, Xishuan suddenly remembered something, and said to him, "Speaking of traveling, I had an unexpected harvest." Hanju asked with suspicion. "Huh?" Behind them, 2 figures were eavesdropping. Chang'an exclaimed, "Careful what you say." Hey Yuji beside him added, "Hey? Does master want to catch her?" On the other side, Xishuan took out a tea box with the words, "He's good, everyone's good, small tea shop." She said to Hanju, "This is ancient tea unearthed from a relic site. I don't know how old it is, but it can warm the yang and replenish qi, supporting the foundation. It's perfect for you." Hanju looked at the tea box and happily said, "Tea blessed by life, good tea. It seems master's travels were quite fruitful," Xishuan agreed. "Indeed, a fruitful harvest. It's fortunate you're safeguarding the holy sect. Not only does it increase my luck, but it also allows elders like me to cultivate outside with peace of mind. Before you came to the Yuqing sect, elders returning empty-handed was a common occurrence. This is not enough to thank the lucky star of the Yuqing holy sect." Hanju, being flattered like that, immediately waved his hand dismissively. "Master, you're joking. I'm not that awesome. No need to thank me." Suddenly, Hanju noticed something and looked in one direction, towards Feng Liang and the others. He Yuji, Chang'an, Yang Tiandong, and Rong Qi, who were eating watermelon and looking at the 2 of them with gossipy expressions. Hanju was speechless for a few seconds. Then, Hanju angrily threw the can at them, causing them to hurry away. He chased after them. "Go practice your swordplay, and bring the ancient tea back to the cave to worship." Seeing this scene, Xishuan suddenly said, "I really admire these disciples. Having you is a great opportunity. I've cultivated alone my whole life, never heard a great master preach. I missed the one chance because I was out." Hearing her say this, Hanju quickly exclaimed, "No, master, you haven't missed it. Preaching doesn't have to be a big announcement. We can preach one-on-one. We can go to my cave, or to Master's cave, as long as Master doesn't mind. Since the day Master came to the bitter cultivation ascends Immortal Mountain, fate has been with Master. Although Master has been unlucky for many years, you have created a greater opportunity by taking care of the entire sect. Now I have come to repay your guidance." Xishuan was silent for a moment before saying, "If it doesn't affect Taoist Han," she pursed her lips and smiled, "then I can't not agree." Suddenly, Liu Qingzi appeared, interrupting Xishuan. "What do you want to do to my junior sister?" He was half naked, revealing his flabby belly. He wore a sash across his chest with the words, "Any evil must face justice." He also had small flags on his back. Li Qingzi's appearance made both Hanju and Xishuan speechless. He continued, "Actually, I suspected something was wrong, but I didn't expect even Elder Han." Hearing this, Hanju had a bewildered expression. "Huh?" Li Qingzi grabbed Hanju's hand and said, "Is also paying attention to the movements of the demon cultivators. Rest assured, you're not alone. Whether it's attacking demon cultivators or demon emperors, our righteous path will not tolerate them." Hanju asked, with a hesitant voice, "This plan?" But he hurriedly said, "Weren't you just asking casually? Besides, that person has been dead for so long." Hearing this, Li Qingzi inferred something else, saying, "But Elder Han's words were a probe, which proves that you know about our righteous cultivators' demon hunting activities. You just didn't want to alert the enemy." Hearing this, Hanju had a blank expression, full of question marks. Li Qingzi continued, "Actually, we've detected signs of the demon sect's revival for years. You know, the demon sect shouldn't exist in this world. These demon hunting operations require high confidentiality, and the demon cultivators are colluding. making the investigation extremely difficult. We still don't know their intentions to revive the demon sect. Combined with the issue Elder Han raised, I realize this is not simple. Optimistically, it's to unify the demon cultivator religion. The worst-case scenario is to assist the resurrection of the demon emperor. Be done with it. If something happens, we can't delay. Otherwise, the dark history will reappear. If the demon emperor really comes back to life, his strength will definitely be weaker than before. But it will still be a big problem. After all, the former Mahayana realm powerhouses did not understand. Hearing this, Hanju thought to himself, the demon sect's sacrifice. It seems the damned heaven offering was done by the demon sect, and it was almost successful. We're a step behind. The system displays a new character panel. Jinai, Great Ascension Realm, Tier 3, Hatred Level, 3 stars, a demonic emperor from the mortal realm, a demon devotee to a divine pet. Your chaotic heavenly dog has summoned Jinai back from the abyss of demons. Then, the system chimes. Notice, Jinai harbors hatred towards you. Current hatred level, 3 stars, Hanju thinks to himself. So, the demon emperor Jinai is resurrected. Li Qingzi, oblivious to Hanju's thoughts, happily says, walking back and forth like that, Elder Han is truly divinely powerful, able to predict our every move. Hanju walks past him, saying, if you can quickly recall your spies, another day will bring more danger. Li Qingzi asks, puzzled. What? Hanju, lost in thought, says nothing more. Jinai at Great Ascension Realm Tier 3 is a bit beyond expectations. I thought he'd be around Tier 7 or 8. The price of resurrection is indeed too high. But he's not someone the righteous cultivators can handle right now. At least the highest among my righteous friends is at the Tribulation Transcendence Realm Tier 7. Only Xuan Qingjun could completely crush Jinai, but he's from the chaotic demon Dao. Luo Chumo's strength is at most equal to Jinai's. Jinai's cultivation isn't even as high as theirs, and he dares call himself a demon emperor. I fear that if they become loyal to the demonic path and cooperate, the world will descend into chaos. Li Qingzi looks at Hanju's back, filled with doubt. It's not to the point where we have to stop the investigation, right? Never mind. I'll listen to him. Even if the sky falls, we have Elder Han to hold it up. Then, he snaps out of it and says, so, I should go find my junior sister, huh? Why is the door closed? Li Qingzi stands outside the door, waving inside to attract attention. Junior sister, can this senior brother come in and reminisce about the old days with you? Xing Hongshuan coldly peeks out, rejecting him. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. I've had some insights in my cultivation recently. Let's forget about the past. Li Qingzi looks at the curtain that has been drawn shut, standing there with a forced smile and muttering, all right then, junior sister. Cultivate slowly. Inside the cave abode, Hanju is still deep in thought. But why did Jinai suddenly hate me? Did the dog, now my mount, betray me? No. If the dog was that easily bought, he would have sold me out a long time ago. The system prompts. Reminder. Upon Jinai's death, the chaotic heavenly dog's split soul knew of your existence, holding extreme fear towards you. If given the chance, it will surely kill you. Current hatred level, 3 stars. Hanju exclaims in surprise. Death and split soul? Doesn't that mean the soul is scattered and the spirit dispersed? System. Open the avatar of the chaotic heavenly dog. The avatar of the chaotic heavenly dog appears. Transformation God Realm. Tier 2. Chaotic heavenly dog. Favorability. 5 stars. One of the ancient mythical beasts of fortune. Hanju looks at it and mutters. The dog's avatar isn't grayed out yet. Good. He's still alive. Going out to find the dog now? It could be a long time searching the 4 corners of the earth without finding him. Even if I find him, I might not be able to save him. Hanju places his hand on the Book of Misfortune, saying, The urgent task is still to raise my cultivation. I must quickly reach the great ascension realm. In a distant place, Jinai sits on a chair, seemingly sensing something, thinking, a premonition of unease. On this side, Hanju calmly responds, "If I see the reversal origin, I'll curse him for half a month before cultivating." Outside the Jade Purity Sacred Sect, Zhao Zhao is in the middle of a battle with a demonic beast that looks like a rhinoceros. A green-haired man strikes the rhinoceros and says, "This thing." After the rhinoceros falls, the man asks Xiao Zhao, "Lord Xiao, what do you think?" He replies, "Yes, he has passed the Jade Purity assessment and is qualified to be elected as an elder." Another man says, "Thank you, Elder Xiao." Suddenly, a voice comes from behind Xiao Zhao, drawing his attention. "May I ask, are you people from the Jade Purity sect?" "It's Dooku," he says. "Sorry to bother you, really. An old friend told me to greet you at the Jade Purity sect." Xiao Zhao is surprised to see him standing so close. "When did he appear? I didn't sense his presence." He says to Dooku, "You're willingly walking into the net, aren't you?" Dooku hurriedly explains, No. This old man has long abandoned darkness for light. My sect was destroyed long ago, so I decided to surrender to the Jade Purity sect, contributing my meager strength to resolve my final knot." "I will definitely not cause trouble," Xiao Zhao asks suspiciously. "You're here to contribute?" the green-haired man exclaims upon hearing this. "Could it be that you want to join the retirement program?" The other man points at Dooku. "Even a demonic cultivator is competing to be an elder? Has the competition reached this point?" Dooku replies, "Ah, it's close to that idea." Seeing the tense atmosphere, Xiao Zhao steps in to mediate. The Jade Purity Sacred Sect is kind to the world. If demonic cultivators repent and return to the right path, they are all welcome. If they have good strength, we can consider accepting them as guest elders for support. If you're accepted as a guest elder, cultivation starts from Transformation God Realm Tier 3. The elimination rate for this assessment is relatively high. Can you show us your skills? The white-haired Dooku says, "Guest elder, huh? That's indeed a not bad choice. Sparring might not be too friendly, but this old man will try his best to achieve it." Then, he releases a powerful aura and shouts, "Sorry I've offended you." That aura causes the two eavesdropping men to foam at the mouth and faint. The rhinoceros also feel dizzy. A storm rises. Dooku asks Xiao Zhao with an embarrassed expression, "Is that all right? If there are no objections, please inform the Jade Purity sect. This old man wants to take office today." Xiao Yao was already freaking out. Trembling so hard his soul almost left his body, he stuttered, thinking, Ascendant Transformation Realm. Hanju clasped his hands in front of him, a faint smile appearing on his face. Hanju muttered, "Another year older." The birthday cake blazed with a large flame. He put his hands together in front of his chest, constantly telling himself, "Time flies so fast, it feels like my last centennial birthday was just yesterday." The system prompted, "Detected that you are 500 years old. Another step in life, you can choose. 1. Immediately leave seclusion, pacify the demonic path, and become famous throughout the world. You can obtain a grand unity spirit treasure. 2. Continue to cultivate, stay away from the world, and not take the initiative to cause trouble. You can obtain a grand unity spirit treasure." Hanju didn't even need to look, he pointed upwards, happily choosing, "If the rewards are the same, then I'll listen to my heart." The system. The familiar voice of the system announced, "Confirmed, you have chosen to continue cultivating, stay away from the world, obtaining a grand unity spirit treasure. Congratulations on obtaining a grand unity spirit treasure. The ninefold Ascendant Celestial Lotus." The screen displayed the information of the spirit treasure. Ninefold Ascendant Celestial Lotus, a 6th grade grand unity spirit treasure, containing the true meaning of wind, can ascend to the heavens in one step. Stepping on the 9 heavens, with a pair of white clogs engraved with cloud patterns. Hanju was excited to get this spirit treasure, praising it endlessly. Not bad, not bad. Another spirit treasure that can enhance my running skills. The system really understands me. The lake rippled. A fishing line cast into the water. Chang'an cast his line, but perhaps it had been a while. No fish came close. Rongqi was just like his master, not even bothering to look at the fish, nodding off sleepily. Only Feng Liang was silently fishing beside them, his fish basket full to the brim, showing how good his skills were. Most special of all was Hei Yuji. Its fishing rod was unique, because the bait wasn't simple at all. Yang Tiandong was tightly bound, still sleeping, while being hung up as bait for the fish below. Suddenly, a pair of legs ran past, so fast it tore through the wind, making them stare in amazement. Tiandong was also startled awake, accidentally stepping his left foot on his right foot, and just like that, his feet lifted off the ground. Hanju smiled smugly. Yuji, seeing that he had a very cool spirit treasure, excitedly cried out, "Stepping your left foot on your right to ascend, Master, is so awesome," he thought to himself. The spirit treasure isn't bad, it's just that the instep hurts a little, and I have to wipe my shoes often. He flew for a while to a place with lush green mountains, and immediately became suspicious. Is the mortal realm flat? Is this really the place with the round sky? Looking at the unfamiliar figure in the sky, he began to realize the problem. It doesn't seem like Earth. Or maybe I'm a little far away. Let's see, maybe this Earth is too big. Hanju gritted his teeth and flew off, unknowingly bumping into something that caused him pain. And a tooth fell out. He clutched his face and cried out, "Ouch! What is this?" Hanju's eyes sharpened. He looked towards the strange object. There was nothing else in the space, he wondered to himself. An invisible barrier? Many questions arose in his mind about the barrier and the scenery behind it. Could the front be the legendary upper realm? Hanju reached out and touched the barrier in front of him. Feeling its transparency and thickness, he frowned. Normally, ascenders have to follow the heavenly tribulation to ascend to the upper realm, a thought flashed. Could breaking this thing allow me to ascend? Hanju punched the transparent barrier with a strong punch. This punch was strong, but didn't damage the barrier at all. He was stunned. A full power punch didn't break it. Hanju took out his sword, preparing to use a sword clit to destroy it. He glanced at his sword and thought, "Then I'll try the sword." A voice from behind startled him. "Useless. The immortal world is not outside the barrier. Even a Mahayana realm cultivator cannot break the barrier. However, being able to reach this place at least requires an ascendant transformation realm cultivation base. A body integration realm cultivator cannot ascend." This ragged old man reached out and spoke naturally. He said to him, "To think there would be an ascendant transformation realm cultivator in a remote and backward place like the Jade Pure Sacred Sect." The entire system screen displayed his information. Dooku, 3rd level of the Ascendant Transformation Realm, formerly a disciple of the Demon Taming Sect, currently a rogue cultivator. Van, even though he just said really unbelievable, a sword Q slashed down, cutting him in two. Hanju used the 3 Pure World incantation, splitting him in two with one sword. He loudly said, "The Demon Taming Sect still has remnants. I didn't expect the 3rd level of the Ascendant Transformation Realm to still be so weak." Hanju floated in the air. Dooku's flesh and blood mixed together and fell below. The system's voice sounded. "The combat simulation has ended, taking 1 second." His eyes were cold. Slippers. An idea came to mind. Can be instantly killed. Not a big problem. Can try to probe him. Based on Hanju's cultivation, the simulation training field doesn't need the ground. Simulation in the brain can also be completed. Because of the problem of distraction, being ambushed by the opponent, he limited the training time to 1 second. If he couldn't do it, he would log out and run. He curiously asked, "You flatter me, fellow Taoist. If the immortal world isn't behind this barrier, then where is it? Could you tell me in detail, fellow Taoist?" He didn't say much, but replied, Okay. Some five-colored light rose above his head. He starts. If we're talking about this immortal world, we gotta talk about this barrier and the starry sky first. A picture appears, filled with tons of star clusters. These stars in the sky are just an illusion created by some magical artifact. This place is just the mortal realm, after all. It's been shackled by heavenly law since it was born. An image shows hands reaching up, only to be stopped by chains. Under the heavenly law, everyone's a prisoner, bound by restrictions. Hanju is shocked. He asks, "Torment, prisoners?" The guy calms him down. "No need to worry, fellow cultivator. We just need to reach the Tribulation Transcendence realm." Torment raises his hand, face wrinkled, and tells Hanju that they can get permission from the heavenly law, welcome the lightning tribulation, ascend, and jump out of this world. Hanju wonders, permission from the heavenly law? Then why haven't you ascended yet? Torment explains why he's stuck around. This old man made a promise to a junior at the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. I need to stay here to protect him. Once the karma is resolved after 100 years, I can ascend. Hanju is surprised, then asks, "A heretic disciple?" Torment tells him, "The junior promised me. His name is Suchi. Do you know if his family is still alive?" Hanju frowns, suspicion flashing in his eyes. He asks, "Why are you looking for his family?" Torment bows deeply, regret in his voice. "I'm useless. That junior was captured by Luo Xumo. I'm afraid he's not doing too well now." Torment lowers his head, his voice trembling. He explains to Hanju, "I thought if he had any family left, they might be able to help a little." Hanju stands silently, his emotions swirling. He doesn't hide anything, telling Torment, "I won't lie, Sunchi used to be my disciple when he was younger." The guy's eyes widen, looking at Hanju in shock. Torment feels like his mind is exploding. Could it be what Suchi said? He looks up at Hanju, his eyes mournful. "The elder of divine punishments." Torment's voice shakes. No wonder, no wonder." Hanju reaches into his robe, telling Torment, "Consider it a karmic connection. You're in the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Our Jade Pure Sacred Sect definitely won't treat you poorly." He then takes out his command token and gives it to him. "You've come a long way. How about becoming an honorary elder? You don't need to show your face usually, and you can cultivate in peace. With this token, no one in the sect will make things difficult for you." Torment's appearance matches his name. He's skinny and hunchbacked. Torment takes the token with both hands, cherishing it. Torment looks at him and says, "Great kindness, man. Actually, this old man just passed the elder examination for the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, and I'm waiting for their reply." Hanju felt a little more relieved about him when he heard this. "Then it should be fine. Let's go back to the sect and wait for good news." Torment is still uneasy about Suchi. His mood is still restless and worried. But Suchi, Hanju knows he's worried about Suchi. But then he steps in front of Torment, puts his hand on his shoulder and reassures him, "Don't worry, you have to trust Suchi." Hearing Hanju's words, Torment reluctantly stopped thinking about it. Yeah, okay. The two leave the transparent shield to return to the sect. Torment reminds him, "Fellow Taoist Han, let me remind you a word." Hanju asks him, "Yeah, what's the matter?" The two are diving down quickly. Torment tells him, "The 5 great demon lords have been resurrected. The world is about to be in great chaos. The Jade Pure Sacred Sect should prepare early." Hearing this, Hanju falls into silence. Torment asks him, "If you have any intention of ascending, I can help you. Let's jump out of this world together." A hint of determination flashes in Hanju's eyes. "Thank you for your kindness. The disputes in the Immortal Realm are probably more terrifying than the mortal world. If I don't have enough ability to protect myself, I won't ascend easily." Torment closes his eyes slightly, secretly assessing Hanju in his heart. It seems that this fellow Taoist Han still has a long life. He is a great genius. He calls out, "Fellow Taoist Torment, Who are the 5 demon lords you mentioned earlier? The 5 great demons include Luo Chumo, white-haired devil woman, greed demon Arhat, blood demon ancestor, and finally, the devil lord. Hanju was also surprised when he heard the last name, and doubts flashed in his mind about the devil lord. Xuan Qingjun is also among them. He asks Torment, what is the cultivation level of these 5 people? He said, Great Ascension, or half-step Great Ascension. Hanju then asks, then doesn't the righteous path have any powerful people who can deal with them? Very quickly, the 2 arrived at the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. The 2 landed directly at the gate of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Torment answers his question. Yes, but they are all about to ascend, and they don't agree to come out and make enemies. Maybe Hanju kinda liked him, so he trusted him enough to spill the beans about what he'd figured out. Seeing that you're sharing so much, pal, I gotta mention a recent discovery that I haven't told anyone but the sect leader. Hearing this, Dooku was curious and asked, Hanju, what discovery? Hanju told Dooku, the Devil Emperor has returned. Do you think it's related to these 5 demon lords? Hearing those words was like a bolt from the blue. He was shocked, his eyes showed red veins, and he was sweating bullets. Dooku was scared. The Devil Emperor is bad news, isn't he? At the same time, Xiao Zhao was also reporting something to Zhu Ding. Sect leader, we have a new guest elder now, a grand cultivator of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm. He was so shocked he slammed the table, his attitude terrified. Zhu Ding shouted, Tribulation Transcendence Realm! Outside the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, voices filled with urgent tones echoed. Xiao Zhao asked Zhu Ding, do we need to follow the inauguration process? He urged Xiao Zhao. Forget it. Quickly prepare a luxurious mansion. The sky was clear, the white clouds floating like a fairyland. A shadow flashed past with extreme speed. Suchi looked ahead. The boy sighed with boredom. Suchi curiously asked the person next to him, Senior, where are we going anyway? At this time, the boy was also a little impatient. Sunchi turned his head and angrily questioned, the great opportunity you spoke of, is it real or fake? Lu Chuai-mo was covered in heavy injuries, bandages all over him, looking extremely pathetic. Lu Chuai-mo couldn't help but be a little annoyed. If he hadn't met a troublemaker on the way, he would have arrived there long ago. In the clear sky, dotted with white clouds, a dark cloud suddenly appeared. Looking closely, you could see that the cloud had 2 pitch-black eyes. A voice came from the cloud. Senior, where are we going anyway? Luo Chu-mo was pointing his finger at Suchi. He was so angry and irritable that he even cursed Suchi. Keep asking! Can you just shut up? Suchi was scared, but still tried to argue. But I've been following you for days, and we either stumble into ancient forbidden lands or encounter bizarre natural disasters. The boy sighed and pouted, complaining, It's fine if your cultivation is strong, but I really can't take it anymore. After that, everything played out like a film being replayed truthfully. First, the scene of Luo Chi-mo and Suchi struggling with the lightning strikes. Luo Chi-mo shouted in a panic, Heavenly punishment! Is the heavens gone crazy? Next, the scene switched to a place with strange-looking, faceless blocks. Lukao Chui-mo curiously asked those ignorant blocks, Looks like it tastes not bad. Maybe it can be used for stewing soup, right? Then there was the scene of Luo Chui-mo screaming on the sea with a huge tornado and dozens of sharks. Holy crap, why are there sharks in the tornado? Finally, the image of the 2 people falling into a formation. Luo Chui-mo said to Suchi in a trembling voice, Law power. This is the Central Southland in legend, Suchi asked curiously. What is the Central Southland? Lu Kui-mo answered the boy's question. According to legend, in this place, you can see through the past and also see the future. Suddenly, Sunchi shouted, Senior, look! There are people on that road, and their cultivation doesn't seem simple. Luo Chi-mo seemed to have discovered something. There's a sacred title, rumored to have effects that no one knows. After that, a figure like a god appeared. That person's body radiated dazzling golden light, and a surprised tone rang out. Divine Might Zen. A stream of thoughts flashed through Luo Qimo's mind, and he froze, sweating profusely. What kind of terrifying existence is this? Even directly calling out his great name almost caused me to be destroyed. Su Qi thought of what he had experienced, feeling both helpless and sighing until he turned gray. Your luck is too bad. Hearing this, Luo Qimo angrily trembled and questioned Su Qi. Do you have the right to say that to me? What do you mean by bad luck? Even though he was in a state with one arm bandaged, he still stubbornly argued with Su Qi. Before I met you, my luck was incredibly good. Are you some kind of unlucky crow? Seeing his reputation being insulted, Su Qi, with his hand on his stomach, still strained his neck and argued back. How could that be? Before that, even if I encountered a bigger crisis, I could turn danger into safety. The dark cloud was still flying swiftly in the sky. Luo Qimo and Su Qi were still standing on the cloud. Luo Qimo helplessly gave up and left. Anyway, we're almost there, so I'll tell you where we're going. Then, he pointed forward, causing Su Qi to look right in front of them. This trip, we're going to find the Devil Emperor. Su Qi asked again, as if he couldn't believe his ears. The Devil Emperor. The dark cloud was starting to rush faster towards the gate covered by a blue shield. Seeing that they were about to arrive, Su Qi finally inquired about him. What's his relationship with Devil Master, senior apprentice brother? Ru Shumad replied to the boy's question. No relationship, just belong to the demon path. After that, the images of Devil Master and Jinai appeared with two powerful extremes. Su Qi's voice still rang out. Then, who is stronger between them? Luo Qimo quickly explained to the boy. I don't know about strength, but the Devil Emperor belongs to a more ancient era. His achievements are higher. Then there was the I ask, you answer screen, Su Qi asked. What achievements? He answered. I don't know, Su Qi asked again. Then, why? He was starting to lose patience. Luo Qimo raised his foot to scare the boy. If you ask any more questions, I'll throw you down there, Su Qi panicked, scared. Please, please don't. After that, Luo Qimo started to lecture. When we pay respects to the Devil Emperor later, you must be doubly alert. Don't talk nonsense. If you don't understand, act according to my expression, he emphasized again. Understand? Still a little doubtful, Su Qi repeated his words. Suddenly, sharp teeth appeared on his face, scaring Su Qi out of his wits. Right behind the two of them was a monster with thousands of sharp teeth. However, Luo Qimo was as calm as usual, sighing a breath. Sing. I'm used to it. Inside a palace within the gate, the scene outside had been completely wrecked. Inside, there was a dog. This was the Chaos Heavenly Dog, but someone called it by a strange name, Demon Hound. A voice spoke as a hand reached out. Do you know how powerful my dynasty is? The Chaos Heavenly Dog looked disgusted. You're at it again. The figure speaking gradually became clearer in the rubble. It was Jinai. Arms outstretched before the ruined palace, I built 100-generation legacy, controlling the world like cracking a whip to tame a horse, conquering everywhere, ascending to become emperor, ruling the world, using punishments to enslave the people. Jinai's confidence made him ramble on. Awe, inspiring across the 4 seas. Then, from outside the door, Luo Qimo stood there, replying in a flattering tone. Good, good, very good. Emperor Mo's achievements will be passed down for 10,000 generations. Jinai looked out, wondering who had arrived. The Chaos Heavenly Dog spat. Who's that? So far away, flattering this lunatic. Luo Qimo introduced himself outside. Reporting to Emperor Mo, this humble one is Luo Qimo. Hearing of your Majesty's revival, I've come to serve you. Perhaps realizing the situation, Jinai spoke quickly. So that's it. Did you arrange for someone to awaken me? Speak. What reward do you want? Luo Chumo stepped inside, bowing respectfully. If your majesty can unify the world, that will be the greatest reward for this humble one. Puzzled, Jinaihe asked Luo Chumo, "What do you mean?" Luo Chumo explained enthusiastically. "If I can ascend in the future, I will definitely join the Upper Realm Demon Palace. Unifying the demon path and ruling the mortal realm is the trial entrusted to me by the dreamlike demon palace." Suddenly, Jinaihe's eyes turned red. Upper Realm Demon Palace. If I ascend, will the demon palace be willing to receive me? Luo Chuomo replied with the same respectful demeanor. If your majesty can ascend to the supreme throne, I believe the demon palace will definitely assist you during the heavenly tribulation ascension. Jinaihe, satisfied with the answer, revealed a smile. Excellent. Luo Qing, please sit, Luo Chumo said respectfully. Thank you, your majesty. However, he noticed Sun Qi's presence and asked curiously, Luo Qing, who is this beside you? The Chaos Heavenly Dog also looked up, and upon seeing Su Qi, it jumped up in surprise. Isn't this master's disciple? Why is he here? Luo Chumo introduced Su Qi to Jinaihe. This is Su Qi, the closed disciple of the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord is busy cultivating, and sent him to serve you. Jinaihe was dissatisfied that the Demon Lord sent only one person for such an important matter as ascension. Sent a disciple? Is the Demon Lord being so casual with me? Luo Chumo tried to ease Jinaihe's anger. Please don't be angry, your majesty. The Demon Lord is eccentric and extremely bloodthirsty. It's better he didn't come. This disciple represents the Demon Lord's attitude and can help us quickly integrate with the demon path. Jinaihe had no choice but to accept. All right then. Escaped Su Qi's lips, and he turned to the dog, wondering. The Demon Emperor's dog doesn't look like a dog. The Chaos Heavenly Dog's heart sank. Damn it, he doesn't recognize me. A flashback appeared. Young Su Qi, the Chaos Heavenly Dog, and Hei Yuji, Su Qi, waved goodbye. 886. The Chaos Heavenly Dog was a puppy then. Seeing Sun Qi motionless, Luo Chumo whispered, This is the great opportunity I spoke of. Hurry and pay your respects. Sun Qi reluctantly, Yes, yes. He quickly knelt. Su Qi greets Emperor Mo. May your majesty live 10,000 years. Jinaihe praised Su Qi's quick action. Haha, quite clever. Suddenly, Jinaihe paused. What's going on? His cultivation is extremely low, but why do I feel so uneasy when he gets close? After a moment, Jinaihe made a decision. He pointed at the Chaos Heavenly Dog. From now on, you will be my dog keeper. Both the Chaos Heavenly Dog and Su Qi exclaimed in shock. Huh? Suki Qi was angry at Luo Chumo for deceiving him, cursing inwardly. This is the so-called great opportunity to help a demon raise a dog. The Chaos Heavenly Dog was equally confused. Could Sun Qi be the savior Master sent? I need to find a chance to tell him my identity. Then, Jinaihe called Luo Chumo aside for official business. Luo Qing, I have something for you to do immediately, Luo Chumo replied. What is it? After a moment's hesitation, Jinaihe continued. Go to Great Yan and find a sect called the Jade Pure Sect, he said solemnly. Kill a cultivator named Han Ju. Hearing this, both the Chaos Heavenly Dog and Su Qi thought of their master. Elsewhere, Han Ju happily sipped his modern side drink, watching the chaotic scene unfold. Yang Tiandong unleashed his move, the Dual Extremes Ice Prison. On the other side, Murong Qi was conjuring a flame, shouting, Eat my fiery fist. After a fierce battle, the result was clear. Yang Tiandong and Murong Qi were more heavily damaged, while Hei Yuji sat arrogantly on the ground, letting the two others scratch at it like kittens. Finally, Han Ju spoke up. Don't fight so recklessly. Try cutting through his defenses in the middle. Suddenly, a voice distracted Hanju. He turned to see a notification appear. System reminder ahead. At this moment, Heiyuji lifted its wing, placed the water jug down, and pressed it directly onto the two people, shamelessly saying, "Oops, so sorry, you guys were being too nice." Seeing the notification on the system panel, Hanju was puzzled. Luo Chumo. Over there, a slightly bizarre mission was assigned, causing Luo Chumo to repeat, "Kill Hanju." He also hinted to Jinai, "You're not very polite, giving orders so soon after meeting someone." Seeing Luo Chumo's intention to object, Jinai added, "This is no small matter. I hope Luo Qing can depart quickly, if the time is missed." With no other choice, Luo Qingmo had to agree, All right, I'll go right away." Although he agreed, Luo Qingmo was still skeptical after leaving. Yuqing sect again? The Demon Emperor also wants to deal with the Yuqing sect? Luo Chumo stood outside the hall, pondering. His hands were on his hips. Great Yan is so far away, whoever wants to go can go. Besides, the Demon Lord has already accepted the task. There's no reason for me to go. Saying you'll dedicate yourself to me, and then treat me like a tool for the revival of the demonic path? Who are you trying to fool? After his meeting with Jinai, Luo Chumo finally left his place. On the way back, he was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice the monster he had tripped over earlier. Hanju. What did that guy do to Jinai that even Jinai wants to send someone to kill him? Black smoke radiated from Luo Chumo's head, yet it sparkled faintly. He's actually somewhat interesting. Perhaps he could even be considered a good person. A system information panel about Luo Chumo appeared in full. Fourth layer of the Mahayana realm. Luo Chumo has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability: 1 star. One of the 5 great demons of the demonic path is dissatisfied with Jinai's disrespect, and therefore became interested in the person Jinai wants to kill, which is you. Seeing the system panel, Hanju was silent, pensively thinking, "What's going on? Even being cursed can lead to affection." Hanju rubbed his nose, thinking, the 5 great demons of the demonic path and Jinai are about to fight. His eyes became sharp, and a sly smile conveyed Luo Chumo's mood. Maybe I can get them to tear each other apart. He didn't notice a voice calling, "Shifu." Chang'an said to him, "Fang Liang has been cultivating for a while and has only reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment." At this, he replied with a start, "Huh? Isn't that advancing 1 realm already? Isn't that fast enough?" Chang'an hesitated slightly, then said, "On the surface it seems fast, but this is the bitter cultivation to become Immortal Mountain." Looking at Fang Liang's eyes, Hanju agreed. "That's true. The spiritual energy here is extremely abundant. Rongqi is already in the nascent soul realm." Chang'an sighed deeply. He asked Hanju, "Could you please check if there's something wrong with him?" Fang Liang worriedly glanced elsewhere. His cheeks flushed. Hanju nonchalantly drank water and replied, "There's nothing wrong. It's just that his talent is too poor. Just cultivate diligently and practice hard." Chang'an was a little awkward. "Is that all?" he replied calmly. "Diligence compensates for lack of talent. Bitter cultivation is just a process of quantitative change leading to qualitative change." Then Shifu, "Won't you be disappointed?" "Why should I be disappointed? Remember this saying, our bitter cultivation to become Immortal Mountain doesn't raise idlers." He thought to himself, things will be different when he reaches the Golden Core Realm. Whether he can reach the Golden Core Realm or not depends on his fortune. Fang Liang worried, "Shizu thinks highly of me? But I have no talent at all." Meanwhile, Hanju and Chang'an were still talking. He said to him, "Khan's intention, Shifu understands. It's really impossible to nurture him, but it's not good to let him suffer like this." Feng Liang was still immersed in his thoughts. Was joining bitter cultivation to become Immortal Mountain just a coincidence? My existence is probably superfluous. Tiandong frantically used palm strikes forward. He was angry. His eyes flashed red, and he shouted, "The great human world artillery! 100 ghosts parade at night!" Rongqi on this side was not inferior. He crossed his fingers to create lightning bolts. Rongqi said with a snarl. Extinction demonic light of infinite fierce rigidity finger technique. View and kill black chicken. He Yuji was happy and satisfied, drinking 2 cups of water at the same time. It even added a few provocative words. You too, use more force. Your current fighting strength can't even hurt my feathers. From the sky, one could see bright, large, and small fireballs. The voices of Rongqi and Tiandong rang out. Rotten chicken! I'll fight you! Full domain open! A single iron mountain of mine can deal with both of you. Feng Liang stood below, looking at the scene and thinking, that's great. They have learned so much from Shizu, but I don't see hope. On Nine Peaks' side, with his hands clasped behind his back, he also looked up at the bright fireballs in the sky. With a pensive expression, the other elders behind him kept saying, Old Ancestor, is there anything worth watching in this nascent soul battle? Everywhere in the sect now has it. If you want to watch a battle to relieve boredom, I'll find a few transformation god elders to fight for you to watch. Jiu Ding turned his face back, his face cold, his eyes sinking as he looked at them. Then he shouted a long string. Are the people of Nine Dragons sect settled down? Have the maintenance fees for the scripture pavilion been settled? Has the beast riot in the myriad demons realm been resolved? Has the problem of corruption in the Dan department been resolved? Have you taught the disciples assigned to you? Suddenly scolded. The elders trembled without finishing their words. Jiu Ding turned around, unleashing his aura with a hint of anger. He roared, Then what are you waiting for? Get back to work! The tasks assigned haven't been finished by the end of the month? Everyone's salary is cut in half. Jiu Ding, filled with fury, his face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Lin Qingzi's cultivation isn't enough to manage you all. But can't I? Jiu Ding thought to himself. Arrogance based on high cultivation, bureaucracy becoming a trend. It seems the Jade Purity Sacred Sect needs to tighten its belt. He calmed down and looked up at the sky, where strong winds carried thin, emerald green leaves. Deep down he couldn't help but think, if Elder Zan Shen could handle the sect's affairs, that would be great. Then no one would dare to flaunt. Over on Rongqi and Yang Tiandong's side, the battle was still raging fiercely. Yang Tiandong yelled, A wrong void realm dude like you still needs a dharma body? I can't play with you. Jiu Ding's gaze fell, showing worry as he looked at He Yuji, who was cheering enthusiastically. He felt a pang of sadness in his heart. The cultivation of the sensing god elder's demonic pet is about to catch up with me. I need to advance quickly, but recently, the demonic sect's activities are picking up. Jiu Ding turned away in frustration, his tone full of helplessness. Forget it. I should first arrange everything properly for everyone in the sect before advancing. On the water's surface, the ferocious shark was now floating dead, blood streaming from its eyes, its body mangled. Shishi, sword in hand, her hair gently swaying in the wind, darkened her face as she looked around. The area was shrouded in a gloomy, deathly atmosphere, with plumes of black smoke rising and spreading with the gusts. Shishi muttered, Guess that's taken care of. Suddenly, she turned her head, frowning as she reminded the person behind her, Xiao Fan, don't waste your energy. In the distance, Xiao Fan was still trying to dig something out. Shishi's voice rose, advising him. The ruins have been locked from the inside. Below the Tribulation Transcendence realm, no one can open it. Digging won't get you anywhere. Seeing that he didn't seem to heed her words and continued, her tone sharpened. Didn't you hear me? Xiao Fan's eyes glowed brightly, filled with bloodshot veins. He frowned tightly, expressionless. She could only sigh helplessly. Really? Besides, it's been so long, Mui Fuki might already be. Zhao Fan lowered his head, his voice interrupting, firm. I'm the one who brought Mo Xiang here. Regardless of whether he's really dead, I have to find a way to bring his body back. She gave him more time, but she also warned sternly, I'll wait for you for 3 days at most. After 3 days, if you still don't leave, I won't care about you anymore. By then, people from the 3 sects will find this place. You're responsible for your own life and death. Shi ignored him. As he continued digging and turned to leave, Zhao Fan continued to dig with his belief, reminding himself, Mo Shikchang, don't worry, I will definitely bring you back. Zhao Fan's eyes widened in shock. He had discovered something. Sunlight shone down, revealing a circular object beneath the rubble, with a skull pattern on it. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that the skull was splitting apart. A powerful force sent Zhao Fan flying back before Shi's horrified eyes. Although he was blown far away and the impact was not small, he laughed heartily and excitedly. Zhao Fan pointed to the area, excitedly saying to Shi, It's open, Xuandaran! The ruins are open! Shi was stunned by what he said. She spun around and stared blankly, uttering in confusion, Is that even possible? In front of the two of them, a huge, green force emitted powerful auras. Suddenly, a rock in front of them was shaking violently, causing the two of them to panic. Soon after, a dark tunnel entrance appeared. Zhu Fan asked curiously, An entrance? Let's go in and see. Shi agreed, not forgetting to remind him, Okay, you have to follow me. The cave was very dark, with sharp rocks dripping water above. Shi said to Zhu Fan, The ruins could collapse again at any moment. We have to go in and out quickly. Zhao Fan shouted, Mo Xiang! Mo Xiang! Mo Xiang! Where are you? Say something! Water droplets fell from above. Drip, drip. As they walked, Shi and Zhu Fan suddenly stopped. She raised her hand to stop Zhu Fan from stepping forward. The two of them stared blankly ahead. Shi said to Zhao Fan suspiciously, There are 2 people's auras. Fuki lowered his head, sitting cross-legged on a slab of rock. Surrounded by a circle of eerie blood, Zhu Fan called out, unable to hide his joy, Mo, Coxiang, he's still alive. Zhao Fan quickly jumped towards Mo Fuki, asking, Mo, Nuxiang, are you all right? Fuki's face was dark. His eyes slowly opened, glowing red. Around Mo Fuki, the circle of blood seemed to solidify into a pattern. Shi stood outside observing, suddenly noticing something, her eyes turning serious. A thought exploded in her mind. That's not right. Before, the ominous power was extremely strong, but now it's completely dried up. Where did it go? Fuki suddenly stood up. Zhu Fan was overjoyed and opened his arms, saying to him, I knew you had a big destiny. Good thing I didn't give up on you. Zhu Fan laughed heartily and said to Fuki, Can you believe it? I blew up the other side. It was all thanks to that last-minute breakthrough. The more Zhu Fan talked, the more excited he got, his eyes shining. You gotta know, the other side was a ship formed by 3 sects. As he was rambling on, Zhu Fan was shocked and looked down, stunned by what was happening before his eyes. Fuki was expressionless. He gently pierced Zhu Fan's chest with his bare hand. He was stunned, dumbfounded as he witnessed this terrifying scene. Shi couldn't help but feel extreme fear. She screamed shrilly, Zhao Fan! Fuki unhesitatingly grabbed Zhao Fan's shoulders forcefully, while the other arm kept pushing deeper into his left chest. Zhao Fan's eyes widened, and blood began to spurt from his mouth. Fuki's eyes were bloodshot. He coldly used force to rip Zhu Fan's heart out of his chest. Fuki thoughtfully looked at the heart he had just taken from Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan fell to the ground, his eyes showing pain and suffering. He looked up at Fuki, his voice weak. Mo, brother, why? Shi rushed towards him angrily, shouting furiously, Mo Fukiu. On the other side, Xuan Qingjun and Han Zhu were still fighting. The two were evenly matched, each with their own unique moves. Showing no mercy and attacking decisively, Hanju's expression was worried, sweating profusely, feeling increasingly exhausted and unable to find an opening. Crap, I can't hold on anymore. Xuan Qingjun smiled contentedly, looking smug. Seeing her smile and aura, Hanju couldn't help but exclaim, Xuan Qingjun is truly so strong it's suffocating. Unable to withstand that immense force any longer, Hanju was sent flying, his back slamming into a rock. His expression was extremely painful, and internally he screamed, I lost again! Xuan Qingjun's slender finger was placed on Hanju's forehead. He looked up at her pale face. Hanju stammered, Wait, hold on, don't! Xuan Qingjun snapped her fingers, causing Hanju's head to ring. Hanju sat helplessly on the ground. The system's voice announced, The simulated trial is over. Time used, 2.5 minutes. He thought to himself, I can't even beat Xuan Qingjun at the 3rd level of the Grand Ascension realm, so right now I'm practically no match for the Devil Emperor. Hanju scratched his head in frustration. Ugh! The cultivation speed after the Tribulation Realm is just too slow. Tribulation Realm, 3rd level. The system panel displayed a notification that caught his attention. Refreshing friend list. The notification displayed the following content. Your disciple, Su Qi, bestowed bad luck on Luoqi the demon, reducing his lifespan by 1,000 years. The effect is ongoing. Your divine pet, Hundun Tiangu, was attacked by a demon cultivator, X 8211. Your Dao companion, Xinghong Zhuan, was attacked by a righteous cultivator, Et 17. Your Dao daughter, Xuan Qingjun, has left the mortal realm. Your Dao daughter, Xinghong Xuan, encountered a fortuitous encounter, receiving guidance from a grand power cultivator, and her cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by a demon cultivator X309. Your good friend Zhaofan was attacked by your good friend Mofuqi. His physical body was torn apart, and his soul was fortunately saved by your good friend Xuan Shishi. Your good friend Xuan Shishi was attacked by your good friend Mofuqi. Her cultivation has declined. Hanju couldn't help but feel dejected. Zhaofan died again. Even Mofuqi has become a true demon. He felt troubled. The disaster of the demon race just passed not long ago, and now demon cultivators are rising again. 3 years later, Hanju yawned and walked out of his cave abode, exiting seclusion. That was refreshing. My back is a bit sore, he stretched, and thought, I'll go see my master and senior sisters later, and conveniently strengthen their heavenly puppet. As Hanju was doing his morning exercises, he was called by his master, Chang'an. So you've finally come out of seclusion. So what exactly is Fangliang's aptitude? Hanju was startled by this. Feeling confused by Chang'an's ambiguous words, he began to explain more clearly to Hanju. A few days ago, Fangliang's cultivation stagnated at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, and even using pills to improve it couldn't help him advance. Has he really stopped at the Foundation Establishment realm? Hanju consoled. Don't be discouraged. Think about it. Many people outside can't even reach the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm in their entire lives. So everyone gathered around to comfort Fangliang. The master chose you. There must be a reason for it. Don't be sad. Reaching this point in 3 years of cultivation is already very good. Seeing Fangliang like this, Hanju thought to himself, the so-called Golden Core stage, a step into the heavens, is indeed not as simple as it seems. Hanju looked at the boy who was covering his face and crying, and said, Fangliang, come in here with me. Seeing this, Chang'an came over and patted Fangliang on the shoulder, saying, Little Liang, with your grandmaster taking action, the problem probably isn't too big. Really? As the boy approached, Hanju pointed to a corner and said, Chang'an, go to Xishuan Xianzi and Chengye's cave abode and tell them to bring the heavenly puppets here. Yes, master, Chang'an said, pushing Fangliang forward. Little Liang, listen to Grandmaster in the cave. Yes. He Yuji sighed, You guys all have decent talent. Little Liangzi's cultivation is really at its limit. Tiandong chimed in. Too early to say that. Besides, Quan, we can't do without him. Hey Yuji slumped. Cultivation path. Master interferes too much. If little Liangzi's talent can only reach foundation establishment, it's better to go down the mountain and be a rich man for 100 years. Tiandong poked his head out from behind Hey Yuji, asking, Chang'an, are you all right? Chang'an replied sadly. Please keep an eye out for me. I'm going to do what Master told me to do. In his heart, Chang'an encouraged. Little Liang, you have to overcome this. Gentle sunlight filtered through the leaves, seeping into the cave. Hanju used his inner energy to probe Fang Liang's meridians and seemed to discover something. So that's it. This kid really has all the conditions to break through to the Golden Core realm, but his Dantian is shrouded in mist. This mist is of unknown origin and is a powerful seal to block the integration realm. No simple matter. No simple matter. If I hadn't advanced to the Tribulation Transcendence realm, I probably wouldn't have noticed. Almost buried a genius, Hanju asked gently. Fang Liang, you've been my disciple for a while now. Do you understand what cultivation seeks? Fang Liang replied timidly. Reporting to Grandmaster, this disciple cultivates only to become an immortal. Hanju asked again. Why become an immortal? The boy replied hesitantly. For eternal life. Hanju was very pleased with the answer. This kid really has inherited the true teachings of our Han sect, Hanju continued to ask. Will power, benefits, and companions hinder your cultivation path in the future? Fang Liang replied without hesitation. Not in the past, and not in the future, the boy said firmly. This disciple's parents are dead. I have no support. Grandmaster took me in. Grandmaster's cultivation philosophy is this disciple's standard. Everything else is insignificant. Only high cultivation matters. Hanju was extremely satisfied with Fang Liang's answer. His eyes flashed with lightning. Good. Very spirited. If you had the chance to soar to the sky in one step, what would you do? The boy, hearing he could ascend, immediately kowtowed, saying, This disciple is willing to shatter his bones and flesh for Grandmaster, sparing no cost. No, I mean, I will focus on cultivation, ignoring worldly affairs, and definitely won't cause trouble for Grandmaster. Hanju thought approvingly. That's more like it. Suddenly, a strong wind rose. He began to circulate his energy, the process looking extremely powerful. Good! If your master said your talent is at its limit, then your Grandmaster will create talent for you today. Fang Liang was shocked, thinking, the spiritual energy is so strong. How powerful is Grandmaster's cultivation? The system notified. Your grand disciple, Fang Liang, increased his favorability towards you. Current favorability is 5 stars, Hanju thought. 5 stars isn't enough. I need to find a way to stimulate him more. Hanju sent a ball of spiritual energy into Fang Liang. The boy felt an immense power entering his body. His eyes widened in surprise, because he didn't know where he was. Hanju began to heal Fang Liang, the golden core formation varying from person to person. Most people directly condensed the core. Very few entered the grand void with a celestial resonance. Even fewer relied on talent to open a completely new path. There were records of 10 golden cores, even one that created a golden core like a whale, breaking the circular law of the golden core. This person's ultimate achievement was, without exception, unparalleled in the world. Fang Liang seemed to be in extreme pain, shouting, What is this? The boy stood before a colorful galaxy he had never seen before. Hanju realized the problem. It was limited by destiny. How can my grand disciple be limited by destiny? Today, even at the cost of Dao virtue and lifespan, I must break this damn destiny. Fang Liang was moved, calling out, Grandmaster! He thought, Grandmaster has cultivated for many years to extend Dao virtue and lifespan. Today, He's sacrificing it for a worthless grand disciple like me!" he shouted again. "My grand disciple's advancement will not be stopped, even if the heavens try to." He used all his strength in one go to shatter the mandate of heaven, exploding from the pressure in a flash of crimson. Tears streamed down Fang Liang's face, not knowing if it was from the joy of opening his heavenly mandate or from remorse, as he thought to himself, "Grandmaster," the kid vowed in his heart. "Grandmaster, from now on, Master is my sky, the person I respect the most." System notification. Your grand disciple, Fang Liang, has increased his favorability towards you. Current favorability, 6 stars. Hanju heard this and secretly rejoiced, thinking, "Awesome, yeah, winning hearts is the best. I've paved the way. Now it's up to you, kid. If you discover your specialness, I hope you can just stay low-key. That's the key to a long life. Don't follow Zhao." Fan's path. Feng Yang was about to form his golden core. Meanwhile, at Xishuan's place, Cheng Han said, "Xishuan Xianzi, my master said your heavenly puppet needs an upgrade. It'll only take 2 days. Alright, I'll go get it right now." Xishuan suddenly saw light at the door and wondered. 7. Colored radiance. Wasn't this heavenly phenomenon mentioned by that woman? Is it a rare treasure appearing, or is it a prodigy descending? Fang Liang's body was still in the process of golden core formation. The kid felt like he was struggling in a vast ocean. Fang Liang tried his best to calm his mind amidst the huge waves. He closed his eyes, sinking deeper, sensing everything within his body. Amidst the sea where he was struggling, a large hole appeared, emitting a dazzling light from within. The light mixed with the sea waves, making it difficult to see what was happening. Finally, the golden core formation was successful. Fang Liang's body could now truly continue cultivating. He felt like he was floating above the sea and the mountains. Fang Liang's appearance was like a star to fill the void of the sky. Outside, strange phenomena also appeared. Golden snowflakes like fireflies were flying in the dawn. Everyone was surprised. Why is it snowing in June? No, wait, why is the snow golden? Xishuan reached her hand out the window, catching the golden flakes, and said, "Heaven sent Chi luck, golden snow. Looks like a genius has been born." "A genius is born?" Changzhan asked Xishuan, while in his heart he thought, could it be that Master helped little Liang change his aptitude? Zhu Ding was also surprised by the phenomenon, telling everyone, "This old man has never witnessed such a phenomenon since I began cultivating." Everyone replied, "Elder, this is the heavenly Dao protecting our Jade Purity Sacred Sect. Our Jade Purity Sacred Sect's Chi luck is unparalleled." A transparent feather fluttered in the wind with beautiful golden sparkles. It was the form of a phoenix soaring. Hei Yuji said with great interest, "Truly a miracle. This is a phoenix. It really looks like me." Yang Tiandong stared blankly, saying, "I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling." Hanju was a little tired and said, "Congratulations, you're now in the Golden Core realm, Fang Liang." Fang Liang knelt on the ground. Tears welled up again. "If you don't despise me, please accept me as your adopted son." Hanju heard this and said, "When you get back, you need to forget about the family that Yang Tiandong has." The radiance in the sky and the golden snow on the ground disappeared. Fang Liang came out of the cave. "Everyone, look, he's out!" Yang Tiandong was the first to run over and ask Fang Liang, "Little Liangzi, did you break through?" Fang Liang covered his face and wiped away his tears, saying, "It was Grandmaster who sacrificed his Dao insights and lifespan, personally helping me recreate my aptitude." Rong Qi, Yang Tiandong, and even Hei Yuji were stunned by the kid's answer. Yang Tiandong hurriedly asked, "Recreate your aptitude?" Hei Yuji thought even further. The phenomenon earlier wasn't him? Before he could finish, Hanju's voice echoed from inside. "Little Hei, you're not allowed to ask. Also, some rogue devil cultivators have been resurrected recently. Don't run around the mountain. Even without a clear answer, everyone understood and had their own thoughts about the matter. Young Tiandong believed that recreating aptitude was forcibly going against the heavens. No wonder there was lightning and then radiance. He Yuji didn't believe that Hanju would make such a decision, thinking, the master actually agreed to sacrifice his Dao insights and lifespan for a grand disciple with limited aptitude. Rongqi was super impressed and thought, Shifu Zhu seems all aloof and detached, but he's actually got a warm heart deep down. Cheng An just got back from Xishuan's place and saw Fang Liang standing there. He excitedly said, Liang, Posier, you broke through. The guy stumbled over, asking, why are you crying like that? The kid sobbed, trembling, and blamed himself. Shifu Zhu. That day, I really messed up. I made Shifu Zhu sacrifice lifespan like that. Will he be okay for much longer? How am I supposed to face him after this? He put his hand on the kid's shoulder, comforting him. Little Liang, have you already forgotten what Shifu Zhu said? Chang An brought the light of the party, the light of the teacher, shining it brightly on his student. He said, our bitter cultivation ascends to Immortality Mountain doesn't just take in people for no reason. Shifu Zhu must have his reasons for doing this. Gotta trust him. If he dares to do it, he must have a way out. So don't blame yourself too much. He continued, Shifu, please cultivate diligently. Logically speaking, he wouldn't just accept any disciple. Yuking's sacred sect has so many outstanding disciples, but only a pitiful few have come here. To be honest, I only came here because of personal problems. I planned to just accept my fate and live out the rest of my days here. But Shifu gave me a new mission and dignity. I realized that I wasn't completely useless. Fang Liang asked, what mission? Chang'an went on. My true form is a longevity ancient spiritual ginseng that took human form. I'm destined to have inexhaustible spiritual power. When it comes to the spiritual energy production of our bitter cultivation ascends to Immortality Mountain, the hibiscus tree is definitely number one. But I account for 3 parts of that production. Fang Liang exclaimed. That's so awesome! No wonder Shifu Zhu thinks so highly of you. Hey Yuji butted in, showing off. Of course! Did you think we were just freeloaders? My true form is a phoenix. He, Tiandong, upon hearing that, scratched his head, trying to figure out what was special about it. All the sworn fathers said I have the bloodline of a demon saint, but I can't see how powerful it is. Rongqi was even more bummed, saying, I don't seem to have any bloodline at all. I feel like there's nothing special about me. After that, they started arguing about what talents Rongqi had. Chang'an said, Qicare, haven't you noticed that there are many things you just understand without being taught? Rongqi replied, it really does feel like I've known them before, but I don't know why. Maybe I have other untapped potential? Hey Yuji chimed in, saying, the way I see it, your main characteristic, no matter which angle you look at it from, you only ever show one eye on your face. Tiandong found that hilarious and burst out laughing, while Fang Liang stood there in shock. The kid cried, thinking that the entrance requirements for bitter cultivation ascends to Immortality Mountain were so high. No wonder he'd been waiting so long and still no new disciples had joined. So it wasn't that he didn't have the talent, but just that the time hadn't come yet. Shifu Zhu had given him a new beginning, and he definitely wouldn't let him down. The image of Hanju in Fang Liang's mind now was always reaching out to help him up. Hey Yuji, with a beaming smile, said, to celebrate little Liangzi's breakthrough, we're calling a temporary halt to training. Everyone, let's go fishing for 2 days. Chang'an, upon hearing this, said, speaking of which, it's been a while since I've been to the market to buy fish. Tiandong got scared as he remembered the past, saying, please don't use me as bait this time, okay? As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of abundant energy was blazing behind them. They said in unison, recreating aptitude isn't simple. This spiritual power, this purity, it's too high. All that was on Feng Liang's mind at the moment was, Shifu Zhu, I'm afraid I won't make it in time. I just want to repay you soon. The kid alone was standing and working hard at his cultivation, leaving the others speechless. Less than half a year later, they were all doing their own things. He Yuji was playing basketball, Cheng An was practicing swordsmanship, Feng Liang was still working hard at his training, and Tiandong and Rongqi were still fighting like always. First level of Golden Core Realm was completely consolidated, officially showing its power. Feng Liang showed his determination by training even when he went fishing, and not only that, but he also caught a live whale on shore. A legend has begun. At this time, he also trains when he takes a bath, and he trains with his eyes open when he goes to bed. Finally, 3 years later, that kid had reached the 3rd level of the Golden Core Realm. Everyone who saw it was shocked, even someone as taciturn as Rongqi had to say. Just talking about the level during the same time, Feng Liang's speed of promotion has surpassed us. Seeing that of Feng Liang, Cheng An also said, in this way, little Liangzi's talent is probably the best here. Feng Liang didn't think much about it, and instead innocently showed off. Everyone, I caught a black carp with milk, 350 pounds. Great, no need to go to the market anymore. Chili noodles have been arranged. Little Liangzi, can I touch the fish? Brother Ji, I have never caught a big fish. But in the sky there was something that looked like a falling star. Its speed was extremely fast, and it was heading towards the mountain where Hanju lived. He Yuji, in an instant, had detected an enemy attack. Tiandong's eyes and face showed terror, and said, estimated visually, the drop point is our bitter cultivation ascends to Immortality Mountain. What incredible guts! Tiandong is using bait for fishing. He had to jump ashore in frustration, and shouted, what year is it? There are still people who don't know that throwing things from above will result in a sentence. He Yunji was very astute, and stood up and said, it's time to give our all to bitter cultivation ascends to Immortality Mountain. Cheng An then followed. Success is the only option, failure's not allowed. If we can't even stop this, Shifu will eat us as bait. It sounds good, but when the shooting star fell, oh my god, everyone avoids it as much as possible, but no one is trying to protect Qingxian Mountain. The remaining few people thought to themselves, Brother Ji, look at what you are protecting. He Yunji freaked out, thinking to himself, no way, the last hope of the Air Force. Cheng An, worried about his disciple, asked, Lianggir, are you all right? Are you okay? The kid clutched his head, which had swollen into a lump, and replied, yeah, I'm fine. Once everyone calmed down, they finally noticed what had fallen. What on earth is this? It looks like a spirit stone. No way it's a spirit stone. It looks more like dice. In the end, they took it to Hanju to check out. At that moment, Feng Liang started complaining. Grandmaster, a stone fell from the sky and hit me on the head just now. Master and my fellow disciples couldn't even stop it. Let me see, Hanju said, picking up the stone. It just fell from the sky. Is there anything else? Hanju asked. The kid replied, nope, Grandmaster. Hanju examined it, thinking, the spiritual power is impenetrable. It's definitely not ordinary. Hanju looked at Feng Liang. He thought to himself, is this the child of destiny? Opportunities just come knocking even without leaving the house? It's even more ridiculous than me. Then he looked around the room, wondering, what should I give him in return? I want to study this thing, but I can't let him get the short end of the stick. Feng Liang quickly said, it's fine. This treasure was meant to be offered to you anyway. After looking around, Hanju finally decided, your luck is pretty good. I just happen to have developed a new generation heavenly puppet, but unfortunately, I don't have the right materials to withstand the power of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. I can only separate the body to preserve its spiritual energy. Even if you encounter a low-level fusion realm powerhouse, assembling the 5 parts will ensure your safety. Consider it a trade for your opportunity." Fang Liang was full of admiration for the new puppet, replying, "Thank you, Grandmaster." So Fang Liang received the puppet and left. Han Ju, up above, mused, "To be noticed by the Child of Destiny. This thing must be extraordinary." Standing in the cave, Han Ju held the stone up to the light, thinking, "No matter what, it's still a spirit stone. Just one with spiritual energy, far beyond ordinary spirit stones." At that moment, Di Tai Kao woke up, stretching her body. "Let me sleep some more." Suddenly, the light from the spirit stone in Han Ju's hand was blinding, and Di Tai Kao thought to herself, "There's a familiar aura." Di Tai Kao exclaimed, "Master, I think I've seen this stone before." Han Ju looked at her, asking, "Where did you see it?" Di Tai Kao hesitated. My previous incarnation held a stone like this when she cultivated." Di Tai Kao's words helped Han Ju confirm his thoughts. A stone held by an immortal, it really is from the upper realm. The purple stone shone even more brilliantly in the sunlight, surrounded by carvings of 5-pointed stars, making it look even more mysterious and magical. Han Ju thought, "No matter how I look at it, it's just a spirit stone." Han Ju crossed his arms, gazing at the stone for a while before declaring, "If it's just a spirit stone, then it's not worth an immortal holding it day and night. The full power of the tribulation transcendence realm can't penetrate it, and I can't detect a single wisp of aura. So what could its purpose be, that the immortals always held it?" Only Di Tai Kao stared at the sparkling, luminous stone with wide eyes. Instantly, Han Ju thought of enlightenment. He frowned. "Well, but my cultivation isn't high enough. I can't use this to gain enlightenment." Di Tai Kao was surprised. "Just holding it can grant such miraculous insights," Han Ju replied to her question. "I read a book many years ago that described this thing." He looked into the distance, then told Di Tai Kao, "It's called the Enlightenment Stone. Moreover, the Enlightenment Stone grows from a scallion near the house of an official bestowed with blessings. This scallion gains enlightenment day and night." In the end, Han Ju looked sadly at Di Tai Kao. She still went, "Huh? Oh?" asking him, "What happened in the end?" Han Ju looked at the stone before him, then asked Di Tai Kao, "Do you still remember what I promised you?" That I would give you a fulfilling life." She remembered, and blurted out, very clearly. Han Ju brought the stone to Di Tai Kao's face, then said, "Perhaps the key lies here." She gasped in shock at these words. Di Tai Kao exclaimed, "Huh?" Han Ju pushed the purple stone towards her and whispered, "Take it." He looked at Di Tai Kao, voicing his thoughts. "If you recognize it, the immortals might have left a mark on you. See if you can gain any insight." Di Tai Kao cried out in alarm, "No, I'm useless. Besides, how could immortals notice a roadside weed?" Han Ju sighed inwardly, saying helplessly, "Don't you wonder why there are so many weeds? But only you have lived for over 90,000 years. With that, Han Ju entered the Immortal Mountain Cave, instructing Di Tai Kao before leaving, "Furthermore, I still need to cultivate one. Watch over this treasure for me during this time. If anything happens, tell me immediately." She promptly obeyed. "Yes, Master, I will ensure the completion of the mission." Di Tai Kao then leaned her head against the shimmering purple stone and fell asleep. Time flew by. 5 years later, at the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, a voice rang out, filled with both anger and helplessness. "Real Siju Ding. In recent years, the demon cultivators are getting more and more rampant." In the main hall, Siju Ding sat in the middle, flanked by Yu Gang and Xiao Jiao, with other elders and disciples of the sect below. Everyone was whispering amongst themselves. "Ever since the battle with Qingmang, our righteous path has suffered serious losses and has not yet recovered. When did the demon cultivators rise up? I fear they intend to overthrow our righteous rule. The heavenly immortal manor has intervened in the dispute. Yu King's sacred sect should also step forward to calm people's hearts. Zhu Ding looked serious. He told everyone, "In recent years, I received news that the Devil Emperor from 1,000 years ago has revived, intending to rebuild the Demon Cultivators dynasty." Everyone below was shocked. One of the elders exclaimed, "What? The Devil Emperor? Won't the world be in chaos?" An old man with a gourd staff didn't seem worried at all, but rather a bit optimistic. He reassured everyone, "What's there to be afraid of? The Devil Emperor is far from us. The cultivation world is basically a cycle of good and evil rising and falling, which is why so many talented figures keep emerging." He glanced around and said, "We don't need to worry too much." The robot-looking guy behind him chimed in, "That's right. The Azure Python Grand Sage was so strong before, didn't he not die?" Someone else added, "Even though the Devil Emperor once unified all demon cultivators, that was ages ago. Times have changed." Lin Qingzi watched everyone chatting away, staying silent, unsure of what to say, a hint of worry on his face. Zhu Ding suddenly remembered something. He asked Qingdizi, "Decades ago, Elder Lai investigated the Devil Emperor. Did he find out something?" The Fiend Extermination Division barely reported on this. Qingdizi was startled when he heard Zhu Ding mention his past. Lin Qingzi finally realized the gravity of the situation. He told everyone, "Decades ago, Elder Zhan Shen asked me to specifically investigate the Devil Emperor. He might have been planning something all along. But he didn't say much, and hoped I wouldn't spread this around, so I kept quiet." All the disciples below were stunned by this revelation. They shouted in unison, "What?" Xiao Yao turned to Zhu Ding and said his mind. Could it be that Elder Zhan Shen foresaw a catastrophe for the cultivation world? Yu Gang crossed his arms, casually closing his eyes and saying, "The reason for not telling us is fearing that we'd worry." Zhu Ding slightly lowered his head, his eyes unfocused, his tone revealing worry and tension. Even Elder Zhan Shen was looking into this, which means this disaster is probably huge. Bu Mi stepped forward, seeking Zhu Ding's opinion, reporting, "Honored One, the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate branch in Great Wei has formed a blood oath, and their army wants to move directly to Great Yan. What do you think?" Hearing Bu Mie's words, Zhu Ding replied, "Great Yan's spiritual energy isn't enough to support so many cultivators. I'm afraid it won't work." Hearing his answer, Bu Mie was at a loss. Zhu Ding frowned, his eyes filled with determination and decisiveness. He ordered, "Build a teleportation formation. Everyone watch over each other, support each other, and strive to complete it in 2 months." All the disciples of the Yu King sacred sect shouted, "Wow! The Honored One is so righteous." At this moment, he remembered something and added, "One more thing." The sky was clear, with wisps of white clouds drifting gently. Zhu Ding's voice echoed outside the hall. "Later, inform everyone that all contribution tasks within the sect are limited to Great Yan. Summon all disciples outside of Great Yan to return." The disciples replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Looking at the vibrant flowers and plants under the ancient tree, Han Zhu sat cross-legged on the grass, pondering. Then he asked himself, "Is cultivation boring?" To say it isn't would be a lie. In the long months and years of cultivation, aside from thinking about what he's learned his whole life and the Daku principles he must comprehend, the rest is just cultivating spiritual power. The step is indeed dull. Only recalling the past can fill the void, including the memories of his transcendent tribulation. Remembering that time, Han Zhu held a plate of food, busy with a bunch of dishes. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh that in his previous life, he was a cooking genius, dreaming of making Saskatchewan spicy dishes famous and inheriting his grandpa's restaurant. Just when he was about to unleash his culinary prowess, he died young due to nuclear wastewater. The playful image of Abayo also made him think, Abayo, I'm afraid we won't have the chance to meet again in this life. It's been so many years. Go back to your god realm. A beautiful, sexy girl with plates of pastries. Hanju was a bit worried. And her, I'm afraid she'll go hungry if she finds a new chef. We're separated by two worlds in this life. I hope we can meet again in the next. In the middle of these jumbled thoughts, a girl suddenly called out from behind him, Master? This sudden appearance made Hanju vigilant. He glanced sharply behind him. Looking at a woman with big, innocent eyes and long, slender legs, Hanju asked, Who are you? But then he realized the person in front of him was completely naked, without a single piece of clothing. Hanju quickly shouted, Hold up! Looking at the empty flower pot on the ground, he exclaimed in shock, You! Tiandi grass, heaven and earth grass, Di cow, earth grass, stood before Hanju, still holding the purple stone in her hand. Di cow confirmed, It's me, master. He collapsed onto the grass, supporting himself with his hand, staring in stunned disbelief at the person in front of him. Hanju stammered, You transformed? How come there wasn't any commotion? Why, no heavenly tribulation? As if suddenly waking up, he lunged forward, grabbed the stone from DiCapio's hand, and examined it. She also looked at the stone in fright. I don't know either. Plus, it wasn't time yet. 10,000 years skipped, and I transformed before the heavenly tribulation. Hanju understood the implication of Dicao's words. He asked suspiciously, Skipped? So it wasn't the Enlightenment Stone? Did you not experience any changes from using it? Looking at the sparkling stone in the sunlight, Dicao recalled, Nope. I didn't gain any enlightenment from hugging this to sleep last night. When I woke up, I was like this. Hanju thought to himself, Wicked. Even I didn't notice the commotion. This is definitely a treasure from the upper realm. He frowned, his suspicious eyes still assessing the stone. Avoided the heavenly tribulation. Quote, Could this stone have the effect of deceiving the heavens? Wouldn't that mean I don't need to undergo tribulations in the future? Fang Liang, what a gift you gave me. It's too huge. No longer concerned about the golden elixir, his luck is so good, his future gains would be very big. Fang Liang is forever the god. Right now he does not deserve the title of the child of heaven. But why do I feel like something is missing? Something's not right. Hanju turned to look at the nearby bushes. Dicao sat behind him, confused. At this moment, Hanju realized a very big problem. He shouted, There's a cave dwelling! Wait! Hold on, I'll go buy clothes. Don't come out. For this reason, Hanju made an exception and went out. Dicao's slender feet were adorned with meticulously designed shoes. She wore a green dress that looked incredibly refreshing. Dicao asked Hanju, Master, do I look pretty like this? Not hearing a response from him, she called out, Master! Hanju was turned away, his face grim. He emptied his money pouch, and only a single coin fell out. Hanju sighed in frustration. It's clearly less manly. Yet the price is even higher than armor. Dicao's entire being twinkled playfully, then struck a pose and asked him again, What do you think? This is the appearance of my previous master. Hearing this, Hanju turned to look at her, thinking, So this is the appearance of that immortal god, but not as beautiful as my master. He sat on the grass and sighed deeply. Hanju asked her, It's all right. Have you thought of a name for yourself yet? Dicao pondered for a moment, then said to him, Let me think. She looked at Hanju excitedly, exclaiming, Master, from now on I'll be called Wu Dao Jian. How's that? He froze on the spot. Upon hearing this, Hanju threw up his hands and asked Wu Dao Jian, Why did you come up with this name? Dicao hopped up, resting her chin on her hands, her legs raised high in an awkward pose. She innocently said, Because I feel like I should learn the sword. Hanju sighed, looking aged. He helplessly said to Din Kao, "Not forgetting your original intention is good, but this name—" Then her voice echoed through the cave. "Master, can you teach me the sword?" Hanju had no choice but to agree due to these pleading, spoiled requests. Okay, let go first, and I'll impart the absolute finger divine sword to you." He Yuji was fishing with Fang Liang and Chang'an, wondering, I wasn't mistaken just now, was I? It looked like Master bought women's clothing. Chang'an also saw it. Moreover, it was size S. You can tell it's thick. He Yuji asked him, "So who's gonna wear this?" Fang Liang turned his head in fear upon hearing the conversation between He Yuji and Chang'an, a few traces of horror appearing on his face. Many years passed quickly. 13 years went by. Beneath a magnificent waterfall crashing down, ethereal mists spread in the air. This natural scenery was truly peaceful and magnificent. Hong Xuan was rushing forward, her eyebrows raised as she shouted, "Evil beasts, face your doom!" The handmade black frogs were torn to shreds by Hong Xuan. Then a shrill scream rang out, "Ah, my goods!" A purple frog demon, belonging to the demon race, wearing a red scarf around its neck, angrily shouted at her, "Damn human cultivator! My demon race has retreated into the deep mountains to make a living. We can only go to the market to sell handicrafts, with no ill intentions towards the human race. Yet you want to pursue us to the ends of the earth." Hong Xuan stepped on a pile of handmade frogs, pointing forward and shouting angrily, "Hand over my husband, and I'll spare you from death." The frog demon was completely bewildered. He widened his eyes and spoke to her with reason. "Your husband. My race has never hunted humans. Where would your husband come from?" Hong Xuan pointed to the puppet in the shape of Hanju, snapping at the frog demon. "Then how do you explain this?" Following the direction Hong Xuan was pointing, he looked at the puppet that was in the goods cart. The frog demon was helpless. "Ah, you're talking about this? I thought it was junk. Looking at the quality, I could sell it for a bit more money." Hearing the frog demon disparage her puppet, Hong Xuan was furious. She roared madly, "Junk? This is the love token between this old lady and my husband." The frog demon argued innocently, "I found it by the river. I saw it on the ground. No one wanted it, so I picked it up." Hong Xuan lost her composure, unable to control her emotions. She angrily said, "That's because this old lady was bathing back then." Hong Xuan stared without blinking, unwilling to let the frog demon off. She blamed it. "Moreover, taking it without my permission is wrong. What's more, my stuff isn't junk. It's clear that you're profiting selfishly. You have a skill, so why do you have to pick up trash?" The frog demon turned to the goods cart, bowing its head and sadly telling Hong Xuan, "Then what can I do? This is the only path. It's not that I don't want to do it, it's just that life has exhausted all my strength." She still didn't listen, then loudly criticized, "That's not your excuse." The frog demon's eyes drooped, filled with heavy thoughts. It painfully recalled the past, the sins that the predecessors had committed that year. Why must our generation bear the burden? Business isn't going well. The frog stood before Hong Xuan and bowed its head. Its words stunned her in place. The frog demon sighed. Safety isn't guaranteed. Demon race internal strife is endless. The economic resources of the territory are becoming increasingly scarce. Without interacting with humans, we simply can't survive. Originally, our two races could have lived in harmony. Originally, we could have enjoyed tea roasted over a fire. Originally, we could have enjoyed the joys of family without having to pick up trash. The frog demon's voice trailed off, choked with emotion. "It's all because of the demon saint. Because of the so-called benefits, we've fallen to this point today. Sins that the demon ruler committed, we also accept. We don't ask for your forgiveness, We only hope to have the peace we once had." Hearing the frog demon's heartfelt words, Hong Xuan frowned and fell silent. Its voice trembled. "Above there are elders, below there are youngsters, still waiting for treatment. U.S. ordinary demon race," the frog demon shouted. "Is it wrong to live?" Suddenly, a hand containing mighty power tore the frog demon's body in two. A professional technique, acting decisively, smoothly, and swiftly. A bizarre voice rang out. "If it's wrong, then it's wrong that I was born at the wrong time." Hong Xuan was terrified. Seeing this haunting scene, she exclaimed warily, "You, who are you?" The person before her secretly sighed in his heart, the demon cultivator's heart. A red-haired figure appeared before Hong Xuan, his eyes glowing red, his mouth sporting a demonic smile. He withdrew the hand that had just torn the frog demon apart, still stained with blood. He spoke. "How sluggish! Little maiden, not like a demon cultivator at all. If it were me, it would have been one strike. How could you be so slow?" He threw the puppet toward Hong Xuan and said that if she wanted to take back her things, she had to be decisive. "Take it!" She quickly caught the puppet, then criticized his actions. "I have my own way. But you've gone too far." He pointed to the handmade frogs on the ground, raising his voice at Hong Xuan. "We're all demon cultivators, so why care about this? Moreover, isn't it going too far for you, little maiden, to destroy its handicrafts?" She replied to him, "This is just to force him to compromise. Of course I'll compensate him fully." He moved closer to Hong Xuan, his words causing her to freeze on the spot. "Compensate, little maiden? Your transformation into a demon cultivator is still not thorough enough. Now that the demonic cults are in power, why would they have any pity for the common people? Only when their Dao dominates the world will they be free." He smirked sinisterly, then shamelessly began to taunt Hong Xuan. "A person's life is decided by themselves. Everything is for themselves. Morality, ethics, laws, patience, compassion. Screw all that. Since we share the same origin, how about you become my disciple, little darling?" Hong Xuan sneered inwardly. "What a sissy!" She hugged her puppet and turned away, saying firmly, "Senior, I already have a husband. I must ask for his opinion before becoming someone's disciple." He glanced at Hong Xuan, his voice taking on a more seductive tone. "Husband, huh? Forget it. Just go back and tell your husband that it would be best if he were also a member of our cult." He presented a token to Hong Xuan, who looked at it and asked, "I don't even know Senior's name yet." He casually extended the token, smiling confidently at Hong Xuan as he said, "I am the first disciple of Bai Fa Mao, with a cultivation level of the 7th level of the fusion realm. If you want to become a disciple, just bring this token to find this seat." As he flew upwards, Hong Xuan quickly shouted, "Thank you, Senior. I will definitely be loyal to the demonic cult." His figure gradually disappeared into the air, but not before leaving behind a final message. "Those who recognize the times are heroes. I admire you, little darling, for your excellent performance." "Good. The demonic cult will remember your loyalty." She knelt on the ground, bowing respectfully as she replied, "I am deeply grateful." He vanished into thin air, leaving only a few traces of his aura behind. Hong Xuan sighed in relief and reached into her sleeve. She pulled out a stack of demonic cult tokens, feeling relieved. "I almost got taken away again. The frequency of these encounters is increasing. Are they chasing quotas or something?" Dusk fell, the sun like a ball of fire gradually sinking behind the mountains, creating an unusually peaceful scene. A thought flickered in Hong Xuan's mind. Even though it was just a brief encounter, she knelt before the grave of the frog demon she'd met earlier. "Now I understand its feelings. Even though demons and humans are different, we must both face the flood of changing times. This feeling of helplessness is real." Hong Xuan looked at the grave, her eyes filled with deep sympathy. "You suffered a lot in this life." The grave Hong Xuan had created was simple, but it was made with sincerity. On it were an intact handcrafted frog, some wild fruits, and a small flower. Hongshuan was silent, praying in her heart, "I hope you are reborn in a good place in your next life," Hongshuan thought. "It's time to return to the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. I wonder if my husband is lonely." Before Hanju's immortal mountain cave abode, he sat facing the earth herb, with his head bowed. Hanju thought, "Since I advanced to the 3 Pure Worldly Foundation, I haven't used my original move. Now the Enlightenment Sword has inherited this move." Instantly, Sword Q appeared around the earth herb. "This is the 3 Pure Absolute Shadow Sword." The playful little girl winked at Hanju. Now, not only that, but she can also use the Divine Sword Finger technique at the same time. He marveled inwardly. The earth herb's cultivation aptitude is several times stronger than even Chang'an's group. Hanju looked at the girl before him, feeling satisfied. More importantly, after the earth herb took human form, the spirit Q produced is at least 3 times as much, so my breakthrough speed isn't much slower than before. Currently, I'm at the 4th level of the Lianqi Tribulation Realm. Hanju was pleased with the situation. Not bad. Practice up to here for now. The earth herb grabbed his sleeve, wanting to cling to Hanju. She said sweetly, "Master, do you have any stronger sword techniques? I want to learn them too." Hanju closed his eyes slightly, then sighed. "Stronger sword techniques? Your strength isn't enough to learn them, and you can't even use them." The earth herb turned her bright, sparkling eyes towards Hanju and pleaded, "Master, please teach me." The girl sat on his lap, grabbing Hanju's arm and shaking it, begging in a sweet voice, "Teach me! Teach me!" This behavior angered Hanju. He shouted, "What kind of behavior is this? Is that how you ask for things?" Hanju clenched his fist, urging the earth herb once more. "Stop pushing! Get down! I still need to cultivate. You know?" Hongshuan, who had arrived unnoticed, was dumbfounded by the scene. The puppet in her hand fell to the ground with a thud, alerting the two. Hongshuan was petrified. Her face darkened as she stammered, "Husband, you guys?" At this moment, Chang'an ran over, breaking the awkward silence. "I'm so sorry, Senior Mother." "I was too happy and couldn't stop her. I'm disturbing Master's cultivation." Chang'an was now no different from Hongshuan, both silently watching the scene of the earth herb sitting on Hanju's lap. Chang'an quickly ran away to the corner, leaving behind a message, "Yes, I understand." Hanju reached out towards Chang'an, wanting to explain, "Wait, it's not what you think." Hongshuan heard Chang'an's words. She flashed a deadly smile, her eyes gleaming with a fierce light. Hongshuan gritted her teeth. "So who exactly is she?" The earth herb was unaware of the seriousness of the situation. She turned to Hongshuan, questioning angrily, "She? My name is Enlightenment Sword. What do you want?" Hongshuan approached the earth herb, provoking gently, her words laced with sarcasm. "HMPH, what a lame name." The girl heard Hongshuan insult her name and retorted, "You're the lame ones. This is the name Master gave me." Hongshuan asked doubtfully, "Master?" Her eyes looked at the earth herb with disdain. Hongshuan said calmly, her words dripping with sarcasm, "You really know how to play, huh?" Seeing the tense situation, Hanju ordered the earth herb, Enlightenment Sword, go outside the cave and cultivate. Both of them turned to look at him, and the girl exclaimed in surprise, "Why does Master want to kick me out?" The earth herb was not convinced. She shouted, "I'm not going. As a concubine, I'll never leave my master's side," Hongshuan said. "Oh, which peak is this fairy from anyway?" Hanju felt like he was about to get into trouble. His face turned ashen, his expression contorted. "Fairy my ass. She's that grass you gave me. She just took human form a while ago." Hongshuan was stunned when she heard this. Not believing her ears, she blurted out in surprise, "Ah!" Then Hongshuan lunged at Hanju, yelling, "Husband, if you want a woman you can just tell me." Getting hit by her, he screamed, "Ouch, ouch, ah, ah, it hurts, it hurts." Ding Kao panicked and tried to stop her. Stop hitting him, Hong Xuan's voice rang out. "It doesn't have to be from the same root anyway." Before she could finish speaking, Hanju cut her off. "Shh, babe, she's just a kid." Ding Kao stared blankly, not understanding. She stared at them with wide, round eyes. She cried out, puzzled. "Ah," Hong Xuan pondered. "How about I just stay here with you and not go out anymore?" Hanju loudly objected. "Don't even think about it. Don't disturb my cultivation." She wouldn't give up. "Listen to what he is saying." These words made Ding Kao's face darken, scared. Hong Xuan brought out her ultimate move to deal with him. She whined, "But I miss you so much, Hanju," exposing Hong Xuan's words. "You already have a heavenly puppet, isn't that enough?" She was stunned and stammered. This what I did earlier with the heavenly puppet you already found out." Hearing this, Dia Kao was shocked. Hong Xuan hugged Hanju's neck tightly, and he also put his arms around her voluptuous body, then helplessly turned to the girl and said, "So, can you go out for a while?" This time, Ding Kao probably understood the problem vaguely. She replied in a flustered and embarrassed manner, "Yes." On a majestic mountain peak, Di Kao hugged her leg, muttering, "Master has women too, I didn't know. Could it be that my master's cave is also harboring one, but no one has ever come up the mountain?" Suddenly a voice came from afar. "Wait a minute. Her aura is a bit familiar. Holy crap, it's a Tiandi Kao." From a distance there were also many other cries coming from all around her. "Tiandi Kao? It's not like she has the same transformation as you, right?" Cheng'an Kao look up to them. "Her spiritual energy is so rich. Her talent isn't inferior to mine either. No wonder Master took a fancy to her." Heaven has eyes. We finally have a little sister in the bitter cultivation towards Immortality Mountain. With a treasure like her, the ancestor actually let her out, aren't we? Dikao stood before the lewd gazes and terrifying smiles. She trembled and fell backward. "What are you all doing?" Suddenly, Hei Yuji took out a fishing rod. "This is my new fishing rod." Everyone congratulated her on joining the bitter cultivation towards Immortality Mountain's Air Force Division. Chang'an stepped forward to explain to Dikao, "This is our tradition. Every time a new member joins, we add chopsticks and a fishing rod. Rest assured, with Fang Liang here, you won't be participating in the Air Force. Moreover, you still have a newbie protection period," Dikatsao said in a flustered tone. "But my master doesn't need me anymore." "How could that be?" Chang'an said. "You're the treasure next to master," she replied. "Then why was I chased out?" Hei Yuji replied. "Don't worry, master will call you back. Go fishing." Tiandong chimed in. "Little sister must have a name, right? It's weird to just call you Tiandi Kao." Under everyone's expectations, she said, "Right. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wu Daojian. Please give me more guidance." Hearing that name, everyone turned to stone. "Maybe we should just call her Tiandi Kamayo. Don't tell me that's what master named her." The harsh sunlight shone down on the cliff face. Inside the cave, Hanju was asking after Hong Xuan. "Were you bullied while you were out for so long?" Looking at her, "It doesn't seem like you used the puppet." He was massaging her shoulders. Hong Xuan replied, "I wasn't bullied, but I met a lot of demonic cultivators who wanted to take me as their disciple." On the stone table, the nameplates were laid out. He said, "You really have a big life." Looking at the aura on these nameplates, they're all body integration realm demonic cultivators, and even disciples of the 5 demonic sects. You didn't offend them, did you? Hong Xuan said angrily. "Husband, he's a body integration realm cultivator. Are you afraid?" He smiled and replied, "Of course I'm afraid. After all, they have powerful backgrounds. What if we really fought, and I killed him, and his master came to help? I'd have to think of a way to kill his master too. It's so troublesome." She sighed. "This makes some sense," Hanju continued. "Things haven't been peaceful outside lately. Maybe you shouldn't go out anymore. He squeezed Hongshuan's legs and continued. You're already at the nascent soul realm. Your lifespan must be approaching 1,000 years, right? You have plenty of life left, so stay by my side and cultivate diligently in the future. Hearing this, her eyes turned into red hearts, and her face flushed. Hongshuan leaned against him. Okay, I'll listen to you, husband. As if suddenly remembering something, she said, Oh right. Before I came back, I found this thing in the dilapidated ancestral hall. Saying that, Hongshuan groped around between her two melons. The process was really not easy, and she even had to dig 3 inches into the ground to get it. Wait, let me dig for a bit. Hanju was speechless. Do the women's clothes in this world really not have pockets? Suddenly, Hongshuan took out a jade stone. How's this? Is this to your liking? He widened his eyes in surprise. You can even dig this out. Holding the jade stone in his hand, its size was similar to that spirit stone of avoiding tribulation from his previous life. Why is it a stone that can isolate divine sense? Hanju narrowed his eyes. The outer layer even has sealed runes. That's not right. This pink energy is a shield set up by someone. I really want to see what's hidden inside. Finishing talking, he chanted a word to break. From the jade stone, light shot all around. Hanju was surprised. Ownerless divine sense power. He felt like he was plunged into an illusion. Not only were there these things, but memories of the original owner also appeared. Before Hanju was a massive gate, light blazing from the other side. He blurted out, Is this the Immortal Realm? Upon closer inspection, he noticed 2 words etched above. Tian Ting, Heavenly Court. Hanju worried. Tian Ting, I remember Hei Yuji was killed by this force. In the distance, a massive dark shadow lumbered toward him. It was a monster so huge that mountains were only knee-high to it. 4 blood-red eyes stood out against its entirely black body, with horns jutting out around its head. Hanju exclaimed. Holy crap, what kind of demon is taller than the sky? Wait, there are a lot of people in the sky. Banners fluttered in the sky. Hanju thought, the Emperor personally leads the charge. Standing on the clouds are celestial soldiers and horses. A dark figure stood high above, seemingly the leader of them all. Seeing the crowd surrounding it, the monster began to gather a fireball in its mouth. The leader raised a hand, pointed a single finger, and said, Penetrating Heaven's Sword Dao, 3 swords, to open the primordial chaos. With just that sentence, the monster bigger than the clouds exploded into pieces. Hanju's divine sense surged after witnessing that move. Seeing him dazed, Xing Hongshuan waved her hand in front of Hanju. Hubby, are you okay? How do you feel about this stone? Is it useful? He snapped back to reality and said, Not bad. Its origins are extraordinary. A great treasure. I wonder whose memories these are. Maybe they're long gone from this world. Xing Hongshuan, pleased by his praise, happily said, It's good that hubby likes it. So, we? Hearing that, Hanju turned to stone. He handed her the smelly shoes. The demonic path is rampant outside. You should keep these 9-star spiritual blossom shoes, Xing Hongshuan said a bit sadly. Really no foot odor. He stiffened, taking a step out of the cave. These are good stuff. If you encounter danger alone in the future, you'll have the ability to escape. It's almost time. I have to go out and practice swordsmanship experience for the disciples. She leaned in and licked his ear. Hubby, I don't want the shoes, I just want you. Let's go practice swordsmanship. First, Xing Hongshuan dragged Hanju onto the bed. The rickety bed creaking, she grabbed his thigh and pinned him down. Hanju screamed in panic, Don't get any ideas, let me go, I still have to cultivate. Xing Hongshuan replied, Don't rush, I learned the 6 lute frolics in some noble household last year, and I've been wanting to study it with you for a while. Hanju panicked. He pressed on his lungs and choked, unable to breathe anymore. SOS. Hanju's cry was lost in the cave. Slowly, let's put our clothes on first. Nascent Soul Realm earthquake overthrows Tribulation Realm powerhouse. Truth is like this. Dikao is fishing. Hearing Hanju's scream, he involuntarily turned around. The echo is so loud. What's wrong with Master? Yuji next to him calmly said. Looks like Master is about to get eaten again. The little girl anxiously said. What? Eaten? Dikao immediately ran away. But Yuji stopped him. Are you a tiger? This isn't that kind of eating. Don't go and ruin Master's good time. The little girl was helpless in Yuji's hands, tears welling up in her eyes. What does that mean? Her cheeks flushed red. A sly tone was revealed. Don't worry about it. You'll know later. Time passed. A month later, Xing Hengshuan came out, refreshed. The Tribulation Realm is indeed different. Much stronger than before. Yuji next to her said, Mistress, slow down. It's raining early in the morning. The road is a bit slippery. Please be careful. She replied, Little you're so good. Dicasio was uneasy. She's covered in Master's aura. Could it be that Master? The little girl immediately ran into the cave. If something happens to Master, I won't let you off. Seeing the scene in the cave, Dikao couldn't help but shed tears. Hanju's emaciated smile and face were hidden behind long hair. The little girl cried out, Master! Before Dikao, Hanju, a dried, Ekala person, was sitting in meditation. Hanju's hands are shaking as he lifts them up, totally showing how helpless he is. Hanju's face is so gaunt he looks like a freaking ghost. Dikao, who's right next to him, hands him some clothes and asks, Master, are you okay? Are you hurt? He grabs the robe and throws it over his bone-thin body. Hurt? Help. What kind of hurt are you talking about? The little girl replies, Yuji said that the woman who just left ate you. Hanju whips his head around and says shakily, You. He raises his hand and pinches Dikao's cheek, scolding her. What woman? That's your mistress. Don't forget she's the one who brought you here. Are you trying to be an ungrateful wretch? The little girl says, Feeling wronged, mistress? Oh, it was her. Hanju continues, Now that you know, go cultivate. Dikario replies, Yes, Master. And the little girl takes off in a puff of smoke from the cave. Hanju thinks angrily, Looks like little Hei's been talking nonsense again. I gotta find a chance to beat him up. Then, he pulls up his system interface. On the system panel, a few lines pop up. Your good friend, Mofuki, has been sealed in a forbidden palace by your good friend, Xuan Shishi. Your divine pet, Hundun Tiangu, encountered your disciple Su Qi's blessing of bad luck, because it is a divine beast of fortune. Fortune value is 6643. Your enemy Jian Naihe, encountering your disciple Su Qi, and his blessing of bad luck, and his demonic nature has surged. Your good friend Huang Zuntian was attacked by his fellow disciples for another 10 years. Your good friend Luo Chumo was attacked by demonic cultivators 4,921 times. Your Dao companion, Xuan Qingjun, has returned to the mortal world. Your good friend Zhu Fan has reincarnated and awakened his memories from his previous life. After reading all this, he clicks his tongue and says, These brothers, Monfuki and Zhu Fan, one's completely sealed, and the other's reincarnated. Hanju stares intently at the system panel. Who knows when the one who's sealed will see the light of day again, and with this rebirth, who knows when these two brothers in similar situations will meet again? He furrows his brow and leaves. Everyone has their own encounters. First, I need to survive the current crisis. The Demon Emperor's forces will reach Daiyan sooner or later. I need to seize the time to cultivate. If I can't instantly kill the Demon Emperor, then it'll be a huge pain. Hanju starts cultivating, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The most important thing on the path of cultivation is to ensure that you can defeat your enemy with a single, decisive strike outside the cave. A figure is gazing at the sunset outside. It's Shun Cheng-chan, his mouth pouting as if he's deep in thought. Yuji, who's next to him, asks, Changjian, you didn't catch any fish today. Are you feeling down? Changjian replies. It's nothing, I'm just feeling sentimental about Tiandao Cao. Sigh, what is love in this world? Even a blade of grass has feelings. Hey Yunji replies, I get it. Just think it through. Xiao Mei is gone. 10 years ago, Xiao Mei went out with a team from the sect for training, and encountered an attack by monsters. When the sect's reinforcements arrived, the battlefield was nothing but flesh and bones. Li Qingzi, knowing Sun Changjian's past with her, came especially to tell him. After that, Sun Changjian, besides cultivating and fishing, spent most of his time in a daze. Hearing this, Changjian clenches his fists and cries, "Don't mention her anymore." Hey Yuji pats him on the shoulder. You shouldn't dwell on this anymore, just focus on cultivating. I think it's a good thing she's gone. She wasn't into you guys anyway. He did. It's time to sever this karmic bond. After you ascend, I'll give you a fairy. Yang Tiandong complains. Gee, how many times do I have to tell you? Stop stabbing people's hearts. Chang Yan's getting bullied by this damn chicken again. Fang Liang comes over and says, GGE, let's have a spar. Junior brother, let's team up. Hearing this, Fang Liang peeks his head out. He says excitedly, Okay, senior brother. I've comprehended a new move today. Let's try some combo attacks later, Fang Liang replies. Great. I also have some new ideas. Mo Rongxi. I won't allow anyone to insult Master, not even our own people. Then, the two of them unleash their elements. Hey Yuji. Hey Yunji says nervously. These two idiots have new moves again? Their breakthroughs are so fast. I'm afraid they'll surpass me soon. Looking up at the tall tree, Hey Yuji thinks, HMPH. If only we had another Zhao Dao, then our strength would increase again, and we'd see if these two brats would still be so noisy. It suddenly realizes something. Huh? That's right. Maybe I should leave the range of the Fusang Shu for a while and call Zhao Dao over here. Excellent, this isn't a bad idea. A while later, Feng Liang and Mo Rongxi are lying on the ground, two bumps on their heads. The trophies of today's battle, He Yuji is victorious. 13 years pass. In Guyuanzhu, at Tianyage, the ground is littered with corpses. The young master of Tianyage, missing an arm, is kneeling on the ground. A demonic cultivator says, The sect master isn't here. The bloodbath has gone quite smoothly. Give up resisting. You're the only one left now. Tianyage is surrounded and occupied by demonic cultivators. One of them asks, Young master of Tianyage, the demon emperor, recognizes your extraordinary talent and advises you to surrender. You can keep your life. He hears this and replies, I'm the only one left. That's pretty good. The demonic cultivator replies, Yes, you've made a very wise choice. Join the demonic path, and the demon emperor will grant you a glorious life. He replied, That matter is definitely a pipe dream. After saying that, he detonated his own dantian. He shouted loudly, Forgive me, father. Your son can no longer fulfill his filial duties. His body bulged, as if it would explode, and the demonic cultivator panicked. I didn't expect to run into a suicidal maniac. Get out of here. At Tianya Pavilion, a massive explosion shook the surroundings. The spiritual power of a fusion realm self, detonating. Tianya Pavilion was destroyed. The pavilion master of Tianya Pavilion received the news and burst into tears, shouting, My son, Tianya Pavilion. The people around him comforted him. Lao Hong, hang in there. As long as the green hills remain, there's always wood to burn. Your son dragged so many demonic cultivators down with him, you should be proud. Zhu Ding spoke up at this moment. Everyone, the demonic path is officially expanding. We absolutely cannot sit here and wait for death. The righteous path must join forces and begin a counterattack. Everyone started shouting, Real person, we agree. Let the Jade Purity sect lead us in a war against the demon emperor. Real person. The demonic path in our Dichian has completely retreated. We want to bring the younger disciples of our sect to Dichian to seek refuge. We hope you allow it, dear. Zhu Ding replied. All right. This jade pendant can open the spiritual transfer array. Please accept it. Everyone around them shouted, Thank you, real person. He continued, Send the message down. All disciples and elders above the Golden Core realm assemble. We officially declare war on the Demon Emperor. Everyone shouted. Understood. Everyone, the Great War is upon us. I must go pay my respects to the Godslayer Elder to prepare for the Great War. Real person, you've worked hard. Standing on the mountain, looking at the vast sea and sky, Zhu Ding asked, Hanju, Godslayer Elder, I have something I would like to trouble you with. 10 days to come out and talk, Hanju asked in return. Zhu Ding, real person, has something happened to the sect? He replied, Godslayer Elder, the Demon Emperor has started a war with the righteous path. The world is in chaos. You noticed the Demon Emperor a long time ago. I want to ask your opinion. Should we fight this battle or run? Hanju replied with sharp eyes. My idea is very simple. Recruit people and focus on development. The Jade Purity sect is just a sect that can't even be considered a holy land yet. Under this great tribulation, we can't change the general trend with our strength. Instead of being cannon fodder, it's better to cultivate diligently. Ding Kao next to him hugged Hanju. Zhu Ding thought, You are keeping a mistress in a golden house. Forget it, Godslayer Elder is our big shot. It's better not to ask. Hanju looked up at the sky. Moreover, under this sky, there are righteous holy lands to support us. What can a mere celestial prefecture do? As for our demonic path, we must get involved. He stroked his chin and asked, That's true, but if the demonic path enters Dayan, that's right, I wonder what Elder Han's current cultivation is, Hanju replied. Still Tribulation Realm. Hearing the words, Still Tribulation, Zhu Ding was speechless. Is this something humans say? Something. I have never heard of a great cultivator in the Tribulation Realm over 500 years old saying still. Is he trying to reach the Grand Ascension Realm? Ridiculous. Very ridiculous. Extremely ridiculous. Hanju said, Go, even if they enter Dayan, I am still here. He is now in the 5th level of the Tribulation Realm. Hearing this, Zhu Ding clasped his hands and bowed. Okay, then I will do as you say. I just hope the demonic path will not flood our Dinyan. I will go and convey the will of the Godslayer Elder. After speaking, he immediately left the place. Seeing this, Dikao asked, Master, who was that old man? Hanju replied, Impolite. He is the head teacher of the Jade Purity sect. Hearing this, the little girl's eyes lit up and asked, Jade Purity sect? Can I go for a walk around the Jade Purity sect? Hanju smiled and said, You can, just don't leave the scope of the sect. That's right, by the way. Tell the Heiyunji group, tell them not to leave the sect. Dikao smiled happily. Yes, master. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, making Hanju pay attention to the real-time updated system information. He seemed to see something that shocked him, Hanju murmured. More than 50,000. In a restaurant, Yunji was being pushed in by the chefs to be slaughtered. Yunji shouted, Isn't fishing good? I have to go to the city to play. The 4 disciples around stood watching and said, Eating snake chicken costs 79 yuan. Too expensive. Looking at the scene in front of him, Feng Liang became excited. Great! Great! Hanju thought uneasily. It seems like a new record has been broken again. Lao Huang's number of attacks is too abnormal. The numerology of people flashing on the system panel appeared. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by a demonic cultivator. His cultivation increased by 555 years. Is this guy rushing into a ghost's lair with a sword? In the battle, Jihao was injured and thought, Damn it, the young ones come and the old ones come. Huang Jihao has been fighting for 5 days and 5 nights, and his spiritual power is almost exhausted. But the desperate thing has come. The demon venerable spoke. Young man, your talent is not bad. If you agree to kneel down, I will not kill you. But if you are stubborn, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Jihao tried his best to say, "Even the demon venerable personally took action, truly appreciates me." He felt that his body was being weighed down. Damn it! This oppressive feeling. I am definitely not a match. But this oppressive feeling seems to be equal to that senior, recalling Hanju's figure. If I don't even have the courage to face evil demons, how can I challenge that senior in the future? Thinking of this, he smiled at the group of demonic cultivators. "Why do you think I will listen to you?" Then, spiritual power surged from his body as he stood up and declared, "I am born with a sword heart. I live for the sword, I die for the sword. If my sword loses its edge, what is the meaning of my life?" His eyes blazed with fighting spirit. "Come on, bring it on. If you've got the guts, come and get it. However many of you come, I'll take you all down with me." Suddenly, a voice of admiration echoed from above. "Excellent, well said. Since ancient times, when facing demonic cultivators, righteous cultivators should rather die than submit." It was Lin Tong, wreathed in the form of a dragon. "Young one, your performance is very good." Ji Hao looked up, puzzled. Righteous cultivator. The demonic cultivators, seeing the Taoist priest arrive, retreated in fear. Taoist priest Gitong, "Holy crap, reinforcements from the heavenly immortal manor are here." The demon lord roared. "Where did this old fart come from? Doesn't he know he's courting death?" Liv Colm. Liwa Tong retorted, "Luoki Mo, do you really think there's no one on our righteous side?" Hearing this, Li Chui Mo scattered the surrounding dust. Taoist priest Gian Tong, "Do you think just breaking through to the 8th level of the tribulation realm is enough to stop this venerable one? What a fool's dream." A few more figures appeared from nowhere. "What if you add us? This old ancestor has been in seclusion for 1000 years. I hear the demonic path wants to control the world. What a joke. I think you're the ones who don't know the meaning of death. How dare you little demons cause chaos in the world, die." Lin Chui Mo thought. Ji Lao Zhu of the Heavenly Immortal Manor, 3rd level of the Great Ascension Realm. 5 of the 12 Taoists from the Heavenly Immortal Manor have already arrived. This is getting a little tricky. Ji Lao Zhu greeted, "Old friends, long time no see. Has your cultivation improved?" The people around him clasped their hands and laughed. "We've made a little progress, but how can we compare to Ji Lao? Surely you're the #1 righteous cultivator now." Ji Lao replied, "You flatter me. This old man has a peerless descendant with unparalleled talent. At such a young age, he's already at the 8th level of the tribulation realm. The title of #1 in the world is within his grasp. Today, let's work together to kill one of the 5 demon lords, uphold the dignity of the righteous path, and pave the way for Shi Xianshen's exit." "Hey, Taoist Ji," Li Chuima sneered, "I've long wanted to experience Jilao's heavenly Gangwind demon great art." A massive explosion erupted from the formation, sweeping away everything around it. Ji Hao, affected by the aftershocks, thought, "It seems our righteous path has countless experts this time. The demonic path won't be able to make waves." In the process of the demonic path's invasion, I encountered dozens of reclusive great powers of the righteous path. I shot to the front line of the demonic path great chaos. Everyone in the manor watched the battle, overjoyed. "Great! Wonderful! Heaven hasn't forsaken our righteous path. The demonic path is just a paper tiger. Real person, we're itching to join the fight. Please give us the order to go and slay demons and defend the Dao." Zhu Ding said solemnly, "No. This tribulation is definitely not as simple as it seems. You must not leave Great Yan. If the demonic path dares to openly reveal itself and overturn the rule of our righteous path, how could it only have this little strength?" Several cultivators beside him said, "Real person, this is a great opportunity for our Jade Purity sacred sect and other sects to become famous throughout the world. That's right. If we miss this opportunity, Who knows when we'll get another one? Zhu Ding pondered for a long time and said, Elder Zihan Shen hasn't issued an order, which proves that this matter is definitely not as simple as it seems. Elder Zihan Shen must already have arrangements. Elder Zihan Shen's predictions are mostly correct. The demonic path is losing ground rapidly. But the Demon Emperor hasn't shown his face, clearly holding back. In the coming days, it's best if we hold fast within the territory of Great Yan. With that, he stood up. The cultivators beside him were bewildered. This, real old ancestor, please reconsider, Zhu Ding affirmed. You must not act rashly and disrupt Elder Zhan Shen's grand plan. With that, he left. The cultivators behind him said in unison, Yes, we will listen to the real person's words and hold fast to Great Yan. After that, Yuan Thoa, the great elder of the saintly teachings, was summoned to Jade Purity Sacred Sect by Zhao An, and he worriedly said, Why do all the leaders I follow have this kind of virtue? I'm about to catch up with Huang Zuntian. The great priest of the Yuan Zhu Dragon Sect then joined the Jade Purity Sacred Sect as well. My original sect, Wei Yuan, is just unreasonable, only knowing how to wave his hands and get angry. The two of them sighed for their tragic fate. Huang Zuntian, who was sheltering from the rain with a lotus leaf, suddenly sneezed, because those two were mentioning him. 7 years later, Feng Liang had broken through to the first level of the nascent soul realm. The four of them were shocked by this development. Junior Apprentice Brothers' realm is advancing so quickly. The talent that Master created is too terrifying. No wonder Ancestor Master spent his cultivation and lifespan to defy the heavens and change his fate. It's really terrifying. Hei Yuji's mind was in turmoil. Ugh, this progress is too fast. At this rate, he'll probably catch up to me soon. Damn it. This kid is another protector, and I've taught him a lesson so many times. Will he come and clean me up when the time comes? Thinking this, he became even more determined. No way, I can't wait any longer. I have to find an opportunity to quickly carry out my plan. Zhu Dao is not outside. Tian Dikao is calling Feng Liang and Murong Qi. Master wants to see you both. Feng Liang was worried. Senior brother and grandmaster are summoning us. Did we do something wrong? Are we about to be punished? Rongqi replied, What are you thinking, too? Did you forget what grandmaster promised you? This trip must be because grandmaster wants to keep you by his side and personally teach you. Feng Liang's face lit up with joy. Really? That's great. I've been waiting for this day for so long. The two entered the cave and bowed before Hanju. Greetings, Grandmaster, Hanju said. You two have amazing talent. Today, I will pass on to you the 4 great secret techniques of our Han sect. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a golden orb of mana condensed in his palm. The two looked at the orb. Suddenly, a thunderclap rang in their ears. A flood of knowledge poured into their minds. 3 pure shadows soared. 7-fold illusionary steps. Grand heavenly lightning blast divine art. Feng Liang thought. Why are there so many explanations of the techniques? Han Ju continued. These 4 secret techniques can ensure that you can fight when you encounter enemies, defend when you encounter many, break through encirclements, and run when you encounter powerful enemies. I hope you can take 1 step, run 1 step, even 1,000 steps, on the path of cultivation. Completely walk steadily on the path of longevity. At this moment, in their eyes, Hanju shone brightly, like an immortal who had descended to earth to bestow teachings. Rongqi and Feng Liang knelt down and thanked him. Thank you, Grandmaster. Your disciples will definitely protect and obey you, and walk with you on the path of longevity. Hearing this, Hanju said, No, today, I am imparting these techniques not to confine you to this desolate mountain, but to tell you to leave. Hearing this, Feng Liang was as if his soul had left his body, his face turning pale. Hanju looked at the two in front of him, his expression serious but with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. "I'm telling you this clearly, I'm telling you to leave." Feng Liang was flustered, unable to believe his ears. He didn't know what crime he had committed or who he had offended in the sect. Feng Liang stammered, Grandmaster, have I done something wrong?" Mu Rongqi was also quite surprised by the suggestion to leave the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Hanju simply asked in return, "Have you two made any mistakes?" Feng Liang was a little flustered as he replied to Hanju in a trembling voice. "If I haven't done anything wrong, why does Grandmaster want to chase me away?" Hanju didn't answer immediately. He lowered his head, his eyes unfocused, his mind already made up. The chosen of heaven is already at the nascent soul realm so quickly, unfathomable. Even the aptitude of a god of war from the upper realm like Mu Rongqi can't compare. After so many years in the mountains, this kid Feng Liang seems to have developed a careful personality, a cautious mind, plus the fortune of heaven and earth. It will be hard for him to die in the future. Feng Liang and Rongqi knelt before Hanju, praising their accomplishments. "You two are both geniuses. You joined our sect in your youth, and your cultivation has been smooth. But your experience in the mortal world is still insufficient." He finally understood the meaning behind it. His meaning is, like sect disciples going out to train. Hanju gave him an example. More accurately, it's not returning for a long time. "Like your second master, uncle." Rongqi's mood was much better at this point. He had finally gotten his wish. Feeling grateful and relieved, Grandmaster has finally agreed to let me go down the mountain, on the lonely road to eternity. This path is truly arduous and difficult. But for someone who loves freedom and adventure like Rongqi, it is a pretty good choice. He had long wanted to fly away, and, relying on his talent, was confident he could become famous, and become a powerhouse respected by all. He never denied his Grandmaster's strength. But not everyone is suited to this method of cultivation. The outside may not have a blessed land like the Cultivate, diligently, immortal mountain, but I can create the conditions myself. The strong have always been like that. Feng Liang's hands were planted on the grass. He still wholeheartedly wanted to cultivate like Hanju. Feng Liang spoke. "Grandmaster?" Feng Liang prostrated himself, only wanting to stay on the Cultivate diligently and become Immortal Mountain. Feng Liang begged, "I have no mortal heart, I only want to pursue longevity with Grandmaster. Grandmaster has paid such a great price for me, how can I leave?" Hanju reached out and stroked the boy's head, saying to Feng Liang, "The path to longevity is not as simple as you imagine. Now, nascent soul cultivators need not only to cultivate their bodies, but also to cultivate their minds." Feeling Hanju's concern, the boy looked ahead, his eyes brimming with tears. Hanju knelt on one knee and stroked the boy's head, telling Feng Liang, "If you want a complete nascent soul, you must supplement it with experiences in the mortal world." Rongqi also turned to persuade him. "Junior brother, why don't you listen to Grandmaster? I'll take you out for a stroll." Feng Liang was still reluctant. Looking up at Hanju, he called out weakly, "Grandmaster, go get some training." With that, Hanju disappeared into the air, leaving only a golden aura in the sky. The two knelt before Hanju's cave, the voice of Hanju echoing in the space. Only by going out to train, seeing through the mortal world, can cultivators truly comprehend the true meaning of heaven and earth, and be able to accept the missions of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. You can return at any time if you are tired. Chang'an, He Yuji, and Yang Tiandong also arrived. He Yuji was sweating when he learned of Hanju's intention. Master actually wants these two little guys to go out. Yang Tiandong gaped in surprise. This is the first time Master has actively told someone to go down the mountain. Hearing everyone say that, Feng Liang knew that Grandmaster really wanted what was best for him and had no intention of chasing him away. Yang Tiandong scratched his head. Envying Feng Liang and Rongqi, he said, "I wonder when Master will tell me to go down the mountain." Cheng, and unceremoniously mocked Yang Tiandong. "You still dare to go down the mountain? Haven't you been beaten enough?" He snorted coldly. Going down the mountain to train isn't just about getting beaten. Hey Yuji leisurely lay nearby, finally speaking. Exactly. There's also getting a foster father. Hey Yuji looked at everyone with bullet-like eyes, warning Feng Liang and Rongqi. Cultivating down the mountain will definitely be extremely slow. By the time you return, my project Judo 20 will definitely be a great success. At that time, you two little guys just wait to be suppressed by this chicken. Di Kao stood, watching everyone see Feng Liang and Rongqi off down the mountain. Chang'an instructed Rongqi, "Qier, you must take good care of your junior brother." Feng Liang held Chang'an's hand with reluctance. "Master, you must also take care of your health." Rongqi said firmly, "Master, rest assured, I will definitely bring junior brother back safely." Yang Tiandong raised his hand to his head, saying to Rongqi, "You're leaving, what about our fishing trips?" Scene change. Before the painting hanging on the wall, a gentle voice rang out, "Master, is going out to train really that important?" Han Ju was lying down reading a book. Di Kao stepped forward and said to him, "I went down the mountain for a walk, and it felt normal." He propped up his chin and replied to the girl, "Your experience of growing up has reached thousands and thousands of years, so of course you will find the outside boring." Han Ju stared at the book, but still did not forget to give a reminder. "Di Kao, cultivate diligently. Your talent is no less than theirs, and you have no shortcomings in your state of mind. Strive to catch up with them as soon as possible." Di Kao bowed his head slightly, closing his eyes in agreement. "Yes, Master." Though his eyes were on the book, his mind wandered. "As for the endgame, revealing my immortal form early on? Nah, I'll walk my own path. You guys have your stage. The future world will definitely have a place for you all. I wonder who'll have the biggest surprise when I return next time." Rongqi, carrying his backpack and sword, started walking. Feng Liang was a little reluctant, turning back with a longing look. Everyone stood beside the hardship cultivation to immortality mountain rock, sadly waving goodbye. Watching them descend the mountain, Changzhan was still uneasy, sighing with worry. This trip down the mountain is extremely dangerous. I don't know if Liangzhi and Qier can handle it. Hey Yuji wasn't happy either, saying with a gloomy mood, "Sing, that's right. It's so dangerous outside. I wonder how Gaozi is doing now, if he's still alive, or already dead." Yang Tiandong, seeing He Yuji being overly concerned, reassured him, "Relax, that guy's destiny is tough. Killing him is harder than ascending to heaven." Gaozi was gloomy on the other side. Su Qi sat on Gaozi's back, propping his chin with both hands, looking at Gaozi's expression and state. The boy couldn't help but worry about him. Su Qi asked with concern, "Is your stomach still hurting?" Gaozi was too bored to answer. Ah, how quickly time flies. 8 years later, looking at the Fusang Shu growing bigger and bigger, He Yunji thought, "It's been a while since we moved. Master probably won't notice, right?" He Yunji looked up at it, then objectively assessed. Judging by this, another wave of Zhu Dao coming here is only a matter of time. A shimmering, dreamlike, rosy light appeared in the sky. That rosy light enveloped the entire space. He Yunji looked up at the sky and exclaimed excitedly, "It's here! It's here! This chicken is finally about to advance." At the Zhenwu sect, Shangguan Qiujian was grilling fish. A subordinate saw the rosy light covering every nook and cranny nearby. He panicked and reported, "Elder Shangguan, someone has comprehended the eternal Sword Dao." Choi Jian didn't pay much attention to this issue and just focused on grilling the fish, replying casually, On this side, Hanju and Xuan Qingjun were having a battle. Hanju's killing sword scraped against her crescent moonblade. She quickly retaliated with her blade techniques. The rosy aura from her blade was extraordinarily powerful. Qingjun overwhelmed Hanju from above. He used his strength to execute his move, shouting, "San Qingju Ling, Qi," and inner force made this strike of Hanju even stronger. Golden light flashed in the air, but it didn't seem to have any effect against Qingjun's power and agility. She jumped down from above, swinging her blade. This palm strike of Qingjun made Hanju fall into a desperate situation. She even said to him, "Too slow. Lover's hidden strike is pryke." As she descended, Hanju's body was split in half, and the Qilin sword shattered along with its master. While Qingjun was gleefully complacent, the flesh and blood body in front of her quickly disappeared, and an explosion erupted in her mind. Just as Qingjun had noticed, the back of Qingjun's head was instantly stunned by a finger from Hanju. He said to Qingjun, "It's a draw." But in his heart, he also felt a little joy, finally defeating the third level of the Mahayana realm. At this moment, the system prompted. Simulated combat ended. Time consumed. 7 minutes 30 seconds. Hanju was petrified. 6th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. He was a little anxious and worried. Even the supreme divine power was used, and it still took several minutes to win. The Demon Emperor is also at this cultivation level. If I can't instantly kill him by then, I'm afraid it will be troublesome. Hanju looked up at the sky full of rosy light, curious. Eternal Sword Dao body? Someone has entered the Sword Dao river. Hanju couldn't help but think. I heard that the last time someone comprehended it, they were still in the fusion realm, and now they're already in the Tribulation Transcendence realm. It's time to go in and take a look, and conveniently strengthen my divine powers. Chiwai Jian's golden and crispy grilled fish was fragrant at this moment. The aroma spreading in the air, he thought. It must be him, it definitely is. Qi Jian took a big bite of fish, certain in his heart. If it's that senior, then it's fine. If it were someone else, I would really want to ignore it. While he was thinking, Qi Jian was interrupted by his subordinate. Looking at his expression, it was definitely nothing good. He quickly reported to Qi Jian. Reporting, Elder Shangguan, someone else has comprehended the Eternal Sword Dao. He exclaimed in surprise. What? Wasn't it just now? The subordinate was frightened. This time, the color seems to be wrong. In the sky, the light glittered like a Milky Way in broad daylight. Chiwai Jian was bewildered. Purple gold color? That's a sign of the Eternal Sword Dao reaching the highest level. 2 heavenly phenomena on the same day? Is the Eternal Sword Dao having such a rough time? Chiwai Jian was helpless, his whole body shuddering, his hand still holding the skewer of grilled fish. Chiwai Jian looked towards the direction of the purple gold color. His heart began to waver. Fear in his heart couldn't help but scream. So tired, I really want to retire. At the Sword Dao River, Hanju thought, this time, I should be able to meet that person right. A vague figure appeared in front of him. It's Zhang Guxing, Hanju spoke. Senior, long time no see. How have you been? Zhang Guxing crossed his arms, calmly replied. It hasn't been that long. I just didn't expect you to come back so quickly. This time, I won't stop you anymore. Go die! Hanju's eyes lit up. He happily cupped his hands. Senior is joking. Thank you, Senior, for your help before. I hope Senior will tell me your name. After this Junior ascends, I will definitely come to pay my respects. Zhang Guxing was a little annoyed. Stop trying to get acquainted with me. I'm stationed at the Sword Dao River just to protect the Sword Dao. Zhang Guxing continued. Relying on the power of the strong cannot make you strong. In this point, you are not as good as that genius before. Although he didn't go as far as you, his mentality was very good. In the future, Becoming a sword immortal will definitely not be difficult. Hanju opened his eyes wide, curiously asking, "What is that person's name?" Zhang Guxing shook his head. "I certainly cannot say. You being able to come to this place is not simple, but the karma is also very complicated." He scratched his head. "Can't say it?" "I understand." Zhang Guxing calmly assessed him, seeing he understood reason, so he gifted him a sentence. "You and I truly have karma." Hanju blankly asked back, "A Sword Dao prodigy has karma with me?" He guessed. "This prodigy isn't going as far as I am. Cultivation is probably below me." "Wait, if we're talking about someone with innate luck, I remember one with a born sword heart in their head." He pictured who it was. Facepalming, he said, "That guy is Huangji Hao, isn't he?" Zhang Guxing went silent, pursing his lips without saying anything, secretly assessing, "This sixth kid has some skill." Hanju's expression contorted like an old man with a limp. He struggled forward. "Last time I made it 3 steps, this time I'll at least take another one. Now it's the 4th step. Ugh, the pressure is too strong." Zhang Guxing stood by with his arms crossed. "You're definitely courting death this time. Don't expect me to save you," Hanju stubbornly said. "Of course I wouldn't trouble you, senior." His face was scrunched up from the pressure. Hanju yelled, "5th step." His legs were trembling. Hanju clutched his chest, unable to breathe, his chest aching. Zhang Guxing spoke up from the side. "Kid, keep going forward, and you're very likely to have your soul explode, you know? This isn't a joke," he coldly said. "Don't blame me for not warning you. If a blue flame appears burning your soul, that's a warning that you can't take another step." Suddenly, a blue flame flashed in Hanju's eyes. The man exclaimed in shock. "What the hell? Stop now, do you hear me?" he roared, shouting. Hanju was still walking forward. "Hey, stop, don't force yourself. A soul explosion will affect your main body, don't you know?" His voice got louder and louder. "Even if you don't die, you'll lose a lot of cultivation. The rest of your life you won't even be able to get here again." Hanju stepped out of the flame. 6th step, Taiyi Aftermath. Hanju smiled, saying, "Rest assured, Hanju here never fights a battle unprepared." The man was shocked. He can actually withstand that intensity of divine sense. He must be close to Taiyi. Why is he only at the Tribulation Realm? Hanju thought to himself, "Xingunyang, you've helped me a lot." Luckily he had that nameless thing strengthening his divine sense, or else he wouldn't have made such great progress. He looked at his hand. For a Tribulation Realm cultivator to get this far is already the limit. If it's the Grand Ascension Realm next time, how far can I go? Hanju's divine sense gradually disappeared. Being able to take one more step now means being one step closer to the path of immortality. He said his farewell. Junior has achieved his goal. I won't bother Senior's cultivation any longer. Watching Hanju disappear right before his eyes, the one left behind stood there thinking, borrowing fire to dispel consciousness, and knows himself. How to get back? Luckily the soul hasn't been destroyed yet. Guessing after 1,000 years he will be Grand Ascension returned? No, maybe. No need for 100 years. He put his hands on his hips and looked at the sky. A tiny mortal was actually able to take 6 steps in the Sword Dao Long River of Taiyi Aftermath. This level of Sword Dao Long Rebio talent has surpassed the upper limit of the mortal realm. 10,000 sword cultivators in the mortal realm can't catch up to him. What's this kid's background after all? Looks like I have to report to the main body. 1,000,000 years can also be considered to have a bit of fun on the outside. There were a few words carved on the stone wall. A moment of patience will bring a brighter future. The divine sense returned to the body. Hanju, who was sitting fishing next to the Heiyuji at the Great Thatch, was startled. Spirit energy erupted. The master has advanced another level. On Hanju's side, he had broken through to the 7th level of the Tribulation Realm. Just a little bit more. Just then, the system reminded him. Zhang Guxing has developed goodwill towards you. The current level of goodwill is 1 star. The system panel showed an image of a circle. like the one on the head of the blue man in the divine sense just now. Mid-Tai True Immortal. The information read, Zhang Guxing. Goodwill is 1 star. Guarding the Sword Dao for 1,000,000 years. Because of your superb Sword Dao aptitude, he has developed goodwill towards you, but his mentality has very large doubts about you. If you deliberately strike up a conversation with him, it will make him dislike you. Hanju thought about it. Zhang Guxing. Guxing Zhang Sword. As expected of a Sunder monster. Guarding the Sword Dao Long River. Guarding the Sword Dao for 1,000,000 years? Holy crap, Tai True Immortal. This thigh. I must hug it. He looked carefully again at the information written on the system panel. Guarding the Sword Dao for 1,000,000 years. Because of your superb Sword Dao aptitude, he has developed goodwill towards you, but his mentality has very large doubts about you. If you deliberately strike up a conversation with him, it will make him dislike you. Hanju pondered. Is this what a powerhouse is? So aloof. Would ignoring him directly increase goodwill? Then he suddenly remembered what the man said. Relying on the power of a powerhouse won't make you strong. Hanju rubbed his chin and shook his head, giving up. The big shot is right. Even metal needs its own. I have skill before you can get his eyes changed. If you want to learn immortality, really honest cultivation is the right path. Never rely on the power of others. Hanju reached out his hand, and immediately 2 circles appeared on his fingertips, like the sun and the moon. Your mystical power, Heaven Earth Xuan Huang Breaking Realm Swordfinger, has greatly improved. Upgraded to Tai Mystical Power. He nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. This time my long-range combat methods are pretty much prepared. Hanju thought for a moment and decided, or should I find her to try it out? Inside the simulated trial field, Xuan Qingjun, who has the 3rd level of Grand Ascension Realm, is adjusting his weapons and standing there. Hanju said, Sorry, within the circle you have the strongest combat power. No one is more suitable. Hanju glanced at her and said, Sorry to bother you, Miss Xuan. As soon as he spoke, Xuan Qingjun lunged forward with her scythe. The moon's reflection shimmered in her eyes. Image moon reversal. In the blink of an eye, Xuan Qingjun vanished from in front of Hanju and reappeared behind him. Hanju calmly spoke, catching Xuan Qingjun off guard. Nothing new, he murmured softly. Heaven and Earth Shuang Finger Sword of Breaking Boundaries. Xuan Qingjun's body instantly burst apart into numerous pieces. Smoke curled from Hanju's fingertips. Having fought you over 100 times, I know all your patterns. A notification chimed. Simulated trial concluded. Time elapsed. 2 seconds. Staring at Xuan Qingjun's severed head right before him, Hanju muttered. Almost 1 second if you don't count the talking. This trip to the Sword Dao River sure leveled me up like crazy. Should I crank up the difficulty? Xuan Qingjun respawned instantly. The second match in the simulated trial arena adjusted her to the 4th level of the Grand Ascension Realm. A notification rang. Simulated trial initiated. After Xuan Qingjun collapsed on the ground, the notification chimed again. Trial concluded. Time elapsed. 1 second. Hanju, watching her bisected body, sighed. No wonder it's called the Tai sword skill. 1 strike and she's toast, he mused. My cultivation hasn't reached the Grand Ascension Realm, yet I have skills exceeding it. Too much of a flex, Hanju murmured to himself. Still, it should be enough to deal with the Demon Emperor. Hanju smugly stroked his chin and chuckled. After all, the higher the cultivation, the bigger the gap between levels. Considering the system's intel, the Demon Emperor likely won't be fighting, but there are still 4 Demon Lords aside from her. Guess I'll keep testing. On the 6th level, the 3rd match in the simulated trial arena began. Xuan Qingjun had been adjusted to the 6th level of the Grand Ascension Realm. Hanju looked up at her. Around 80% of a Demon Lord's power this time. Can't be careless. Inwardly, Hanju snickered deviously. In a battle between experts, victory is decided in a flash. Luckily, she's got predictable habits. I know all her moves, so I can win if I counterattack proactively. Next, she'll dodge to the left. But unexpectedly, Xuan Qingjun materialized right in front of him, giving Hanju a start. She let out a mocking laugh. Hanju was stunned. This isn't how it's supposed to go. Before he could finish the thought, Xuan Qingjun struck his lower body, leaving a gaping hole. Hanju was unwilling to give up. After countless battles, he realized that he still couldn't match Xuan Qingjun's reaction speed, and his boybits suffered. Hanju clutched his wounded area and wailed on the ground. Can't beat her! Can't beat her! Maybe I should cultivate to the Grand Ascension realm first, before thinking about fighting four at once. Suddenly, a notification panel appeared before him, displaying a lot of info. Your divine pet, Hundun Tiangu, encountered righteous cultivators. Assaulted. X38222. Your disciple, Su Qi, encountered demon cultivators attacking. X12004. Your disciple, Su Qi, cast his bad luck, greatly reducing the Demon Dao dynasty's fortune. Your grand disciple, Feng Liang, encountered a fortuitous opportunity, learned a body refinement divine art. Your friend, Luo Chumo, was attacked by a righteous almighty, body perished, Dao extinguished. Your grand disciple, Feng Liang, surpassed his cultivation, killed a transformation realm demon cultivator, comprehended a divine ability. Your friend, Huang Jihao, encountered demon cultivators attacking. X41172. Your grand disciple, Feng Liang. Hanju was shocked. Luo Chumo died? Doesn't that mean it's changed to a 1-on-3? I wonder which god-tier character did it. On the other side, dust and smoke filled the air. From within the rubble, a voice cried, How could this be? How could this be? He's only at the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. A person with jade-colored earrings grinned wickedly. This sword strike is on behalf of my ancestor. A dark figure stuttered from the rubble. Heavenly immortal manners ancestor, Ji Lao. Could you be that person? Touching the hilt of his sword, he said, You might escape the first day, but you definitely won't escape the 15th. Fresh out of seclusion and already got work to do, troublesome as it is, consider it a favor. Die with gratitude, and I'll even let you keep your whole body. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark figure instantly vanished under the sunlight. 5 years later, still outside the stone tablet with the inscription, Endure a little, and the sky will clear. Dian Tao was also cultivating diligently. Wu Dao Sword's cultivation speed was considered fast. It probably wouldn't be long before he could break through to the nascent soul realm. Yang Tiandong was also about to become a transformation realm cultivator. While He Yuji was still struggling with the fusion void realm, cultivation was quite slow. It howled. Why am I not like Master? Hanju threw back his head and flexed his arms. He had finally consolidated his 7th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, and pitted against the speed of breakthrough of his friends and enemies in the friend list, he was definitely outstanding. He smiled deviously. Ji Naihei, hope I get a chance to kill you. Don't let me find out you are dead before I even meet you. Just then, someone spoke up outside. Calling for Elder Han. Elder Han. Sorry to bother you. Jingxi said if you could go to the Mystic Chamber in 10 days. Moju insists on seeing you. Hanju was surprised. Mystic Chamber. Did something happen to Moju? Ever since the Mon family's demonic art incident, Manju had been confined in the Mystic Chamber, quietly cultivating. From inside the Mystic Chamber, Hanju's voice echoed. What's wrong? Manju hesitated and said, I want to go out. Please let me out. My clan is waiting for me to save them. Hanju was confused. Clan? Is Mofuki your ancestor or something? Moju said, Save everyone, Hanju asked. They asked you for help? She nodded. Yeah. Hanju turned to Jingxi, who was standing nearby. How did she get the message? Did someone come here? Jingxi shook her head. Impossible. The barrier here can block divine senses. Even flying crane messaging won't work. Hanju was speechless. Great. Did this Mo family build a telegram group in their bloodline or something? How are they even connected? He sighed and replied, Moju, no way. I promised Mofuki I'd take care of you. Right now, the demonic cultivators outside are wreaking havoc. You don't even have the cultivation of a transformation god. Going out there is a death sentence, let alone saving your so-called ancestors. Moju stepped forward and grabbed Hanju's hand. I know what you're worried about. You're worried I'll get tricked by the Mo family's ancestors, she sincerely said. But we Mo family, even though we are of the demonic path, aren't so cold and heartless. Right now, the entire Mo family is sealed. Only I have a bit of freedom. If I don't save them, the Mo family will die. Moju's tears started flowing. I finally found out that apart from my elder brother Mo, there are still others. I really can't bear to see them suffer together. Hanju looked at her for a long time, saying nothing. A while later he spoke. Going out there might kill you. Are you sure you want to go? Moju hurriedly nodded. Even if I die, I'm not afraid. Hanju sighed. Fine, whatever. If you're so determined to go, then go. Hanju handed her a teddy bear that looked like him. Take this. Monju was stunned. This? Hanju said, put it in your storage ring. It can save your life when you're in danger. He turned and walked out, leaving a sentence behind. This time when you leave, don't expect me to leave seclusion to save you. Moju called out to Hanju. She quietly sat there listening to Hanju say, if you die, we can only continue our fate in the next life. After a long while, Moju said, okay. Hanju's voice rang out again. The seal on the secret hall has been lifted. You can leave any time. She only replied with one word, okay. Outside the sect gate, Jingxi instructed Moju. When you're outside, don't follow Mofukyu, and Zhu Fan, don't disgrace the sect. Moju nodded. Okay. Thank you, Elder Jingxi, for taking care of me all these years. Jingxi called out to her, Moju. She asked, does the elder have anything else? She thought for a moment and said, you were about to successfully advance to the transformation god realm before you left. Moju shook her head. My family is still in trouble. If I still hold on to obsessions, it will transform into a heart demon. Hearing her words, Jingxi didn't stop her anymore. That's true, be careful on your journey. Moju made a decision. This time, if I can return smoothly, Moju will definitely stay by the elder's side, loyal to you, until we meet again. Moju walked down the steps alone. Suddenly she was startled, turned her head back, sensed an unclear aura. Moju looked up to the tall mountains nearby. She smiled. Xingui, I know you care about me, but what people pursue isn't just their own safety. Moju walked in the sunlight. In my life apart from you, there's also my brother and my family. Hanju stood on top of the mountain, arms crossed, looking down, realizing that he had actually hidden himself very well. Hanju looked at Moju. The world is a dangerous place. If you can be aware and avoid threats, I'll be relieved. Go. He looked at the mark on the back of Moju's neck. With the 6 paths imprint here, even if you die unfortunately, I can find you again. Moju happily walked away in the sun and wind. Hanju took out a notebook. If anyone dares to mess with Moju, this heavenly puppet can kill them instantly, including those in the 5th level of the Tribulation Realm. He looked at the names written inside. Mo Yuling, I won't curse you anymore. Hopefully, you can take care of yourself. TCH, Hanju muttered. Looks like I still have to thank my biological parents for abandoning me, saving me a lot of trouble. Diakao, carrying a fishing rod, stood behind him, confused. "Parents?" The little girl stepped forward and asked. "Master's parents," Hanju replied. "So many years have passed, they might have turned into white bones already, but maybe they're still alive," Dekao blankly asked. "Then why doesn't Master go find them sooner?" Faced with this question, Hanju was silent, falling into contemplation. He recalled his childhood. Little Hanju sat watching his parents talk to each other. At that time, he was young and didn't know anything, didn't understand the meaning in his parents' words, only remembered that his father mentioned a certain area and said that bringing a child along was too much trouble. There were many things he couldn't remember clearly. Perhaps they were planning to escape. In the end, they said, "We're going out for a trip. We'll be back to pick you up very soon." This sentence made him remember. Until now, starting from that day, he never saw his parents return. Hanju was suddenly reminded of the time when he was weeding with everyone. Ti Lao had launched a search. Not long after, the team returned, obviously without good news. He also remembered Ti Lao's expression at the time, because Ti Lao's face was super grim. He said, "They went there. How? How could it be?" Because he was young, Ti Lao didn't tell me the truth, but working and eating in the house every day, the answer was obvious, even without being told. Uncle Jin told Hanju, "I left the chili pepper on the scrambled eggs for you. Don't choke. If you have any difficulties in the future, just look for the Jin family." And then later, when Ti Lao was on his deathbed and wanted to see me, it was probably to speak on behalf of my parents, which I missed. Actually, I didn't need Ti Lao to remind me. The system in my head, which knows everything, had already reminded me. It's the system's favorability and hatred mechanism. If they still remember me, they will definitely generate favorability. Hanju remembered sitting by the window, staring into the distance. I used to fantasize that my parents' names would appear on my friends list, but nope. He lowered his eyes, his gaze sorrowful. Hanju said coldly, "You're already dead. Why should I waste my time?" He said to Dekao, "Everyone has their own wishes. I can't force my own wishes onto everyone around me. I'll help those around me if I can, but I will definitely not let them be torn to pieces." He watched Moju happily walk forward. Hanju said stoically, "This path of cultivation is destined to be lonely. In the end, the only thing a person can be responsible for is themselves. And I only have one goal, and that is immortality." Dekao happily said, "Master, don't worry. I will always be by your side." Hanju shook his head. "It's hard to say. Unexpected things are not something I can decide. If one day, they also have some unavoidable things they can't cut off, and want to leave, I won't force them to stay." After a while, Dekao happily asked again, "Then, Master, do you want to go fishing?" Yunji said that now is a good time. There are many big fish. Hanju nodded. "Yeah, that's right. Gotta balance work and rest." By the riverside, Yunji asked, "Master, why did you let Feng Liang go?" Everyone was silent. Ever since Feng Liang went down the mountain, everyone has been feeling out of sorts. 2 years and 6 months later, Yunji scratched his chicken cheek with his wing. He caught a ball that flew in from somewhere, energetically hitting the ball with his wing. He even knew how to toss the ball high into the air. Twisting his butt and shaking it, the ball fell to the ground, startling him. Ju Ding, standing behind, watched Yuji's entire back and forth process and was speechless. He thought, "What is he doing? Is this chicken doing a mating dance to find a partner?" Inside the cave, Hanju asked, "What's the matter, Headmaster Zhenren coming here?" Ju Ding said. "Elder Han, good news." He sat down at the tea table. He said to Hanju, "Just as you predicted, even if we didn't take action, the demonic path wouldn't have succeeded." Hanju asked, "Why? Did the people from the Holy Lands go down there to join the fight?" Ju Ding took a sip of tea and nodded. "Elder Han, you are indeed like a god. It was Tianxianfu who sent people. Luo Chiumo, of the demonic path 5 venerables. You've probably heard of him, right? He and Tianxianfu, one of the Holy Lands, have had old grudges for a long time. He explained to him. The old ancestor of Tianxianfu was seriously injured by him back then. To take revenge, he sent the most powerful heaven-defying disciple of the sect. In front of the demonic cultivators, he brutally slaughtered them, and now they have been scared to the point of collapsing. You must know that heaven-defying talent is only 1,000 years old. Hanju thought, that's illogical. How could he kill Luo Chimo? He should at least have a Mahayana cultivation. Are 1,000-year-old geniuses outside now that terrifying? Zhao Ding shook his head. This is not clear. It's probably not that exaggerated. Hanju raised his head and thought for a moment, then asked, if Luo Chumo is dead, has the war between the righteous and demonic paths ended? Zhu Ding did not rush to answer, but sighed. Wow, delicious. Then he said, on the contrary, Luo Chumo's death, although it caused panic among the lower-level demonic cultivators, increased the conflict between the high levels of the righteous and demonic paths. It is said that the other 4 venerables of the demonic path have also appeared. One of them has reached the 8th level of Mahayana. The situation is really not optimistic. Hanju didn't quite understand, and asked, 8th level of Mahayana, is that the strongest expert of the demonic path? Zhu Ding nodded. Probably so. There used to be records in the mortal world of demonic cultivators at the 9th level of Mahayana. He asked, why? He replied, most of them were forcibly ascended. Hanju remembered Xuan Qingjun's words. Now, when others ask about Qingmang, you can't admit that you were the one who did it. Just assume that the real culprit was killed by me. He thought to himself, will Xuan Qingjun participate? It seems that she is not completely on the side of the demonic path. What is she afraid of with such strength? Hopefully nothing happens. Just then, the system prompted. Zhu Ding also spoke at the same time. Elder Han, this great war between the righteous and demonic paths is inevitable for us, I'm afraid. Hanju glanced at the system's notification panel, checking whether the innate Qi luck holder had checked his origins. Hanju curiously opened the information panel. The innate Qi luck holder on the system's information panel wrote, Jin Xian Shen, 9th level of Tribulation Transcendence Realm, born with an invincible heart, believes that he is the only immortal god among all beings, extremely arrogant, born in Tianxianfu, golden core at 100 years old, nascent soul at 200 years old, is the most powerful heaven-defying talent in the history of Tianxianfu, has always been in closed-door cultivation. Until the war between the righteous and demonic paths broke out, he had no choice but to appear. It is said that Yuqing sect's Guan Yu is the #1 cultivator in the world. He came to challenge him specifically. Hanju was surprised. The most powerful heaven-defying talent of Tianxianfu. Wait. He immediately turned to ask Headmaster Zhu Ding, the one who killed Luo Chumo, is his name Jian Shen? No. He was stunned. Huh, what? Xian Shen Ji? Hanju repeated. Ji Xian Shen? Zhu Ding was still deaf. What? Ji Xian? He said each word. Ji Xian. Shen. He still couldn't hear clearly. Shen Ji what? Hanju simply asked directly. You don't know? Zhu Ding hugged his teacup and looked at the sky. I'm not sure either. The news that came was too far away. A lot of information has been lost. Hanju stood up and walked outside. He said to Zhu Ding's head teacher, Real man, just drink. I'm heading out for a bit. Hanju thought. Since I already gave the reminder, it means they're nearby. I'm afraid whoever's coming doesn't have good intentions. He stepped outside, pondering as he walked. That Qi Jianshen is super arrogant. Giling Chan was also cocky before. Is the Heaven Immortal Manor a factory for arrogant bastards? These two are countless times stronger than others their age. The Heaven Immortal Manor seems deeper than I thought. Ding! The system sent a new notification. Detected the strongest person in this sect. Shi Xianshen. Tribulation Realm. 9th level. Open simulation trial. The system created a simulated Shi Xianshen for Hanju. So this is Shi Xianshen? The strongest genius really has the aura of an immortal god. Gripping his sword, Hanju stared at him. Even a 4th level Mahayana probably wouldn't be my match, let alone a 9th level Tribulation Realm. This must be controlled within 10 seconds, right? Shi Xianshen grinned. He stomped his foot. A bloody scratch instantly appeared on Hanju's face. His eyes darted to the thing that had just hit him. A metal shard. Hanju quickly dodged. The speed wasn't any slower than Xuanqing Jun's. He leaned back. Doesn't really feel like swordsmanship. What kind of weird move is that? A wind-tearing attack whizzed past Hanju's ear. The immortal god wielding the sword charged forward. Hanju somersaulted in the air, firmly gripping his sword. The Hongmeng Judgment Sword unleashed a burst of power, cutting apart the metal shards that were connected. The immortal god wielding the sword, made of shards, stood tall. Hanju was astonished, using kill to control a sword made of shards. This spiritual energy control is ridiculously OP. He suddenly realized something was off, and glanced down at the shards emerging from the ground. Not good, there's more. The immortal god mouthed something, and collected hundreds of shards, immediately flying back into his sword. At the same time, they attacked Hanju's body. The immortal god closed in on Hanju with lightning speed. He sighed. He's not even giving me a chance to breathe. Hanju pointed forward. Reincarnation sword intent. The immortal god easily blocked it. He looked up in surprise as the Hanju before him suddenly multiplied into many, surrounding him using the 7 illusory steps technique. The Hanjus opened their eyes. 3 pure world cleavers. All the Hanjus simultaneously attacked the immortal god. The place where he stood became a concentrated point of light, like a sun in the Milky Way. The immortal god chuckled. A bit interesting. You think I can't block it, huh? He shifted and used a secret technique, his body emitting layers of light, enveloping him like a silkworm cocoon. Heavenly immortal secret art. Flowing light cocoon. Hanju's eyes widened. 3 pure world cleavers is blocked, and there's an aura of breaking through to Mahayana. How is this possible? The immortal god pointed proudly at himself. This shield is immune to the next 3 attacks? Now it's blocked 1 attack? But for the next 2, I'm afraid you won't have another chance? He once again created a huge burst of light. Heavenly righteousness calamity. Hanju was struck and flew backward. I was careless. Strange transforming weapon. Peak spiritual force control. Speed not inferior to Mahayana. Also has a body protection secret technique, and can temporarily break through his strength to the upper limit. You're the first person in the same realm who has forced me to this extent. Hanju crashed to the ground. No wonder he could kill Luo Chumo, who was at the 4th level of the Mahayana realm. He sat up, clutching his stomach and shivering. The immortal god walked up to stand in front of Hanju and said, "Extremely high level of swordsmanship, but don't forget your physical body is still just like that, and can only be suppressed." He smiled. To be able to die in the hands of the strongest genius of the Heaven Immortal Manor can also be regarded as your supreme honor. I won this battle. Relax your mind, without other pursuits in your heart, except death. Moments later, for some reason, the simulation trial immortal god was lying on the ground, mouth agape. How come even my ultimate move couldn't break your defense? Hanju stood there, rubbing his chin and nodding. This full-body armor of mine is specially designed to defend against Tai level attacks. Your metallic, wind-shaving thingy, while it didn't break through, did manage to give me some internal injuries. System notification. Simulation trial ended. The system's chime rang out. Time used. 40 seconds. Hanju looked at the immortal god's body, sliced in half horizontally, and sighed. Being able to last that long against me in the same realm? I'll probably never forget you in this life, Qi Xianshen. Hanju returned to reality. He thought this time it'd be a bit difficult to deal with. Again, he wasn't able to one-shot a crossing tribulation realm expert, and in a head-on fight he was afraid he wouldn't be able to protect the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Suddenly, a sound caught Hanju's attention, the sound of a flute. The flute's melody echoed everywhere. Hanju realized something was off. Wait, this sounds more like a magic power transmission. He turned to look at the two guys sitting casually, Shun Changwan and Little Black. They can't hear it. It's not him, is it? Unexpectedly, someone landed in front of Hanju. There's a powerful enemy attacking, Hanju asked. Elder Dooku also noticed. Dooku said, "Fellow Taoist, this flute sound seems only crossing tribulation realm cultivators can hear it. For someone to sneak in and provoke us like this, how about this old man teaches him a lesson?" Hanju looked at him. How about I go? You're no match for him. That guy's at the 9th level of the crossing tribulation realm, you know? Dooku was shocked, his mouth agape. 9th level of the crossing tribulation realm? He then thought of Hanju's calm tone. So relaxed. Just what is your cultivation level, fellow Taoist? How can you see through the details of the opponent? The sound of the flute echoed through the mountains and forests. An immortal god sat on a branch, playing the flute. He opened his eyes, because he heard someone ask, "Fellow Taoist, what's the meaning of displaying this search technique?" The immortal god looked at Hanju across from him, introducing himself. "This one is Qi Xianshen from the Heavenly Immortal Manor. Now, I heard that the Jade Pure Sacred Sect has a great cultivator named Guan Yu, said to be the #1 under heaven. I wish to battle, to compete with him," Hanju muttered. "Guan Yu?" He looked at Qi Xianshen. "Come to take revenge," Hanju replied. "He left a long time ago, more than 100 years now." The immortal god's face fell. Huh? Where did he go? Then Hanju said, "What to deal with the demonic path?" The immortal god was silent for a moment, then asked, "Well, how about you spar with me then?" Without endangering life, Hanju shook his head and started to leave. "I'm no match for you," the immortal god smirked. "To be able to hear my flute, you must be a crossing tribulation realm cultivator, yet I can't see through your cultivation. You must be very strong." He pointed at Hanju. "Am I right? Guanyan Cheng?" Hanju narrowed his eyes. The information said this guy is extremely arrogant. If I defeat him easily, I'm afraid I'll anger this guy. If I accidentally fail, I'll be killed, inevitably having to argue with the Heavenly Immortal Manor. The immortal god shrugged and continued. "Taoist Yuncheng, I know what you're thinking. Rest assured, Qi Xianshen swears on my Tao heart, this battle will absolutely not kill you." Hanju was speechless. So arrogant, he calmly looked at him and asked, "If I win against you, will you be clingy and never let it go, even escalating into hatred?" The immortal god patted his chest proudly. "Won't happen. To tell you the truth, I'm already invincible under heaven. How could I hate you?" Hanju immediately became listless and slumped. Because of this heaven-defying self-confidence, how could you say such words? At least on the surface, you really are invincible under heaven. He pointed the flute at Hanju. "How about this? You and I compare spiritual power. Using palm strikes, whoever takes a step back loses." Hanju nodded. "All right, let's go to the sky. To avoid affecting the disciples of our sect," the immortal god replied. Okay. The two of them immediately disappeared from the two branches, leaving behind only two streaks of red and green. The two flew straight up. Dooku looked up at the sky and was startled. Two crossing tribulation realm auras. Taoist Zan Shen has made his move. Suddenly, he looked to the side, and when he clearly saw the figure flying up, he was shocked. This is Qi Xianshen, the #1 genius of the Heavenly Immortal Manor. He's come out! Dooku trembled. No. Taoist Zhan Shen is in big trouble. Hanju and Shijianshen stood facing each other above several layers of clouds. The immortal god smiled and waved his hand. Taoist Yuncheng, please. Hanju made a defensive gesture, directly using the six-path spiritual power, not easily giving way. Then I'll separate out thunder spiritual power to respond. Hanju unleashed a thunderous palm strike. The immortal god smiled. Lightning spiritual power, hey? How unfortunate. He immediately gathered spiritual power in his palm. Pure coincidence that it will be countered by my water spiritual power. The two mighty sources of spiritual power clashed head. Mission. Hanju's eyes widened, while the immortal god was taken by surprise. This spiritual power, the intensity is off. Where their palms met, it felt like it was about to explode, creating a halo as big as the sun, engulfing Hanju and the immortal god. He looked at the immortal god. This guy wasn't using his full strength. Looks like I gotta figure out how to act this out. The immortal god also frowned. He's actually holding his own. Do I really need to go all out? But if I severely injure him, wouldn't that be bad? In the sky, there was a sparkling sphere of light, formed by the clash of spiritual power from Hanju and the immortal god. Di Kaio, standing below, looked up and exclaimed in surprise, Master's aura. Who is he facing? To actually force Master to make a move. Tiandong, standing next to him, also looked up. And he's evenly matched with Shifu. This is the first time I've seen this in so many years. Chang'an chimed in. Making such a big commotion isn't like Shifu's style. He wouldn't be at a disadvantage, would he? Heiyuji appeared right on time, and said with disdain, Oh please, if Master doesn't have the ability to absolutely one-shot someone, he won't make a move. He's definitely putting on a show for that guy. Go do what you need to do. After speaking, it stood in front of everyone, doing a strange dance. Tiandong was speechless. Hey Ji, isn't your heat cycle over yet? Everyone in the area felt the commotion in the sky. They rushed outside. What's happening in the sky? Someone vaguely recognized it. It's Elder Zhan Shen of Juding, leading everyone quickly to appear. Enemy attack. Quick. Provide support. Just as everyone was rushing out, ready to fight, Dooku stopped them. Don't, Juding said urgently. Elder Dooku, weren't you in seclusion? Dooku ignored Juding's question. He said, That guy is the #1 genius of our heavenly immortal manor right now. Going up there is just asking for death. Juding asked him, Elder Dooku, did Elder Zhan Shen leave any instructions for you? Dooku said, Zhan Shen Daoyu told me to guard the sect, avoid being implicated, and not to worry about anything else. Juding asked again, That's it? Dooku nodded and continued. The problem is, I'm not his opponent either. That title of #1 under heaven isn't just for show. Juding anxiously asked, Then why did he come knocking on our door? Thinking about it, it's not even close to New Year's yet for us. Dooku was equally anxious. This old man doesn't know either. We'll have to see what Elder Zhan Shen says. He shivered slightly. Even you, a Tribulation Transcension Realm cultivator, aren't his opponent? Then we're even more useless. Xiao Yao stood there silently. The #1 genius of the heavenly immortal manor. I, the #1 genius from 5,000 years ago, am not even his equal. I, Zhang Kui, have lost too much. Dooku was worried, counting on his fingers. The Grand Sect Protection Formation is definitely useless. The entire Jade Purity Sacred Sect must be evacuated. No discussion needed. The Myriad Demon Realm must be abandoned. Immortal Peak, Little Long, Big Long, the ancient colossal dragon must also be left behind. Running to a secret realm is useless. The teleportation base must also be abandoned. The Scripture Pavilion, millions of treasures, there's no time to take them. they must be left behind. Unless, if Elder Zihan Shen can buy us 2 minutes, it's possible, right? Currently, the Jade Purity Sacred Sect has a total of 81,567 disciples, including 12,000 Blood Flame Heavenly Troops, and 8,009 Dragon Battle Formation Troops. The distribution of the camps isn't even. There's no time to call for a withdrawal. If Elder Zhan Shen used that chariot of his, and the Immortal God used his famous move for pacifying chaos to destroy the Jade Purity Sacred Sect, it would only take 10 breaths. There's no way to escape. Heaven wants to destroy us. However, in contrast to Dooku, Zhu Ding was calm. Disperse everyone. Get lost. Everyone go back. As soon as Dooku heard that, he got anxious. Hey. Are you even listening to what this old man is saying? Zhu Ding turned his head and said, if Elder Zihan Shen agreed to make a move, then he definitely has 10 parts confidence. Just wait for his good news. Dooku was shocked. His jaw dropped. These guys, how can they trust Zihan Shen Dao Yu so much? High above, the Immortal God was spat blood. Han Ju stood above and said softly, you've lost. He scratched his face. Only relying on water spiritual power and wind spiritual power, this guy actually couldn't handle it. Just how abnormal is 6 paths spiritual power? Han Ju thought to himself, kid, don't go back on your word. If hatred value appears, you're as good as dead. The Immortal God roared in disbelief. How is this possible? This tricolor spiritual power completely suppresses me. He wiped his mouth. No, it's not the effect of 3 spiritual roots. You're in the Grand Ascension realm. Han Ju looked at the Immortal God's appearance and thought to himself, looking at this defeated face, if I told him I was in the Tribulation Transcension realm, I'd probably make him explode with anger. He thought for a moment and replied, it's similar to the Grand Ascension realm. The Immortal God trembled with anger. How could I lose to a Grand Ascension realm cultivator? Han Ju felt like he was standing in a cold wind. This confidence, you're just at the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcension realm. Why couldn't you lose to the Grand Ascension realm? Suddenly, the Immortal God called out, Guan Yu. Han Ju glanced at him. The Immortal God's face was slightly flushed, and said, you are the first person to defeat me, however. Don't be too happy, wait till I have cultivated and returned. I will certainly defeat you. I, Qi, the Immortal God. I, born to become a god. Han Ju gave the Immortal a look like he was dealing with someone with a few screws loose, and said earnestly, Qi Dao Yu, your immortal talent is truly unmatched. If I hadn't been cultivating for so many years, I'm afraid I wouldn't be your match. The future of the cultivation world definitely belongs to geniuses like you. The Immortal snorted. HMPH. You're not blind after all. He turned and flew off. He said to Han Ju, Yuncheng Dao Yu, I'm gonna go find a demon emperor to practice on. Don't worry, I'll definitely prove you right. Han Ju watched his receding figure and sighed in relief. Phew. Managed to fool him. Just then, the system chimed in. Qi Immortal has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. Han Ju was speechless. Munch at the Yuqing Sacred Sect. People were buzzing. Congratulations to Dao Yu Zhan Shen for repelling the Heavenly Immortal Manor's powerful enemy. Congratulations, 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 Han Ju said solemnly. This is not a happy occasion. Zhu Ding asked, confused. Elder Zihan Shen, huh? What? That was Han Ju speaking. That guy was narrow-minded. He lost to me, and if word gets out, it'll ruin his reputation. He'll definitely be so ashamed he'll send someone to get revenge. Dooku was surprised. Surely it wouldn't come to that. Zhao Yao nodded. Elder Zhan Shen is right. The Heavenly Immortal Manor is extremely protective of their own. It's best to keep today's events under wraps. Zhao Ding loudly ordered, Elder Zihan Shen, Rest assured, I'll immediately tell Elder Xiaxing to block this news. Today's events will definitely not leak out. Everyone shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Hanju nodded. That's good. Never imagined that Han Mao would one day talk about principles of interpersonal relationships, Du said. Dooku said, "Dao Yu Zhan Shen, that duel ended so quickly, surely the other guy's skills are inferior to yours." Hanju looked at him. How could that be? The guy is on par with the Mahayana realm. Besides, we don't need to make a big deal out of it. We both held back our true strength. Hanju's nonchalant words stunned everyone. Zhu Ding asked, "Elder Han, could it be that you've already reached the Mahayana realm?" Hanju shook his head. "Not yet. I'm still a ways off from the Mahayana realm. Just that my foundation is a little deeper than his." Dooku's eyes sparkled. To think such a small Yu King sacred sect would have such a great figure. Looks like I need to butter him up. Maybe this is a great opportunity. Hanju blanked out. Am I imagining things? He looked at the sunlight shining down below. It was almost winter, but the temperature seemed a little high. Time flew by. 13 years passed quickly. Hanju was at the 8th level of the crossing tribulation realm, standing by the cliff, gazing into the distance. Qingxian Zhenren, that elder from the Blood Flame sect back then. Qingxian said to Buyai, "I'm gonna go scout out the Yu King sect. If they don't follow the Blood Flame Heavenly sect, we'll annihilate them." Buyi instructed his senior apprentice brother, "Be careful. I heard that the Yu King sect has a hidden expert with unfathomable strength." Not long after, Qingxian returned, looking tattered, with ice bandages wrapped all over him, and said to Buyi, "How about we submit to the Yu Qing sect?" Buyi rolled his eyes. Khans opened his arms to them. Qingxian said, "The Yu Qing sect has always adhered to the principle of seeking common ground while setting aside differences. As long as the bottom line isn't crossed, you can retain your traditions." The two, Qingxian and Buyi, bowed to the head teacher. "Rest assured, we will definitely uphold the principles of the Yu Qing sect." Facts proved that joining the Yu Qing sect was not harmful at all. Whether it was strength or resources, they surpassed the Dawei period, and all the changes after the name was changed to Yu Qing Sacred Sect were rapid development under the aura of Elder Zhanshen. Qingxian also actively distributed leaflets to recruit talents, while Baiyi happily welcomed newcomers. "Don't even mention the 9 Dragons model anymore, you're already full, why not join us? Follow us, and we'll give you plenty to eat and drink." Someone reading the leaflet muttered, "Will they really not squeeze us dry?" From the perspective of the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect, the overall conditions have been improved, and being able to retain their name and traditions without losing anything is a kind of luck. As the person who initiated the reliance, the initial decision that seemed cowardly withstood the test of time and changed the fate of the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect. It can be said that Zhenren Qingxian has made great contributions. Qingxian's calm appearance appeared, and he said, "I'm going to scout out the branch of the magic path for the sect. The Blood Flame Heavenly Sect is entrusted to you." As time passed, Qingxian Zhenren's tomb appeared. Bui collapsed and fell to the ground, and the disciples supported him. "Boss, stand firm," Bui kept murmuring. "Senior apprentice brother, senior apprentice brother." When Qingxian passed away, the system also sent Hanju's notification. "Your good friend, Qingxian Zhenren, was attacked by a demon cultivator and died," Hanju said in a deep voice. "The world is turbulent, and the waves are overflowing. Daoyus, I will walk the path of each of you for you." Dia Cao, standing behind him, asked Hanju, "Master, what are you doing?" He stood up calmly, with his hands behind his back. "Sending off a few deceased Daoyus." Dia Cao was startled. "Who died?" Hanju shook his head and looked at the sky. "No need to panic. Just an acquaintance," the little girl asked confusedly. "If he's just an acquaintance, why do you have to salute him?" Hanju said seriously. reminding myself that the road of cultivation is full of dangers. We must always be careful and never lose our sense of reverence. Daikao also pretended to be deeply moved and said, "What Master said makes sense, but with Master here, we are not afraid of anything." He still put on a solemn appearance. "There is no such thing as a pill of immortality in this world. Everything can only be dug out by oneself. Of course, choosing the correct direction is also very important. Otherwise, if you don't cultivate hard, you will have to delete and start over." Daikao nodded. Then the little girl said, "Actually, there's something I've been wondering about. I don't know if I should say it." Hanju allowed. "Go ahead." Daikao looked up at the sky and asked, "Is it normal to have 3 suns in the sky?" Her question made him freeze. Meanwhile, at the top of the fusang tree, there was shouting everywhere. "Holy crap, why is the fusang tree twitching like this?" Chang'an and Tiandong struggled to hold onto the fusang tree. Chang'an groaned. "It's never been like this before. I'm about to lose my grip. Help!" The fusang tree jerked again. Chang'an flew into the air like a chicken. Tiandong screamed in horror. "No!" Chang'an, Hanju, appeared just in time. He pointed at Chang'an and chanted, "Stop!" Hanju lowered him to the ground. He asked in a cold voice, "Everyone, tell me the truth. How long has the fusang tree been acting up?" Tiandong stammered, "Well, this." Hey Yuji, the chicken bro, poked his wings together, trembling, and answered, Not for a few days." Hanju asked again. "Not for a few days." In the next second, Hanju's long, hooked nose appeared instantly, poking the chicken bro's beak. "Little Hey, if you lie to me, you'll become mushroom chicken soup." The chicken bro was drenched in chicken sweat. It begged for mercy. "Master, I was wrong. I was really wrong." Hanju yelled, "Speak! How long has it really been?" The chicken bro cried and said, "Before Fang Liang and the others went down the mountain, I started making it act up." Hanju angrily shouted, "How many years ago was that?" He scolded it until it was seeing stars. "Little Hey, you've caused a disaster this time. Tiandong, prepare 1,000 caddies of ginger." Tiandong immediately replied, "Yes, sir." The chicken bro miserably pleaded, "No, please." Behind them, a group of people were making a fuss. They were coming over, wearing cool clothes. Hong Xuan was wearing a short green top and a miniskirt, and she had a pair of trendy sunglasses on her head. She covered her mouth and said, "No wonder it's been getting hotter and hotter lately. I thought it was global warming. It's just these 2 suns causing trouble. Husband, you can just collect them easily, right?" Hanju turned his head and said, "Miss Xing, this isn't as simple as you think. Do you know what kind of divine beast the sun is?" Hong Xuan's mouth dropped open. "Huh? The sun is a divine beast?" Behind Hanju, the chicken bro was gnawing on his head with tears in his eyes. "Tiandong, you!" In Tiandong's hand was a bright red sign that read, "Menu, braised rooster, lotus root chicken soup, golden roasted chicken." At this moment, someone answered Hanju. "The golden crow sun isn't just a divine beast, it's a top, mech-tier divine beast that eats dragons and phoenixes." Shi Xuan appeared with an umbrella, looking just as cool as Hong Xuan. She said, "Three-legged golden crow," she explained. "There's been a rumor since ancient times that the extreme heat of the sun can destroy the world in an instant, causing the end of an era. This disaster is called 3 Days of Suspended Sky." Hanju and the others looked up at Shi Xuan. The chicken bro mumbled in fear, "The golden crow eats dragons and phoenixes." Hong Xuan spoke up. "Wait, but from what I can see, besides the sunlight being a bit brighter, the temperature doesn't seem to have increased much." Hanju glanced at their impressive figures. His soul slipped away for a moment, thinking, "So that's how it is. Immortals can't descend to the mortal realm casually. Golden crows eating dragons in novels are all in the immortal realm. Seems like they can't come down. Hanju explained to Hongshuan, it's probably blocked by the mortal realm's barrier, and its power can't descend for the time being. She asked in confusion, husband, then how did the suns come down before? So Hanju continued, at that time, their cultivation was only at the fusion realm. Perhaps they weren't worth noticing, so they were let through. Hongjuan muttered, sounds like the upper realm is turning a blind eye. The chicken bro was startled. Really? Does that mean I don't have to become mushroom chicken soup? Hanju immediately yelled at it. Still believing in luck, if the golden crows really descend, I'll tear off your chicken wings. The chicken bro shouted, Mistress, save me. Hongshuan spoke up. If it doesn't affect the mortal realm, then don't worry about it. She and Shishuan walked over to the chicken bro. Hongshuan hugged it and reasoned with Hanju, little Hei is still a child. Why are you picking on him? Hanju's nose turned long in anger. If I don't teach him strictly, who knows what trouble he'll cause next time? Just as the two of them were arguing fiercely, someone interrupted. Elder Han, don't rush to discipline your pet. The sect needs you to handle something. Hanju turned his head. I wonder what headmaster is here for today. Ju Ding, wearing a tank top and fanning himself, said, Elder Han, the heavenly immortal manor is calling on all righteous sects to send troops to suppress the demonic dynasty. All the righteous sects around Great Yan are preparing to go. The masters are in the main hall, and we don't dare to make decisions on our own. We hope you can make a decision. Hanju was shocked. So fast. Is it time to take sides already? He thought to himself, how long have I been in seclusion? It's gotten this hot already. Hanju looked up at the sky. Now it's Great Yan's turn? They're probably observing the movements of our Jade Pure Sacred Sect. If we don't go, we'll probably be considered demonic. Shishuan said to him. The appearance of the 3 days of suspended sky anomaly outside probably made people think the demonic sects did it, making all the powers restless. Hanju reached into his robe. The Jade Pure sect is still developing and can't bear such a heavy responsibility for now. However, we understand the principle that those who gain the Tao are helped by many, and those who lose the Tao are abandoned. Our sect has decided to send 10,000 cultivators to the front lines to help. He took out a token and said to Ju Ding, please lead the team, headmaster. Also, bring the Blood Flame Heaven Gate. They have the defense of Qingxian. I'll personally guard the rear. Ju Ding heard this and immediately clasped his hands decisively. All right, with Elder Han guarding the fort, I can rest easy. I'll go issue the summons right away. Hanju nodded. Yeah. Be sure to return safely. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. I'll go too, Shishuan said calmly, holding an umbrella. I'm a core elder, and the master of Jade Pure 18 Peaks. I can't shirk responsibility onto others. Xing Hongshuan beside her also spoke up. Hubby, I want to go too. Hanju glared. You guys? Hanju hurriedly asked. Isn't Master supposed to be in seclusion recently? Shishuan shook her head. Seclusion can be done anytime, but exorcising demons can't. Hongshuan also loudly declared, I was coerced by the demonic path before, that's why I became an informant. Now that there's a chance to contribute to eliminating the demonic path, I don't want to miss it. Hanju went silent for a moment after hearing them. After a long while, he turned his back to them. Fine. But you absolutely must bring this. Your heavenly puppet have long been upgraded. A suit of armor appeared along with Hanju's voice. It truly even had a set of iron greaves. It was in complete state. It even had a Sailor Moon-like helmet. The heavenly puppet, a complete form, armor, shield and spear all appeared. This appearance made Hongshuan want to lose it. That's not the point. Shishuan, standing beside her, tugged at her skirt, stopping Hongshuan from going crazy. Oh now. Hanju, on the other hand, was very satisfied. My loves, There wasn't enough time to carve and paint, so it could only be like this. Hanju entrusted to Ju Ding. Real person Ju Ding, please take care of my master and Dao companion. Ju Ding replied with a resounding voice that echoed through the mountains. Elder Zihan Shen watched them leave with peace of mind. He Yuji sidled up to Hanju and asked, Master, why do I feel like you're the sect leader? He glared at it. Stop being so talkative, Hu. Do you think changing the subject will make me forgive you? He coldly said. Starting today, you're not allowed to go fishing. Live out the rest of your days on the Fusang tree. Yuji wailed in agony. No way! The Air Force can't be without me. Yang Tiandong butted in. Did Chicken Bro really ever catch any fish before? Chang An also chimed in. Everyone knows who goes to the fish market the most. Yunji was on the verge of tears. You guys? Hanju pondered, with the heavenly immortal manner leading the righteous alliance. Plus Nai He. I'm afraid you won't need me to collect your life. On the demonic path side, Nai He stared ahead with his 4 eyes. Suchi. He hovered in the air, looking down at the boy Suchi kneeling below. It's been over 60 years. Over 5,000 talented artisans have died suddenly. Inexplicably, even a Grand Ascension powerhouse was lost. The invasion plan has been forced to be put on hold because of this investigation. All evidence points to the team you're with. There's no pretending anymore, is there? You even dared to assassinate us. Nai He's voice echoed. Why did you betray us? Was it the Demon Lord's arrangement? Be honest? Sun Chi, kneeling below, remained silent. Heavenly Hound, standing nearby, looked worried. Sun Chi, why didn't you discuss this beforehand? Even if I went all out, I wouldn't be a match for the Demon Emperor. You're committing suicide. He was anxious to death. How are we supposed to protect you in this situation? He anxiously glanced at His Majesty Nai He. Surely that rebellious Demon Lord forced Sugin Chi, you see. But Sugin Chi interrupted Heavenly Hound. It has nothing to do with the Demon Lord. The boy with a gloomy face spoke. Su Chi is a righteous cultivator. I cannot be shameless enough to be with you demonic paths. If you want to chop or kill, then come. The boy thought to himself, the Demon Emperor is nothing. Master will definitely come to save me. Heavenly Hound started to cry upon hearing this. I can't move, I can't move. Nai. He was silent for a moment, then said, If that's the case, Heavenly Hound, eat him. These words made Heavenly Hound want to have his soul scattered. Wait, Your Majesty, I'm a vegetarian now. But Nai He didn't care. He glanced at him with his 4 eyes. If he lives today, you die. Heavenly Hound lowered his head and stood in front of Su Chi. Looking at the boy's hopeful appearance. Heavenly Hound frowned tightly. No, I can't strike against my fellow disciple. Remembering the past, Su Chi's mouth immediately dropped open upon hearing the news. What? The demonic hound raised by the Demon Emperor is from the same sect as me. Heavenly Hound sitting across from him nodded. It's all true, Sun Chi. See if I still remember this dude, Sun Chi muttered. Is the world that small? It feels so unreal. Heavenly Hound was excited. It's all fate. I wonder if Maester is doing well now. After the shock, Su Chi scrutinized the heavenly dog. But you're so different from what I remember, and you're on the side of the demonic path. It's hard not to suspect you've turned demonic, or are disguised to get info on my master. How can you prove you're from the Yu King sect? The heavenly dog swore loudly. I swear on He Yuji's life, I'm the legit pet of the Zanshen Elder. Su Chi wasn't buying it. Just checking around the Yu Qing sect will reveal those names. That's not enough to prove you're one of us, the heavenly dog countered. The most famous specialty of the Yu King sect is 4 snails sucking chicken feet and bold snowflake snails. Su Chi still refused to believe it. If you're saying it's famous, then you can't use it as an example to prove anything. The heavenly dog continued. Remember our territory? It wasn't named by the master yet back then. He only named it Bitter Cultivation to Immortality Mountain after he went out that year. Su Chi shook his head. Bitter Cultivation to Immortality Mountain? Sorry, never heard of it. The heavenly dog's voice grew louder. Master, I'm the most handsome in the world, the little boy retorted. That's officially recognized. Doesn't entirely prove anything. The heavenly dog was desperate. What do you want me to do? Su Chi stroked his chin thoughtfully. I thought of a simple way to prove you're from the same sect as me. The heavenly dog immediately conjured a nose that looked exactly like Hanju's and asked despondently, Not this, right? Su Chi exclaimed excitedly, Yes, that's it! You're really one of us. It's exactly like Master's, the heavenly dog muttered. I want to take back that most handsome in the world thing. The little boy said to him, Looks like he hasn't turned demonic. Consider it lucky in the misfortune. Then why have you stayed here for so many years, not going back? The heavenly dog was gloomy. This? It ain't easy out there. I have so many difficulties, don't know where to even start. Su Chi asked him, Working for the enemy is not an option. You really want to go home, right? The heavenly dog hesitated. Su Chi pressed on. Want to return home famous? With face? Making the master proud? Seeing the heavenly dog not answering, Su Chi continued. Whatever. Look at me. I'm not outstanding either. Doesn't affect my visiting my master. It's been so many years. Saying I don't care is impossible. Especially since the master doesn't hope we compete fiercely. Just returning safely is enough. The mission the master gave me is long completed. I'm not pursuing anything anymore. Just want to return to his side, continue bitter cultivation. The heavenly dog asked, What do you mean? Su Chi beamed. Our hearts are still in the Yuqing sect, right? Then let's leave this place. Don't let waiting become regret. The heavenly dog's eyes lit up. He bumped fists with Su Chi. Let's go home together. We must survive. We must return to our roots. Waking from his memories, the heavenly dog closed his eyes tightly, dejected. But I died once. If I die again, my soul will really scatter. Sorry, master. I'm too useless. I couldn't even protect my junior disciple. He stood behind, frowning. What? Staying for the new year? Hurry up! The heavenly dog immediately unleashed sharp claws. He roared loudly. Sun Chi, sorry. Go back and tell the master. This Hundun heavenly dog refuses to submit. The heavenly dog seemed like a different being. He turned around. If there's a next life, I'll definitely protect you, never leaving your side, Nai. He sneered. How touching. How many people know? Ultimately, only submission can lead to survival. Su Chi blankly raised his head. No, don't. The heavenly dog flew towards Nai. I'll go first, demonic emperor. Go die for this saint, Nai, he said coldly. A dog that doesn't know how to live or die. Suddenly, with a boom, smoke and fire soared. The heavenly dog was blown away. Su Chi wailed, Dog! Doggy! Nai! He stood there, calmly. Honestly, I already knew your master was Hanju. When you were resurrected, I read your memories. A vague intuition told me he would be a great threat to my revival. Nai. He frowned, showing a look of regret. Your loyalty, I'm very happy, but also very disappointed. Wait obediently. I'll send him to meet you very soon. The heavenly dog lay there silently. Su Chi's eyes widened, tears about to burst out. Two beams of light suddenly shot out of the little boy's eyes. His body seemed to have a strong source of spiritual power wanting to break free. Hundreds of rays of spiritual power bloomed, fiery red like red spider lilies. He was startled. This power, could it be an immortal god appearing? He chuckled, looking back. Ha! Finally found you. The immortal god stood arrogantly in the midst of the blazing flames, mocking him. Even Luochio, a Mahayana realm 4th layer cultivator, was no match for me and you. He loudly interrupted him. How can you, a Tribulation Transcendence Realm 9th layer cultivator, kill a Mahayana Realm cultivator. The immortal god curved his lips, still far from the plan. He die. He furrowed his brows tightly, his immortal eyes shining with a burst of powerful light, creating a shockwave in the air. Yuji sulked and sobbed in his chicken coop in the tree, with a sign stuck on it saying, "Under detention." From below, Yang Tiandong's voice echoed up. "Master, Yuji is back in the tree now, and the Fu Sangshu is also behaving itself." Changjian was puzzled. Why haven't those two golden crows left yet? Hanju shook his head. It's easy to invite a god, but hard to send one away. Yang Tiandong put his hands on his hips and said, "That's right. There's really no way." I heard that the righteous and demonic paths have stopped fighting for a few days because of this. Hanju was startled, suddenly remembering something. "I have a god of my own, I can go ask my old buddy," he said to the three people, Ditakao, Chang'an, and Tiandong. "I have a way, don't come near me for now." Those three thought, "What's that smell?" Meanwhile, on the battlefield between the righteous and demonic paths, the demonic cultivators were in a chaotic brawl with each other, when suddenly, a sword was snatched from someone's hand, and then another person's sword slipped away. Everyone, both righteous and demonic, stopped fighting and looked up at the sky. Countless swords were flying upwards. The eternal Sword Dao, someone has actually comprehended it. Heavens, what terrible timing. The righteous disciples standing below were speechless. Can't you stop? Can't you comprehend it after we finish fighting? Now what? How are we supposed to fight without swords? That's how we were defeated last time. The demonic cultivators burst into laughter, mocking them. Looks like the eternal Sword Dafio isn't friendly to sword cultivators. It only collects swords, not blades. But we don't just have blades. We have axes, hammers, hooks, and forks. Let's see what you can do. Chiwaijian nodded, saying, "That makes sense. We suffered a loss last time. We need to prepare well this time." After he spoke, the righteous disciples pulled out a bunch of long spears and stood there. You didn't expect that us sword cultivators also practice spear fighting. Everyone knows that long weapons counter short weapons. Let's see how you deal with this. The demonic cultivators fell silent, immediately speechless. Hundreds of swords soared into the sky, gathering into one, like a giant crystal. As the man in spirit form stood there looking at the giant crystal, he heard a voice. "Senior." He turned his head. Senior Hanju appeared behind him with sparkling eyes, asking, "Senior, do you know about golden crows?" The man immediately became annoyed. "You specifically comprehended the Sword Dao just to ask me about golden crows?" Hanju quickly explained, "Of course not. I love the Sword Dao. I was fortunate enough to comprehend it, and I just happened to ask you." The man wearing the Zhang Guoxing hat turned his back to him, saying, "Whatever. You can treat the Sword Dao River as your backyard. It's been so many years, and I've only seen this once. Forget it. You'll come there sooner or later anyway, so let me explain it to you." He raised his hand and created two small spheres. Golden crows are ancient divine beasts, divided into mortal golden crows and divine golden crows. His voice was even. Mortal golden crows are the sons of the mortal realm, forever unable to leave the mortal realm they govern, and their cultivation cannot increase. Divine golden crows are a divine race in the immortal realm, with a deep background. Even the heavenly court, divine palace, and demon palace don't dare to provoke them easily. Hanju looked up at the image he created, thinking to himself, mortal golden crows can't leave, which means the two new suns in the sky are likely divine golden crows. He asked the man, "Senior, can divine golden crows enter the mortal realm?" He shook his head. "Of course not. The true sun fire on their bodies can destroy the mortal realm. Heavenly law strictly forbids them from descending." Suddenly, the man wearing the Zhang Guoxing hat remembered something. "Wait, you're asking like this, could it be?" He reached out and drew a long straight line, Locating the Scarlet Cloud Realm, I almost forgot. The Divine Golden Crow race has been constantly fighting in recent years. Immediately, a sky full of light opened up before him, and he muttered, "If it's really like that, such a big deal. Why hasn't that Scarlet Cloud reported it?" Hanju pondered. Scarlet Cloud. When he clearly saw the scene before him, there were 3 suns in total. The man asked Hanju, "Wait, why are there 2 divine golden crows in your mortal realm, although they are just young divine golden crows?" Hanju asked him, "Senior, are young divine golden crows strong?" He stroked his chin. "Not strong." He looked up in thought. Seeing that they were born not long ago, their cultivation is only Great Ascension Realm. Hanju froze at this casual statement. Only Great Ascension Realm? They're already Great Ascension Realm when they're born. Hanju loudly said to the man, "Why doesn't the Divine Golden Crow race discipline them? If they enter the mortal realm, it will be a great disaster for mortals." He vaguely shrugged. Who knows? After all, the internal affairs of the Divine Golden Crow race are very complicated, and it's not easy for outsiders to interfere. He turned his face away. "Moreover, my duty is to guard the Sword Dao. Other things don't concern me. I didn't see anything, and don't expect me to help you." Hanju was silent, standing still. After all, there's only the sound of smashing water behind. You can't rely on anyone but yourself. I should still quickly ascend to the 9th level of Tribulation Transcendence. Hanju looks at the huge crystal formed from swords and makes up his mind, so that he won't even be able to defeat those 2 chickens. A beam of light shoots straight up into the sky. The Xuan Huang Sword Qi is officially upgraded to a Taiyi divine power. He Yunji sits on the tree, looking at that pillar of light, feeling melancholic. Day 3. Remembering fishing, time passes, the sky darkens, and the moon rises. Luo Qimo Yingyong sacrificed himself. Demon Emperor also got forced into strategic retreat. The demonic path has only a few people left. The big, blue guy is Tanmo Luohan, a 3rd-level Mahayana cultivator. The woman with white hair and red eyes is Baifa Mogu, a 3rd-level Mahayana cultivator. The more experienced-looking man is Shui Molao Zhu, a 5th level Mahayana cultivator. And then there's Qing Jun, the demon monarch, an 8th level Mahayana cultivator. Shui Molao Zhu says, "I don't know why the Demon Emperor's recovery speed is getting slower and slower. I heard he's often suffering from backlash from the demonic energy in his body. I think he's definitely being affected by something from the outside world. All of us bickering with him like this isn't the way." Luo Han nods. "Yeah, supporting him like this isn't worth it." They look at Qimo's empty seat and say, "Who could have guessed that the new generation of the Tiangxian Fu was so strong? Moreover, that Qin Jianshen probably already surpassed the scope of a prodigy long ago." Shu Malao Zhu continues, "He can kill a 4th level Mahayana cultivator while only at the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. If he ascends to Mahayana, won't he be invincible?" The old man ponders. "Even if we joined forces, we might not be his match, and you all know this. Since his emergence, he's fought countless battles, accumulating enough experience to charge towards Mahayana. We don't have any more time to waste." Shui Molao Zhu asks, "Qing Jun, Demon Monarch, are you confident you can deal with Xianshen?" She rests her chin on her hand and says, "I am, but they told me to remain neutral." After all, an 8th level Mahayana cultivator's attack would destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. It's still unclear if the righteous path has left a way out or not. Before they make a move, I can't act carelessly. The old man frowns. "We can't just keep waiting. Qi Xianshen is too strong. We absolutely must kill him before he fully matures. Otherwise, the momentum of the righteous path will only grow stronger." Mogu crosses her arms and says loudly, "Then why aren't you doing something, old ancestor? Aside from her, you're the strongest among us." Lu Kohan also nods. That's right, old ancestor. You should quickly take action and deal with that kid. Shui Malao trembles with anger. You're all just waiting for me to do the dirty work. You're all pushing the heavy, filthy work onto me. Qingjun continues. In the grand scheme of things, Shi Shanshen won't be able to cause any major waves for a while. We can set him aside for now. On the other hand, 2 golden crows have appeared in the mortal realm. What do you all think this foreshadows? The rest of them simultaneously fall silent. Mogu asks, Monjongi wasn't valued by the heavenly Dao of the mortal realm. Do you think the heavenly Dao is about to intervene? Shui Mo Lao Zu looks at Qingjun. Demon Monarch, how about you take another trip to the underworld and ask the Demon Clan about this? If the heavenly Dao really wants to intervene, it'll be easier for us to escape. She stands up. No problem. Qingjun points a finger, and immediately, multiple beams of light swirl in front of her, creating a portal. She asks, Shui Mo Lao Zu, but I'll be gone for decades. Can you stabilize the situation? Mogu shrugs. Of course, Demon Monarch, feel free to go. Qingjun jumps into the portal. I certainly hope so. The spot of light immediately disappears. In front of the 3 of them, Shui Mo Lao Zu asks, how's the collection of the materials needed for the grand ritual coming along? Mogu replies, almost done. The old man nods. Good. Whether the demonic path can unify the world depends on that grand ritual. 11 years later, the system reminds. On the notice board it checks that you are 600 years old. Life has taken another step forward. You have 2 choices. 1. Immediately leave seclusion, slay demons and eliminate devils, and become famous throughout the world. You can obtain a lingbao. 2. Continue cultivating, stay away from the world, and strive for the Mahayana realm. You can obtain a lingbao, a bottle of random medicinal pills. Hanju says indifferently, same as always. The system sends another notification. You chose to continue cultivating and strive for the Mahayana realm, obtaining a lingbao and a bottle of random medicinal pills. The system also introduces this item in detail. Juling Huan, a 5th Mungrade Taiyi Lingbao. It can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enhancing physical strength in battle. The system reads again. Congratulations, you have obtained a bottle of Dacheng Hunian Dan. On the information panel it says, Dacheng Hunian Dan, a medicinal pill used by Mahayana cultivators to strengthen their souls. Han Ju, who is currently at the Great Perfection 9th level of Tribulation Transcendence, has his eyes shining brightly as he receives the item. Another Taiyi Lingbao. Not bad, not bad. He ignores the cake that's burning and smoking. He turns his head back to look at the notification panel. It's been a while since I checked my friends list. On the notification panel, a long paragraph is written. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by demonic cultivators 6,782 times. Your divine pet Hundun Tiangu was attacked by demonic cultivators, sustaining severe injuries. Fortunately, he was rescued by a powerful being. Your disciple Su Qi has gone mad. The power of his body is out of control, and all living beings within 10,000 miles are suffering from bad luck. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by demonic cultivators 12 times. Your good friend Ji Xianshen was attacked by demonic cultivators 11,982 times. Your Dao companion Xuan Qingjun has left the mortal realm. Your good friend Mo Zhu has entered an ancient forbidden area, her life or death unknown. The backlash of demonic cultivator Qi has greatly strengthened her soul. Your good friend Juding Zhenren was attacked by demonic cultivators 9,877 times. After reading this, Hanju is immediately flustered. Su Qi has gone mad? He pulls the notification panel closer. What's with Hundun Tiangu? These two are having a terrible time. The demonic path is really strong, clearly. In terms of sheer numbers, the people supporting and joining the demonic path are less than a third of the righteous path. But the war between the righteous and demonic paths has been going on for almost 100 years. In terms of attrition, the righteous path is doing okay, but where is the demonic path getting its reinforcements? Hanju frowns. I have a feeling something's not right. Good thing I didn't get involved. Otherwise, I'd definitely be stuck in this damn quagmire of war and be forced to stop cultivating. Dude looks up at the three suns up above like, alright, the righteous and demonic factions can't stop fighting, whatever, but these two things are seriously stubborn. This cultivation world is getting messier and messier, you know? Turns back to look at Tiandong, who's at Nascent Soul 9th layer. Shun Chengwan, also Nascent Soul 9th layer. Wu Dao Sword, Nascent Soul 9th layer. Hey Yuji, sleeping as usual, is at Fusion Realm 7th layer though. Hanju sighs. All this energy spent on fighting, it's better to just diligently cultivate like us Han sect disciples. Hanju turns back to the notification panel, opens up Fang Liang's info. Fang Liang, Nascent Soul Realm 9th layer. Looking at the panel in front of him, he can't help but think to himself, wait a sec, Fang Liang's just one step away from becoming a Transformation Realm cultivator. Nice one. Truly the child of destiny. He's almost catching up to that kid Suchi. Suchi's already at Transformation Realm 6th layer, currently the strongest disciple of our sect. Next up will be Fang Liang. This master is counting on you. Inside some mountain cave, Fang Liang is curled up in a fetal position, surrounded by golden light. The golden sphere radiates endless energy. Suddenly, Fang Liang yells. A powerful surge of energy immediately bursts out, shooting straight into the sky, unleashing shockwaves that blow everything around it away. Suddenly, a hand reaches out. Fang Liang looks at his hand, with a golden lotus floating above it. Over on Hanju's side, the info on the notification panel also changes. Fang Liang's info is updated to Transformation Realm 1st layer. Hanju's startled, muttering, "He broke through, just like that." Suddenly, Hanju senses something. He turns his head, and the sky above is radiating a blinding golden light, with tiny golden leaves slowly falling everywhere. Looking at the scene before him, Hanju can't help but be surprised. This is the Chi Luck Golden Lotus. Those golden leaves flutter everywhere, lighting up the place. Does being the child of destiny really give you so much face? The people in the city are all shocked at the sight. Contains a lot of luck. Good for cultivation, especially when breaking through. At this moment, Shun Chengwan and Tiandong also suddenly open their eyes, their bodies changing. The two immediately generate two towering pillars of light, achieving the Transformation Realm. Hanju smiles. These kids are really lucky. Fang Liang's pulling them along to level up. The sky suddenly darkens, and dark clouds cover the sky, Hanju thinks. Still, directly undergoing tribulation here, I'm afraid it'll flatten bitter cultivation towards Immortality Mountain. He strokes his chin in thought. Plus, you can't have anyone nearby when undergoing tribulation. First off, there's the risk of collateral damage. That'll also increase the heavenly tribulation's power. And the power is determined by the cultivator's strength. With that double whammy, the success rate of everyone surviving is practically zero. Gotta separate them quickly. Move them to the east and west sides of the demon realm, and complete the tribulation before the tribulation clouds gather. Yeah, let's do that just then. A leaf suddenly floats over to Hanju, catching his attention, and then gently touches his shoulder. The leaf seems to melt into Hanju's body. A second later, a surge of power suddenly erupts. Hanju's startled, and his spirit energy surges. Me? Did that kid Fang Liang pull me along to break through too? I was planning to consolidate for a while before attempting the Grand Ascension realm, but this spirit energy is so strong that I can't control it. This is bad news. I haven't left bitter cultivation towards Immortality Mountain yet. Not even the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. I can't enter a meditative state, and the range and power of a Grand Ascension tribulation will definitely flatten the entire Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Hanju's eyes widen, standing there like he's been struck by lightning. Suddenly, he falls into a formless void. Hanju curiously asks, "Where is this?" Just then, the system sends a notification. The system reads out the explanation. This is the heavenly tribulation space. Because the destructive power of the Grand Ascension tribulation is too great, a separate space is specially created for those attempting the Grand Ascension to complete their tribulation. Hanju is astonished. The Grand Ascension realm gets such special treatment? He looks at the system and thinks, I guess it makes sense. The tribulation I faced when breaking through realms before was already terrifying. Back then, the place I underwent tribulation was so wrecked that even grass wouldn't grow. A Grand Ascension tribulation is probably too much for anywhere to contain. Well, whatever. It's a bit sudden, but as long as it doesn't affect the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, it's fine. I'm just a bit worried about my disciples Tiandong and Chengwan. They should know the rules about tribulation. Right? Now he must have already ascended to the myriad demons realm. Hanju smiled. Now I can finally focus on breaking through to the Mahayana realm. The system then sent another reminder. If individuals outside of this world meet the tribulation requirements, they will also be drawn into the heavenly tribulation space. No sooner had the system finished speaking than Hanju saw Shun Chang'an and Tiandong standing before him. The three of them were instantly dumbfounded. A group tribulation, Hanju roared, scaring the two junior disciples. How did you guys get in here? Shun Chang'an stammered. I don't know. We were just meditating, and then we were here. Tiandong added. We didn't even have time to react. Master, aren't you also undergoing tribulation? Hanju nodded. Yes. The two of them gasped. Istamace. Then doesn't that mean Master is already at the Mahayana realm? Hanju said. How about we figure out how to leave this place first? Just as he finished speaking, all three felt a tremor. Tiandong, sweating profusely, said, Oh no! The heavenly tribulation is here. We can't leave. Shun Chang'an was also trembling. Two transformation realm cultivators undergoing tribulation together was already bad enough, and now we've added Master's intensity. Hanju observed for a moment and said, Doesn't seem that threatening. It doesn't look like we're screwed as I thought. Dark clouds swirled in the sky. Thousands of lightning bolts appeared, but they vanished in a flash. Tiandong was startled. The heavenly tribulation was dismissed. Shun Chang'an was confused. What the heck, is it over? Hanju, on the other hand, mumbled, I have a bad feeling. Sure enough, the dark clouds transformed into an entirely different scene. A massive structure resembling a mountain stood towering before them. Tiandong exclaimed in horror. This is Master's heavenly tribulation, Hanju nodded. It's definitely being suppressed by it. Shun Chang'an looked up. No, we're not going to have to endure it together, are we? A colossal lightning bolt, like a pillar supporting the heavens, struck down. The three of them were terrified and panicked, their faces paling. Shun Chang'an, his face covered in sweat, said, I misjudged. Why does this lightning bolt have a diameter of over 1,000 meters? Tiandong despaired. Are we supposed to tank this with our heads? The next second, screams echoed throughout the space. Holy crap! Get out of the way! Ow! That hurts! Why is there a shield? How are we supposed to run? Is the Mahayana heavenly tribulation really giving us no way out? Hanju told his two disciples, who were being blasted out of shape, tribulation is all about enduring, so we can't dodge. Although this space is huge, our range of movement is smaller than a mat. If this was a normal situation, or if you guys were at the Foundation Establishment realm, I could withstand it and safely guide you out. But now, even the immortals can't do anything, Tiandong cried out to his master. Hanju was uneasy. There were only two ways to escape the heavenly tribulation space. Either endure it until the end, or die. At his current intensity, relying on his Tai defense, he could withstand 7 or 8 waves of attacks. But tribulation required fighting the heavenly tribulation for 3 months. Even if he could withstand everything, What about his disciples? Tiandong said. I remember a book that described a method for dealing with group tribulations. It sounds trustworthy, because only those who survive can write books. Shun Changhan exclaimed. There's an expert? Huh! Tell us. What's the method? Tiandong slowly said. First, like this. Then, finally, like that. He sat down and hugged his head. This can guarantee everyone passes safely. Hanju angrily pointed at Tiandong's face. A head-hugging, squatting tribulation method? Defense? Is this die with dignity? Tell me the truth. Is that book called The Gossip Group of Cultivation? Tiandong earnestly explained. The book is called Untitled, but the author is the famous hidden name grandmaster in the cultivation world. I feel this book is quite good. Not only does it have daily defenses, but it also has knife sharpening techniques. And one-time use flying swords are not bad either. Hanju was speechless. What kind of messy techniques are those? Yang Tiandong said that the sects installed railings on flying swords to prevent fear of heights, which also came from this book. The practicality has always been good. One-time use flying swords might be able to get us out of this space, but unfortunately, the materials are long extinct. Chicken Bro is very dedicated to this book. I'm not advertising it. Hanju yelled. Survive first before talking. Tiandong, try suggesting it to Master or give it a try. Hanju scolded him. Even if I die, I won't do it. After a long while, Tiandong quietly asked, How much time has passed? Shun Chang'an replied, 1 or 2 months, something like that. Then there was a long silence. Tiandong stood in the heavenly tribulation and said, Hey, can the heavenly tribulation be a little more efficient? Whew! It's been rumbling for so long, and it hasn't hit us yet. The lightning is so big, but the accuracy is so bad, it's like a sword hanging over our heads. Shun Chang'an said, Is it possible that the heavenly tribulation hasn't detected us yet? Hanju nodded. It's definitely deliberate, brewing a big wave. Tiandong and Shun Chang'an sighed. Hanju explained, That's how heavenly tribulations are. They like to mess around and then send you off in one go. Tiandong asked him, Master, aren't you panicking? Hanju hugged his head and squatted down, helplessly replying, What's the use of panicking? It's not like I have a way out. Since that hidden name teacher could survive and write a book, there must be a reason. Tiandong weakly replied, Yes. At this moment, the heavenly earth herb appeared behind the three of them and asked, Master, what are you doing? Hanju hugged his head and said dejectedly, Undergoing tribulation. Don't bother us. The little girl nodded. Oh, is that so? Then I'll go fishing by myself. These words made Hanju, Tiandong, and Shun Chang'an jump in shock. They raised their heads and looked around. Where was the heavenly tribulation space? When did they leave? Hanju said, Changwan, you advanced. Could it be that the tribulation has ended? Shun Chang'an and Tiandong cried like rain, hugging each other tightly. Hanju raised his head to look at the sky. 3 suns. It was the real world, no mistake. Purred. But why hadn't the big wave of the heavenly tribulation come yet? And it was already over. At this time, the heavenly earth herb pulled out a purple sphere and told Hanju, I found this while doing housework last time. Master must have forgotten it a long time ago. The little girl winked playfully. I didn't understand anything before and wanted to try it out, but seriously, don't mention it. Cultivating with it feels a little faster. Master must need it very much. With that, the heavenly earth herb happily carried her fishing gear and left, leaving the stone behind. Hanju frowned, looking at the stone in front of him. Enlightenment stone! He seemed to realize something. With a strained expression, this stone appeared just as the tribulation was resolved. No, this isn't for enlightenment. This stone can ward off tribulations. From his jumbled thoughts, Hanju realized, I remember now. This stone can help immortals stay in the mortal realm without being restricted by the heavenly Daoyo's rules. Now it can even ward off heavenly tribulations. So doesn't that mean it can conceal things from the heavenly Daoyo? Wait, calm down. Hanju steadied himself, slowly pondering. The Great Ascension Realm is the highest cultivation level the mortal realm can withstand. After reaching the 9th level of the Great Ascension Realm, one will be forcibly ascended by the mortal realm, which is why there are so few records of the 9th level of the Great Ascension Realm in this world. If I have this, then wouldn't I be able to avoid the heavenly Tao's forced ascension? Hanju adopted an arrogant expression. If I have this enlightenment stone, can I stay in the mortal realm forever? At the same time, Hanju successfully advanced to the Great Ascension Realm. The system promptly notified him. Congratulations on breaking through to the Great Ascension Realm. You have 2 choices. 1. Immediately ascend and leave the mortal realm, and you can obtain a divine power inheritance, a heavenly daimyo spirit stone, and a spiritual treasure. 2. Continue to cultivate and temporarily not ascend, and you can obtain a spiritual treasure. Hanju frowned as he looked at the system notification, tempting him to ascend. He crossed his arms and seriously said to the system that had accompanied him for so many years, You know my personality. Without the cultivation of a grand unity earth immortal, how can I go up there and go head-to-head with the vermilion bird? Hanju chose the second option, continuing to cultivate in the mortal realm. The system interface still said, that would be for the best. The system sent a notification. You have chosen to continue cultivating and temporarily not ascend, and you have obtained a spiritual treasure. Congratulations! You have obtained the Grand Unity Spiritual Treasure, the Yellow Dragon Chi Luck Carriage. Hanju's eyes lit up, widening as he looked at the